Chapter 101 The End of Angering Yuichi. For some reason, I saw Yuichi smile for a moment. Everyone felt a chill down their backs. It was as if a dark wind appeared out of thin air. That gaze, that smile, now revealed a strong killing intent. Extremely intense killing intent surged, filling Tsunagakuer. Advertisement. Even everyone in the auditorium shrank their necks involuntarily. Even after Whitebeard felt Yuichi's killing intent, the rhythm of his breathing changed a bit. This kid, what a terrifying gaze. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other now. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. They were surprised not only that Yuichi wasn't dead, but that the kid wasn't crushed under such a horrible squeeze. At the same time they were still surprised by Yuichi's appearance at the moment. Angry. Sengoku said in extreme surprise. Garp nodded, this kid, seems like he's never been so angry before. As they spoke, both of them started thinking about what happened the last time someone PD Yuichi off. In the end, it can be said that the opponent's life would be worse than death, and the end was extremely miserable. These guys let it go without killing Yuichi, and completely PD Yuichi off. When this kid is angry, he is quite scary. The only person in this world who can PS Yuichi off without dire consequences is the former Marine 29 Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Other people. Provoking this kid to be angry is courting death. Whitebeard and Kaido on the side heard something wrong in the words of Garp and Sengoku. What's wrong with being angry? Is it scary for that kid to be angry? He. Surprised to see I didn't die. Yuichi said with a smile, even if he didn't know Yuichi well, but seeing Yuichi talking with a smile at this time made people feel chills down the back. Gaara's eyes flickered constantly. How is it possible? It's okay. The magnet-style attack of the three Kazekages did not crush this guy. Is his body made of iron? Even if it is made of iron, it is impossible to get out of that kind of pressure intact. Yuichi pulled out the iron spike on his having. Blood from the blood hole in his shoulder trickled down Yuichi's arm. The pungent smell of blood spread in the air. Gaara frowned, and the sand beside her began to surge. Advertisement. See this scene. Yuichi's eyes shrank suddenly. Huguang instantly formed a straight line, running through Gaara's shoulders. The sand of automatic defense does nothing at all. Before even the defense could be formed, a white light suddenly pierced Gaara's shoulder. Everyone blinked and swallowed hard. Looking at Yuichi in horror. Standing in front of Gaara, Yuichi stabbed Gaara's shoulder with a Zanpakuta in one hand. Looking at him with a smile on his face, how do you feel? This speed. Gaara was terrified. It's almost 3 points faster than before? This guy was obviously injured, but why did he become even faster? Gaara. Seeing that Gaara was injured, Luo She roared angrily and raised his hand to ripple the gold dust. But just as the placer gold floated up, the next second the knife light fell on him. Thorn. The sound of tearing flesh and blood sounded. The blood flew onto the gold placer, and the gold placer that had just floated up instantly fell to the ground. A bloody arm slowly turned in the air. It fell on the sand 10 meters away. Luo She stared wide-eyed, staring at the figure in front of her with empty eyes. The dangling blade was aimed at the center of his brow. Bow. The entire right arm is gone. The moment this scene appeared, the sound of an explosion sounded. At this moment, everyone in the two worlds is like petrified. His empty eyes stared at the terrifying demon in the picture. In the blink of an eye, he shot at the two Feng Ying one after another, reaching the ultimate speed, making his shadow completely invisible. When was the knife swung? You can't see the sword flashing, and you can't see Yuichi attacking, all you can see is the result. Whitebeard in the auditorium also took a light breath. For Yuichi's performance just now. He seemed to understand now why the two old fellows, Sengoku and Garp, were a little worried that this kid was angry. After being angry, Yuichi is completely different from before. Ruthless and ruthless, one shot would cut off limbs, but with such power, he suddenly became brutal. After making this guy angry, his fate was indeed terrifying. Third Kazekage gritted his teeth and just raised his hand, Sand Iron hadn't had time to control it. But suddenly for a moment, Yuichi looked at him, and Third Kazekage, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped. Advertisement. The corners of his brows were full of sweat. The raised hand slowly turned, and for a moment Third Kazekage felt as if he had lost all his strength. Under Yuichi's terrifying gaze, his heart beat wildly faster. A look made Third Kazekage dare not make any movements. For the ninjas, such a picture is more shocking than the horrifying scene just now. He actually stunned Third Kazekage. Seeing the situation after Yuichi got angry, even Shishibukai and others who were present swallowed silently. Doflamingo was also in a cold sweat. Never provoke this monster in the future. Never provoke it. Akainu at Naval Headquarters was also a little scared. Fortunately, the old man didn't provoke him before. Otherwise, this fate is not very pleasant. When everyone is extremely quiet, afraid of being noticed by the angry Yuichi. Suddenly there was a weird laugh. Ha 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 ha. You did a good job, this is how the boy dealt with these ninja bugs and killed them all. I can consider not killing you today. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was the voice of a 530-tailed crane. It saw Luosha and Gaara being hit by Yuichi one after another. Looked very happy. But what one-tail Shikaku didn't notice was, Yuichi slowly turned his head to look at it, his icy eyes were like thousands of years of ice, terribly cold. Ryutsu tremors slammed into a gust of wind. Luosha felt a terrifying shock wave hit in front of him instantly, at this distance Luosha fainted instantly. A sudden moment. A picture that shocked everyone appeared. Suddenly, the light that illuminates the entire Tsunagakura lights up. That's Yuichi's knife light, boom. Instantly hit the one-tail Shikaku who is laughing out loud. A precise hit on Shihi's forehead. Xiaohe, who was laughing loudly, did not expect that someone would suddenly attack it, and his huge body suddenly rose into the air and fell towards the rear. Bang! The impact of falling to the ground made Tsunagakura vibrate crazily. Xiaohe stopped after sliding for a distance of more than 10 meters. And now, Xiaohe came back to his senses and prepared to get up. But it suddenly saw a person. Stand on your own head. Yuichi stepped on Shikaku, pointed at Chikara with Zanpakuto ABD, dare to order me. Shock. Everyone in the Hokage world is stunned. But no one has ever dared to treat the tailed beast so arrogantly, stepping on the head of the tailed beast. Don't take tailed beast seriously. Chapter 102 Annihilation, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The screen freezes. Yuichi stepped on Chikara's head and pointed at Chikara with Zanpakuto. The gaze of Xiaohe, who was lying on the ground, changed rapidly. This human being. This bug. Advertisement. Call it a beast? It is a tail beast, one-tail crane. He was stepped on the ground with his feet, and talked to himself in such an arrogant tone. Damn damn damn. Human, you are looking for death. Boom. The chakra of the tailed beast erupted suddenly, and the red chakra light that swept out instantly enveloped Shihi's body. The wind swept through. Cracks appeared on the ground in an instant. The dust spread and swept across half of Tsunagakura in the blink of an eye. Surprising ripples erupted in the air. Shikaku's anger erupted. The tail beast was enraged again, and the ninjas had no time to panic. Base. The white knife light falls from the sky. It slashed on Shihi's forehead like a thunderbolt. Holding Zanpakuto in midair, Yuichi's eyes burst out with astonishing killing intent. Zanpakuto slashed at Shikaku's head, and the collision between Chakra and Ryutsu, the tail beast, suddenly caused even more terrifying waves. The dazzling light spreads. Yuichi's body was bounced away, and the tail beast took 2 steps back. The huge body stomped on the ground. Although he was not injured, Xiaohe felt the pain and became even more furious. BD. I'm going to swallow you. Die to me. Wind style. Practice blank bullets. Bang bang bang. The compressed air cannons that burst out one after another lined up in a straight line and charged towards Yuichi. Yuichi in the air stopped suddenly, and a cold light shot out from his eyes slightly closed. Zanpakuto danced with it. The ear-piercing sound of knives sounded. The successive slashes easily blocked the empty bullets fired by Shizuru. The fierce gas exploded, and the impact was amazing. Everyone around was blown to a place 100 meters away. A large number of houses were instantly destroyed under the shock wave. Dozens of houses were destroyed in one blow. Unexpectedly, Shizuru's training blank was blocked so easily by Yuichi. This frightened many people. It is a tailed beast. When did the attack from the tailed beast be so easy to block? In the next second, Shizuru's sharp claw slammed down towards Yuichi. Advertisement. When? Intense airflow and Mars erupted at the same time. Standing in midair, Yuichi blocked Shikaku's claw with one hand, Zanpakuto. Xiaohe didn't seem to have thought that the power of human beings could be compared with his own. The opponent didn't dodge, but simply blocked his slap with strength. Impossible. How can humans have power comparable to tailed beasts? Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Shihi opened his mouth and wanted to spit out the empty bullet again. However, Yuichi didn't intend to give him this chance. Shunpo. Swish. The figure disappeared suddenly, Xiaohe's eyes suddenly shrank, and then there was a terrifying impact sound. Boom. Buzz. Yuichi's fist slammed into Morikara's stomach hard. Instead of Zanpakuto, fists are used. Ryutsu and Haki broke out at the same time. The power of this punch made Shizuru take a step back, and the empty bullets in his mouth dissipated. Boom. Before Shikaku finished cursing, Yuichi appeared on its face, kicked its jaw, and the huge Shikaku rose from the ground. The body vacated and rolled backwards. The slash was not amazing, but Yuichi kicked a tailed beast flying with force. This shocked the eyes of countless people. What a terrifying force to do that. Yuichi's figure disappeared again at the moment Shizuru flew into the air. The sound of Zanpakuto piercing the air suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, a huge slashing wave tore through the void from the sky at high speed, and suddenly landed on Shahi's body. The light of the knife struck Xiao'erhe's body, and Xiao'erhe, who had just jumped into the air, hit the ground fiercely. The chakra light on his body became weaker under the impact of Yuichi's slash. But still did not break through chakra's protection. Yuichi squints. The skin is very thick. Look how thick you are. Standing in the sky, Yuichi raises his Zanpakuto to face down. Scatter. Senbonzakura. Zanpakuto turned into petals and scattered. In the next second, sakura flowers suddenly appeared and filled the entire sky. After Shikai, Yuichi's Ryotsu surged again. And this time, Ryotsu is not just a surge, the increase in the density of Ryotsu makes Ryotsu after the surge. The resulting pressure instantly overwhelmed the chinins below. One was suddenly pressed to the ground unexpectedly. The terrifying pressure made Doflamingo and others almost unable to adapt. Whitebeard felt the power of Yuichi now, and recalled the time when Yuichi used this trick before. The feeling at that time was completely different from now. The power that this brat explodes after being angry is completely different. Okay. Advertisement. It's just so different. The number of sakura flowers in the sky also seems to be different from when Yuichi used this trick before. The number seems to have more than doubled. The long and narrow fingers point to the hand lying on the ground in the air. Yuichi's face was radiating a chill that was as real as it was. Sakura flowers swaying in the wind flocked to Shizuru in an instant. Flowers fell all over the sky, and these blade fragments kept cutting towards Xiao'erhe. Xiao'erhe still doesn't understand what this thing is. In the next second, Senbonzakura hit the chakra on its body, and the chakra consumed at a high speed made Shizuru feel bad. Struggled to get up, but Senbonzakura wrapped it tightly. Keep cutting, keep tearing. Despite being protected by the tailed beast chakra, the pain caused by the impact made Shahi howl continuously. Watch out for the cranes. One tail watching cranes. When did one of the ninja's tailed beasts look so miserable? Listening to the continuous howling of the crane, the ninjas lying on the ground shuddered. This pervert actually forced the tailed beast to this point. Can you still block it? Yuichi's face became even colder. Everyone in the auditorium shuddered. This guy doesn't seem satisfied. It's the first time I've seen a tailed beast being tortured so miserably. But this guy seems to be planning to continue. Talking about the sky full of sakura flowers disappeared. Senbonzakura reappears in Yuichi's hands. It was held in Yuichi's backhand, with the point of the knife facing the ground. Seeing, good Zhao good, this action and posture, everyone suddenly thought of the terrifying scene of countless sakura flowers flying by and thousands of blade fragments flying. That's the move, a move that even Jiraiya, one of the Sunin with Sage Mode turned on, can't resist. Bankai. Killer, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. A cold voice came from Yuichi's throat. Senbonzakura fell from his hands. For a moment, the weird scene reappeared. Senbonzakura, who seemed to fall into the lake, disappeared, and behind Yuichi appeared rows of huge blades rising from below. The wind blows gently and the blade dissipates. It turns into a sakura flower and floats in the air. Over Tsunagakur. Thousands of petals are falling down. This seemingly desolate village is now full of spring. The sand shinobi were all stunned. Tsunagakur has never been seen like this. If only these weren't terrible weapons. The scene in front of me is so beautiful. But such a beautiful picture makes people faintly chill, light. Chapter 103 The closest time Shahi was to death. Over Tsunagakur. Countless petals fall. Pieces of petals swayed down in front of people's eyes. Such a beautiful scenery, but no one was fascinated by it, but everyone showed horrified eyes. Staring at the thousands of flowers falling and standing in the void, Yuichi looked down coldly. Advertisement. With that icy gaze, people can feel how cold Tsunagakur is at the moment even through the light curtain. Hands up. The blood on Yuichi's arm had clotted into a scar. Gently spread your 5 fingers to empty a little. Suddenly, the wind became extremely swift and violent. This is because it is swept by countless Senbonzakura towards the shrine crane below. The place that catches the eye is full of countless sakura flowers. Crazy like a storm, it tore towards Xiao'erhe. Boom. There was a loud crash. A series of terrifying ripples suddenly spread. Everyone's eyes are wide open. This kid, does he intend to kill Shahi? Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village is getting a little scared. The current appearance and state of Yuichi is completely planning to kill the tailed beast. Is this guy crazy? Want to kill the tailed beast? An ear-piercing roar came from the light curtain. It seems that he really intends to 437. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiraiya couldn't believe how he had persisted for so long in the face of this trick. The number of this terrifying blade fragments is simply terrifying. It is densely packed with no gaps at all. As a bystander, Jiraiya can clearly see how powerful this incredible ability is. Watch out for the cranes. The tailed beast of the ninja world, Tsunagakure's most important strategic weapon. He was actually suppressed by this trick. Xiao'er's screams kept ringing, it had no way to resist at all, it could only rely on the sand and the tail beast chakra to defend as much as possible. But such a simple defense will be broken sooner or later. At that time, I was afraid that Shahi would really be killed by this crazy kid. Look, behind him. Tsunade kept staring at Yuichi, and suddenly found some blade fragments behind Yuichi, which turned into a Zanpakuto lined up together. At this time, Yuichi hadn't completely opened up the special space of the scene, but just used the blade to form a Zanpakuto. After raising his hand, a handful of Zanpakuto floated down and Yuichi held it in his hand. Can you still hold on? What a thick-skinned beast. Advertisement. Raise your hand and raise your knife. Ryutsuo exploded instantly along with Haki. Joff, surrounding Zanpakuto and Yuichi's hand formed circles of terrifying ripples, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. Blowing the petals falling in the air. A gust of wind was born on the knife, and the moment the wind surged. Base. A ray of light burst out like an arrow. In an instant, he slammed into Shahi's forehead fiercely. The sound of swords colliding suddenly sounded. Shizuru, who was wrapped by hundreds of millions of blades, was stubbornly resisting Senbonzakura's tearing. But when the slash fell suddenly, Xiao'er's defense was instantly torn apart. The sand exploded, and the coat of the tailed beast chakra was torn open. At the same time, countless blade fragments frantically tore Shahi's flesh and blood. Ah, it hurts, stop it, human, I admit defeat, this uncle is willing to admit defeat. Throw in the towel? The ninjas were a little stunned, the runaway tailed beast actually admitted defeat? Does it bow down to humans? Tsunagakure has suppressed tailed beast rampage countless times in the past Kazekage, but there has never been a Kazekage that made Shizuru open his mouth. Even if Shizuru was defeated, he still clamored to kill everyone in Tsunagakure. The appearance of such a picture makes Sand Shinobi feel extremely unreal. Is this really the tailed beast in their impression? The violent and bloodthirsty tailed beast with terrifying power? Admit defeat? I'm sorry. Now I don't accept any surrender. I just want to see how thick your beast's hide is. Yuichi's voice sounded, and at the same time he raised his hand indifferently, and the Zanpakuto he held in his hand gave off a strange cold light. Shizuru, who was suppressed by countless Senbonzakura, looked at Yuichi in the sky through the gap of Senbonzakura. When seeing Yuichi raise the knife again, Xiao'er was a little anxious. Suddenly, a sharp knife light appeared again and cut towards Xiao'er. It was naturally accompanied by the miserable cry of the crane. But it's not over yet. The knife light came on again. Terrifying fluctuations erupted one after another. One terrifying slash after another fell, and Yuichi always maintained the frequency of slashing in 3 seconds. Not fast, not slow. The blinding light came on and went off, and then went off again. And Xiao'er's screams kept rising and falling. People in the two worlds are afraid to continue watching this kind of scene. Devil. Yuichi is simply a devil, to torture a tailed beast like this. But looking at Yuichi, he seems to be enjoying it, and he doesn't even intend to stop. It should be said that there was no thought of stopping at all. Advertisement. Shua. Suddenly Zanpakuto behind Yuichi flies towards Shizuru. Dozens of Zanpakuto were pierced into Shizuru's body. The power of Ryutsuo invaded the knife into its body, disturbing its tail beast chakra. The chakra garment on the surface of the crane is destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Yuichi holds the Zanpakuto in both hands and holds it high. Countless Senbonzakura suddenly floated up from Shikaku's body and converged towards the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand. Air. The beam of light forming a storm of pink petals soaring into the sky revolves around the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand. Lying on the ground, being pinned down by Ryutsu, Shizuru stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. You, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Yuichi sneered, and said slowly, of course it's the last blow for you. A strong killing intent erupted. Xiao'er was dumbfounded. It's also the first time I've heard someone talk about killing it. What are you kidding? I am a tailed beast. I have huge energy, what is going on with this human being? Isn't he greedy for his own strength? He actually wants to kill himself. When Yuichi said that he wanted to kill Shizuru, even Sengoku was in a hurry. After the kid got angry, he completely forgot the purpose of this battle. Take this tailed beast with terrifying energy instead of killing it. After killing it, who knows if it counts as a win? If it is judged that they failed, wouldn't everything before be in vain? This one-tail Shikuru with huge energy looks like a living thing, but in Sengoku's eyes, it is a gem full of energy. The value to pirate world is self-evident. But Yuichi has no scruples at all. Cut down with one knife. The sound of breaking wind exploded, resounding through the clouds. At this moment, thousands of blade fragments swirling around Yuichi's Zanpakuto, tearing the air with frantic cutting. The astonishing airflow was swirled to form a terrifying wind blade that rolled down towards Xiao'erhe. At this moment, the 5 shadows in the ninja world were stunned. This kid really doesn't care about anything and just wants to kill Shahi? Watch the petals fall like a Shinigami sickle. Shahi felt the fear of death for the first time. It felt as if its body had fallen into the river Styx, being engulfed by the constant cold tide. I am willing to recognize you as my master, don't kill me, please. Stop. Xiao'erhe's last cry, even it closed its eyes and didn't dare to look at those terrifying blade fragments. When Shahi shouted the last word, Zanpakuto stopped. Chapter 104 The Power of Chakra. Inside Tsunagakure. The ninjas stood in place, forgetting the pain on their bodies. Staring blankly into the distance. Just. What happened? Advertisement. Did they hear correctly? Watch out for the cranes. Xiao'erhe actually begged for mercy, and said he wanted to recognize a human being as the master? Hallucination? You are a tailed beast. One of the 9 great tailed beasts in the ninja world. He has always been revered by people. When will Tian actually surrender like a human? Even Senjo Hashirama, the original ninja god, didn't say to make tailed beasts submit, go ahead. But now a man from another world actually made the tailed beast kneel down and beg for mercy, and even said that he would recognize him as his own. How could such a thing really happen? It's not just the sand shinobi who are at a loss for what's happening. The ninjas in other villages also felt incredible. The tailed beast was subdued by humans. This has never happened before. Humph. Suddenly a cold snort came, waking everyone up from their astonishment. The man standing above the tailed beast's head held the blade emitting a cold light, and suddenly started laughing. Sheath the Zanpakuto. Yuichi burst out laughing. I didn't expect even tailed beasts to be scared. Fear of death. For tailed beasts, there is probably no real death. But even with the fear of death, Shizuru is still afraid, Yuichi doesn't know why. Standing on top of Shizuru's head, Yuichi's murderous aura dissipated, as if he had calmed down. Returned to a calm state. Shahi stood up slowly, his cautious movements seemed to worry that the man standing on his head would be thrown down if he was too shaken. Master, you, don't kill me. The original voice was like thunder, and it sounded like the roar of an evil ghost, but now it has changed. Become mild with a touch of flattery. The voice of Shahi made the ninjas dig out their ears, and they felt that there was something wrong with their ears. The tailed beast actually spoke in a low voice. Yuichi put away his smile and nodded in satisfaction, yet. I'm not going to kill you. Great master, you can rest assured that my strength will not let you down. Advertisement. Really? Yuichi squinted his eyes and looked around. Then let me see. Can you get out of Tsunagakure if I don't make a move? Hearing this, Xiao'erhe resumed his previous arrogant posture and patted his chest. Master, don't worry, these bugs can't stop me at all. After finishing speaking, Xiao'erhe found that he seemed a little carried away, and quickly smiled and scratched his head with his paws. Master, you just like it, and you don't need to hand it over to me. Shikaku then makes Yuichi stand still and prepares for battle. At this time, people of 2 worlds. Looking at the screen, Vice Admiral Shokaku turned into a Mount Yuichi. All of them showed extremely surprised eyes. This kid, actually subdued, that monster. Sengoku looked at Garp in bewilderment. And Garp was a little speechless when Sengoku looked at him like this, that tailed beast, is too timid. You are so afraid of death. If Luo Sha was still awake at this moment, he might vomit blood directly. He suppressed one-tail Xiao'erhe countless times. But Xiao'erhe has never been convinced. But Yuichi, a person from other world, actually let Shahi accept his master directly. Could it be that Luo Sha is not strong? Why did Xiao'erhe never want to submit to him? The question is simple. Luo Sha is using magnet style, and the power of magnet style is just discovered in the body of the 3rd Kazekage man Xiao'erhe. No matter how 3rd generation developed the magnet style, in Chizuru's view, it's just a group of guys who stole their own power. In the face of someone who steals one's ability, even if the other party is stronger than oneself. How could Xiao'erhe be convinced? Yuichi is different. With absolute strength, suppress him most violently. It's just a mere human being, yet it can possess a power even more terrifying than that of a tailed beast. Haven't even used chakra yet, so what if such a human surrenders to him? Yuichi-kun actually subdued such a monster. As expected of the man my concubine likes, too, awesome. Hancock is glowing with nympho. And Seong Momo on the side stared at Yuichi silently. To subdue a powerful creature, this man is not only able to subdue this monster because of his strength. That terrifying spirit is the key to subdue this monster. Bear said in his heart. But when it comes to this, being able to make powerful creatures surrender, this is the ability that only the king of the sea has. Doflamingo looked at Yuichi. A man like Yuichi will be targeted sooner or later. I don't know if those old guys will do anything. It's interesting, the future world is getting more and more interesting. You bastards! Get the hell out of here, my uncle wants to take people out of here. Shower, he roared, and the roar sounded like a thunderbolt suddenly exploded. But this time, a light curtain appeared in the sky. Advertisement. Even the sand shinobi who are in battle can be seen. Power plunder, the end of the first round. Rot. One Piece World successfully plunders the tailed beast. Participants, Marine Admiral Aokiji, Marine Admiral Alternate Yuichi, Marine Rear Admiral Smoker. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Empress. Hancock, Tyrant. Bear, Gecko Moria, Sand Crocodile. Lockdoll, Haixiajinbei, Eagle Eye. Mihawk, Dong Quixote. Doflamingo. Individual reward, Tailed Beast Chakra. Swish. All of a sudden the One Piece World crowd in Sunagakuer. All were instantly transmitted to the duel arena. And everyone in the auditorium also reappeared around the duel arena. Even Chizuru, who was under Yuichi's feet, also appeared in the duel field. Rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, Yuichi, Aokiji, Shishibukai and others all burst into red light. Chakra, the red-tailed beast, seeps out from under the skin to form a tailed beast chakra coat on the body surface. But the one without the tail. And at this time, everyone's expressions became very strange except Yuichi. The body is suffering unspeakable pain. Tail beast chakra fusion, this is not such a pleasant thing. A force that did not belong to them merged into their bodies, as if something forcibly tore their flesh and blood. It's like crazily pouring into the body. Bloodshot eyes burst out of everyone's eyes. In the auditorium, everyone in Shishibukai watched the tailed beast chakra emerge from Aokiji and others. Sengoku's breath became short of breath. Is this the power of that world? The Marines in One Piece World are very excited now. Victorious, their admiral gets another world's force zone. What kind of change will this power bring about? On the other side, the people in the Hokage world have become extremely ugly. Especially the 5 cages. It is extremely unfavorable for the battle between the two worlds to be controlled by the other party's chakra power. Just when everyone is adapting to the new power. Yuichi looked very relaxed, the tail beast chakra gushed out of his body and the original Ryutsu, Haki. It skillfully formed a kind of balance, and Yuichi has long been used to the pain, just like when he awakened Ryutsu. The collision between Ryutsu and Haki made Yuichi also feel very painful, but now he has perfect mastery of both powers. Even if there is an extra tail beast chakra, it's okay. Even this time Zanpakuto burst into light and was absorbing the tailed beast chakra, man, that gushed out of Yuichi. Chapter 105 One Tail Guarding the Crane-Jinkraki. Watching Yuichi behave completely differently from the others. Although Sengoku and others were a little puzzled, they seemed to think that if Yuichi was the same as others, that would be a complete disgrace to his reputation as a genius. When everyone is adapting to the power of the tailed beast, Yuichi is not only experiencing the chakra of the tailed beast, but also the rewards of the template system are being activated. Advertisement. Template ability expansion task, successfully plundered one tail beast. Finish. Task reward, unlock the power of void. Issuing. Moment. A strange Ryutsu power erupted from Yuichi's body. And this terrifying and violent Ryutsu is completely different from the Ryutsu that Yuichi released before. The entire arena is suddenly enveloped in Yuichi's Ryutsu. The pressure of terror reappeared. And this time it came even faster. If the previous Ryutsu came, 440 swept out like a volcanic eruption. Then at this moment, it is like a storm sweeping over, and then it will continue and even have a tendency to intensify. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly following Ryutsu's sudden outburst. Looking at Yuichi. Feeling the terrifying Ryutsu fluctuations at this moment. This terrifying pressure is stronger than before. Even Whitebeard can't handle the pressure right now. This feeling is completely different from Conqueror's Haki. Even if it's because Yuichi's Haki is special, it doesn't make him stand out against Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. The strongest man in the world is a bit unbearable. Even the Conqueror's Haki released by the original Roger didn't make Whitebeard feel like this. This is simply impossible. Is it because of the changes brought about by that chakra? Kaido on the side is talking. If this is the case, then it is still acceptable. With the fusion of power from another world, it is not impossible for such a strange change to occur. That's when everyone looked at Yuichi, under that terrifying Ryutsu, looking at him in horror. Everyone who was fusing the tail beast chakra suddenly woke up. And was instantly impacted by the strong pressure to the surrounding area of the dual field. The ground could not bear the high intensity pressure and began to gradually crack. Chakra, who also accepted the tail beast, helped Doflamingo, Lock Dar, and others who had just acquired the star beast chakra and their hearts were expanding. Advertisement. Suddenly, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on it. Doflamingo looks at Yuichi. Jealousy appeared in his eyes. It was also the fusion-tailed beast chakra. How could this guy seem to have increased his strength far beyond theirs? Why? Don't they have the same strength? The doubts in his heart hadn't been eliminated, and then Yuichi's gaze began to darken, and something white suddenly appeared on his face. Gathering towards Yuichi's face. From the forehead began to condense a strange mask. The white mask covered most of Yuichi's face in the blink of an eye. The change of Yuichi made countless people stare wide-eyed. At this moment, everyone in the Hokage world is very puzzled. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade beside him and asked, the fusion-tailed beast chakra, will there be such a change? Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads. How do they know if such a change will happen? Only Jinchuriki know this kind of thing. Speaking of Jinchuriki, Konoha's Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, although the tailed beast is sealed in his body, he never broke out the chakra of 9 tails. They have never seen such a situation. On the duel arena, the mask on Yuichi's face gradually covered his entire face. At this time, the fluctuation of Ryutsu became more and more intense. The barriers protecting the auditorium have already emerged. It can make the barrier emerge just by relying on the impact of energy. This is just a pure burst of power. If you use this force to attack, I don't know how terrifying it will be. And at this time, with the strengthening of Ryutsu, it came to an extremely astonishing level. Suddenly Yuichi raised his hand and grabbed the mask on his face, tearing it apart frantically. Ah! Horrifying screams sounded. This voice stunned everyone. How could he make such a sound? It sounded like he was tearing off that strange mask. He looked very painful. Shizuru at Yuichi's feet looked at the mask on Yuichi's face in horror. What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying power! This power is even more terrifying than this uncle. How could such a thing exist? Horrified Shahi looked at the mask, and at this moment the eyes under the mask suddenly looked at Shahi. Suddenly Ryutsu wrapped around Shikaku. Started to draw Shikura chakra crazily. An astonishing scene emerged. On the left half of Yuichi's face, the left eye covered by the mask released light, as if devouring Shizuru. Advertisement. The light wrapped around Shahi, absorbing it crazily. The chakra that was forcibly sucked out of Shikaku's body filled the entire arena. The speed of the airflow is getting faster and faster, and the terrifying airflows form wind blades, easily collapsing the dual field. Soon the light dissipated. Shower, he cried out, don't. Then dissipated in the wind. Like being sucked into Yuichi. After the light dissipated, the mask on Yuichi's face shattered. Yuichi's pale face was covered with cold sweat. Keep sliding down. Kneeling down on one knee, Yuichi himself gasped for breath. After the storm subsided, other people looked at Yuichi with even more doubts. What did he do? Why is the tail beast gone? This guy ate the tail beast? Twilight. The red chakra erupted from Yuichi's body, and the rich, scarlet-like chakra flowed on Yuichi's body surface. Tailed beast chakra mantle formation. And unlike Doflamingo and others, Yuichi's chakra coat has a shape similar to the ears of a tailed beast, and there are 10 long tails swinging behind him. Tail beastization. Impossible, has this kid become one-tail Jinchuriki? Onoki in the audience was very surprised and said. The other ninjas also looked at Yuichi in disbelief. This form, which borrows the power of the tailed beast chakra, is clearly the embodiment of the perfect Jinchuriki. No matter why he became a 2.6 Jinchuriki. But just becoming a Jinchuriki, you can borrow the chakra of the tailed beast in this way. This is simply the person 5 Shadow Village dreamed of. The perfect Jinchuriki, the person who perfectly controls the power of the tail beast. There is no other person in the ninja world except the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee of Reikage Village. As for the perfect Jinchuriki, people in One Piece world don't know. But soon a bullet screen floated on the light curtain. A word from someone from the world of Hokage. The people of other world have mastered the power of tailed beast so easily. The perfect Jinchuriki, he turned out to be the perfect Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki? What is that? Sengoku looked at those words, unable to understand for a moment. But it seems that Jinchuriki is talking about Yuichi, and the perfect Jinchuriki seems to be saying that Yuichi merged with that tailed beast very well. Chapter 106, The Fusion of Chakra and Zanpakuto. At this moment, Yuichi also gradually recovered. Get up slowly. Feel the change in yourself. The 3 powers of tailed beast chakra, Ryutsu and Haki maintain a delicate balance in Yuichi's body. The most difficult thing for Yuichi to understand is that Shizuru is actually staying in his body now. Advertisement. Close your eyes and you can feel Shikaku's presence. Even the opponent's strength has been deprived by himself. Shizuru's power Yuichi can control at will. At the same time, Yuichi's Senbonzakura also seems to have changed due to the fusion of Shikura's chakra. What Yuichi feels most clearly is wind. The power of the wind Yuichi seems to be able to control at will. The surrounding airflow changes are particularly obvious. Because Shikaku can use wind style, does it make me feel more sensitive to the wind? A small Uzumaki appeared in the palm of the raised hand. It seems to be able to release a series of wind blades, air compression guns and so on. The power was in Zanpakuto. Yuichi had a hunch. The slash that he drew his sword now would be even more terrifying. And even the blade fragments after the release of 29 Zanpakuto can burst out the power of wind style. Let Senbonzakura's cutting ability get a terrifying boost. At the same time, the tailed beast chakra combines Ryutsuo and Haki. The defense formed by the three powers. Its defensive effect will be very pervert. Now Yuichi feels like he can easily catch Garp's full iron fist with his bare hands. The changes brought about by Shikaku's power are nothing short of amazing. However, this fusion is very strange, and Yuichi feels that it is not directly caused by the influence of Shizuru's power. But the virtual power given to him by the template system devoured the power of the tailed beast to produce such a change. Originally, Yuichi should be able to easily grasp the awakened void power. But now Su, who has devoured the power of the tailed beast, seems to have produced his own consciousness. Hidden in Yuichi's body, Yuichi tried to mobilize this power, but there was no response. Maybe like Ichido and Shinigami, you have to fight against Su in your body and defeat it before you can use Su's power. Yuichi, are you okay? Yuichi-kun, are you okay? Suddenly Aokiji and Hancock approached Yuichi and asked about Yuichi's situation. Advertisement. Yuichi looked up at the two of them and nodded, don't worry. I'm fine, but it feels weird right now. Aokiji frowned, is it because you swallowed that tailed beast? Swallow? Not to swallow, but to absorb. Yuichi explained, I seem to have absorbed that guy into my body. Absorbed into the body. If the tailed beast is an object with powerful energy, then absorbing this thing into the body, Yuichi may not be able to use this power at will. Looking at the tailed beast chakra coat covering Yuichi's body, the depth of its color is not at the same level as theirs. At the same time, the appearance is different, and this force is stronger than them at a glance. Waiting for Yuichi to put away Shikaku's power. Seeing the tail beast chakra's coat disappear, Aokiji was even more surprised, have you been able to control this power freely? Hearing this, Yuichi was a little puzzled, can you control it? Being asked such a rhetorical question, Aokiji smiled embarrassingly, it is very difficult to control so freely. Although it is not impossible to say that it is completely impossible, but I want to fully adapt to this force, I still need a long time. Is that so? Seeing Yuichi's confused look, Aokiji was speechless. This guy seems to be saying, does such a simple thing take a long time? Suddenly Aokiji had the urge to punch Yuichi. Since when is it so easy to control an unfamiliar force? How could it be possible to control it easily and freely even though he had only just come into contact with it? If it weren't for knowing Yuichi, knowing that this guy doesn't bother to show off on purpose. Otherwise, Aokiji would have already wanted to punch you. I think it's very simple, but if you practice more, you should be able to adapt quickly. Hearing that this is not Aokiji, everyone's eyes became cold. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Very simple. Is it really that simple to control that weird force? Each of them found it difficult to die. It took a lot of effort to mobilize a little bit of chakra's power from within. This guy keeps it simple. The conversation between Yuichi and Aokiji, heard by Sengoku. Although I don't understand why Yuichi absorbed that thing into his body. However, the power did not disappear, but passed on to Yuichi. This puts Sengoku at ease. As long as the tailed beast doesn't disappear, it's a good situation to be absorbed by Yuichi now. Otherwise, the head-tailed beast will probably be missed by those old things after it returns. Advertisement. It is absolutely impossible when Marine wants to hold it in his own hands. It is best to send this situation now. The specific situation can wait until after the end, go back to naval headquarters and study slowly. Sengoku suddenly raised his head and looked at Onoki on the opposite side. Feeling Sengoku's gaze, Onoji raised his head and looked at Sengoku strangely. From each other's position, they can tell that each other is at the apex of strength in their respective worlds. It's an equal status. In this situation, the other party suddenly looked at him, he must have something to say. But Onoji felt a pity that they couldn't talk, and the person on the opposite side couldn't hear what he said. The same words they said were impossible to hear on the other side. It can be next second. Sengoku lowered his head and was operating something on the panel in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a barrage appeared on the light curtain. Sengoku, information exchange. Want to come? Seeing the bullet screen floating out, Onoki was stunned for a moment, there is actually such a way of communication. But people from both sides of the world will see it. The other party said that they want to exchange information, but they can agree to 387. Onoki, yes. What an exchange method. As for whether the two sides exchanged real information or not, they both tacitly did not ask. Whether you are a person of this level of lying, you only need to look at the other person's eyes to know, but don't expect the other person to really tell you all the information. Who can get more information depends on their respective plans. Sengoku, one question per person. Onaki, yes, then. Sengoku, then let me ask the question first. The two were chatting on the barrage, and people in both worlds were a little confused. How did these two people reach a consensus so easily? Aren't you afraid that the other party will lie to you? They won't worry about such a transaction. Neither of them are obviously worried about this kind of thing. Onoki was speechless seeing the other party's impatient look. Seems like a cunning guy too. Sengoku, just now people in your world said that Yuichi became the perfect Jinchuriki, what is it? Seeing this question, Onoki didn't expect it. It doesn't matter if you explain what Jinchuriki means, Yuichi probably feels it himself anyway. Onaki, Jinchuriki is the name of the tailed beast that lives in the human body. The perfect Jinchuriki means that the human being completely controls the power of the tailed beast in the human body. There are very few such people. Even in our world, there are very few tailed beasts that can be called the perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 107 Power Plunder Second Offensive and Defensive Transformation. Jinchuriki is just the host body of the tailed beast, but whether Jinchuriki can control the power of the tailed beast depends on the individual. Garp smiled and looked at you. Our Yuichi boy is indeed a monster. He can easily control the power of the tailed beast. Hearing this, Sengoku also nodded. Onaki, it's my turn. I only have one question, is that kid the strongest existence in your world? Sengoku was taken aback by the question. Advertisement. He didn't expect the other party to ask this question. When proposing information exchange, he thought that the other party would ask very tricky questions. However, there is a high probability that they will ask some questions about their world power or devil fruit. Or ask about shortcomings and weaknesses. But the questions Onoki raised far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Both Whitebeard and Kaido were a little surprised. The little old man on the opposite side doesn't look simple either. It was such a difficult question to answer. Yuichi's strength is already amazing. But what kind of existence is Yuichi in One Piece world? Of course, it is impossible to be invincible. It is impossible for Whitebeard and Kaido sitting in the audience to be weaker than Yuichi. Especially Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Now there is no pain on his body, although he has not fully recovered his peak strength. But the strength of Whitebeard, who is not sick, is absolutely terrifying. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku. I didn't expect that the other party would ask such a tricky question, how about it? Sengoku? Do you want to lie to deceive the other party deliberately? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku's face immediately became strange. This old guy gave him an excellent opportunity to lie, and most of the lies now have to be spotted by the other party. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard fiercely, and Whitebeard, who was seen through, was not angry at all, but looked at Sengoku expectantly. Want to see how Sengoku responds to this situation? Sengoku hesitated for a moment. Then send out your own answer. Sengoku, of course not. Yuichi is worthy of being Admiral's candidate. Although his personal strength is strong, there are many people who are stronger than him in other aspects. This ambiguous answer made Onoki secretly scold Sengoku as an old fox. What kind of answer is this? On the one hand, it emphasizes that Yuichi is very strong, and on the other hand, it says that someone is better than Yui in other aspects. Other aspects? What does that mean? Is there anyone better than Yuichi in terms of eating, drinking, or other irrelevant skills? Advertisement. So what if there is? Does it have anything to do with the question Onoki wants to know? Hateful. The people in the opposite world are not going to abide by the rules of information exchange at all. Whitebeard, yes. There are not many. Although that kid is very strong, there are many people in this world who are stronger than him. Suddenly Whitebeard's barrage appeared on the light curtain. Seeing this barrage, Onoji turned his head to look at Whitebeard. This man was selected in the audience twice in a row. Onoki had already noticed. At the same time, Whitebeard's momentum is simply impossible to ignore. A smile appeared on Onoki's face. It seems that there are still people in the other world who are willing to abide by the rules. Boo. Not bad. But although Whitebeard told the real answer to the Hokage world, but his words made many people in the Hokage world not believe it. Impossible. Such a powerful guy, how could anyone be stronger than him? The opponent can even defeat Sunin. Can anyone among the five shadows easily defeat Sunin? No. Doesn't that mean that the strong in the opponent's world are far more terrifying than the people in our world? The thought of this creates a strong sense of dread in the people of the world of Hokage. And this fear made them start to disbelieve Whitebeard's words and deny them as much as possible. For such a powerful person, how could anyone be stronger than him? At most, he is evenly matched. This guy is deliberately making trouble. It's bluffing to this man called Whitebeard, trying to scare us, it's absolutely impossible. The ninjas curse at Whitebeard. But Sarutobi and others feel extremely heavy. The man named Whitebeard, I am afraid that what he said was not a lie but the truth. But such a truth is hard for even them to accept. If there really is someone stronger than Yuichi in the opponent's world, then it would be too bad. The three disciples who are proud of themselves, although part of the reason is that they do not understand the enemy's ability, which leads to defeat. But failure is failure, and the opponent's strength is obviously stronger. The man who can defeat Sunin with his own strength has someone stronger than him behind him. The future of the ninja world seems a bit bleak. And this time, the light curtain has changed. Power Plunder, the second battle is about to begin. Defender, One Piece World. Predator, Hokage World. Advertisement. Participants who win the battle can get individual rewards, a random devil fruit. Random devil fruit. Reward devil fruit. At this moment all the ninjas in the whole Ninja World 5 Shadow Village started to get excited. If they haven't watched Shishabukai's battle before, they are not very interested in devil fruit. But now, after seeing Shishabukai's battle, they seem to understand devil fruit's ability. These abilities exist just like special blood succession boundaries. For ninjas, the power of blood succession boundary is quite attractive. This time participating in the war can actually get this kind of thing, even ordinary genin has some ideas. The ninjas of Konoha village look to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They don't want to miss such an opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very excited, but he can't show it, this is an important opportunity. Get devil fruit to strengthen your own strength, let yourself sit more firmly in the position of third Hokage, restore the face you lost before, and strengthen his right to speak. The two worlds are at war, and the entire ninja world should be united in the near future. At that time, who will be the general leader is very important. Defender faction, Marine. 10 people, S-level combat power Aokiji, S-level combat power Yuichi. A-level combat power, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine Rear Admiral Smoker. Sengoku frowned, don't you need to reselect candidates this time? Where is the battlefield this time? None of this information seems to be displayed. Is it missing, obtained? Probably impossible. That being said, the way of fighting this time is Predators, Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village. Please select the Plunderer. This plunder battle is a one-on-one battle, and S-level combat personnel can only challenge S-level defenders. The total number of players who can participate in the plundering party, 2. All members of the plundering party win the battle to win the plundering battle. Rewards for winning, random awakening of haki from the participating parties. The complete rule appears. See here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was excited, suddenly froze. The ninjas in Konoha village were also dumbfounded. The participating forces don't have Konoha's name? Why? Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, how could there be no famous officials of Konoha? But the people of Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi village started to party. Finally it was their turn. Cloud Shinobi village 4th Reikage AI, stood up excitedly. Chapter 108 2-day scales Onoji appears. Konoha village. Damn, Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi village were chosen. As far as the strength of the ninjas in the village is concerned, Konoha now has Sunin and Hokage-sama, why did they choose their two villages? Konoha Shinobi feel sorry. But the Jainin seem to understand a little bit. Advertisement. This is no random pick. Konoha lost 2 world wars in a row, so Konoha is not qualified to represent her own world to fight against. Naturally, it is necessary to rotate to other villages. On the other hand, why hasn't the faction been changed? Because they have been winning, so if they want to continue to represent their own world, they must continue to win. At the same time, as the first force to be selected, Saiping is the most powerful force in both worlds. The opponent's world is this faction called Marine. And the strongest force in the ninja world is Konoha. But it is a pity that Konoha lost consecutive battles, so it was replaced by other villages. In other words, although this rule has not been announced, but it should be that if each force is defeated twice, it will be rotated to the next force. Watching the ninjas in the village complain about bad luck and the like, Kakashi sighed, and looked at Might Guy with the same gloomy face beside him, and the two looked at each other the same way. Obviously everyone understands that this is not a question of good luck or bad luck at all. This was caused by their Konoha's successive failures. Of course, this kind of thing can't be said. After letting ordinary ninjas know, they should blame the ninjas who participated in the battle before? Blame Lord Hokage? Blame Sunin? Kakashi and Might Guy don't care much, and fame doesn't matter, but I also blame myself. Because they participated in the battle before, but did not win for Konoha. But the prestige of Hokage and Sunin cannot be damaged like this. Clenching his fist tightly, Kakashi opened his mouth and said to Guy, Guy. It seems that we have to practice hard. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, yes. Can we just let it go like this? Next time we have to beat those people a little bit, and we will be ashamed. Let's start the special training. The pair of good friends smiled at the same time. In the light curtain, the looters of the Hokage world have been confirmed. Predator, Iwagaku 3rd Tsuchikage, 2-day scale Onoki. Looking at the displayed name, Kakashi froze for a moment. 3rd Tsuchikage, is this going to be done by yourself? Advertisement. Might Guy, although 3rd Tsuchikage is the only ninja who has been eliminated by blood successors in the ninja world, can he still deal with those terrifying guys at his age? Shueji eliminated. What is that? Xiao Li, who was following Guy, asked. Just when Guy was about to open his mouth to explain. On the light curtain, a battle scene about 3rd Tsuchikage's 2 scales, Onoji, appeared. White light pierces through the void. The cube of white light that erupted from the palms of Onoji's hands suddenly turned into a beam of light and charged into the distance. A terrifying explosion suddenly formed. This amazing destructive power surprised everyone in Pirate World. I didn't expect this old man whose hair was about to fall out. It's so strong. The weird light emitted is so powerful. I didn't expect that little old man to be so powerful. Said Sengoku, looking at the arena. Yuichi and others were surrounded by light. At the front edge of the duel field, a small platform appeared with 10 seats. Yuichi et.al. were transported to sit in these positions. After everyone except Yuichi saw Onoji's power, they were all a little surprised. This person's attack power is huge, but nothing special. The special thing is this white ray, which is somewhat similar to Marine Admiral Kizaru. What ability is this? No need to ask, the answer has already been given on the light curtain. 3rd Tsuchikage, 2-day scale Onoki. The only extant ninja in the ninja world who has been eliminated by blood successors. Chakra, which combines 3 attributes, forms a superpower, and blood successors are eliminated. Dust escape. Battle evaluation, S rank. The data card is displayed. Let people know the name of, JFH, Onoji's ability. But now, Sengoku, after reading this material, suddenly, many questions came to mind. The chakra that fuses 3 attributes, the power formed, dust escape. With just such a brief introduction, Sengoku has already somewhat understood what the power system of the opponent's world is like. Chakra. The power called chakra has 5 attributes, which I have learned before. Advertisement. It was originally thought that ninjas only have 5 different forms of energy to fight, but now there is a new problem. Chakra with different attributes can also be fused. Combined with the previous titles of fire style and lightning style. So Sengoku has determined that there are more escapisms than the 5 different ones. And these escape techniques are probably a fusion of more than 2 kinds of chakra. Originally thought that the ninjas' attack methods, although changeable, are probably just 5 different natural energies. But now it seems that these are more than 5 different natural energies. The power of the opponent's world can also generate countless magical powers. Like Devil Fruit, Paramecia, Zoan Logia. There are 3 categories but different abilities, and the ever-changing abilities are not so easy to deal with. Also ninjas seem to have similar qualities. Chakra, the power is not simple at all. Sengoku sighed inwardly. At this time, other words were displayed on the light curtain again. Predator, 3rd Tsuchikage, who is on the scale of Onoki, has decided to challenge his opponent. Challenge opponent, S-level combat power Marine Admiral Aokiji. Confirmed. Both parties will send into the arena soon. Aokiji on the special seat at the edge of the arena froze for a second. Did you choose me? Aokiji looked at Yuichi next to him. That's right. That old man probably doesn't want to fight a monster like you. As Onoki with S-level combat power, the opponents he can choose must also be S-level combat power. Of course, if it is not Yuichi, it can only be Aokiji. Although Aokiji admits that Yuichi is better than himself, he is also very upset that he was selected. There is a feeling of being pinched like a soft persimmon. Yuichi smiled, be careful. That old man's dust escape is not easy, it's better not to be touched. Hearing this, Aokiji nodded. White light flashes and Onoki appears on the duel field, and at the same time Aokiji is also teleported to the duel field. The countdown is 10 seconds, and the battle is about to begin. At this time, no matter Whitebeard, Kaido, Sengoku, Garp, etc. in the auditorium, they all began to cheer up. The old man on the other side obviously looked very difficult. The ability of Dust Dungeon is a terrifying force formed by the fusion of 3 attributes of chakra. What is this Dust Dungeon like? You still have to see it for yourself. At the same time, the ninjas in the Hokage world are also very curious about the legendary elimination of blood successors. It is rumored that the elimination of blood successors who are above the limit of blood successors, what kind of power does it have? Chapter 109 The Power of Elimination of Blood Successors. Boy, looking at you, it seems that I am very dissatisfied with the old man's choice of you. Onoki noticed that there seemed to be resentment in Aokiji's eyes. Aokiji smiled, what's so dissatisfied, but I didn't expect you to fight at your age. What? Is there no one left in your world? Being ridiculed, Onoji just shook his head. Advertisement. It's useless to use your tongue, you brat, let me show you the power of your world, how about it? Countdown is over. The light that bound the two disappeared. The battle begins. Almost at the end of the countdown. The cold air on Aokiji's body spread instantly, spreading towards the surroundings extremely quickly. A thick layer of ice instantly condensed on the ground. Soon everything within tens of meters around was frozen. An extremely biting cold wind blew towards Onoki. Aokiji's body was filled with an astonishing cold air, and the white cold air emerged for a moment. Suddenly Aokiji rushed out. High speed. Although not as good as Yuichi's Shunpo, Aokiji is in a bad mood right now. Onoki chose him to challenge, obviously thinking that he could beat him. In this case, Aokiji is naturally in a bad mood. Suddenly, Aokiji rushed in front of Onoki. A palm with an extremely cold air, shrouded towards Onamu. It seems that he intends to freeze Onoki instantly. End this battle directly as quickly as possible. After the previous fights, Aokiji also didn't pay attention to these shadows. Because when Yuichi faced Hokage, he didn't meet the other party who didn't meet. It's just because I don't know these ninjas very well, and it feels like they are very strong. But in fact it seems to be nothing more than that. But when Aokiji's cold air covered Onoki, suddenly Onoji's body soared into the air. Float into the sky. When the blow was missed, the cold air surged and raged forward, absorbing it, and a frost storm blew towards the edge of the dual field at extreme speed. Aokiji froze, looking up at the sky. This, old man, unexpectedly, can fly into the air? Onoki, who was floating in mid-air, still kept a faint smile on his face. Looking down at Aokiji, the astonished gaze made Onoji feel amused. What? Is it possible that only people in your world are allowed to have the ability to float, and people in our world are not allowed? Of course not. No wonder you chose me as your opponent. Do you want to use the advantage of air movement to defeat me? Advertisement. Little devil, I think you have misunderstood. The old man has never thought of using any advantage to defeat you. Even if it is a real head-to-head confrontation, the old man is confident in defeating you. Aokiji gritted his teeth and looked a little displeased. Really? Then let's see how you beat me with a head-on collision. Heard. Onoki slowly floated down from the sky, as if he really planned to have a head-on collision with Aokiji. The cold air flowed on Aokiji's body, and white smoke wrapped around Aokiji's arms like ribbons. Are you really going to collide with me head-on? Old man, can your body still withstand the fierce battle? Onoki hammered his shoulder. Don't worry. Brat, this old man isn't too old to fight yet, so you should worry more about yourself. Aokiji was a little annoyed that he couldn't take advantage of it in words. Since you don't listen to persuasion and look down on yourself so much, let this guy suffer. Ice movement storm pheasant's mouth. In an instant, the cold air condensed into a huge ice bird, which spread its wings and rushed towards Onamu crazily. Everything they passed was frozen. The cold wind was blowing, but Onoki didn't panic at all. Earth style. Earth's core moves. Not sealed to release ninjutsu. In an instant, the entire dual field began to shake crazily, and rock burst out from the floor. It forms a strange terrain with unevenness. Also smashed Aokiji's ice bird at this moment. The change of terrain made Aokiji's eyes widen. At the same time, the people in Pirate World were also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the dual field has changed into another appearance. Is this ninjutsu? Can it still be used like this? Onoki's earth style surprised the ninjas even more. Cloud Shinobi, excellent earth style ninjutsu. Although Third Tsuchikage is very old, I am afraid that no one in the entire ninja world can surpass him in earth style. Mist Ninja, it's normal to have this level. After all, this is a living fossil of the ninja world. Konoha Shinobi, Tsuchikage is still the only Kage who has mastered the elimination of blood successors. If you use Chuchendun, a man who uses ice, I'm afraid it's even worse. Earth style. Rock clone. When Aokiji was surprised, Onoji created 5 rock clones, and after the clones appeared, they quickly crossed the high rock wall and rushed towards Aokiji. 0. Although these are clones, they are extremely fast. That flexible appearance does not look like a short old man at all. When Aokiji senses an enemy approaching. When a clone sprang out from behind the rock and soil. Raise your hands to condense the cold air. Advertisement. Frozen time capsule. Swish. The cold air balloon schemed through the air, leaving a straight frozen line on the ground. Accurately hit the clone and freeze it instantly. But when the second avatar appeared in the next second, Aokiji was taken aback for a moment. Is there one? This is Avatar. The clones jumped out from behind the rock and soil one after another, and surrounded Aokiji. Fist pumping ready to collide head-on with Aokiji. Aokiji's face was extremely ugly. This old thing actually wanted to collide head-on with him. 0-0. It must be too underestimated. Armament haki covered. Aokiji didn't intend to use the fruit ability either. Since he is going to come, he is not afraid. He is just an old man. If he takes the trouble, he can't even deal with an old man. Bang bang bang. Several punches and several rock clones were dealt with by Aokiji at the same time. The avatar turned into broken stones and flew around. Aokiji had a smile on his face. What a weak fist. Sitsaizi. Suddenly, a white light lit up behind him. The moment the ear-piercing sound of breaking wind sounded, Aokiji turned his head abruptly. At this moment, everyone in the auditorium opened their eyes wide. An incomparably astonishing burst of energy fluctuations. The force even changed Whitebeard's face. Kaido also put down the jug in his hand, staring at Oniki below. Sengoku and Garp stared at Oniki the whole time, not letting go of any picture. Boy, if you are judged by emotions. It's a big taboo in battle. Next time, don't be provoked so easily. Oniki is smiling. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. In an instant, the white cube in Onoji's hands instantly spread to cover the entire dueling field. Aokiji, who was covered by the white cube, turned pale gradually. Boom. Explosions appear in white cubes. The blinding white light made it impossible for anyone to see Aokiji's situation clearly. After the roar. Battle ends. Winner, Hokage World 2-Day Scale. Onokiachi. Chapter 110 The Emperor Who Lands the Sea. End. It's over, it's over. The people in the auditorium were still a little at a loss. Everyone has not recovered from the scene just now. There was an empty space in front of my eyes, and the previous duel field had completely disappeared. Such terrifying destructive power. Advertisement. The entire duel arena disappeared? Is that little old man's ability so powerful? That duel field is probably not so easy to destroy. Before, even Master Yuichi of Marine didn't slash the duel field, but that person actually wiped out the entire duel field. Exclamations continued to sound. Sengoku was also dumbfounded. From the moment Onoki showed his ability to float, he had a premonition that Aokiji was going to lose. But I didn't expect such a situation to happen. Duel field. Disappeared in an instant. That power called Dust Dungeon, how could it be so powerful? 18. No matter how powerful it is, there should be some debris and gravel left behind. This is nothing. In front of the empty space, one can already see the lower part of the duel field, and there is a black wormhole at an unknown distance. As if to swallow everyone completely. It seems that as long as you fall and get swallowed by the wormhole, you will lose. In other words, in fact, as long as you don't fall down, the space here is considered a battleground. While everyone was still in a daze, Aokiji reappeared in his seat. Yuichi looked at Aokiji with blank eyes. It's like losing your soul. Some sighed, being broken down into atoms by dust done in an instant. I am afraid that it is not so easy to get out of that feeling. Now Yuichi doesn't want to bother Aokiji either. Turning his head to look at the 2-day scale Oniki floating in midair with his hands behind his back, looking weak. Third Tsuchikage. It is indeed strong. If it was Yuichi himself facing the old guy just now. Perhaps it is only possible to use Shunpo or even Kong-chan at the fastest speed to escape from the range of dust done in an instant. Otherwise, facing the disintegrating power of dust done, the fate will be the same as Aokiji. Advertisement. When Yuichi looked at Oniki, the other party looked at Yuichi. Onoji smiled, boy, I am also looking forward to fighting with you. Yuichi's image appears on the light curtain. People from two worlds look at Yuichi in the picture. People in One Piece world have just seen Marine Admiral Aokiji being killed in seconds. Yuichi seems to be a lot of peace of mind in this situation. Eager for Yuichi to say a pep talk or two and kill each other's prestige. At least in terms of momentum, you must not lose. Yuichi smiled, I'm not considered the strongest in my world, don't you want to fight against people who are stronger than me? Saying that, Yuichi pursed his lips angrily, and pointed in the direction of Whitebeard and Kaido in the auditorium. See? The two sitting there. Hearing that Oniki saw Kaido and Whitebeard in the direction of Yuichi's finger. These two old men have noticed it a long time ago. They are strong? Stronger than you? Of course. Yuichi replied without hesitation, 4 emperors. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, he has the title of the strongest man in the world. Boom. The people of the Hokage world froze. This huge old man, stronger than Yuichi? He himself admitted that he was definitely not joking. Whitebeard shook his head helplessly, Yuichi was obviously trying to bring hatred to him, and wanted people in the other world not to pay too much attention to him. Brat, as devious as that old Sengoku thing. And the man sitting next to him, gulping down a drink, 4 emperors and Kaido of the beasts, also has a power emperor that is not weaker than Whitebeard. Known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, an invincible one-on-one existence. Onaki, who was staring at Whitebeard, suddenly turned his gaze to Kaido of the beasts. He saw Kaido drinking all the time, and only felt that although this person might be strong, he should be far inferior to Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, Yuichi gave such an evaluation. Sea, land, and air, the strongest creatures, are they invincible in one-on-one battles? It seems that this man deserves more attention. One-on-one invincibility is worth noting in itself. And he's younger than Whitebeard. Wait. They are all called 4 emperors, so there are 2 more 4 emperors, right? Onaki noticed the title. Of course, 4 emperors are not 4 people, so how could they be called 4 emperors? Onaki also felt that there was something wrong with his question. But the ghost knows whether 4 emperors represents 4 people or 4 or something. Or another code name like 4. Advertisement. I still remember the ant who sat next to Whitebeard before. Many people in the Hokage world began to recall that there was indeed a scary old woman sitting beside Whitebeard in the auditorium on the light curtain. Could it be that old woman is? That's also one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte. Lin Lin. And the last 4 emperors, you haven't seen yet, 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. Yuichi said with a smug smile on his face. People in pirate world, especially pirates, don't know why Yuichi is so healed. It seems that these 4 people are his backstage. It is obvious that Marine and Pirate are against each other, and they are enemies. At this time, Yuichi acts as if these 4 people are my elders, or my boss. And the expressions of the people in the Hokage world began to become terrified. These 4 people are called 4 emperors. They are sea emperors who rule the sea. The strength of each of the 4 emperors far exceeds me. At this moment in the auditorium, Sengoku was smiling all over his face, and Garp beside him had already squinted his eyes and almost burst into tears. Yuichi distracted with this hand, and directed the opposite person's attention to the 4 emperors. Maybe not too good for One Piece, but good for Marine. These 4 people are obviously not from Marine, but it makes Yuichi feel like they are my boss. Seeing that Yuichi didn't seem to be joking, his eyes didn't flicker. Not kidding. It is true. Onaki's face became extremely dignified. In other words, above Admiral, there are 4 emperors. And the 4 emperors are the strongest combat power in the opponent's world. But their ninja world has already dispatched a cage-level combat power of 1.8, but the opponent has not yet used the strongest combat power. The gap between the 2 worlds is already somewhat unacceptable to Onaki. The second battle is about to begin. At this time, the light curtain continued to flicker. Onoji's figure was also teleported back to the auditorium. But now, although the Hokage world has won, there are not many smiles on the faces of everyone in the audience and even in the entire ninja world. Because the opponent's world still has a stronger combat power and has not been dispatched, but their world has already sent 5 other cage-level ninjas to fight. Wait until the opponent dispatches 4 emperors. Then how can their world resist? At this moment, in the Akatsuki organization base of Rain Shinobi village in the ninja world, Nagato looked at Whitebeard on the light curtain, 4 emperors. I really look forward to fighting this man. Second battle. Plunderer, personnel confirmation. Cloud Shinobi village. Chapter 111 Kizaru from another world. Second battle. Plunderer, personnel confirmation. Cloud Shinobi village. Should be 4th Raikage playing too. After all, if it wasn't for the movie, victory would be uncertain. Advertisement. Cloud Shinobi village Jainin. Jainin? Cloud Shinobi village sent only 1 Jainin? What are you doing? Send a Jainin, can you deal with the people of Otherworld? Is Raikage from Cloud Shinobi village scared? He thinks he can't win even with a single shot, so he only sent Jainin. Hey, hey. Our master Raikage is a ninja known as Blue Lightning, how could he be afraid of you saying that and I can't spare you? Although the ninja of Cloud Shinobi in the auditorium did not understand why his own Raikage made such a decision. But it can't be because of fear. The angry Cloud Shinobi made the ninjas in other villages curl their lips and stop talking. But such suspicions are the same in the entire ninja world. How can Raikage win without playing in person? You must know that if they only win 1 game, their world's power to plunder the opponent's world can be regarded as a failure. At that age, Master Third Tsuchikage went off in person and won a victory for the ninja world. At this moment Raikage actually flinched. If they lose, Cloud Shinobi village will probably be overwhelmed by angry civilians immediately. Hiruzen looked at the name displayed on the light curtain, Darui. Is that the only ninja in Cloud Shinobi village who has inherited Third Raikage's Black Lightning style? Luju nodded behind him, yes. It should be him. Send a Jainin instead of doing it yourself, why? Tsunade asked. She couldn't believe fourth Raikage was afraid. There must be another purpose. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, don't you understand? Tsunade. Tsunade looked at him a little unhappy, does Orochimaru mean to dislike her? Orochimaru quickly put away his smile and began to explain seriously, it's very simple, because the fourth Raikage should also be judged as an S-level combat power by that thing. And third Tsuchikage challenged the S-level combat power Marine Admiral Aokiji, there is a high probability that he cannot challenge the same person continuously. Then the only candidate for fourth Raikage is Yuichi. I don't know if Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning-style chakra mode can defeat that guy. But if it were me, this kind of time is not a time to gamble. The most important thing is to ensure victory and win the power of the opponent's world. Having said that, Tsunade already understood. He rushed to explain, I see, choose Darui Jainin. Then he will be evaluated as A-level combat power. Refer to the previous Kakashi and Might Guy, Jainin is A-level combat power, so the opponents he chooses are those Shishibukai. And that Marine Rear Admiral. Advertisement. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with Tsunade's explanation. And Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the answer when Tsunade was speaking. I have to say that sending Jainin to fight is the right choice. Yuichi. That person, now one-tail Jinchuriki, was already difficult to deal with. Coupled with becoming one-tail Jinchuriki, he became even more difficult to deal with, and he couldn't easily take the risk of fighting this person. But there is still a question, will sending Darui guarantee victory? Hiruzen smiled disdainfully. Those Shishibukai and that Marine Rear Admiral are also not easy to mess with. One Jainin might not be enough to guarantee 100% victory. The challenge opponent is, A-level combat power Shishibukai Moonlight. Moria. Confirmed. Both parties will send into the arena soon. Moria, who was selected on the field, doesn't have the patience that Aokiji has at all. He screamed loudly, choose me? Damn, if you think I'm easy to deal with, then you're so wrong kid. I want to make you my zombie, let you live in darkness forever, and let you feel endless pain. He 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 he. The light flickered, and the two appeared on the dueling field at the same time. The duel field that disappeared before also reappeared in an instant, and this time the duel field seemed to be wider. And the gloss of the floor is also brighter. It seems to be more solid. Two people appear. Darui didn't look like anything special, but he looked a bit lazy and listless. What an energetic look. This appearance makes the Marines who are watching this battle suddenly looked in Kizaru's direction. Even Akainu squinted at Kizaru beside him. Kizaru calmly looked at Darui on the light curtain. Yo. This little brother looks very strong. That weird tone made the surrounding Marine Vice Admiral and soldiers speechless. Didn't Kizaru Admiral realize that the man was very similar to him? The similarity in some aspects is simply overwhelming. Suddenly Kizaru looked down at the people around him. Everyone, what are you looking at me for? Apparently Kizaru has not realized the key problem. Everyone saw that they had been discovered, and turned their heads again. Advertisement. At this time, Moonlight Moria's voice came from the light curtain. You guy makes me sick, and seeing you makes me feel like you're just as unmotivated as Marine Admiral Kizaru. It makes people angry just looking at it. Kizaru, who was named, was speechless. Is that guy like me? Akainu, you remove the word. Kizaru. Gecko Moria, who was tall in the duel arena and was a small titan compared to Darui, didn't pay attention to the little guy in front of him now. Wait for the moment when the countdown ends. Moria opened her hand, facing me, Master Gecko Moria, you still dare to show such an attitude, since you have no energy, then hurry up and die. The strange bats behind him kept flying out towards Darui at a very high speed. Darui yawned at 570, and said lazily, it's indeed a weird ability, sorry, it made you feel very angry, and I don't want to be unmotivated to do anything, but it's my personality problem, so there's nothing I can do about it. Speaking of which, Darui suddenly formed a seal at the moment when the bat swarm was about to arrive. Shut up the ninjas as soon as he shot. Because of the speed at which Darui formed seals, many ninjas were a little ashamed. The seal was completed in an instant, and the speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, the thunder appeared almost instantly. Lightning style Black Panther. Sitsaizi. Black thunder and lightning burst. Turning into the form of a cheetah, he rushed out suddenly. As the thunder flashed, the group of bats was scattered in an instant. After the black thunder broke through the bat group, it hit Moria's body. What? Sitsaizi. Lightning paralyzes Moria's body. While Moria was surprised. Swish. The figure of Darui appeared in front of Moria, using the body flicker technique. Pulling out the ninja knife on his back, Darui looked at Moria coldly, it's boring, it looks like the battle is coming to an end. A knife fell. Darui appears behind Moria. Standing in the duel arena, slowly put the ninja knife behind your back. Puff. Blood burst from Moria's neck. Moria's eyes were wide open with cold sweat on her forehead, and her body fell down slowly. Boom. Chapter 112 Rewarded Devil Fruit. Resolve battles in an instant. When Gecko Moria fell, the people in One Piece world hadn't reacted yet. Enemy. It just released a thunderbolt, and then shot a knife in an instant. A total of 2 moves to solve the opponent. Advertisement. This is 7 Warlords of the Sea. There is nothing to lose and it is too embarrassing to lose so quickly. Is this really 7 Warlords of the Sea? This is too weak. In the world of enemies, wasn't Gecko Moria the first to fall? This guy is probably the weakest existence in Shishibukai. No wonder the enemy chose him. Is such a guy worthy of being 7 Warlords of the Sea? Gecko Moria reappeared in his place. At this time, the people in the auditorium, seeing Moria appearing, all opened their mouths to reprimand him angrily. Get out of Shishibukai. Moria, you are not fit to be 7 Warlords of the Sea, you are too weak. Such people are not qualified to be 7 Warlords of the Sea at all, how could the world government take a fancy to this trash? Faced with a scolding sound from behind. Moria's already gloomy face was now even more terrifyingly black. It's almost like wearing black. Hearing the yelling and taunting from behind, Moria glared at Darui, putting all her anger on Darui. Darui stood on the dueling field, yawning and crying tears. Hey! I'm so tired. People in the world of Hokage suddenly became weird when they heard Darui's complaint. Is this Jainin from Cloud Shinobi? It was so powerful that he easily defeated a strong man in the opponent's world. And it was an undisputed instant kill. It only took a few seconds from the beginning to the end of the battle. When Konoha's Sun and Shadow faced the enemies of that world, they both fought very hard. Why is it that the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village are so strong? Isn't Konoha village the strongest ninja village? Why does it feel like Cloud Shinobi's ninjas are stronger now? End of the second battle. Successful plunder of power. Participants, 3rd Tsuchikage 2-day balance. Onaki, Cloud Shinobi Jainin Darui. Special reward, a random devil fruit. Suddenly, the figure of 3rd Tsuchikage who was sitting in the auditorium flashed. Appeared in the duel arena. Advertisement. Stand side by side with Darui. Before Onoki could react, a beam of light suddenly landed in front of him. In the light, a fruit is slowly falling along the beam of light. At this moment, everyone is looking at the fruit in the light. You can see the strange lines on the fruit at first glance. And when the falling devil fruit appeared in the eyes of the ninja, everyone felt as if some kind of experience was pouring out of it. People can't help but want to reach out and take the fruit. This kind of thing makes people feel incredible at a glance. In the end, it fell firmly into the hands of Onaki and Darui. Darui looked at the fruit with lightning patterns in his hand. He felt an extremely violent force from it. This seems to be related to lightning. Pineapple-shaped, this is Logia's devil fruit. This guy actually got a Logia devil fruit, how could he have such good luck? And at this very moment, in the world of One Piece, Sky Island. Sitting upright in the shrine, Enel, who was lying on his side looking at the light curtain, suddenly stood up. He stared at the fruit that fell into Darui's hands with wide eyes in disbelief. This is mine. Thunder fruit. Exactly the same. Darui looked at the fruit in his hand. Some doubts, can I have strange powers by eating this thing? Putting the thunder fruit to his mouth, Darui clicked under everyone's nervous eyes. Bite down. Darui frowned. Everyone was staring at him, but his face suddenly became ugly. Puff. It's unpalatable, like shit. Watch the devil fruit being spat out. At the moment, 4th Raikage in Cloud Shinobi village is about to explode. That idiot, actually vomited, this is the source of the power of the opposite world, this BD wasted such a good thing. It's not just 4th Raikage who have such thoughts at this time. The ninjas seem to feel sorry for Darui's retarded behavior. No matter how unpalatable it is, this thing is definitely not fake, and after eating it, you will gain some kind of power. What is the most unpalatable food compared to power? Can't you bear it? Crackling. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted from Darui's body. Advertisement. The roaring thunder instantly resounded throughout the duel arena. The people in the auditorium quickly covered their ears. Yuichi squinted his eyes and looked at Darui, it really is thunder fruit. Thunder fruit. Aokiji on the side finally woke up from the previous defeat by Onoji, looked at Darui who was constantly discharging in front of him, this is, what's wrong? Doflamingo exclaimed a little, I didn't expect this guy to get the power of thunder fruit, I'm really dizzy. Thunder is also an extremely powerful existence in Logia. Sitsaizi. Thunder and lightning flashed, and Darui's body was gradually engulfed by lightning. He himself froze in place, at a loss. What happened to him? Lightning style? Rampage. Seeing that Darui was suddenly engulfed by the lightning on his body, the ninjas were a little confused. Is this dead? Sudden. A thunderbolt fell from the sky. At the same time, thunder gradually resurfaced as the body of Darui. See here. The ninjas seem to have heard that Marine 3 Admiral had used a similar ability before. It is directly transformed into a certain element. Fourth Raikage was a little surprised. Ray? Darui got Ray's Logia ability? Just like the Marine and Admiral, they can transform into other elements. It should be Lord Raikage. You can't be wrong, the current situation of Darui is very similar to the situation of the enemy before. Raikage's assistant Mabby is also very excited. Thunder. Regardless of whether this ability is strong or weak, it is the most suitable ability for Cloud Shinobi Village. Darui himself was still a little at a loss when the thunder and lightning burst, and then Darui was directly teleported away from the arena. Leaving Onaki staring at the place where Darui disappeared, he was stunned for a moment. It seems that if you don't eat this thing, there is no way to leave here. Onoki also wanted to take devil fruit back to study it, but now it seems that this space will not give him such a loophole. Reluctantly, Onoki let out a long breath, and brought the devil fruit in his hand to his mouth. The devil fruit in his hand is not pineapple-shaped, obviously not Logia's devil fruit. It appears to be Paramecia's devil fruit. Paramecia. I don't know what ability the fruit of Onaki will have. He swallowed the fruit directly with a mouthful of big wildwood, and almost got choked. With Darui's lessons learned, he's not chewing fruit swallowed. Suddenly Onoji's eyes lit up and he bought. There is a wonderful connection with the entire dual field. Chapter 113 The Awakening of Haki, the two great ninja villages. This strange feeling made Onoji's expression suddenly become extremely strange. Looking at his appearance, Raikage, Mizukage, Sarutobi, and others are very curious at the moment. What kind of ability did Third Tsuchikage get? What is the ability like? But unlike Darui, there was no change in Third Tsuchikage's body. Advertisement. Instead, the entire dual field began to change. The ground of the dual field began to turbulently like the waves on the water. Seeing such a strange change, people in the Hokage world are a little confused. What kind of ability is this? But at this time, Doflamingo's eyes revealed a strange color. This ability seems to be somewhat similar to Pika's, it shouldn't be exactly the same. The ability of Shishi Fruit. Thinking of this, Doflamingo felt a little scared. Just now. The ability displayed by Third Tsuchikage is related to stones. He can change the terrain of the entire dual field in an instant, and he is also called Tsuchikage, so ability is naturally king. Now adding the ability of Shishi Fruit, wouldn't it be more beneficial? The opponent will become an extremely difficult guy in the future. Even in the eyes of people in Pirate World, this ability is somewhat unclear what kind of ability it is. The only people who know Onoji's abilities are members of the 953 Doflamingo and Donquixote families, as well as Yuichi. Third Tsuchikage plus the ability of Shishi Fruit, is this really random? Yuichi is a little speechless, this fruit ability is too suitable for Onoki. The abilities of ninjutsu, rock fist technique and stone fruit seem to fit together too well. Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakur, random awakening haki starts. Boom. Suddenly new words flashed on the light curtain. At this moment, Onoji was teleported back to the auditorium. And at the moment in the world of Hokage. Among the two villages of Iwagakur and Cloud Shinobi Village. Among the ninjas looking at the light curtain, some ninjas suddenly felt strange powers appearing in themselves. Haki. Awakening. And the first to awaken Haki. Advertisement. Not someone else. It was Third Tsuchikage in the auditorium and the two scales Onoji. The moment he was teleported back to the auditorium, a strong Haki wave erupted from his body. Instantly cover the entire dual arena. At this time, Kaido, Whitebeard, Garp, and others all looked at him suddenly. Haki from Conquerors. Boom. The astonishing Haki fluctuations spread extremely quickly, and people around felt, Jafa, a terrifying spiritual impact. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone in the auditorium was protected by mysterious power, they wouldn't have passed out. I'm afraid that at this moment, all ordinary people in the auditorium will be stunned by Onoji's Haki. Whitebeard tapped lightly on the armrest. It's normal for such a character to awaken Conqueror's Haki. However, although Conqueror's Haki is very strong after awakening, Armament Haki and Observation Haki cannot become particularly strong once awakened. Onaki feels the surging Conqueror's Haki. He is even more surprised now, is this the unique power of the other world? The feeling of Conqueror's Haki surprised him, but Armament Haki and Observation Haki shocked Onoki. Armament Haki covers, bringing power far beyond the power of chakra. It is also an incomparably wonderful ability to perceive the enemy's attack with the color of knowledge. Now Onoji somewhat understands why the people in the opponent's world had such a strong melee combat ability in the previous battle. The combination of armed color and knowledge color. Let the physique level of the opposite world far surpass them. But the Conqueror's Haki is a bit strange, it seems that it cannot be directly used for attacking. When Onoki was surprised. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakure villages, one after another, many talented ninjas have awakened the power of Haki. But not everyone can awaken the two-color Haki, some only awaken the armed color or knowledge color. And Conqueror's Haki goes without saying. In the whole Uegakure, only Kurito and Onoki have awakened. Much the same is true of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Reikage undoubtedly awakened Conqueror's Haki. Reikage's office is instantly destroyed by the Haki explosion. At the same time, Darui also awakened Haki of Conquerors. All ninjas with good talents in the village have awakened Haki, and there are obviously more people who awaken two-color Haki at the same time than Uegakure. Perhaps this has something to do with the martial ethos of Cloud Shinobi Village. But at the base of Xiao organization at this moment. Advertisement. Diodero looked at his hands in surprise now. Boom. A punch hit the rock wall, and the ordinary punch directly punched out a huge hole. Its power is no less than Tsunade's strange power punch. And the scorpion next to Diodero was stunned. Hey, hey. When did your kid's power become so terrifying? Hearing this, Diodero also shook his head inexplicably. I don't know, I just suddenly felt this power in my body. And it's very smooth to use. Just when he was excited about his new power. Behind him appeared Tiandeo Pain. Diodero. The power you used just now, use it again in front of me. The appearance of Tiandeo Pain stunned Diodero for a second, but in the base of Akatsuki organization, what troubles can escape Nagato's perception? Diodero nodded. Use armament Haki to strengthen the cover again, and punch it out fiercely. Feeling the fluctuation of armament Haki, Nagato's expression is extremely serious at this moment. He could clearly feel this force, but he couldn't understand how Diodero burst out. He wanted to pry into the secret of this power, but found that even though he saw it with his own eyes, he seemed unable to decipher any secret of this power. Tiandeo Pain turned and left. Excited Diodero was left, not knowing what the leader was doing. Take a look and leave? Say nothing? Ninja gets Haki. Yuichi had a weird look on his face. Now he is a person with three powers, Chakra, Haki, and Ryutsu. The fusion of Chakra and Haki, Yuichi himself knows how amazing the power will be. However, ordinary ninjas can't compare with Yuichi even if they combine the two powers. Because Yuichi's Chakra is Tailed Beast Chakra. The collision between Chakra and Haki only enhances the attack power or defense power. It's not as good as Haki's, but it's just an ordinary Chakra. If it's a Tailed Beast Chakra, or a Senju Chakra, or even some special Chakra. It is not necessarily weaker than Haki. But ordinary Chakra is definitely not as good as Haki, but the main usage of Chakra is to release ninjutsu, and only through ninjutsu can Chakra burst out with the strongest power. But if you have a ninja with Haki, then fight with the people of One Piece world. Both defense and attack power will be greatly enhanced. The situation that the physique is not as good as that of One Piece world will be compensated to a large extent. The situation in the subsequent World War is not so good. At this time, the picture on the light curtain disappears, and a paragraph of text appears. Fourth World War. Chapter 114 The Fourth World War, Fighting for Privileges. The Fourth World War will start in 7 days. This World War is a battle for privilege. The winner's world can get the privilege of the 5th to 7th World Wars, time staggered. The world of the winner is enhanced by 2%. The loser's world is weakened by 1%. Advertisement. Look at the information displayed on the light curtain. Everyone is a little unclear. The power and weakness of the world is known to all. But why is the range of enhancement and weakness this time so small? As the World War progresses to the end, according to the normal situation, it should be that the side of the world's power is increasing faster and faster. The loser is also weakened, faster and faster. And only after winning the next World War can it increase by 2%. If you lose, it will only weaken by 1%. This is not as large as the enhancement and weakening of the Second World War. What is this doing? Many people in both worlds feel that something is unreasonable. But many people pay no attention to the so-called enhancement and weakening at all. Instead, they are all looking at the privilege displayed on the light curtain. What does this so-called time-staggered privilege mean? Look at the 4 big characters. Yuichi's eyes narrowed suddenly. Could it be that this is a world where let's win? When choosing combatants, you can cross the constraints of time and space. Not only can you choose people who exist at this point in time. You can even choose the future or the strong who appeared in your own world. Think back to the beginning of the First World War. That World War should be called a test war. The Myriad Realms system is just a simple test for judging the strength of the two worlds. So there is no penalty for failure. And the First World War, the 4th Hokage appeared. At that time, Yuichi didn't know exactly what period the current ninja world was in, and couldn't tell whether 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was alive or not. But in the subsequent battle, the person who fought him was 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. From this, Yuichi can judge that Minato who appeared at that time should have died at that time. It can appear as soon as possible, which means that in the First World War, the Myriad Realms fusion system opened up the privilege of interlacing time to the opponent. If 4th Hokage can play, Yuichi thinks it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to play. Advertisement. Afterwards the power to plunder the wartime. Tsunagakure also got the time-crossing privileges that the system opened to them. Perhaps the system allowed Tsunagakure to send 3 Kazekages at the same time in order to balance the power of the two worlds. But this privilege is not something you can use if you want to. If you get this privilege, you can use it in 3 consecutive world wars. That greatly increases the probability of winning in one's own world. Among other things, if you have the time-staggered choice privilege. One Piece World, Marine sent Garp at his peak. People in the opposing world are at this point in time, how many people who can play can win against Garp? Garp the Fist is no joke. With the time-staggered privilege, Marine can send even more S-level powerhouses. 3 admirals. No. It should be 5 admirals. The future Marine Admiral, Fujitora, and Green Bull can also appear. Number. Yuichi wonders about his future self, is there a choice? If you can choose, what kind of power will your future self have? Thinking of this, Yuichi looks forward to it. The victory in the next world war must be won. First of all, this privilege will greatly enhance the probability of winning. Secondly, compared to Pirate World, Hokage World would be terrible if it got this privilege. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, even Indra, Ashura, Sage of 6 Paths. Even the future peak Naruto and Sasuke, which one of these people does not have the ability to destroy the world. At this stage, Yuichi doesn't have absolute confidence in being able to fight these monsters. Even, Boruto and Chuanmu in the future Boruto legend period, these Tsutsuki Jinkriki, are even more terrifying. That is stronger than the current tailed beast. To defeat these people, the ability of the character template must be awakened to at least 70 to 80 Yuichi to ensure that he will not lose to them. But as far as the current situation is concerned, in the next world war, no matter who the opponent sends, at least Marine's win rate is still quite high. Defeat? That's unless something terrible happens. Time confirmation of World War IV. The light curtain suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the people in the auditorium disappeared one after another. Advertisement. Yuichi, along with Aokiji and Shishibukai, all disappeared. Each returned to their own world. People in both worlds breathed a sigh of relief silently. If they continue to fight, they will be extremely worried whether they win or lose. Ask for flowers. Although the world as a whole is sublimated after winning, ordinary people will also become more powerful, younger, and more spiritual. But the price of failure is also too great. Sometimes people don't desire to win, they just hope not to lose. It's good to be alive. Hokage World. On the contrary, the current ninjas feel very disappointed one by one. It takes 7 days to start the next world war. They see the ninja of Cloud Shinobi, who gained the power of Otherworld, and don't envy that it's fake. Even Kakashi is very yearning for the power of thunder and lightning obtained by Darui. If he gets that ability, his Reikari will probably become even more powerful. Unfortunately, due to the failure of the first 2 wars, Konoha has temporarily lost the right to fight in Otherworld. If they want to qualify to play in Otherworld again, they will probably have to wait until Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure are defeated. Only then will it be Konoha's turn again. But in that way, the power of the Hokage world will be weakened. Even if it is Konoha's turn to fight against Otherworld again, I am afraid that the people on our side will no longer be their opponents. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It's not a big deal now that things have become like this. When the next world war begins, he, the third Hokage, will probably be questioned by more and more Konoha shinobi followers. He who led Konoha also failed to defeat the enemy, causing Konoha to lose the qualification to play in Otherworld. Now Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are the first to get the power of Otherworld. Konoha Shinobi, the strongest ninja village, lags behind the gap, and as time goes by, it will make Konoha Shinobi feel strongly. There will definitely be more and more doubts about his third Hokage. Master Third Generation. I implore you to hold the 5 cages tournament. Suddenly, Ryuju's voice came from behind. Hearing this, Hiruzen suddenly turned around and looked at him. 5 cages tournament? 4, why? Ryuju said very seriously, establish the Ninja United Army. Gather the power of the 5 major ninja villages to fight against the other world together. Why? Ryuju said with some uncertainty, if the Ninja United Army is established, then the next world war will have the qualifications to fight in the Ninja United Army, and the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages will have the opportunity to fight. Hearing this, Hiruzen froze for a moment. Can it still be like this? Will the qualification to play in the other world be obtained again in this way? Does it work? Chapter 115, Return a Brief Tranquility. Pirate World. Back at Yuichi at Naval Headquarters, he was immediately surrounded by Vice Admirals. Mr. Yuichi, has that one tail become your power? What does it feel like to have the power of a tailed beast? Can you demonstrate the power of the tailed beast? Advertisement. Mr. Yuichi, Mr. Yuichi. These generals are obviously very curious about the power of the tailed beast. Of course, it is even possible that many generals are peeping at the power of the tailed beast. Disappear from the crowd and use Shunpo to exit the square. However, these people still seem to intend to catch up relentlessly. Sengoku suddenly said, "Go back to work? Don't you have anything to do?" Hearing this, the generals couldn't stop and turned their heads to disperse. The marine soldiers on the square were also dismissed and returned to their jobs. Everyone in 7 Warlords of the Sea is also preparing to leave Marineford. 073 The next World War will not start until 7 days later. And it seems like you don't have to be in Marineford to be in World War. Anyone from anywhere, as long as they are under Marine's command, can be sent to another world to fight as long as they are selected by Sengoku. Yuichi, who had escaped, walked the back streets of Marineford. Now Yuichi understands why Jinchuriki's situation became like that in the ninja world. Having great power is nothing. When the powerful power you have can be passed on to others, it will cause a lot of trouble. And Yuichi didn't leave for too long, and soon a marine soldier notified Yuichi to give him Sengoku's office. Came to the office, Sengoku just hung up the phone bug. Yuichi looked at Sengoku's face with something wrong. Who called Sengoku as soon as World War ended? Yuichi. Sengoku looked up at Yuichi with a serious look on his face. That swordsmanship, what the hell is it? Is it the power of devil fruit? When asked this question, Yuichi had expected it. Fortunately, Senbonzakura's Shikai is not too exaggerated, but Bankai is different, it is simply not in the scope of swordsmanship. Sure enough, Mr. Sengoku will ask this question in the end. Yuichi smiled and sat across from Sengoku. Advertisement. It's been a while since the first battle broke out between the two worlds, and I feel like something is different. A power that even I don't understand, allows me to make the blade different. After hearing this, Sengoku was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, I see. Then what happened to the white flames you released during the duel? White flame. It means had. Yuichi explained very flatly, it's the same. It's an indescribable feeling. It seems to be the same as the chakra they use, but it's a little different. Hearing this, Sengoku stared at Yuichi for a few seconds. And Yuichi's eyes never dodged in any way. Judging from Yuichi's performance, maybe it is indeed what Yuichi said. The two worlds merged, and a sense of calendar that he couldn't explain clearly appeared on him. Maybe it's the power from another world that has changed in Yuichi's body. After all, it is not difficult for Sengoku to accept what is happening now. Instead, Yuichi's statement made Sengoku think it was very possible. After all, Yuichi's talent is already very good. It is not impossible for the two worlds to merge and the power of the other world to appear in Yuichi in advance. Mr. Sengoku asked me to come to ask this matter. Do not. Sengoku shook his head hastily, his expression seemed a bit wrong. Yuichi, that. Can you give the one tail to Marine? One tail? It turned out to be the idea of fighting the crane. Shizuru in Yuichi's body is now in a special situation, being suppressed by Su's power, but Yuichi can unscrupulously mobilize the power of one tail. Perhaps it is because of the power of the virtual that suppresses the power of the tailed beast that Yuichi is able to use Shakura's chakra with ease. But if you want to release Shao or He, it may be completely impossible. Yuichi has no way to release the tailed beast at all, and Yuichi still doesn't know how to use the void power awakened in his body. If you want to release Shikaku, at least you have to wait until Yuichi controls the virtual power in his body. Sorry, Mr. Sengoku, I'm afraid I can't do this. Although I can use the power of that tailed beast, I can't release it at all. Hearing this answer, Sengoku's expression didn't change much, maybe he also expected Yuichi to say that. He just nodded his head, okay, I get it, then don't leave Marineford anytime soon, and get acquainted with the power of that tailed beast. I will. Yuichi watched as Sengoku waved him out. Seeing the hidden gaze in Sengoku's eyes, Yuichi felt a little strange. Sengoku seemed to have something to say, but he stopped suddenly, and Yuichi couldn't continue to ask. Wait until Yuichi closes Sengoku's door. Advertisement. After leaving the naval headquarters building, Sengoku in the office suddenly slapped the table in front of him to pieces. Those people, just want to gain power that much. The one who fought desperately to win is our Marine. The reward for sitting in the back is not enough, do you still want to control all the power in your hands? Sengoku is now furious. Just. The person he was on the phone with was not someone else. A person who can be qualified to call Sengoku as soon as the world war ends. Naturally, it is the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world. They were straightforward with Sengoku on the phone. Shower he. Tailed beast. Must be handed over to the world government for management. No matter how powerful that kid's talent is, how important his combat power is to Marine, that tailed beast called Shower he must be handed over. Order of the 5 elders. Don't give Sengoku a chance to speak. Sengoku didn't expect this group of people to be so greedy. No matter how strong the tailed beast is, this power is better placed on Yuichi than anyone else. He can continue to achieve more victories for One Piece. Let their world not go to destruction. For the power of the tail beast, 5 elders completely disregarded the safety of the whole world. So impatient to take the tailed beast. A bunch of idiots blinded by power. Sengoku let out a long 1.3 breath. Open the door. Garp is standing at the door. Garp is holding a donut and looking at Sengoku. I think those people are making you angry again. Sengoku. Ha ha ha. I told you not to be a marine marshal, but you didn't listen, now you know the trouble, come on. Laughed at by Garp, Sengoku is not in the mood to talk back to this guy now either. Just silent for a second, Sengoku's gaze became extremely firm all of a sudden, and he looked directly at Garp. Do you dare to accompany me to the Holy Land, Garp? Garp, who was eating a donut, was taken aback. He looked at Sengoku in front of him. Is the old guy going to put all his eggs in one basket? He. Garp dropped the donut in his hand. Marine, you're not alone. There's nothing I, Garp, dare not do. The two looked at each other and smiled, and soon a warship set sail from Marineford towards the Holy Land. Chapter 116 Senbonzakura Ability Enhancement. Naval Headquarters, a training ground somewhere in Marineford. This was the training ground of Marine Recruit, and since Black Arm Zephyr left Marine, this place was also abandoned. Recruit training Sengoku doesn't have the time to do this, and Garp won't do this kind of thing. The other 3 admirals are also busy with their tasks. Advertisement. So this training ground has been deserted for a long time. And Yuichi is here now. The chakra of one tail flows from her body. Tail beast's chakra Yuichi also needs to get used to it. Can it be combined with Zanpakuto? Let your fighting power become stronger. The scarlet tail beast chakra emerged, covering Zanpakuto's blade. Let the snow-white Zanpakuto become extremely red, like a scorched iron body. Swish. Slice through the ground with ease with a wave of the Zanpakuto. Covered with chakras Zanpakuto, it becomes even sharper, and breaking through rocks is as easy as cutting through tofu. The sword energy released by a single cut also turned into a red light. It feels different from Haki, but the effect is the same. As Yuichi said, he slashed out again. This time the red light of the knife became a little deeper. Appears dark red. Boom. This time the 29 cracks that appeared in front of Yuichi were longer, and the force of the cut was the same, but this time the power was doubled again. The combination of Haki and chakra makes the slash more powerful. Yuichi said, ready to perform the third knife. Boom. A more piercing roar sounded. This time the power has more than doubled again. The same strength, the same angle of the knife. It is completely easy to leave a crack about 20 meters long on the ground. The 3 powers of Ryutsu, Haki, and chakra are combined, and the explosive power is even stronger. Yuichi looked down at the Zanpakuto in his hand. Speaking of it, although the combination of the 3 forces makes a powerful slash, but each of the 3 forces has its own characteristics. Although these forces have the effect of enhancing attack power and strengthening defense power. Advertisement. But let's talk about the difference. Ryutsu is like a gas that covers a wide area and easily spreads over great distances. Followed by chakra, chakra is like a liquid and flows relatively slowly. And finally Haki, which is even more different, has the slowest flow in comparison to Yuichi. It is also the hardest to control. However, Haki has the most obvious effect on strengthening attack or defense. Chakra is second, and Ryutsu is the weakest. But it's because Yuichi's Ryutsu density has been strengthened once, and it's directly strengthened 20 times. So, Yuichi's Ryutsu for defense is also amazing. If it is the previous Ryutsu, then the body surface is also covered with 3 kinds of power, and the defense effect brought by Ryutsu should be the weakest. Although the 3 powers have their own characteristics, Yuichi still thinks that Ryutsu is the main force and chakra and Haki are auxiliary, using 3 different powers according to the situation. After testing to what extent chakra can enhance Yuichi's attack, Yuichi started experimenting with another thing. Wind style. From One Tail's ability to keep cranes, wind style. Shokuru's chakra seems to be able to let Yuichi control the wind. Swish. When Yuichi tried to use wind style, the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand was suddenly entangled by a whirlwind. It is as if a whirlwind scabbard or shell appeared on Zanpakuto. Yuichi squinted his eyes, raised his hand and tried to shoot a wind blade from his palm. But it seems impossible. It seems that Yuichi has no way to use wind style's power except through Zanpakuto. If Yuichi knows ninjutsu, he can probably release wind style ninjutsu easily. But the key problem is that Yuichi doesn't know ninjutsu. It seems impossible to directly control the wind through Zanpakuto. If he thought he could directly control the wind, Yuichi would be equivalent to adding a new ability. But the current situation seems to be completely different from what he thought. Wind style can't be used directly, so obviously magnet style is impossible. Scatter. Senbonzakura. Senbonzakura that dissipated as a sakura flower turned into an unplanned flower for 10 seats and fluttered. Moments after Zanpakuto Shikai, Yuichi felt something different. One tail's power to guard the crane, magnet style Yuichi seems to understand a little bit. The flying speed of these Senbonzakura becomes faster as if these blade fragments can pull each other. Sakura flowers falling from the sky are in Yuichi's perception. As if forming an invisible net, Yuichi can precisely control every blade fragment. Advertisement. The location of the attack can be accurately confirmed. This is a little surprising. To know Senbonzakura after Shikai, the number of fragments and many more. In this case, Yuichi can only control Senbonzakura to attack somewhere. It is not possible to precisely control each piece of Senbonzakura, and at what angle and posture to attack the enemy. Now with the blessing of magnet style, although it seems that there is no way to use magnet style on things other than Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura has the blessing of magnet style. Not to mention that Sakura's speed increased again, Yuichi was able to control the attack angle of the blade fragments, which surprised Yuichi. It's just unbelievable. At the same time, these blade fragments seem to be able to release small wind blades. Due to the ability to precisely control each blade fragment, the small wind blades released by countless blade fragments at the same time gather together. It can instantly form a wind blade with extremely amazing cutting power. Within the wind blade is the power of chakra. This attack means that it can also cause physical damage to Logia ability users. However, perhaps due to the change in the amount of chakra in the wind blade, it may not be able to directly cause fatal injuries to the entity of the Logia ability user. It is absolutely capable of harming Logia's entity 057. In the state of Senbonzakura Shikai turned on, the blade fragment has this ability. Adding Yuichi's attack style is equivalent to strengthening Senbonzakura's ability. Moreover, the range covered by Senbonzakura is very wide. If the enemy does not set foot in the range covered by Senbonzakura, then the enemy will be helpless in the face of Senbonzakura's powerful ability of attack and defense. If you step into Yuichi Senbonzakura's domain, then Yuichi can launch a long-distance wind blade cut to the enemy from any angle, or directly control the Senbonzakura blade fragments to perform precise slashes on the enemy. The combat power has been enhanced several times. Hands up. Yuichi takes Senbonzakura back. Look at the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura at the waist. Shikai is already very strong, if Bankai. How terrifying will Senbonzakura's power be? Chakra of the tailed beast did not expect to bring many surprises. Now. Time to try one last thing. Tailed beast bomb. Yuichi raised his hand to cover the chakra coat, and chakra condensed in Yuichi's palm, ready to release the tailed beast bomb. And at this moment Yuichi's Zanpakuto began to vibrate. Yuichi frowned and pulled out the Zanpakuto again. The moment the blade was unsheathed, Yuichi looked at the rich chakra on the blade. Immediately froze. Even the tailed beast bomb can only be released through Zanpakuto. Chakra kept gathering, and gradually felt something was wrong. Isn't this tailed beast bomb? Chapter 117 Aokiji who visited late at night. Yuichi who returned to his residence from the training ground. Looking down at Zanpakuto at his waist. Still thinking about the scene on the training ground just now. The tailed beast bomb is unleashed through Zanpakuto, and the power unleashed is totally different. That wasn't the tailed beast bomb at all, it was a completely different force. Advertisement. Perhaps because of the tailed beast bomb unleashed through Zanpakuto, there is more than just the power of the tailed beast chakra. Also incorporates plenty of Ryutsu. So the power shown by that blow is just like Kurosaki Ichigo's trick. The crescent moon is the same as the sky. Pure to ultimate destructive power. But the disadvantage is that it takes too long to gather chakra. When used in battle, timing is very important. Yuichi sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced sword meditation. Although Shikai and Bankai have now awakened, the habit of knife zen has long been formed by Yuichi. Now that he has gained a lot of power, Yuichi can control every power in his body more carefully through Dao Zen. When Yuichi was practicing at sea, the warships sailing towards the Holy Land are overcoming huge waves and heading towards the Holy Land Marie Joyce. But now Sengoku and Garp have not reached Marie Joyce. The world's highest power in Marie Joyce, the Five Elders, has received news of the two coming. This time, Sengoku didn't come alone, and he brought Garp with him. The Five Elders were no fools, they already felt that Sengoku might not compromise with them this time. But now the whole world is frantically discussing things, World War. and leading Marine to 3 consecutive victories strengthened the whole world. Martial Marine, Buddha Sengoku's reputation is not small now. The name of the resourceful general also spread across the sea. Now that the World War has just ended, Sengoku's prestige is accumulating little by little. If this continues, 5 elders will be able to see the day when Marine is completely out of control. It does not mean that Marine will become independent. I believe Sengoku will not allow Marine to become independent from the world government at any time. But it was inevitable that Marine would be out of control. At that time, Marine was out of the control of 5 elders, and it was not much different for the world government whether it was independent or not. When he gets to Marie Choice, I'm afraid we'll have to give in too. Advertisement. Still in that room, the 5 elders bowed their heads. His expression was extremely serious. This time Sengoku has obtained enough capital. If you want to relieve Sengoku from the position of marshal, I am afraid that the second world government will be condemned by people all over the world. The purpose of his coming is for the tailed beast on that kid. Don't want to hand over the tail beast. According to Sengoku's personality, he should be able to do that. So, we can't let them come to the Holy Land. Stop them? Doing such a thing at this time will directly separate Marine and world government. No. Instead of stopping Sengoku and Garp, no one should be able to stop them. Speaking of which, one of the 5 elders suddenly raised his head. Garp, his physical condition should have recovered a lot now. With the power of Garp the Fist, there are not many people who can stop him. Then what do you mean? It will probably take another day for them to come to the Holy Land. This period of time is the time to decide the ownership of the tailed beast. Speaking of which, everyone else laughed. Marine Marshal Sengoku left Marineford, although that was where Sengoku had been operating for many years. If he is here, even if he really does not obey the orders of the world government, the Marine soldiers will not object. But now that Sengoku has left Marineford, the 5 elders still have some control over Marineford. Then who will do this? Ordinary people are probably no match for that kid. The Marine Admiral candidate already has Admiral-level combat power, but that kid's current strength probably isn't enough for an Admiral. There must be at least 2 Admirals. Give name to Kong and give him orders to catch that kid before Sengoku and Garp get to Marineford. Tell him we just want the tail beast, and that kid will be fine. After speaking, one of the 5 elders nodded. He picked up the phone bug on the table and made a call. The night is coming. Pirate world. At this time, probably no one is sleepy. Just lived through a world war. Marine lived up to expectations and won again, and the world was sublimated, and everyone felt young and full of strength. Under such circumstances, countless people are still discussing the issue of world war even late at night. Discussing the strong in the other world, discussing the strong in one's own world. In the next world war between the 2 worlds, will Marine continue to win? This series of topics. Advertisement. Now the person who people care about the most in the whole world is Yuichi. This marine monster is the man who subjugates the tailed beast of the other world, One Tail. There are such people guarding the world, and people feel very at ease. The opponent is Marine again, not some pirate. The whole world is excited. The same is naturally true of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Even in the middle of the night, Marine soldiers are already carrying out their tasks normally. But it is still unavoidable to gather together in 2s and 3s, discussing the wonderful moments of the day's battle. Yuichi Bankai, the sword suppresses the tail beast. Aokiji erupts and instantly freezes the desert storm. Hawkeye made a strong move, cutting through dozens of houses with one strike. These wonderful pictures were discussed over and over again by them. At the same time, it is also mocking Gecko Moria, who is the weakest in Shishibukai and has been beaten continuously. However, at this time, there was a knock on Yuichi's door. The door was opened by Yuichi, and the person who walked in was Aokiji. What's the matter so late? Aokiji. Yuichi was a little puzzled. Usually Aokiji would not come to him at this time. It's fine if it's someone else, but Aokiji knows that he is usually practicing at this time. Aokiji's expression is a bit strange. Yuichi, I want to ask you, what do you think if you leave Marine? Being asked suddenly, Yuichi clearly sensed that Aokiji had something to do. But looking at Aokiji's serious gaze, he seemed eager to know his answer. Yuichi, Li Qunhao, didn't ask him why he asked such a question. Instead, he replied directly, if I leave Marine, I will join the teacher's Neo Marine. At the beginning, I failed the teacher's expectations and did not leave Marine with him. Hearing this, Aokiji nodded his head, and the answer was pretty much what he thought. Although the organization created by Mr. Zephyr is called Neo Marine, after all, that organization is also defined as pirates. The justice they have administered has gone too far. Yuichi smiled, I know. Sensei's justice may not be correct, but it would be the best place for me to leave Mr. Marine. After all, if I leave Marine, there must be some important reason. Hearing this, Aokiji was stunned for a moment. when I see the teacher, say hello for me. An instant chill covered Yuichi's entire room. In an instant, the ice crystals spread, freezing the room together with the house and all the items in the room. And Yuichi also instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 118 The beginning of the marine civil unrest. The whole room was filled with cold air. Even Yuichi has been transformed into an ice sculpture. Aokiji looked at Yuichi in front of him, staring into Yuichi's eyes through the ice. At this moment Aokiji showed a helpless look. Whispered in front of Yuichi, "I'm sorry, Yuichi. This is an order from the Commander-in-Chief, I'm still marine after all." Advertisement. After this sentence was finished, the right eye in the ice sculpture flickered. Immediately afterwards, the ice sculpture began to shatter. Cracks appeared one after another, and there was a loud bang. The invisible shock wave spread instantly, and all the ice in the room dissipated under the crush of this force in an instant. And Aokiji just stood there, looking at the cold place in front of him. Base. A loud knife sound appeared, and a terrifying knife light erupted instantly from the smoke. Swept towards Aokiji. Aokiji ducked sideways. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. In the general residence area of Naval Headquarters Marineford, there was a terrifying roar. All the marine soldiers on the island suddenly turned their heads and looked this way at this moment. Puffs of smoke shot up into the sky, and the thick smoke was billowing with bursts of fire. Aokiji's figure appears outside Yuichi's room, standing on the destroyed road. Marine soldiers on both sides surrounded him. Did Mr. Aokiji not be able to catch him? Hearing this question, Aokiji smiled coldly. Who do you think Yuichi is? Even if he is defenseless, he is strong enough to deal with any attack. You think I can subdue this guy with a sudden shot, but you think too highly of me. Hearing this, the marine soldiers all shut up. It is true that Yuichi is not an existence that can be caught so easily. In the 3 world wars, the power Yuichi displayed can be called a monster. With one blow, the door of Yuichi's room was destroyed, and at the same time, the walls on both sides were also destroyed instantly. The houses that looked extremely beautiful before are now dilapidated. In the channel that was cut open with a knife, there was a crisp sound of footsteps surrounded by smoke. A figure stepped out of the thick smoke. Holding Zanpakuta in his hand, Yuichi slowly walked out of the smoke, his cold eyes scanned all the marine soldiers and Aokiji. No wonder Yuichi always felt that the vicinity of his house seemed to become more lively when he was doing knife zen. Someone in marine is going to attack me. Yuichi smiled and knew who it was without thinking. Sengoku is impossible. If it wasn't for Sengoku, he wouldn't have stayed in marine. Mr. Sengoku appears to have left naval headquarters. Yuichi sighed inwardly. Advertisement. Such a scenario would not have been possible had Sengoku not left naval headquarters. The one who can pass Sengoku to mobilize the grand prize, and even so many marines in the headquarters, that is to say, the one who shot at me. Is it the 5 elders? Marine's marshal is Sengoku. Without Sengoku's order, even 5 elders cannot easily mobilize marine. Especially marine at naval headquarters. Forget about other places, naval headquarters is completely under Sengoku's control. Mr. Yuichi, you'd better give up resistance and hand over the power of tailed beast to the world government. This power should belong to this world, not your private property. I hope you will not be blinded by power. The Marine Vice Admiral who said this made Yuichi feel annoyed and amused. The power of the tailed beast belongs to this world? If it wasn't for his own tail beast, he wouldn't be able to bring it back to pirate world. And handing over this power to the world government, is it an exchange to the whole world? Ridiculous. The 5 elders' desire for power is probably unlikely to make Shikaku available to One Piece world. The crane will become their private property. Some people will believe this reason. And once Jinchuriki loses the tail beast, they will die. Yuichi wondered if he would be different without Shikaku. But Yuichi wasn't interested in trying this kind of thing. Even if he won't die, he won't hand over Shao or he. It's not me who is blinded by power, you should go back and tell the person who gave you the order to arrest me. Yuichi smiled mischievously. Hearing Yuichi's answer, Tien Masao's face became a little cold. Since you don't listen to advice, don't blame us for being rude. JEF. Do it. In an instant, several marine rear admirals rushed out of the crowd, holding long knives and slashing towards Yuichi from different angles. The attack was so fierce that there was no intention of showing mercy. 22:2F. These rear admirals are also completely brainwashed by the world government. Yuichi squinted at the men. What's interesting is that Yuichi doesn't know any of these people, and none of them are passers-by who have shown their faces in the original work. Send out this kind of BD to deal with yourself, isn't there a powerful vice admiral? Naval headquarters has a lot of people in vice admiral now. Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, etc., which one is better than these little-known vice admirals? Yuichi ignored a problem, although they had to listen to some orders as vice admiral, but they also had their own judgment on such matters. It is true that all the Marine Vice Admirals were supposed to participate, but these Vice Admirals were not ignorant people, and they found excuses to shirk. Advertisement. Although they couldn't prevent this from happening, they wanted to make them their accomplices. They are also eligible to refuse. Looking at the rear admirals rushing towards Yuichi, Naruto shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, these people are looking for death. Suddenly when they get close to Yuichi for a split second, Yuichi raised his hand slowly. Zanpakuto slashed instantly. The first rear admiral who rushed towards Yuichi, the blade in his hand was cut off instantly, and the light of the knife fell on his chest. The sound of blood and flesh tearing sounded, and the face of this rear admiral changed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the body split into two parts. Hot blood spilled out. At the same time, several other rear admirals were also hit by Yuichi and Zanpakuto, who swung Zanpakuto quickly. Shoulders, arms, neck. The injured parts of these people are different, but whenever they encounter Yuichi's knife light, there is only one result. The fate of being cut in two. Swish. In an instant, several bloody corpses appeared in front of Yuichi. At this time, Yuichi lowered his hand alternately, it looked as if he just raised his hand, and suddenly the sword light burst out. The few rear admirals who shot were instantly dead and couldn't die anymore. The pungent smell of blood floated in the air. The faces of the marine soldiers began to turn ugly. This gap is too big. The marine at the rear admiral level couldn't stop him from hitting him. UBD, you actually shot so viciously, no matter what you say, you are a marine, and you actually killed them. Vice Admiral growled angrily. Hearing this, Yuichi's eyes became gloomy again. This seems to mean that they can only kill Yuichi himself, but can't let Yuichi kill these people? Give it to me, kill this guy, he shot and killed so many marines, this guy is no longer a marine. Base. The blade pierced through the air. Aokiji's eyes contracted rapidly. Yuichi. He shouted Yuichi's name. Next second. Strong winds blew past the Vice Admiral's neck. This Vice Admiral stared at the tip of the knife standing in front of his neck with wide eyes, exuding an unexpectedly cold air. He swallowed lightly. Such a fast sword. Chapter 119 3 Admiral vs Yuichi. Zanpakuto, who was standing in front of the Vice Admiral's neck, shone amazingly cold against the moonlight. Yuichi, who was standing in front of him, looked down at Vice Admiral who was sweating profusely in front of him. The previous momentum completely disappeared at this moment. Some are just terrified and afraid. If the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand moved forward, it could easily cut through his neck. Advertisement. Yuichi turned his head and looked at Aokiji. Stop me for what? Aokiji frowned. Kill Marine Vice Admiral, Yuichi, you know the consequences. There are countless pirates in One Piece world, but if Marine Vice Admiral is really killed. Generals up to this level are all Marines extremely important combat effectiveness. No matter what kind of pirate it is usually impossible to kill Vice Admiral, because Vice Admiral is not weak. Furthermore, even if he had the strength to kill Vice Admiral, he would not actually make a move. The consequences of killing Vice Admiral will not only increase the bounty, but also be added to the list of people that Marine will focus on arresting. To protect Marine's face, Marine will send a special team to arrest anyone who kills Vice Admiral. That's why Aokiji stopped Yuichi. Yuichi frowned, he understood what Aokiji meant. If he leaves Marineford without killing Vice Admiral, even if he is wanted, he is just an ordinary pirate, but if he kills Vice Admiral, the situation he faces will be completely different. Yuichi. You shot at Marine. There is no justice in your heart. Suddenly another voice sounded. Yuichi sneered and turned to look the other way. Marine Award, Akainu. Folding his arms and glaring at Yuichi. Do you also think I should do nothing and let those people kill me? Akainu, with your haki, their attacks can't hurt you at all. This made Yuichi laugh. Interesting, in other words, I can only be forced to defend, and I can't even fight back. Speaking of which, Akainu did not continue to argue with Yuichi on this issue. Hand over the tailed beast. Then leave Marine, Yuichi, this is my last line. Yin said with certainty. Yuichi squinted at Akainu. The last line? Do you think you can beat me? Akainu didn't expect Yuichi to ridicule him for his lack of ability. Whether you can fight or not, you will know soon. As he spoke, Akainu glanced at the Vice Admiral under Yuichi's knife. Let him go. What if I don't let go? Yuichi said coldly. Akainu's eyes burst into bloodshot. You can try. Poof. The blade penetrated the throat, and the blood burst along the blade. This moment, Aokiji opened his mouth to say something but stopped suddenly. He watched Yuichi slowly draw out his Zanpakuto, swinging the Zanpakuto casually, the blood on the blade fell off. The corner of Akainu's mouth twitched slightly. Plop. The Vice Admiral fell slowly to the ground. Staring at Yuichi with wide eyes. Advertisement. At this moment, the surrounding marine soldiers couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes were full of horror. Do it. Really hands-on. Do it without hesitation. Even though Admiral Akainu had already said it, Yuichi still chose to do it directly. Not even the slightest hesitation. This is to ignore Akainu Admiral's words at all. All the soldiers looked at Yuichi, whose expression didn't change. That gaze fixed on Akainu, exuding a chill that pierced through his heart. Akainu gritted his teeth hard. Yuichi. If you don't kill this Vice Admiral, I'm not going to do anything to you, but you have completely lost justice in your heart. You even shot at Marine Vice Admiral, I will not forgive you. Hot lava erupted from Akainu's body, and the heat wave swept across in an instant, spreading rapidly in the direction of Yuichi. An astonishingly hot wind surged, and a fiery storm swept away. The surrounding marine soldiers quickly retreated. Boom! Akainu's aura exploded, and it seemed that Ping was completely enraged. But Yuichi's expression didn't change when facing the angry Akainu. Still kept calm. Staring silently at Akainu. Do it with me. Are you really ready? Akainu. Hearing Yuichi's question, Akainu gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I am the one who should ask this question. The moment Akainu's voice fell. Shua. The rapid breaking wind sounded suddenly. In an instant, Zanpakuto appeared in front of Akainu's eyebrows. White and long and narrow 5 fingers are holding the handle of the knife, and the snow-white blade is bubbling with cold air. Yuichi smiled coldly, are you sure? Do you want to fight me? Akainu felt the cold air coming from between his brows, and he shivered involuntarily. After entering the world evolution twice, he has indeed become a lot stronger. But compared to Yuichi, his strength seems to be too far behind. Yuichi just made a shot, he just saw an afterimage vaguely. He didn't see any movement at all, and then the blade appeared in front of him. This. It's just. *yen. Akainu swallowed silently. It's scary. Advertisement. Mr. Yuichi's current strength is completely much stronger than ours. A strange voice sounded from behind. When you hear this voice, you don't even need to look to know who it is. Kizaru, you want to block me too? Yuichi said without looking back. Standing behind Yuichi, Kizaru had his hands in his trouser pockets, but his right leg was slowly raised, shining brightly. Lightspeed kick is ready to go. I don't intend to block you, but if you kill Admiral, then I will be in trouble too. So there is no way, you put down the sword and I won't shoot you. Kizaru said lazily. Now the marine soldiers around are a little nervous. Threatening Yuichi. Before Akainu Admiral threatened this guy, a Vice Admiral was instantly killed. 0. And now Mr. Kizaru is doing the same. This is simply killing me. If this makes Yuichi angry, I'm afraid. Yuichi looked back at Kizaru sideways. Really? Then let's try. Let's see who is faster. The moment he said that, Kizaru's lightspeed kick was activated. A golden light flashes. At the same time Yuichi's Zanpakuto stabs forward. Akainu quickly jumped backwards. But his speed doesn't seem to match the speed of Yuichi's shot at all. However, at this moment, the cold air surged, and Yuichi felt his body slow down. Ice cubes floated in Yuichi's hands. At the same time Aokiji's figure flashed beside Yuichi. Yuichi, you can't kill Akainu. Bump. The next second a lightspeed kick hit Yuichi in the waist. With a direct blow, Yuichi was kicked flying. Boom. Yuichi smashed through several houses at a very fast speed, and then stopped slowly. Dust billows. Kizaru retracted his legs. Frowning, he looked at Aokiji and Akainu next to him. Oops. I really hit the kick. It seems that I will not be better tonight. The marine soldiers on the side were a little puzzled. What does it mean? Hush. Yuichi stood up from the rubble and patted the dust off his body. Walking towards the 3 admirals in stride. When passing through the crashed house, Yuichi came back into the sight of everyone. The place where Kizaru hit on his body was fine. Aokiji sighed, Akainu's face was serious, and Kizaru was a little surprised. Are you all right? This defense is too amazing. Chapter 120 The Unbreakable Defense. He took a solid kick. But Yuichi didn't have any damage at all, and even his clothes weren't broken at all. This situation feels unbelievable. Kizaru wasn't just talking scary this time. But it really feels like Yuichi is a little stronger than expected. Advertisement. Facing Yuichi in person and watching Yuichi fight are two completely different concepts. Only when you really face Yuichi will you feel Yuichi's terrifying fighting power. With the blow just now, Kizaru was sure that he didn't show mercy. After all, he was really worried that Yuichi was too fast, so he killed Akainu with a sword first. So it exploded with all its strength. Unexpectedly, there was not even the slightest trace left. And Yuichi doesn't even have a lot of dust on his body. This is simply incredible. Yuichi, who was walking toward the three of them, was now expressionless, with a terrifying chill in his eyes. Although 083 has not reached the point of angering Yuichi, but Yuichi is not in a good mood now. Kizaru feels the pressure under Yuichi's gaze. Akainu, let's do it together. After saying this, Kizaru was very surprised, and Akainu, who was always proud, was completely subdued in the face of Yuichi. The three admirals distanced themselves slightly from each other. Surround Yuichi from three directions. Yuichi, stop. The Zanpakuto in the hand is raised slightly. His eyes were cold and the atmosphere became tense for a moment. The three admirals attack Yuichi together, it shouldn't be a problem. A Marine Rear Admiral in the crowd smiled coldly, he felt that it might not be that simple. The three admirals shot together, which has already explained a lot of problems. Every admiral has no arrogance, and they attack an enemy together, unless the enemy is far stronger than they imagined. Otherwise, will these three people join forces together? In the distance, Flying Squirrel and others stood on the roof and watched the battle here. Doberman was a little taken aback. Unknowingly, Mr. Yuichi, who is Admiral's candidate, has become so powerful. The Ghost Spider was not too surprised and said, I fought against Mr. Yuichi earlier, and I felt it at that time. He is stronger than any admiral. Now, after 3 more world wars, Mr. Yuichi has received power from the other world. The current him is afraid that even if the 3 admirals join forces, I'm afraid it's not an opponent either. During the conversation, the battle begins. The calm Yuichi looked at the 3 of them coldly, and it was Kizaru who shot first. Turning into a flash, in the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Yuichi. He doesn't seem to believe that his attack will have no effect on Yuichi. Light speed kick. Advertisement. The night sky over Marineford was lit up by a flash of lightning. Immediately afterwards, a violent roar sounded. Invisible fluctuations swept across and spread, setting off thick dust and smoke. Suddenly, Kizaru stopped in front of Yuichi, keeping the flying kick. But in front of his eyes, Yuichi just raised his left hand and blocked his light speed kick with the back of his hand. Kizaru's face suddenly changed. My light speed kick, is it really useless to him? This time Yuichi's body didn't even move at all. How can that be? Aokiji and Akainu who are preparing to cooperate with Kizaru's attack. Seeing this scene, the action suddenly stopped. Surprise was written all over their faces. The jaws of the marine soldiers and generals around were about to drop to the ground. One light speed kick from Mr. Admiral Kizaru. Mr. Yuichi. Actually. His body remained motionless, but with a little momentum, he blocked it with his hands. That's Admiral. Admiral, the highest marine power. How could his attack be blocked so easily? These people looked at Yuichi in surprise, but they didn't know that Yuichi himself was also a little surprised at the moment. Has Ryutsu become this strong now? Yuichi is just using Ryutsu, with a little haki. The tail beast chakra easily blocked the attack of the yellow ape before mobilizing. This surprised Yuichi himself. But Yuichi was satisfied with his power after the accident. Grabbed the leg of the orangutan with one hand. Making it impossible to escape elementally, Yuichi raised his right leg. Try my kick too. Tempest kick. A cyan light burst out, accompanied by the release of Yuichi's Ryutsu and haki. Kizaru's eyes narrowed suddenly. Hands folded on the chest, haki covers the hands. Then he was knocked out by Yuichi's tempest kick. Sliding quickly towards the distance, Kizaru was kicked away, and Aokiji and Akainu recovered at the same time. The two acted immediately, shooting at Yuichi simultaneously in tandem. Hot magma swept from the front. Biting coldness surged through Yuichi's back. Advertisement. Boom. Both attacks hit Yuichi at the same time. 2 forces, one cold and one hot, acted on Yuichi's body at the same time. The magma and the ice that diffused in an instant attacked Yuichi Josheng. See the attack hit. Marine soldiers and generals all felt relieved. It can be next second. Base. The sword light emerged around Yuichi to form a circle, and then spread towards both sides at a high speed. The air is torn. Both Aokiji and Akainu were knocked into the air at the same time. The body quickly reversed in the air, and then landed and slid for a certain distance before slowly stopping. The lava and ice crystals that exploded in the air disappeared in an instant. Yuichi held Zanpakuto over his shoulder and smiled faintly. Aokiji and Akainu, who had stopped, also opened their mouths slightly, looking at Yuichi in surprise. Kr. You actually blocked both the attacks of me and Aokiji, with haki. Akainu said in shock. Yuichi in front of him was obviously hit by 2 people, but he was fine. Whether it's lava or ice, it doesn't seem to have any effect on Yuichi at all. He take their attacks with ease with haki. He could also counterattack immediately, if the 2 of them hadn't been able to dodge quickly and were hit by the knife just now. It won't be too good for the 2 of them. Akainu was surprised. Yuichi was also surprised. With your previous speed, you shouldn't be able to dodge the attack just now. It seems that the world has been sublimated in 0.7, not only your strength has increased, but your speed and reflexes have also become stronger. While speaking, a series of golden beams of light came out. Akainu shoots Yuichi from behind. The moment the light appeared, Yuichi's figure swayed slightly, and the laser beam in the company was perfectly flashed by the one on the right. The laser beam exploded in the rear. Rows of houses collapsed in an instant. Kizaru came out from behind Akainu. Everyone looked at Kizaru, although he was not injured. But the clothes on both hands have been smashed. The chopping wave kicked out by Yuichi just now smashed the sleeves of his hands. Kizaru's light speed kick was blocked by Yuichi, and Yuichi's kick caused Kizaru's clothes to be torn. 1 against 3. The 3 admirals seem completely helpless. Yuichi. This guy alone can suppress 3 admirals. Chapter 121 Contempt from the King. Isn't suppressing Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru normal for Yuichi now? The current Yuichi has not even used the chakra of the tailed beast. Not even Zanpakuto Shikai is used yet, let alone Bankai. 3 admirals' fighting power is actually not weak. But because all 3 of them are Logia-capable users. Advertisement. A large part of their strength depends on the power brought by the fruit. Fruit ability for Yuichi with Ryutsu body armor, the damage that fruit ability can do is very limited. But if it is replaced by Haki's attack, it will be different. Ryutsu couldn't completely block Haki's attack. It can be combined with Yuichi's own Haki, and people with weak Haki will not be able to hurt Yuichi. It would be different if it was Garp. As far as Haki, Garp is stronger than Yuichi. Even if Yuichi uses the 3 forces at the same time, it may not be able to perfectly block Garp's Iron Fist. It's a pity that 3 admirals' Haki is not very good, it's just a Grandmaster. This is the downside of Logia fruit. Sometimes relying too much on the ability of the fruit will lead to weakening yourself. Frozen time capsule. Swish. Aokiji shot out suddenly and released a blast of cold air that swept towards Yuichi. But Yuichi just raised his hand gently to release the fusion power of Haki and 29 Ryutsu in his heart. Suddenly, the invisible wave exploded and directly annihilated the cold air in an instant. Aokiji's face was a bit ugly. He didn't feel uncomfortable because his attack was blocked by Yuichi, but he didn't understand why Fui was still planning to run away. Instead, standing here is really planning to defeat the 3 of them, Admiral, before leaving? That would make things more complicated. If Yuichi really wants to do that, he will really become a thorn in the side of the world government after leaving Marine. Looking at Aokiji with worried eyes, Yuichi sighed. He knew exactly what the other party was thinking. I wanted to give Akainu a good lesson before leaving. Since Aokiji is so worried, Yuichi doesn't plan to continue fighting. Leave. Anyway, relying on the power of Shinigami, Yuichi can leave naval headquarters anytime and anywhere. Take the Zanpakuto off your shoulders. Yuichi was going to put Zanpakuto away, watching Yuichi make this movement. Akainu and Kizaru obviously didn't understand. Is Yuichi planning to stop fighting? However, he had just aligned the Zanpakuto with the scabbard, and was about to close the knife and leave. Task announcement. King's Contempt. Defeat Marine 3 Admiral, destroy Naval Headquarters building, leave Malin Fando. Task reward, the second character template is opened, Ma King Ye Wang. The action of retracting the knife made Yuzo's body freeze at the moment the character appeared. Second character template. All of a sudden, Yuichi couldn't contain the look of surprise on his calm face. Advertisement. Although I have long thought that the template cannot only be Byakuya Kukaki. But since there was only one template, Byakuya Kukaki, Yuichi thought that if he wanted to open the second template, he might have to fully awaken Byakuya Kukaki's ability. But now Byakuya Kukaki's template ability has not been fully awakened, the second character template appeared. Aokiji frowned and looked at Yuichi, who stopped moving. The heart that he had just let go hung up again. Yuichi looked up at the 3 of them, and gave Aokiji a sorry look. I'm sorry. Aokiji, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint your kindness. There's no way anyone would let this kind of mission happen at this time. It is impossible to give up the second character template anyway. The gaze is fixed. Yuichi's wrist suddenly changed direction, and an extremely cold slash erupted. The turbulent saber energy burst towards the 3 of them in an instant. The 3 admirals dodge each other. Yuichi's eyes twinkled slightly. Shunpo broke out. A figure suddenly appeared behind Akainu, who had landed. Hold the knife blade with both hands and slide it on the ground, leaving a long streak of sparks. Akainu heard the sound behind him, and the eruption of lava swept out behind him. But in the next second, the soul-breaking knife cut through the lava. The gloomy knife light fell on Akainu's chest. Sila. A long wound appeared. Akainu has defended with Haki in spite of the fleeting moment. But Yuichi's slash was too fast, and Haki hit him before he could completely cover it. Otherwise, he shouldn't have been injured so badly. Kizaru and Aokiji were stunned by Akainu's injury. Yuichi actually hurt Akainu with his hands. This situation is different. Does he really intend to take Marine Admiral to vent his anger against the world government? Aokiji is hesitating, but Kizaru still makes a shot. Speaking of speed, Kizaru is not too bad. It's just that it takes a little time to charge the flash fruit. Amazon Cloud Sword. In a blink of an eye, Kizaru takes over from Akainu and takes on Yuichi. The lightsaber slashes at Yuichi. Bang buzz. Zanpakuto and the lightsaber collided, detonating an astonishing airflow fluctuation in an instant. Competing swordsmanship with me. Yuichi sneered. Immediately exerted force to shock Kizaru back, and then the knife light hit Kizaru one after another like a tide. The Zanpakuto and Yuichi's hand turned into an afterimage, flickering wildly. A fierce collision erupted. Kizaru waved his lightsaber and responded awkwardly. It's just a few seconds. Advertisement. Shua. 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 There were several sounds of tearing flesh and blood. A streak of scarlet blood splattered. Boom. Immediately following a crash, Kizaru was slashed and sent flying by Yuichi with Zanpakuto. Although the power was removed in the air after successive rotations, it landed steadily. After landing, Kizaru's face was as gloomy as water. There are eye-catching cuts on the shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Blood is flowing. Ice Cube 2 thorny spears. Whizzing. The spear of ice piercing from behind hit Yuichi with precision. Turn around and back. Ice spear collided with Yuichi's Zanpakuto. It was not crushed in the first place. Because these ice spear wounds are covered with a layer of tailed beast chakra. The blue ice wound is flashing red streamer. Yuichi narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you been able to release the tail beast chakra? The corners of the mouth were raised slightly, and the Ryutsu on Yuichi's Zanpakuto also erupted. Bounce the ice spear away. Akainu and Kizaru, who got up at this time, noticed the situation at the same time. Aokiji, we create opportunities for you, you come and beat him. As Akainu said, he shot without hesitation. Dark Hound. At the same time, Kizaru behind him also raised his hands and crossed his hands, Bakukshin Guyu. Aokiji is very helpless now, it seems impossible not to make a move. Take a breath. It condensed into a skate in the hand, and then the tail beast chakra in the body exploded and covered the skate. Lava and laser beams bombard Yuichi. Yuichi waved Zanpakuto with his right hand. The knife light like a whirlwind swept towards the lava. At the same time, raise your left hand with your back facing Kizaru. Bakud no 8 rebuke. The laser beam stopped within 10 centimeters of the back of Yuichi's hand. Immediately after that, reverse shot towards Kizaru himself. The moment the laser beam exploded beside the yellow ape. Under the light, Aokiji wielding his skates and Yuichi holding Zanpakuto clashed their swords. Bursts of sparks burst out. Chapter 122. The world is evolving, but you are still standing still. Sitsaizi. Mars keeps going. Aokiji looked at Yuichi in front of him, holding his skates tightly to block Yuichi's Zanpakuto. Walk. This distance, Aokiji whispered to Yuichi. Advertisement. But after hearing Aokiji's words, Yuichi shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I can't go yet. Why? There are some things I can't tell you. So I want to go and defeat all three of you. To be honest with you three, I have long been looking forward to doing this. Hearing this, Aokiji froze in place. He didn't expect it to be because of this reason. But if it is Yuichi, it is not impossible. This guy always does things according to his own preferences. It is not impossible to not leave just because you want to fight against yourself and others. But this guy doesn't even look at what time it is. Great eruption. Suddenly Akainu's voice came from the right. Yuichi smiled and looked at Aokiji. I won't show mercy, so Aokiji, if you don't want to be seriously injured or die, take it seriously. When Aokiji was knocked back with a knife, and Aokiji, who was retreating, looked at Yuichi. This guy's eyes are serious. Do you really want to choose to defeat the three admirals head-on at this time and then leave? The madman. Aokiji smiled helplessly. But it is precisely because of Yuichi's character that Pheasant thinks Yui is a very good friend. Ha! A knife sliced through Akainu's lava again, and Yuichi shot out like a rocket. The Zanpakuto in the hand is pointed straight at Akainu's neck. And the next second, Akainu, who was swinging his fist, punched Yuichi. This time Akainu's fist didn't burst out of lava, but instead used armament haki to attack. Yuichi's eyes flickered a few times, and then the blade swung Zanpakuto's side to block Akainu's fist. When there was a crisp sound of gold and iron symphony colliding. Yuichi takes a step back. Akainu took 3 steps back. The two stopped and the strong wind and waves spread. Twilight. The soldiers stared at Akainu with wide eyes. Forced to retreat. Advertisement. Akainu Admiral forced Yuichi back. Why? The previous attack was obviously useless, how can we force Yuichi back now? The doubts of these people Akainu has already explained Shikai. Really? Akainu's voice sounded. All looked to Akainu. He looked down at his fists. For you, the attack of the fruit ability is not as powerful as the attack of Haki. So, the ability attacks of the three of us, you can easily defeat them all, or block them unscathed. Hearing this, Kizaru also suddenly appeared not far from Yuichi. Looking at Yuichi in front of him. It seems that compared to the attack of the fruit ability, Haki can deal a more effective blow to you, right? Kizaru's face became a little weird as he said that. Aokiji, holding the skates, also adjusted his state again and walked towards Yuichi. After several world wars, Haki's power itself has been strengthened. On the contrary, the fruit ability does not seem to be enhanced. What Aokiji said is not right, strictly speaking, the fruit ability has also been strengthened. However, unlike Haki, which directly increases its power, the fruit ability has been enhanced in terms of development space. If you concentrate on developing the fruit ability, you will also find that the fruit ability has become stronger. However, in the successive world wars, the three admirals obviously did not try to develop the fruit ability. The power of Haki exploded from the three of them at the same time. The power of the tailed beast chakra surged from Aokiji's body. Looking at the appearance of the three, it seems that they intend to use Haki to fight against themselves. Yuichi smiled. Give up the fruit ability you are good at, and use your weaker Haki to fight me instead. Although your fruit ability does not have much influence on me, is it really good to give up your advantages and choose your own disadvantages to fight? Admiral's face became a little ugly after speaking 3 times. Although Haki is not weak, compared to Yuichi, even before the world war started, they were weaker. Let alone now. Now Yuichi's Haki is stronger than them, plus Ryutsuo and tailed beast chakra. Choosing to use Haki and Yuichi to fight against each other is the right way, but it can't change anything. Try it to know. Akainu said unconvinced. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled coldly, then let's try it. Instant shot. Haki's undulating explosion was accompanied by a powerful impact from Yu's body. The 3 admirals, together with the marines present, all felt a strong sense of oppression at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Yuichi rushed to the 3 of them, and slashed with a mixture of Haki and Ryutsu's 2 forces. Violently repulsed the oncoming Aokiji. Then Kizaru and Akainu came from left and right. Advertisement. The Haki attacks of the 2 were attacked by Yuichi, who also raised his fist without any suspense, and sent the 2 of them flying out with 1 against 2. As Admiral, your Haki is too weak, and the fruit-focused ability makes your Haki not strong at all. Said Yuichi continued to attack. One person easily suppressed 3 marine admirals. Yuichi is on a rampage like a god of war. Either Kizaru or Akainu, or Aokiji. Neither can stop Yuichi. The absolute power displayed by Yuichi stunned the surrounding marine soldiers and generals. Number can pure swordsmanship plus Haki be able to suppress the 3 admirals? It turns out that the ability can be so strong without the fruit. How could this be? The 3 admirals of the Logia fruit ability user should have a strong destructive power, but they are helpless against the 10 Haki power emperors who apply for the Grandmaster swordsmanship. Strong destructive power and strong combat effectiveness are 2 different things. Facing the 3, the one who is slightly qualified to fight Yuichi is Aokiji. Because he has the blessing of the tailed beast chakra. Chakra plus Haki, Aokiji's power is very strong. But not Yuichi Ryutsuo plus Haki. What's more, Yuichi has not used the power of chakra, the tail beast. Boom. The 3 of them were repelled again, and the ice blade in the hand of Aokiji, who was holding the ice blade, suddenly shattered at this moment. Even the protection of the tailed beast chakra is completely useless. Akainu and Kizaru, Lee's good, were even more embarrassed. They don't have the tailed beast chakra armor. Completely unable to withstand Yuichi's attack. The 3 of them stood up and panted heavily, and suffered a lot of injuries on their bodies. But at this time Yuichi stopped suddenly. I said it all, your chi storage is too weak. The fruit ability is too weak. The world is evolving, but you are still standing still. Yuichi smiled. All 3 seemed to understand something. But at this time Yuichi had no time to care about what they thought. Senseless fighting, end it. Buzz. Red chakra explodes. Suddenly everyone stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Aokiji was also stunned. Yuichi has chakra that is as thick as scarlet blood. It is completely different from the tailed beast chakra he released. Feel the strong chakra waves emanating from Yuichi. Is this the power of that tailed beast? Chapter 123 The Collapsed Headquarters Building. The chakra of the tailed beast surges out. Ryutsu, Haki Yuichi also released it without hiding it at all. 3 different forces merged together. The momentum of the explosion was completely different. Ryotsu converged into a blue light that surrounded the outermost periphery. Advertisement. This is the first time Yuichi has compressed Ryotsu to such an extent, showing the light of Ryotsu. And then came the red-tailed beast chakra ray. The tail beast chakra, thick as blood, all gathered towards Zanpakuto. Finally. On the inside is the black haki wave. The black armament haki with golden light turned into black and golden lightning bolts, dancing crazily on Zanpakuto. In an instant, there were countless ripples all around. A series of ripples shook the surrounding airflow. The rapid spread swept away like water ripples. Call. Thick smoke was blown up by the howling wind. The three of Aokiji swallowed their saliva at the same time, feeling the new wave in the air. Their faces began to slowly turn pale. Yuichi squinted at the three of them, and followed the gap between the three to the naval headquarters building in the distance. This location is probably hundreds of meters away from the naval headquarters building. But Yuichi looked like he was going to take this position and attack the naval headquarters. And the three of Aokiji didn't seem to be in Yuichi's eyes at all. If only they knew Yuichi was going to shoot the 747 here on the naval headquarters, not on them. I'm afraid I will be very angry. There must be a limit to underestimating people. In front of them, the target was the naval headquarters building hundreds of meters behind them. This guy is ignoring them like that. Three forces merged towards the frantic compression on Zanpakuto. In the blink of an eye, they converged on the blade. But the power gathered on the blade slowly dissipated. Yuichi holds the trembling Zanpakuto. He raised his head and his eyes dilated slightly, locking onto the figures of the three and the naval headquarters building behind them. Be careful. Don't die. After finishing speaking, I felt a very terrifying feeling suddenly appear. The three of Aokiji immediately burst out with all their strength. Escape. It's impossible to escape. Yuichi locked their breath completely, and it was impossible to escape. If you can't dodge, then only three people join forces to resist Yuichi's attack. Freeze, flash, lava. The three forces erupted at the same time. Frost is satisfied on the ground, flashes are bursting wildly in the middle, and lava is constantly erupting in the sky. The three marine admirals are also fully fired. Advertisement. Although it didn't use, CJDH, any special tricks, it was just the ability to release fruits. But when the three forces broke out, it was also an amazing scene. Blue, gold, red. Three different colors converged into a beam of light, galloping away towards the distance. Yuichi lowered his eyes. He looked at the three of them with some disdain. It's just that this level can't stop my attack. Clang. The blade cut across the sky. For an instant, the space in front of Yuichi seemed to be distorted. Invisible ripples spread out, rippling like the waves of a pond. The light was swallowed in an instant, and Yuichi's surroundings seemed to be cut off with a knife. There are two colors of black and white within 10 meters around. Everyone was shocked at this moment. Because everyone seems to feel the feeling of time suspension. Immediately afterwards, in the weird black and white space beside Yuichi, a black light emerged. Breaking through the wind at an extreme speed, the sword light was like flames and thunder. With a terrifying roar, they flocked to the three of them. The blade trembled slightly, making a crisp and loud knife sound clang. Under Yuichi's knife light, the three admirals' joint attack was broken instantly. Air conditioning, laser beams, magma, these are supposed to be powerful forces. Under this knife, it seems insignificant. Before the three could react, the knife light had already appeared in front of them. At the same time they raised their hands to release haki to try to block. But in the next second, the knife light instantly engulfed the three of them. At the moment of being engulfed by the light of the sword, Aokiji sees Yuichi from the light of the sword. Already slowly taking back Zanpakuto. Is that how confident you are? 16. Immediately withdraw the knife after a knife is released. He didn't even lift his head, as if he already knew the outcome. The gap is really, it's still too big. But what Aokiji doesn't know now is that the gap is only because Yuichi got the tail beast. Or for other reasons. Aokiji slowly lost consciousness under the terrifying knife light. And the marines who witnessed the three admirals being drowned by the U-knife felt like they were petrified. Standing still and not moving. But then a more terrifying picture appeared. It continued to move toward the blade light that was sweeping in the distance, without slowing down at all, and even directly hit the naval headquarters building hundreds of meters away. The sonorous sound echoed over the entire Malin fan. When buzzing. Advertisement. Accompanied by a sound like the collision of swords. Cut through the naval headquarters building. A rift appeared in front of Yuichi and spread to the naval headquarters in the distance. Everyone took a deep breath. With a distance of hundreds of meters, it can even reach the naval headquarters building. This slash. The power is too terrifying. Boom boom. Suddenly the building started to roar. Everyone turned to look at the naval headquarters building. A slanted slash mark appeared on the half-waist of that building. The upper half of the building is collapsing towards Marineford Square. All the soldiers covered their mouths. Just watched helplessly as the building collapsed. Until the sound of the building completely collapsing resounded throughout Marineford. It was only when thick smoke was raised that he slowly woke up. He turned his head to look in Yuichi's direction. And what they saw was Yuichi's back, watching Yuichi striding towards the distance. This man. He didn't care about the enemies behind him at all. The three admirals behind them each fell into the building, and there was no movement for a long time. And the collapsed marine building in the distance, the smoke and flames from the fire illuminate Yuichi's way. The marine soldiers surrounding Yuichi automatically dispersed. Facing Yuichi, no one dares to come within 10 meters of Yuichi. Surrounded by marine soldiers. Mission completed. Whether to enable the second character template. Yuichi sees the prompt of the system. Put a smile on your face. He turned to look at the marine soldiers behind him. He took off the marine cloak on his body, raised his hand and threw it to the nearest marine soldier. From now on, I'm no longer a marine. Yuichi smiled. Turning his head and jumping up directly, he volleyed towards the Tianhainan value. This moment, Sengoku, who had almost reached the holy place of Marie Joyce, came to the deck. Look at the moon in the sky. He didn't know why he couldn't sleep tonight. And Garp followed behind. Why can't you sleep? Sengoku asked. Yet. Garp replied, I always feel like something happened tonight. Sengoku froze for a moment and then sighed. I hope it's all my illusion. Chapter 124 Opening the second character template. On the peaceful sea, on a small reef. Yuichi sat on the reef looking at the dark sea around him. The reflected moon falls in the water. After leaving the naval headquarters, Yuichi galloped for 2 hours, stumbled upon this reef, and stopped here for a short rest. 2 hours ago, I was an alternate for Admiral at naval headquarters. Advertisement. With the approval of Mr. Sengoku, the next Marine Marshal who is being cultivated with emphasis. Who would have thought that now I'm a defected Marine? Unexpectedly, I chose to join Marine at the beginning, but was forced to leave in the end. Although Yuichi doesn't care about Marine, but after all, he has been in Marine for so long time. Click on your own system. Yuichi looked at the interface that popped up. It still shows whether to start the second character template. Looking at the system interface, Yuichi felt a little strange. It's not like I didn't fight Aokiji before, why didn't I trigger any mission at that time? However, after that strange fusion of worlds started, the system was able to trigger the task very easily. If your own template system has nothing to do with the fusion of worlds. Yuichi couldn't believe it even if he killed him. For 20 years, Yuichi hasn't been working hard all the time. He also tried various methods, wanting to try to see if he could trigger the mission, or make some other changes in the system. In order to break through the progress of the template character's awakening. But it's all useless. On the contrary, the integration of all worlds began, and the template system seemed to break through. The progress of awakening that has troubled him for many years broke through. For such a long time, Yu has been thinking about the reason for this. In the end, it really made Yuichi think of a possibility. Maybe it's because the power given to Yuichi by the template system does not belong to One Piece world. Before the fusion of worlds started, it couldn't steal too much power from other worlds to give to Yuichi. After the fusion of the myriad worlds began, it was as if the closed door had been opened. Even if it is just a crack, the template system can pass through this crack, steal the power of thousands of worlds, and make Yuichi stronger. This is Yuichi's conjecture, and the system will not answer the specific reason. But let it be so. Come and see now. The second character, Ma Keng Yuang Ma Keng how much change will it bring me? Open the second character template. Confirmed that the host agrees to open the second character template. Opening. Please wait. Suddenly, a spontaneous energy in Yuichi's body flowed out from the heart. Speeding through Yuichi's body. Blood vessels, muscles, cells, and bones all felt endless tearing pain at the same time. Advertisement. Even the soul seemed to be torn apart. Then forcibly blending in a new soul from it. Boom. Suddenly. The power in Yuichi's body poured out crazily, completely uncontrollable. Ryutsu, Haki, Chakra, and sorcery that keeps coming. Which power? The power of the Summoning King world. The power brought by the second character template, King Ma King Yat. The original power poured out, and then the witch power took over Yuichi's body. Weird shamanic fluctuations, different from Ryutsu, Chi, Chakra. It seems that on the other side of the world like a mirror space has set off turbulent waves. All kinds of terrifying tsunamis erupted suddenly on the calm sea surface. The tsunami that can be swept away when it hits in the direction of Yuichi. He avoided Yuichi on his own initiative. Natural disasters. Actively avoid Yuichi. After tens of seconds. Yuichi's eyes were red, and he reached the limit. The increasingly severe pain in his body was almost unbearable for him. Strength increased to the limit of host. Congratulations to host for successfully opening the second character template, character awakening progress, 10%. When the terrible pain receded like the tide, Yuichi gasped for breath. Look at the system interface. It turns out to be like this. The same as the first awakening of the Byakuya character template. How much ability can be awakened when the power of the character template is turned on for the first time? It all depends on how far I can persist. When awakening for the first time, you remembered that he only awakened 3% of Byakuya's power. And this time, he got 10% directly. If you can persevere, then you can unlock the character template ability. I am afraid that 100% of the power can be obtained directly. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya. Current awakening progress, 58.7%. Shikai, enabled. Bankai, Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, opened. Annihilating Scene, opened. Hang King, not open. Final Scene, unopened. Ask for flowers. Cut, advanced. Fist, medium. Advertisement. Go, moderate. Ghost, medium, freely use all kid below number 50. Special skill, empty cicada. Expandability, void power. Look at the profile of the first-person template. Yuichi watched the progress of the newly increased 0.7. I just cultivated a little bit, but I have grown so much. It seems that I will practice as much as possible when I have time in the future. Then next is the second character template. Second character template, King Ma King Yat. Current awakening progress, 10%. Individual ability, vision, enabled. Seal, opened. Other abilities have not been activated yet. Please continue to increase the awakening progress to unlock more abilities. Compared with the first template, the value of the second character template is displayed too little. 0. But this is the same template ability as Byakuya before. Yuichi wasn't surprised either. But the two abilities of this second character template made Yuichi a little concerned. Spirit vision, you can know the inner ability of others without looking or asking. The effect of this ability can be described as quite pervert. In other words, the person standing in front of Yuichi can know everything about the other person without asking anything. Is this ability terrifying? Plus the observation haki exclusive to World of Pirates. If Yuichi can develop observation haki's special ability to predict the future, then with the help of spirit vision, you may be able to see through anyone's past and future at a glance. This is enough to be called the power of God. An Asakura Leaf King gave Yuichi the second ability. Seals, one named Fabo and one named Thunder Palm. 0. In other words, this ability allows Yuichi to summon the front and back ghosts to help fight. It is equivalent to 2 more summoned beasts. The fighting power of the former ghost and the rear ghost, I don't know how it will behave in this world. Is it strong or weak? And now, in addition to Yuichi feeling the new power of witchcraft, all the power in the body seemed to be strengthened. That's why Yuichi wasn't quite sure. Will the awakened character template enhance other powers? Or because of the fusion of the power of King Ma King Yat, what special changes have been brought about? Unknowingly, it seems that it is almost dawn. On the other side of the sea level, a bright light is rising, piercing the Black Sea surface, reflecting blue light. Chapter 125 Two Worlds in Turmoil. Holy Place. Marie-Joyce. We have 2 very special guests today. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. The former is very busy, and the latter always hates coming to this kind of Marie-Joyce. Advertisement. But today it was rare for 2 people to come here together. Even the ordinary guards in Marie-Joyce were surprised. 1 second before Sengoku entered the palace where the 5 elders were, Sengoku received a message from Naval Headquarters. The news did not come through normal channels. It was a Marine Rear Admiral guarding the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, and a Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters brought him the words. Mr. Sengoku, Naval Headquarters, last night, something big happened, the Naval Headquarters building was destroyed. When the other party said this, Sengoku was stunned for 10 seconds. This simple sentence stunned Sengoku. Marine's 2000 department building was destroyed? What are you kidding? Who? Who can do such a thing? Who could have done something like this at Naval Headquarters, to the Naval Headquarters building? That's Naval Headquarters. The 3 admirals are all there, and many powerful vice admirals have also gathered. And Yuichi. In this case, unless a certain pirate group and 4 emperors suddenly killed Naval Headquarters from New World. And it is still under the condition of gathering all the combat power under his command. It is possible to break through Marine's defense and destroy the Naval Headquarters building. But is it possible for the 4 emperors to come back from the New World and go straight to Naval Headquarters? Absolutely impossible. For whatever reason, they don't have the time even if they wanted to. So Sengoku felt something was wrong at the first time, and even soon he thought of the reason for this incident. Sengoku's eyes suddenly opened, bursting out with an extremely strong killing intent. They, unexpectedly, did it. Rear Admiral nodded gloomily, at the same time. Mr. Yuichi has defected from Marine. As soon as the words fell, Garp's expression also changed. Are these bastards willing to give up everything just to snatch power? Advertisement. How important is Yuichi's fighting power to this world? Defeating enemies from another world 3 times in a row, such a person is forced to leave Marine at this time. Will they not care about the next world war? Caring is naturally caring. But those 5 didn't think they couldn't win without Yuichi. The reason for Admiral's defeat was not that he was weak, but that he didn't understand the enemy. Now they have a general understanding of the enemy's capabilities and fighting styles. It is not a problem at all to defeat those so-called ninjas. The fighting power of 7 warlords of the sea is enough. It's just the moonlight. Moria is a little weaker. Now the 5 elders are discussing to capture Moria and use him to study the power of Chakra, the tail beast. Just find another stronger person to take his place. Sengoku crossed the rear admiral in one step, and rushed straight to the palace where the 5 elders were. Walk through the long corridor and kick open the gates one after another. Garp stood at the door and sneered. He didn't plan to go with Sengoku, because although Sengoku was very angry, he still didn't give up. Without giving up negotiating with those guys, Sengoku went in and said nothing. In the worst case, even the position of Marshal Marine may be removed directly. Now, people from all over the world who just woke up from the banquet of victory in the World War. Even before recovering from the hangover, I saw today's newspaper. A piece of news that shocked everyone was published in the newspaper dropped by the newspaper delivery bird. Naval headquarters collapsed? Impossible. What happened to naval headquarters last night? The previous Marine gathered many powerful vice admirals, and even King Admiral was in naval headquarters. Mr. Yuichi is also at naval headquarters. Facing such a fighting force, what kind of strength can destroy the naval headquarters building overnight? Look at the latest urgently published photos in the newspaper. That photo is indeed naval headquarters, yes. There is also a corner with the Marine logo on the ruins. Although full of doubts, the news has now been heard all over the world. Many people wonder why this happens. Obviously naval headquarters has so many terrifying existences with combat power. Even someone destroyed the naval headquarters building. It's unbelievable, it's impossible for this to happen, is the server spreading rumors. Advertisement. However, many people saw that something was wrong. Whitebeard, naval headquarters. The building was destroyed. It's really interesting, San Admiral and that kid named Yuichi, even if the old man came in person, it wouldn't mean destroying the Marine building. Marco, so what happened to naval headquarters? Humph. Maybe something very interesting happened. Whitebeard said and looked towards the sky and suddenly laughed. Excluding the 4 emperors who are impossible to do, then there are only those who have the strength to destroy naval headquarters in a reasonable manner under such circumstances. There is probably only one person. Not some pirates but Marine's own people. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't stop laughing. Originally, he was a great threat to pirates. After such an accident happened overnight, the next thing will be fun. Wei no Kuni. Kaido stared at the newspaper for a long time, and then his hands looked confused. Sit on the ground and laugh out loud. Broken arm. Marine. Charlotte. On Cake Island, Linlin also smiled very strangely like G-Duo. The members of the Charlotte family watched their mother laugh inexplicably. I don't know why, although there is indeed a conflict between them and Marine, but seeing the collapse of the naval headquarters building doesn't make it so much, so laugh so happily. On the pirate ship of the red-haired Shanks, who is heading somewhere, stands at the bow. Looking at the endless sea. The world government cannot accommodate such a man, Yunhai is his real destination. Beckman laughs behind him, Shanks trying to recruit him. No. A man like that probably won't succumb to others. Just wait and see. Soon an unprecedented pirate will be born. But now Shanks cares about another thing besides emotion. There are still 5 days before the start of the next world war. As the person who contributed the most to the 3 world wars, something like that happened now. How can I explain it to the whole world? Yuichi's heroic fighting posture has long been seen by everyone. That is an indelible feat. If the world government doesn't give a reasonable explanation, its prestige in the world will be greatly reduced. A storm is brewing in One Piece world. Yuichi is on his way to the New World, now and across the Red Line, heading towards the New World. And at the moment Hokage World. In the Kingdom of Iron, a meeting that affects the future of the entire ninja world is also being held. The 5 Cages conference was officially held. Chapter 126 Master and Apprentice meet again. New World. On an unnamed island. A group of pirates are hiding on a mountain, looking at the people who are coming up from all directions below the mountain. What these people call themselves is Neo-Marine. But in fact, it is just a group of Legion organizations that are not recognized by Marine at all. Advertisement. A hole. That old guy from Black Arm Zephyr has already quit Marine, why is he still making trouble with us? Captain, what shall we do now? The burly and tall pirate with a huge long knife in his hand turned his head to look at his subordinate. How to do? What else can I do except die now? As he said that, he immediately grabbed the subordinate who asked such a stupid question and threw him down the mountain. The Neo-Marine at the foot of the mountain is constantly gathering, ready to head towards the mountain. Black Arm Zephyr, who was sitting on the pile of corpses at the foot of the mountain, glanced at Anne and Binz, 2 excellent students. I'll leave the rest to you, said Zephyr, unloaded his mechanical arm and waved his right arm. Controlling the mechanical arm to fight makes Quanfa feel a little unnecessary. My body has returned to the state of about 60 years old. He is now in his 70s, suddenly 29 years younger. It is not a little bit that increases Zephyr's combat effectiveness. Now I can fight without taking medicine. The pain in the body basically disappeared. A smile spread across Zephyr's face. Thanks to that boy Yuichi, he won several world wars in a row, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a change. Speaking of it, it seems that the teacher himself should also thank his unprecedented student. Boom. Boom. There was a terrifying roar from the mountain. Zephyr waited for the fight to end, smoking a cigarette. 10 minutes passed quickly. Anne and Binz, who were covered with a lot of dust, came back behind Zephyr. Teacher. It has been solved. Zephyr nodded, dropped the cigarette in his hand, and took the mechanical arm. Clean up the battlefield and rest on this island tonight. Yes. Anne and Binz are going to go down to make arrangements. But at this moment, suddenly there was a splash of water in the sea. Advertisement. There was a crash on the shore, and something rushed out of the water and landed on the shore. Call. The 3 of Zephyr looked towards the shore, and the surrounding Neo soldiers were also a little confused. What? Jumped out of the sea onto the shore. When the water spray dissipated, a man on the shore was wringing out the water stains with his clothes. Slender and straight body, angular muscles, almost perfect proportions. A head of black hair, neither long nor short, was wet and pressed against his handsome and flawless face. The soldiers froze. Who is this person? He jumped up from the sea. Is it a victim in the nearby sea? The man wrung out the clothes and put them back on. Turn your head and look at Zephyr, who is in a daze. The corner of the other party's mouth rose slightly, revealing a warm smile. Teacher, long time no see. The soldiers stared blankly at him. This guy was aiming at their leader. Black Arm Zephyr calling a teacher? Is this person also the leader's disciple? However, someone suddenly became confused. Isn't he just a Marine Admiral candidate? Why not do it? Yuichi. Marine? How did it appear here? How did he get here? Jumped out of the sea. Jump up from the sea. The soldiers were surprised for a while, and then closed their mouths one by one. Zephyr also came back to his senses. You boy, how did you come here? How did you come here? Yuichi smiled and said lightly, oh. When I was on an island before, the weather was too bad, and it was too troublesome to run from the sky, so I dived here. Skydiving. Binz was a little confused. Cold. In New World. Snorkeling in this perilous sea? Anne looked at Yuichi. Wait, where did you say the last island was? I don't know where, that island is very strange, it keeps thundering. Thunder. Anne recalled, his lips turned white immediately. You said, could it be Thunder God Island? Yuichi shrugged. I don't know the name of that island. If it's really Thunder God Island, it's nearly a day's flight time from here. Have you been swimming in the sea? Yuichi smiled. My swimming skills are very good. To be more precise, it is diving. The speed of diving is faster than that on the surface of the sea. Advertisement. Binz. Soldiers. Everyone is collectively petrified. The man said he snorkeled from that far to get here. Is this a joke? It's not funny to make jokes like this. Zephyr suddenly opened his mouth and smiled without hesitation. See. The terrifying monsters in this world have never been able to use common sense to think about them. Only you, a monster boy, can swim on the sea. Come out. Yuichi walked towards Zephyr and bowed lightly. Sensei looks much better. Thanks to you, I have also gained a lot of benefits from defeating that world and allowing the world to evolve. My body is stronger and part of my strength has recovered. Said Zephyr glanced at Yuichi. Why are you here? Looking for me. Well. This time I'm here to find the teacher. Zephyr's face became gloomy, and there was even a fighting spirit in his eyes. Seeing Zephyr like this, Yuichi waved his hand. Don't worry, Sensei, I'm not here to fight you. Hearing this, Zephyr instantly regained his previous relaxed look. Then what are you here for? Yuichi stopped, and said slowly with a slight smile, I, leave Marine. Boom. Still imagining who can swim to the soldiers here from such a long distance. Now he opened his mouth even more and looked at the man in front of him. He said 253. Leaving Marine? How is it possible? This man is now an important combat force of Marine. Why did he leave Marine? Not to mention they don't even believe Zephyr. Why? Yuichi smiled. Tail beast. Hearing this, Zephyr was stunned for half a second, then quickly understood. So when the old man tried to persuade you to leave Marine, you don't listen and now you know the consequences. Zephyr smiled and hooked Yuichi's shoulder directly. Exactly, this old man has been short of monsters like you. Yuichi, if you come to this old man can give you the position of leader. You are my best student. You can definitely do better than me. These words made the surrounding soldiers, Bins and Anne nervous. Yuichi's strength, after 3 world wars, has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If such a monster-level existence joins Neo Marine, then they can even try to hunt down 4 Emperors-level pirates. Yuichi, however, did not immediately respond. I just turned my head to look at my former teacher Zephyr. Now Yuichi can feel the pain in Black Arm Zephyr's heart through the new character template, the ability of Asakura Yewang's spiritual vision. Although Zephyr's arm was not chopped off by a Shishibukai because of Yuichi, his family still died. That's why I left Marine. Yuichi watched a strange light flash in Zephyr's dark eyes. Teacher. I'm here to get your support. Chapter 127. Combine the 4 emperors to form the strongest force. Support. Zephyr looked at Yuichi. This statement made him feel that there was something hidden in Yuichi's words. The ability of spiritual vision allows Yuichi to vaguely feel the doubts in Zephyr's heart. Now the feeling that the spirit vision gives Yuichi is far less powerful than King Asakura Leaf. Maybe it's because the awakening progress of my character is still too low. Advertisement. The ability of vision can only make Yuichi vaguely feel Zephyr's mood swings, such as happiness, sadness, or doubt, surprise and other emotions. Now Zephyr is full of doubts and curiosity. Yuichi didn't continue playing charades anymore, but directly said something that shocked Anne, Bins, and the surrounding soldiers. I want to join forces with the 4 emperors to form the most powerful force on this sea. As soon as the words are exported, the soldiers all stared at Yuichi in front of them with wide eyes. They are probably all thinking, is this man talking crazy? Unite the 4 emperors to form the most powerful force on the sea. Once the 4 emperors are united, they can indeed be said to be the most terrifying force on the sea. But how could the 4 emperors be united together? If they would have joined together. Everyone in the 4 emperors is not the kind of existence who is willing to be subordinate to others. It is simply a dream that 4 people like this want to unite them. Zephyr's complexion also quickly became extremely gloomy. A rage is burning in his heart. Yuichi. After you left Marine, have you no longer had the heart to uphold justice? If this is the case, you leave the old man immediately, before the old man gets angry. Zephyr's family members were killed by the pirates, but Yuichi asked him to support the joint pirates? No matter what the united pirates do, it's impossible. Zephyr's hatred of pirates is well known to Yuichi. Naturally, it is impossible for him not to think of this, so this time Yuichi has already had a reason to completely convince Zephyr. Zephyr, who suddenly became angry, brought Anne, Bins and the surrounding soldiers back to their senses. Only then did they remember that their leader, Black Arm Zephyr, had a deep hatred for the pirates, and how strongly he supported the alliance with the pirates. It is simply 1000% impossible. If Black Arm Zephyr succumbed so easily, he wouldn't be Black Arm. Yuichi looks at Zephyr. Isn't the teacher going to listen to my reasons? Hearing this, Zephyr laughed instead. He knew Yuichi, and he wouldn't act without being absolutely sure. Advertisement. So in other words, Yuichi was sure of convincing him. This made Zephyr suddenly feel interesting. His hatred for pirates cannot be eliminated no matter what. How Yuichi was going to convince himself? Humph. Then let me tell the old man to listen, and see what kind of reason my most proud disciple has to convince the old man. Zephyr crossed his arms and seemed to think that no matter what Yuichi said, he would be indifferent. Yuichi opened his mouth. United pirates, there may be a chance to revive your family. One word. The speed of speech is neither fast nor slow, and the voice is neither light nor heavy and extremely flat. But such a short sentence. Zephyr suddenly stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. What did you say? United pirates, there may be a chance to revive the teacher's family. Zephyr rushed towards Yuichi in an instant, grabbed Yuichi's collar with both hands, and the corners of his face kept beating. You are telling the truth. Yuichi nodded. The teacher has noticed it too. That strange Myriad Realms fusion system, it seems to be omnipotent, teleporting us to another world. Even opened up a weird space. Let the four emperors and others be unable to move freely. It can give us the power of another world. It can make everyone in the whole world younger and stronger. I think it should have the ability to revive the dead. When Yuichi finished speaking slowly, Zephyr loosened his hands slowly, his gloomy face gradually calmed down, and then an indescribable joy crept up his brows. Stretched eyebrows, a hopeful smile bloomed on his face. Hearing what Yuichi said, Zephyr already believed it in his heart. That light curtain, that myriad worlds fusion system, really seems to be omnipotent, or Su Fu's living and dead people are just a piece of cake for that thing. But Zephyr looked down at Yuichi again with cold eyes. Even if it can revive my family, why should I unite with some pirate? Having said that, Yuichi casually sat down cross-legged. And Zephyr hesitated for a second, then sat cross-legged in front of Yuichi. The two looked at each other. Yuichi explained slowly. Hasn't the teacher found out yet? Why was the Marine chosen for World War I? The faction chosen by the opponent in World War I is called Konoha Village. Is this just a coincidence? Advertisement. Afterwards the opponent was defeated and the power to fight changed. The teacher didn't think about why he would change other powers. Speaking of which, Yuichi picked up a stick of wood and drew on the ground. World War I. I think it should be just for a simple test. Test the power of both worlds. World War II. It should be called a formal war. It is the first time that the worlds of the two sides have formally fought each other, and the world that wins will have the chance to evolve. World War III. Power plunder after world evolution. 3 world wars, the faction called Konoha fought twice. The third time was rotated to another faction. Now Zephyr has begun to think along the lines of Yuichi. He seemed to have thought of the guesswork that Yuichi was going to say later. According to Yuichi, the faction that represents one's own side will be replaced once it loses. Since there are replacements, the order of appearance should not be random. There should be some kind of restriction. And the First World War is a test of strength, so the most powerful forces from both sides should come out to test. The strongest force naturally represents the most powerful force in one's own world. And Yuichi wanted to join forces with 4 emperors to form the most powerful force in the One Piece world, because, then Marine was defeated. The next rotation is the strongest force formed by the 4 emperors. Yuichi wanted to continue, but Zephyr raised his hand to signal Yuichi to stop. The old man already understands what you want to do. Zephyr had a smile on his face. This smile made Yuichi smile too. This, of Zhao, means the teacher agreed. Although Yuichi can try to unite with the 4 emperors by himself, but if Yuichi has no power and really runs to unite with the 4 emperors alone. Even if Yuichi has enough reasons to persuade them, he will only play a supporting role and will not have any right to speak. In this way, even if the forces united by the 4 emperors fight on behalf of One Piece world, Yunyi has no way to fight. Not to mention the inability to obtain the rewards of the myriad worlds fusion system. Even the mission of the template system cannot be triggered, so Yuichi's joint efforts with the 4 emperors will be in vain. Zephyr stood up and threw the cloak off to bins. Looking down at Yuichi. Beat me. Hearing this, Yuichi froze for a moment. Why is it that you have to fight with yourself even though you have already agreed? Task Trigger Spoon. Compete with Black Arm Zephyr in Haki and Taijutsu and defeat him. Task Reward. The awakening progress of the second character template is increased by 5% and the host's own hidden ability Conqueror's Haki is awakened. Chapter 128 The Dividing Line on the Sea. Increase the awakening degree of template characters by 5%? This is a very high reward, but it is a pity that the second character template Asakura Yuang, not the first character template Byakuya Kukaki. It's not that King Asakura is inferior to Byakuya Kukaki, it's the situation of Yuichi now. Enhancing the awakening progress of the first character template is definitely stronger than the power brought by the second character template. One has awakened to 58.7% and the other is only 10%. Advertisement. However, the task reward actually comes with the reward for awakening Conqueror's Haki. This confused Yuichi a bit. But it seems that there is not so much time for Yuichi to think about this problem. In front of you. Zephyr took off his shirt, revealing the muscles that have been honed over thousands of years, the muscles embedded in his body like iron body. It looked very scary. Come on. Yuichi, let me see if you have not lost your body skills and haki in addition to swordsmanship over the years. Zephyr glanced back at the stunned soldiers. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly came to their senses, and hurriedly retreated to reveal a wider field for the two of them. Anne wanted to say something, but was repelled by Zephyr's eyes. She and Bins had no choice but to back away silently. Yuichi stood up slowly, looking at Zephyr who didn't intend to use the special mechanical arm. Is this going to be a simple 283 haki contest with myself? Grabbing the Zanpakuto at his waist, Anne opened his mouth when he saw Yuichi intending to use his weapon. But next second. Boom. Zanpakuto, which was spinning extremely fast in the air, was directly inserted obliquely on the ground with its knife and scabbard. Zephyr smiled. Yuichi also took off his shirt, and compared with Zephyr, Yuichi's muscles don't look so full of strength. But the lines are perfect. Ian stared at Yuichi's belly for a second, then turned his head to find Boz looking at her strangely. Although there is no teacher's guidance these years, I have never let go of taijutsu and haki practice. Really? Let me see what level you are now. After speaking, Zephyr looked at Yuichi, not planning to make the first move. Although he didn't say anything, he was still very satisfied in his heart. Does this disciple see him getting old and want him to make a move first? Although a little gratified, but also a little uncomfortable. Zephyr himself never considered himself old. Take a step with your legs. The power of the full explosion was transmitted to the ground under his feet, and the ground immediately cracked open. The dust and smoke suddenly rose, and Zephyr's figure flashed directly towards Yuichi. Leaving the air 10 centimeters away from the ground, it swept toward the right one like a gust of wind at extreme speed. The fists in his hands stretched back, and haki instantly covered his hands. Black Arm. Zephyr. Hence his nickname, the mighty haki has his arms completely blackened. Advertisement. That's why it's called Black Arm. Zephyr's use of haki far exceeds Admiral's level. In addition, due to the evolution of the world, the physical condition has returned to the situation 10 years ago. His haki powers become even more terrifying. A simple straight punch. An astonishing wave was set off in an instant, and ripples spread in the air. Such a picture made the soldiers hold their breath. The teacher didn't hold back at all. Binz exclaimed. Ain was also very puzzled, is this going to kill him? Facing a terrifying punch from Zephyr. Yuichi stood still but didn't move much, even as the terrifying haki waved fist was about to come. Still saying calmly, amazing. As expected of Mr. Zephyr, haki is even stronger. Looking at Yuichi, who is not flustered at all, people around him start to worry about him. This guy's swordsmanship is pretty good, but he's fighting with his bare hands now. If they didn't use swords, the soldiers believed in their leader Zephyr, and they definitely had the strength to fight this man. Moment. The black iron fist was bombarded at Yuichi's face with extreme speed. Yuichi squinted his eyes and raised his right arm with 5 fingers spread, haki instantly covered. Immediately afterwards, the 5 fingers suddenly grabbed it. Boom. Buzz buzz. 2 waves of haki waves erupted suddenly, producing terrifying black lightning that spread rapidly towards the surroundings. The light generated by haki's collision seemed to blacken the sky. The aftermath spread, and the ground under their feet sank suddenly, sinking to a depth of 1 meter. J-sai. The cracked ground and the extremely fast air waves swept wildly on both sides. After a few seconds, haki fluctuations gradually dissipated. The light faded, and Yuichi grabbed Zephyr's fist with one hand, his body still stood straight on the spot, firmly nailed to the ground like a nail. Didn't take half a step back. Zephyr stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Hiss. The surrounding soldiers gasped. How is this possible? Standing where you were, just caught Mr. Zephyr's fist. Ain, teacher's full attack, this man, this monster, just caught it so easily, with one hand. Binz, no wonder the teacher called it a monster. This power is indeed a real monster. Is it all right? Teacher. Yuichi squinted his eyes and asked softly. Zephyr, who was in shock, suddenly froze. Then with a smile, he pulled his fist out of Yuichi's hand. Raise your fists, how is it possible, it's over so easily. Come again. Advertisement. Boom. Bang bang bang. Fist shadows all over the sky kept falling towards Yuichi. This time Yuichi used his left hand and waved both hands at the same time, blocking all Zephyr's attacks. In a split second, the two fought against each other countless times. The roar in the ear has been resounding continuously. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr's figure retreated suddenly, and haki's fluctuations became more violent. The figure suddenly disappeared. There was only a cloud of dust and smoke that suddenly rushed straight into the sky and rolled up into the sky. Next second. Boom boom boom. Zephyr, who stepped back 5 or 6 steps in succession, stabilized his figure for a moment. Look up. A huge fist is expanding bit by bit in his eyes. The black fist shadow in the eyes completely covered the whole eyes. But just as he was about to hit Zephyr, the fist stopped. A gust of wind raged past Zephyr at extreme speed. Zephyr's hair and trousers swayed in the wind. Long. The storm died down. Fist placed in front of Zephyr, haki faded away. Yuichi put his hands down and looked at Zephyr. Is this all right? Teacher. Zephyr swallowed silently, and slowly turned his head to look behind him. A very obvious dividing line appeared on the sea, and the high waves on both sides were rolling back towards the middle. Hush! The sound of running water sounded. The spray dissipated. The sea surface dividing line that has been stretching the horizon also disappeared. The power of that punch, has it reached this point? He looked back at Yuichi in front of him. Zephyr sighed, I'm old. I really have to admit defeat. Yes, old man, lost. After the voice fell, the surrounding soldiers all slumped on the ground powerlessly. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr was cleanly defeated in a pure haki collision. Mission completed. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Awakening degree of the second character template increased by 5%. Conqueror's Haki Awakening. Chapter 129 Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Second character template, King Ma King Yat. Current awakening progress, 10%. 10.1%. 11.3%. 12.6%. Advertisement. Feel the progress bar slowly rising. The same power inside Yuichi was also, constantly surging up like crazy. Force. The power from the world of Summoning King, this power is somewhat similar to Ryutsu, but somewhat different. Ryutsu is the power that comes from the soul. And witchcraft is not completely soul power, but it can act on the soul. Increases soul power. If you let Yuichi say it, witchcraft is more like spiritual power. At the same time as the awakening degree of the Yuichi character template is increased. As the witch power continued to surge, Zephyr, Anne, Binz, and the surrounding soldiers all faintly felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. It was like a stone was suddenly pressed against my heart. The slightly weaker soldiers even started to sweat coldly on their foreheads. It feels like the legs are extremely heavy. Awakening progress of the second character template, 15.3%. Open new ability. Attribute transformation, transform the state of the super spiritual body holding the spirit into any attribute among gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Individual ability, vision, enabled. Seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled. Looking at the new abilities, Yin Yi was a little disappointed. This new ability doesn't seem to do much for Yuichi. He has no spirit. Although I live in witch power now, do you want to find your soul in pirate world? This is impossible, but it is not impossible to insist on the soul. Brook seems to be one. After the fruit of Huangchuan is developed, he can go out of his body, but Yuichi can try to capture Brook as his own spirit. But what's the use of Brook when holding a spirit? It seems that the combat effectiveness against Yuichi can't be enhanced much. It seems a bit tasteless. Just when Yuichi felt that this new ability was completely useless. Awakening Conqueror's Haki for host. Boom. Suddenly, for an instant, an invisible wave erupted in Yuichi's body. The rapidly spreading Haki wave swept across all directions in an instant, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Advertisement. Zephyr wondering what the strange power in Yuichi is all about. Suddenly his eyes widened. Conqueror's Haki. At this time. Awakened. Zephyr felt the Conqueror's Haki erupting from Yuichi's body, an extremely strong Haki wave. It made him feel incredible. Judging by Yuichi's appearance, this should be the first awakening of Conqueror's Haki. But the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, the power of this Haki is so terrifying. This kid is indeed a rare monster in 100 years. Zephyr also experienced the release of Conqueror's Haki by pirates at the Four Emperors level. Yuichi has only just awakened, like those pirates at the Four Emperors level. It seems to be able to match one or two. You know, this is just awakening. Being able to reach this point means that Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki will become even more terrifying in the future. However, just when Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki awakens, the witch power in the body is running extremely fast. Put Haki, Ryutsu, and Tailed Beast Chakra in Yuichi. All fused and transformed to form Conqueror's Haki erupting wildly. At this moment, Yuichi, who felt the consumption of other powers in the body, and Conqueror's Haki continued to strengthen. He himself froze for a moment. Conqueror's Haki's power had already stopped. But suddenly it surged again, and the strong fluctuation of the outbreak was even more amazing than when the system made him awaken Haki. Before, it was just like a few waves breaking up on the surface of the sea, but now it was as terrifying as a huge wave shaking the sky. Poof! A soldier suddenly lost consciousness and fell down. Next. Second, third. From near and far, one piece after another of soldiers slammed down under the impact of Yuichi's Haki. Zephyr looked around, hardly any soldiers could stay awake and all were down. Even Anne and Binz lost their brilliance in their eyes after a few seconds. Instantly fell to the ground. In the end, only Yuichi and Zephyr were left standing on the entire island. The ground under Yuichi's feet was fluctuated by the violent Haki, crushing out countless cracks, spreading like a spider's web at a high speed. When Yuichi came back to his senses, he controlled the magic power to stop functioning. The fluctuation of Conqueror's Haki slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zephyr couldn't keep his calm when he looked at Yuichi. Even if the man in front of him is the most outstanding disciple he has ever taught. But now Zephyr can't treat Yuichi with a normal heart. The first time I awakened Conqueror's Haki. Haki fluctuations of this size broke out. Advertisement. Look up at the sky churning and swirling under Yuichi's Conqueror's dew. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched. Such a Haki. Even if it is comparable to the 4 emperors today, it is not too far behind. Swallowing saliva gently, he looked down at Yuichi. When I was at naval headquarters before, Yuichi's talent, whether it was the weapon color or the knowledge color, was very good. At that time, I was wondering if this kid would have the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr laughed silently at the thought. It seemed that he was indeed right. Yuichi has the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki and is also extremely scary. But before staying in the marine, Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki has been unable to awaken. This is also a normal thing. How can a person who obeys orders awaken the power of the king? 0. This does not wake up as soon as Marine Yuichi leaves Conqueror's Haki. It seems that even if Yuichi doesn't leave Marine now, he will leave Marine sooner or later. King. Cannot be restricted. Zephyr feels very relieved now that as Yuichi's teacher, his disciple awakened Conqueror's Haki. Almost on par with 4 emperors. Zephyr, as a teacher, is very happy to have such a ferocious beast and a disciple with such monster aptitude. And at this moment Yuichi didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. All he could do was feel the witch power in his body. Nowadays, this new ability of witchcraft makes Yuichi feel extremely unbelievable. Witch power can transform other powers into another power. Ryutsu, Haki, Chakra. Among the 3 forces, witch power can transform the other 2 forces into one force. This is different from Yuichi's previous fusion of multiple powers. The 3 forces have their own advantages and disadvantages, and different force zones are used in different situations. Although the 3 forces seem to have overlapping abilities in many aspects. But in terms of defense and melee attack, Haki is the strongest. In terms of gathering energy, Ryutsu is the fastest and easiest to control. In terms of the power of the materialized explosion of energy, it is the tail beast chakra that is the most amazing. Now add the transformation ability of witch power. Yuichi can not only use the most advantageous power according to different situations. At the same time, the 3 forces transform into a certain kind of force, and the power that erupts can break through the original upper limit. Explode a power several times or even dozens of times beyond the original limit. Ma Kangyi is worthy of being an undefeated existence as the protagonist of the villain. Chapter 130 Entering Whitebeard's territory. There are still 4 days until the start of the 4th World War. Yuichi, who met Zephyr and successfully convinced Zephyr, gained Zephyr's support. After a short rest for a few days, Neo Marine, gathered with Zephyr's subordinates, officially set sail from the base camp. Go somewhere in the New World. Advertisement. Inside the cabin, Yuichi was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, facing the sea outside the window. Performing knife zen. Suddenly Yuichi opened his eyes. Look at the system panel. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 59.8%. After a few days of practice, I have successfully increased the progress by 1.1%. This growth rate is even faster than when the template was first opened. Now Yuichi doesn't understand, it's because of the opening of the fusion of worlds. It was also because I opened the second character template Ma Keng Yuang. It seems that July 17th will not take long, and the awakening progress will reach 60%. Look at the system prompts. A random reward will be given if the character template awakening progress reaches 60%. Random rewards. This made Yuichi look forward to it. Unknown things always make people can't help but have expectations. Getting off the bed and standing up, Yuichi now took off his previous suit. Put on a wide white cloak. I wore a white suit before because as a marine general, I must show the majesty of the world government and marine. So there is no way. To be honest, Yuichi doesn't like the restrictive feeling of suits. It's still more free. Get up. The door is open. Anne stood at the door and looked at Yuichi. The teacher told you to go out. It seems that you are almost at your destination. Yuichi nodded and walked towards the door. Before Anne came, Yuichi already sensed Anne's arrival and shared her intentions. It is also the second character template, after Ma Keng Yuang's awakening progress has been improved. Enhancement effect of spiritual vision power. The combination of this ability and the color of knowledge seems to give Yuichi a sign that he is about to awaken observation Haki's ability to predict the future. Although many times Yuichi is not actively using observation Haki. Advertisement. But there is always an inexplicable feeling, reminding Yuichi to use the knowledgeable Haki. At the same time, after releasing observation Haki, combined with Ma Keng Yuang's spiritual vision ability, the range of perception is extremely amazing. And focus on one person's words. The closer and weaker the opponent is, the more Yuichi can feel the opponent's emotions and thoughts. People like N can only feel a rough idea. But if it is an ordinary soldier? Yuichi was already able to perceive the thoughts in the opponent's mind, although not all of them. Although the character's awakening progress increases, the abilities that have been activated will naturally become stronger gradually. After 100% awakening, the ability is enhanced to the point where it is exactly the same as the template character. Come on deck. Yuichi hadn't come out of the cabin door yet, the soldiers on deck already felt a strong sense of oppression. Wait until Yuichi shows up. Some people suddenly came to their senses only to find that their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. Yuichi glanced at the sweaty soldier. You have a strong sense of danger. If you practice well, your achievements may reach the naval headquarters vice admiral level. Yuichi casually said something and continued walking forward. Zephyr was waiting for him at the bow. Come to the bow. Zephyr looked back at Yuichi. You kid is really a monster. Conqueror's haki has only been awakened for a few days? The feeling of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled. I should have controlled it very well. I didn't leak haki. The teacher's perception ability is amazing. It's not because I have good perception and awakened the Conqueror's haki. This is an unavoidable phenomenon. As a king, it's normal to feel oppressive. Saying that, Zephyr looked into the distance. Stop talking about this, we've already arrived. Yuichi also turned his head to look in that direction. On the endless sea. Yuichi and others are on this side of the sea level, and a huge ship is parked on the sea from a distance. And this huge ship is Yuichi's target. With Yuichi and others' ships approaching, Neo Marine's fleet size is not small. There are 5 or 6 large ships and a dozen small ships. It is fully loaded with soldiers, and the number of personnel is about 5,000. It is too difficult for such a fleet to remain unnoticed on the sea. And someone on the giant ship in the distance had already seen the fleet that suddenly appeared. At the same time, near this huge ship, there are small ships watching secretly from far away. If you look carefully, you will find these small boats, although no flags are hoisted on the boats. It looks like an ordinary small merchant ship or fishing boat or something. But in fact the above personnel are marine soldiers. They are closely monitoring the giant ship in the distance. Advertisement. Although it is impossible to monitor the movement of the ship anytime and anywhere, it is enough to determine the approximate position. Marine, who was on board, was monitoring the giant ship as usual. The sudden appearance of the Neo Marine fleet caught Marine's attention. These are, Neo Marine, the legion organized by the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. What are they going to do? So many people have gathered to come to Whitebeard's place? Is this an attempt to do something to Whitebeard? Crazy. Several Marine soldiers in charge of monitoring were stunned. Although Blackarm Zephyr was very strong as the original Marine Admiral, his current strength is far from what it used to be. To look to challenge Whitebeard is looking for death. The Marine soldier held up the binoculars to check the situation on the ship. Really? On the first big ship, Heijifa was seen at the bow. It really is the Blackarm Zephyr. But then he noticed a figure beside Zephyr that made the Marine soldiers unbelievable. Yuichi, who was not wearing the Marine Justice cloak, appeared in the eyes of several Marine soldiers. Is this Mr. Yuichi? How did Mr. Yuichi end up with the Blackarm Zephyr? And why is Yuichi-san dressed like this? The matter of Yuichi leaving Marine was blocked by the world government. Although the newspaper has dug up some things, there is no definite evidence that Yuichi has indeed left Marine. So this news has never been reported. And now Yuichi appears. Take Zephyr's ship to Whitebeard's land. In the eyes of these Marine soldiers, Yuichi is still a candidate for Admiral of Headquarters 4.8. Such a person can also be said to be the highest combat power of Marine. And Marine's highest combat power is now heading for Whitebeard's ship, the Moby DK. What is this for? Want to slay Whitebeard? But they haven't received any information about this situation at all. Moby DK aboard. Marco held up the binoculars and looked in the direction of the Neo Marine ship. Dad, someone's coming. It's the Blackarm Zephyr, and there's a special guy on board. That kid you've been wanting to meet, Marine Admiral candidate Yuichi, no. It should be said to be the pirate Yuichi now, and he's here too. Hearing this, Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly. Pirates. Yuichi. Gulala la. It seems that I have really left Marine. So it means that it is not Marine who wants to attack the old man, but a rising star who wants to take the old man's head. Let them close. Marco. Chapter 131 The World's Strongest Man. Although Marco was a little worried about the other party's intentions. But since my father said so, and now my father's physical condition is much better. Previous medical equipment has been removed. Now the old man has recovered to the physical condition of 10 years ago. There is no need to be afraid even if you face the monster that exploded with amazing combat power in the World War. Advertisement. But after all, he is a person with Admiral's strength. Although it is not the real Admiral, the opponent's strength is no different than Admiral. And there's also a Blackarm Zephyr. Their father's status is restored, so the same black arm Zephyr, a sea soldier of the same era as Whitebeard. His physical condition should have recovered a lot. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates needs to be serious. They all took up the posture of facing the battle. When the Neo Marine fleet approached to a distance of 100 meters, the other ships dropped anchor and stopped. Only the boat that Zephyr and Yuichi were on moved on. After getting close to the Moby Dick, Yuichi is going to board the Moby Dick to meet the strongest man in the world. Zephyr, do you want me to accompany you? You. No. I am enough alone. Hearing this, Zephyr was still a little worried. Are you sure you can really convince Whitebeard? Yuichi paused for a second before saying, I'm not sure. 29. Forward. Zephyr didn't expect Yuichi to give such an answer. It's hard to get out of here if you can't convince Whitebeard. A tough battle is inevitable. Yuichi smiled, but I will try my best. After all, that person is a living legend. It is impossible to persuade him easily. After saying that, Yuichi jumped directly aboard the Moby Dick. From the wooden ladder set up between the two ships, they walked towards the deck of the Moby Dick bit by bit. Follow Yuichi to take the first step. Boom. Invisible fluctuations spread. Conqueror's Haki wave burst. Not intensely, but a second step as Yuichi took his second step. Immediately, Haki increased by another magnitude. Third step. Haki skyrocketed again. Despair. 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 Yuichi maintains a certain rhythm of pace, and the Haki waves emanating from his body are getting stronger and stronger. Seeing Yuichi's actions, Zephyr broke into a cold sweat. Advertisement. This kid actually releases his Haki so brazenly. On board. Marco felt the growing Haki, frowning at the crew on deck. If it's just this level, I can still bear it. Just as he was thinking so, after a while, Marco regretted it. Cold sweat broke out on his face. The increasingly intense Haki was almost as close to their father's Conqueror's Haki. Who is this? Whose Conqueror's Haki is so scary? Boom. With the crew down, Marco patted his forehead sharply. Oops. Bang. Bang. Some of the crew froze. What's wrong with them? Brick Jotzi, don't worry, they just passed out, they'll be fine in a while. Did you faint? Why? Jaws snorted coldly. Apart from the four of the four emperors in the New World, who else has this kind of Haki? Just as he was speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps sounded. Yuichi, wearing a white cloak, stepped onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The crazy catharsis of Haki split the board of the ship in an instant. Yuichi strode toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked up at Yuichi. Marine boy. Has such a strong Conqueror's Haki. The Marine and world government can't keep people like this. Marco and the others looked serious. It turned out that this Marine really had such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. This kind of strong Conqueror's Haki is not inferior to Daddy. At this age, there is Haki who is comparable to Daddy. It is indeed a monster. When Yuichi was 10 meters away from Whitebeard, he stopped suddenly, and the last violent wave broke out. Moment. The elite crew members who could still barely support also fell to the ground one after another. Yuichi stopped and Haki also dissipated. Most of the crew on the ship passed out on the ground. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi coldly. Marine, no. It should be a pirate now. Yuichi smiled. You can say that. That's a pirate, so what are you doing here as a pirate? Do you want to take the old man's head? You have a big appetite. Kid, you just became a pirate and you're on the throne of the four emperors. Advertisement. It appears that Whitebeard was completely mistaken. I'm not looking at the throne of the four emperors, and I'm not here to take your head. Hearing the words, Whitebeard smiled. A person who unscrupulously released Haki said that there is no hostility. Do you think the old man will believe it? Yuichi's face is still calm. I just want to let the strongest man in the world see my strength. The purpose is not to be underestimated. Gulala la. Interesting guy, your Haki surprised me. It's rare to see a Conqueror's Haki awakened as a Marine. Conqueror's Haki didn't awaken in Marine, but after I left Marine. This sentence made Whitebeard, who was smiling, stop suddenly. What did you say? Whitebeard wasn't quite sure if he had heard it wrong. This kid said his Conquerors awakened after leaving Marine? How many days has he been away from Marine? Awakened Conqueror's Haki is nothing, but that level of Conqueror's Haki can completely compete with him. Did he say he just woke up? Although Conquerors can't be cultivated and strengthened, it doesn't mean that you can directly awaken the top Haki right away. Where Yuichi walked just now, the plank of the ship was directly cracked by the air. This kind of Conquerors that can cause substantial damage is not at all like the power that a person who has just awakened Conqueror's Haki can grasp. You. When did you say your Haki awakened? Yuichi smiled. After leaving Marine, that is, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Awakened Conquerors reached this level? White-Hu 310 stared at Yuichi, but there was no sense of lying from Yuichi's demeanor. This kid, is it really conquerors who just awakened? Impossible, just awakened conquerors can't control conquerors to such an extent. A monster. Forget it, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Whitebeard, I'm leaving Marine, and I think you can guess the exact reason. Yuichi paused at this point. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi. Yuichi's expression became extremely serious and serious. I came to see you to unite with you. Joint. Whitebeard didn't expect Yuichi to say that. Unite yourself? What to do? Deal with Marine? Whitebeard laughed and wanted to tell Yuichi that Whitebeard didn't need Yuichi's help, nor anyone's help, to deal with Marine. As long as Marine dares to provoke Whitebeard, he will never make it easy for Marine. Whitebeard fears no one in this sea. You go back, boy. This old man is not interested in uniting with anyone, no matter what enemy. I, Whitebeard, can deal with it myself. It was also expected by Yuichi that Whitebeard would have such an answer. 4 emperors. No one is not proud. Yuichi lowered his head and smiled lightly, and shook his head. Really? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, does have the power to deal with all enemies, but, you alone can against the whole world. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Against a whole world? Boy. What do you mean? Chapter 132 The belittled Yuichi. Marco jumped off the next higher platform. Looking at Yuichi in front of him. His eyes were gloomy. Hey! Yuichi, what do you mean? Why does Dad have to face a whole world of enemies? Besides, even if the whole world unites to deal with Papa, our Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid. Yuichi, I mean another world, not this one. Advertisement. Another world. The crew on board froze for a moment. The team captain soon understood. Yuichi was talking about the other world that was at war with their world. But why did the Whitebeard pirates face that world? The captains paid no heed to Yuichi's words. Whitebeard, Marine represented our world in the battle against other world. Although the whole world has benefited, Marine has gained the most. Once you win a world war, not only your own world will evolve. Those who participate in the battle at the same time will also receive unique rewards. Said Yuichi looked at the people on the boat. The tailed beast chakra in the body of Raising Hand surges out. The chakra, as thick as blood, emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The appearance of chakra immediately made everyone stare at the ball of energy in Yuichi's hand with wide eyes. Even Whitebeard leaned forward slightly to get a better look. Participating in a world war, although the whole world will benefit if you win, but the forces participating in the war will gain the most. 4 emperors, marine, and world government, 3 forces maintain the balance of the sea, and now this balance is already tilting. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard. I believe Whitebeard should have felt it long ago. The balance is broken, so sooner or later, the era of great pirates will end. Speaking of this, Whitebeard laughed. Even so, I don't need to unite with you, a brat. The old man has also seen some problems in the 3 world wars. The fighting party in the world war is not fixed. Sooner or later, it will be my turn for the Whitebeard pirates to fight those ninjas. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates can also gain great power. Whitebeard waved his hand and signaled Yuichi to leave without saying any more. And Yuichi sneered, did you find out too? Hehe. But you didn't tell the whole story. Whitebeard was impatient. Yuichi pretended not to see it, and continued talking to himself. Advertisement. There are 4 emperors, each of which is very powerful. Whitebeard, how do you ensure that your Whitebeard pirate group will be selected with a 1/4 probability? Know that sometimes one step slower will never catch up with the other 4 emperors. Whitebeard, oh. So you have a way to make the Whitebeard pirates under the old man's command guarantee that they will be selected by that weird thing to fight in the other world? Certainly. Originally thought that Yuichi would be speechless for this question, but unexpectedly Yuichi answered immediately. Even the tone is so sure. The smile on his face faded away, and Whitebeard's expression became serious. Looking at Xianzhu boy, if you play tricks on this old man, the consequences are not something you can bear. Yuichi glanced at him. I don't have the time to juggle a 4 emperors. Then tell me. How did you let the Whitebeard pirates under the old man's command be selected to fight in the other world? Then Yuichi told Whitebeard what he had said to convince Zephyr. In the world war, choose both sides to fight. It's not random, but there are certain rules. If Yuichi hadn't known about it, both Marine and Konoha village could be said to be the most powerful forces in both worlds. I'm afraid I can't guess the rules for selecting combatants in the world war. And Yuichi's words made Whitebeard's expression dignified, and his eyes flickered continuously. Seems to be thinking about the possibility that Yuichi said. 3 seconds after Yuichi finished speaking. Whitebeard thought about it carefully, and it is indeed very possible that, as Yuichi said, the rules for selecting the fighting party are the ones he analyzed. Coupled with what Yuichi said, Shishibukai was not originally on the list of personnel selected by Sengoku. But when the world government handed over Shishibukai to the command of Marine, it officially delegated power to Marine. Everyone in Shishibukai can be selected by Sengoku. From this point of view, all changes in the world's forces, and that weird light curtain, can also be read. This is also like what Yuichi said, if the two forces combine to become the new strongest force in One Piece world, then the light curtain is also approved. But Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Yuichi. Boy, I want to thank you for telling me this information. In return, are you interested in joining the pirate group under Lao Jing's command? The olive branch was thrown out suddenly, but Yuichi's face suddenly darkened. This old thing obviously recognized what he said, but he still had no intention of joining forces with him. Because of Whitebeard, he can use this method to make the Whitebeard pirates the most powerful force, thus gaining the right to fight in the next world war. Whitebeard's solicitation was just a casual question. Even if Yuichi really agreed, Whitebeard would not dare to reuse Yuichi. A person who just escaped from the Marine, what if he is an undercover agent of the Marine? Advertisement. Whitebeard, do you want to compete for the right to participate in the World War according to the method I said? Hearing this, Whitebeard leaned back slightly and didn't answer Yuichi, just smiled faintly. This demeanor obviously thinks so. Yuichi sighed. Sure enough, the joint Four Emperors plan would not be so easy to succeed. The reason why Whitebeard rejected Yuichi is also very simple. Much the same reason as before Zephyr proposed a fight before backing him. Zephyr is not sure that Yuichi has enough strength to implement the plan of uniting the Four Emperors, so he has to fight Yuichi himself to verify Yuichi's strength. Whitebeard, on the other hand, does not think that joining forces with Yuichi can increase his power, and the only people who are qualified to join forces with him are the other Four Emperors. So Yuichi's request was rejected. Now, there is only one way for Yuichi to get Whitebeard to agree to join him. Show enough strength to get Whitebeard's approval. Four Emperors. They are all extremely arrogant guys. As the Emperor of the Sea, even Admiral is not looked down upon by them. In the eyes of Whitebeard, Yuichi is only an Admiral-level existence. Whitebeard, I don't know, you can't do it yet, you're not so old that you can't even lift a knife. Heard the words. Get Zhao. Whitebeard's gaze instantly became extremely cold, and the aura of the crew and captains on the ship also changed suddenly. Boy! Are you looking for death when you say such things on the old man's boat? Yuichi stared at Whitebeard hard. The strongest man in the world, I have long wanted to see how strong he is. To challenge you. Boom. The captains and the crew were all stunned for a second. This guy is so arrogant, the man in front of him is the strongest man in the world, a living legend. The people who are qualified to fight this man in the sea can be counted on one hand. How dare he challenge Whitebeard? Marco stood up directly. If you want to challenge Dad, you are not qualified enough, I will deal with you. Marco. Whitebeard stopped him, and then stood up slowly. The moment his huge body completely stood up, a majestic aura like a mountain suddenly exploded and crushed towards Yuichi crazily. Chapter 133 Fighting against the strongest man in the world. The tall Whitebeard looked down at Yuichi. The pressure in that gaze was very strong. Interesting. Gulala la. Is this kid trying to prove his strength to the old man? Advertisement. Unwavering eyes, no change of breath. It seems that he really wants to fight the old man. Facing Yuichi with such an arrogant attitude. On the contrary, Whitebeard appreciated it very much, and even dispelled the idea of whether Yuichi might be Marine's undercover agent. Now he also wants to see, this Marine genius. What is the real fighting power of the kid who was forced out of the Marine? Seeing Yuichi fight in the light curtain, even watching Yuichi fight live. It's not a personal experience either. Very good. No one has dared to challenge this old man for many years. Father, let me deal with this kind of guy. Whitebeard looked at Marco slightly angrily. What? When did the old man become someone who only hides behind his son and accepts protection? If I don't even dare to accept a challenge from a brat, I can completely give up the position of the Four Emperors. Saying that, Whitebeard looked back at Yuichi. I accept your challenge. If you can hold out under my hands for an hour, I will consider 747 your proposal just now. Hold on for an hour? Whitebeard was underestimating himself. Although Yuichi didn't have full confidence in defeating Whitebeard, but when he really had to fight for his life and death, there is a full 60% certainty that he will kill Whitebeard, but he may also be seriously injured. Task trigger. Multiple template characters trigger tasks, please host to choose one of them to execute. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Awakening progress, 59.8%. Second template character, King Ma King Yat. Awakening progress, 15.3%. After the number of template characters increases, will more tasks be triggered? However, it seems that although there will be more trigger tasks, it seems that only one of the tasks can be selected for execution each time. Select the first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Selected character, Byakuya Kukaki. Task announcement. Stay unbeaten for an hour under Whitebeard, or directly defeat Whitebeard to obtain Whitebeard's approval. Task reward, template expansion ability Void Power opens Masked Form. Masked Form. With this ability, with Yuichi's current strength, he really won't be afraid of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Not to mention completely suppressing every 4 emperors, at least they have, CJCB, the same power as 4 emperors. In this way, the success rate of the joint 4 emperors will be greatly increased. After all, no matter what world you are in, strength is an important factor in determining the right to speak. Start the boat and find a place for the old man to display it to his heart's content. It just so happened that the old man also took a look at the current state of his body, how much he has recovered. Marco looks at Whitebeard with great interest. Father, why don't you leave it to me to deal with this kid? Your health has just improved, and you haven't had a comprehensive checkup yet, so rashly fighting will have an impact on your health. What else is there to check? The old man's body, the old man himself knows, there must be no problem now. Father. The people on the boat, ignoring Yuichi now, all started to gather around Whitebeard. Whether these people are ordinary crew members or the captains of the squadron, they are worried about Whitebeard's health from the bottom of their hearts. The extended family that Whitebeard has created is indeed a warm one. Somewhere on the 3-hour voyage from the Moby DK, there is a huge and deserted island. The captains who couldn't dissuade Whitebeard are all very anxious and worried staying on the shore now. 2 people who were already standing in the open space in the distance. Yuichi and Whitebeard. They are staring at each other. The Neo-Marine fleet on the side was also watching Yuichi and Whitebeard from the shore. Zephyr's expression was rather dignified. Although Yuichi's strength is very strong, he can face the current Whitebeard. Whitebeard regained some of his health. This is the strongest in the world. Zephyr is not sure how he will fare against Whitebeard Yuichi. Even if he was so worried, Anne, Binz and the soldiers of Neo-Marine were even more worried. Challenge Whitebeard, this is Whitebeard. It's impossible to beat it. Just stick to it for an hour, it shouldn't be a problem. 1 hour? Who do you think Whitebeard is? He is a great pirate who is competing with Roger, the only living legend in the sea, and he can persist for an hour at the hands of such a monster. That's also not something that can be done casually. Although these people feel that it is impossible to win. But there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart, hoping that a miracle will happen. Whitebeard is very strong, but he is also facing a marine genius, and his combat power is definitely an admiral-level monster. Yuichi and Whitebeard standing in a clearing hundreds of meters away. The distance is less than 10 meters. From a distance, Whitebeard's tall body looks like a hill. And Yuichi looks like a kid. Although Yuichi is already 2 meters tall, he is nothing compared to Whitebeard. Advertisement. Boy. Let's do it. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki, a weapon similar to Guan Gong's broadsword. Coupled with Whitebeard's aura, the sense of oppression is very terrifying. There is no wavering in Yuichi's heart right now. Just hold on for an hour. Even if it is not serious, there is no problem at all, this is Yuichi's self-confidence. But Yuichi is not such a relentless person, what he thinks about is how to defeat the monster in front of him within an hour. If you want to do this, you have to work hard. 1 step forward. Yuichi's knees were slightly full, gathering his strength. At the same time, the left hand holds the sheath of Zanpakut at the waist. The right hand was slowly placed on the handle of the knife and hung in the air. The breath became extremely weak, to the point where people could hardly feel it. With Yuichi posing like this, Whitebeard instantly felt a sense of crisis that he hadn't seen for a long time. What a boy! You can actually pose a threat to this old man. The potential is astonishing. While Whitebeard was sighing in his heart. Sudden. An incomparably thick aura fluctuated and spread from Yuichi's feet. Suddenly, a strong storm swept across, causing the surrounding ground to crack open. At the same time at this moment, less than a second. The witch power in Yuichi was running at full speed. All the power converges into Ryutsu, which explodes at Yuichi's feet. Shunpo. For a moment, Yuichi's figure began to twist, and then disappeared like fireworks. Next second. Yuichi, who was completely out of sight but already appeared in front of Whitebeard. The Zanpakut at the waist was pulled out in an instant. A slash to Whitebeard's neck. The witch power transforms other powers in the body. In a sudden instant all Ryutsu transforms into Haki. Overlaid on Yuichi's Zanpakut. The moment Zanpakut was unsheathed, a black thunder erupted from the blade. The extremely strong Haki fluctuation directly responded to the black thunder. Directly spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Beep bang. Buzz buzz. A series of astonishing ripples suddenly swept out. The dusty island shook violently in an instant. Chapter 134 Intense Haki Collision. The terrifying shock came suddenly. Marco and the others, who hadn't paid much attention to it, frantically searched their eyes. Staring at the distance. The knife cut to Whitebeard, the blade sliced through the void as if the light had distorted it. The surrounding ground was violently rippling under the violent shock waves like the surface of water. Advertisement. It is unimaginable that such a situation will occur now on a solid ground. The calm look on the faces of the members of the Whitebeard pirates completely disappeared. Instead, there were horrified eyes, looking at Yuichi in shock. The haki wave burst from Yuichi's Zanpakuto, strong a little too much. The erupting black thunder shot straight into the sky like real lightning. And Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki in his hand, and also instantly released his superb haki skills. Most of Yuichi's slashing power was removed, but even so Whitebeard took a sharp step back, stomping his right leg heavily into the ground. Boom! The sparks that erupted from the collision of the blades continued to burst out. The haki of the two collided, and Yuichi's haki had a golden light. And Whitebeard's haki glowed faintly white. The volatility of the two haki stalks is almost the same. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. As haki collided, the surrounding ground continued to collapse, and huge rocks were impacted by haki waves. Slowly soar into the sky. The roaring sound kept thinking, and the blue veins on the faces of both sides kept popping up. Marco, who was still sitting on the ground with a calm face before, has stood up now and his mouth is wide open, as if it is enough to stuff an egg. Until the air waves generated by the haki collision between the two became stronger and stronger. Marco was almost blown away before he suddenly reacted. This guy's haki is on par with Daddy. How is this possible? It wasn't just Marco who felt such a thing was impossible. Even the other team captains felt that Yuichi's pure haki power could not reach Papa's level. This is a legend in the sea, a legendary pirate. His haki has spent most of his life in this sea area and has been honed little by little after defeating countless enemies. Just a Marine Admiral candidate, no matter how talented he is. It's just that they are strong in skills, and their talents are at most better than the same group of people. Haki's strength cannot be developed overnight. In particular, the further back the power of haki is, the more effort it takes to hone it. At Yuichi's current age, he has haki at the same level as their father. This is simply impossible. Is this a genius? Haki's power can also transcend time and reach incredible levels. Foil Besta's hands are trembling slightly now. Advertisement. When? Suddenly the two suddenly separated. The violent wind pressure erupted at the moment of separation, and the astonishing airflow made people curl up and try to stabilize their body as much as possible. Not to be blown away by the violent wind. However, after the storm swept through, everyone hadn't had time to look up. Boom! Suddenly, there was an even more terrifying collision sound. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto in both hands, and all the energy in his body is transformed into haki under the action of witchcraft. Why Yuichi chose to play haki and Whitebeard? Because Yuichi wants to use this method to make Whitebeard agree with himself. But what Yuichi didn't expect was that after all the power in his body was transformed into haki's power. With such violent haki power covering the blade, there is no need to worry about this kind of invincibility. It feels so good to just slash like crazy. No wonder Zaraki Kenpeki in Shinigami doesn't care about moves at all, nor does he care about Zanpakuto's liberation. Strength is everything. Now Yuichi has also experienced this feeling of fighting with absolute power and defeating 10 with one force. Boom! 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 The figures of the two kept moving, and the blades were cut one after another. Whitebeard's combat effectiveness after he has no injuries on his body is even more terrifying than when he was in the original Summit War. It has been fully enhanced several times. Whitebeard was able to injure Akainu during the Summit War, and he was able to do that with his already battered body. Now Whitebeard is pain-free. The physical condition regressed to 10 years ago. Today's Whitebeard, haki is at his fingertips. The speed of the knife is not weaker than Yuichi. The same movement speed is not too slow Yuichi. The two of them were constantly moving in this wide open space like two terrifying tornadoes. Constantly raging and frantically destroying everything around. The black thunder continued to shine. Collision, collision, collision again. The roar rushed to the sky and echoed in the sky. It was like a thunderbolt continuously exploding in the sky. Hush! Above the sky became dark at dusk. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. His eyes shrank suddenly. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Sky. Heaven, it's cracked. A series of terrified eyes stared at the extremely gloomy sky. A crack splitting from the middle is like an endless abyss, swallowing the clouds on both sides. Zephyr, Yuichi, this kid fought against the old man before, hasn't he played his best yet? Ian, what a strong haki. He can even compete with Whitebeard, he is a legendary pirate. Bins, Even Sensei doesn't have such a powerful haki. Zephyr, who was still surprised when he heard the words, looked at Bins with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. The old man is old after all, and he can't compare with you young people. Besides, it's nothing to be surpassed by one's own disciples. When will you two surpass this old man, then talk like this? Boom. Suddenly, an astonishingly powerful slashing wave swept across the air towards the distant mountain. Next second. Swish. Instantly penetrated that mountain peak. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the hill began to slope slowly. Afterwards, everyone could clearly see the crack emerging from the halfway up the mountain, spreading toward the top of the mountain at an angle of 45 degrees. Tilting and cutting off most of the mountain in an instant. Countless people stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. One knife. Cut off a mountain. Whose attack is this? Looking in the direction of both Whitebeard and Yuichi. The direction Whitebeard's blade is facing at this moment is theirs. And Udao Zancho kept his posture in place, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. But looking at the direction Yuichi's blade was pointing at, it was the mountain. That guy did it. Even the mountains can be cut off at will. This guy's strength is simply comparable to that of the old man. Idiot, that's because Dad didn't use the fruit ability, and he has been using haki since just now. But the other party is the same. After saying this, people seem to suddenly realize that neither of the two people in front of them has used their abilities yet. A smile broke across Whitebeard's stern face. Goo la 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 la. I haven't met such a strong opponent for a long time, boy, you are very strong. But why don't you use your abilities all the time? Yuichi, didn't you also not use your fruit ability? Hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, googling. Well, let's use our abilities together, and let the old man see your full strength. Chapter 135 Senbonzakura vs Shock Fruit. Do your best. Yuichi squinted at Whitebeard in front of him. The opponent's body seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep. This is presumably because Whitebeard's body has returned to the state it was in 10 years ago, and the pain has disappeared. But the sudden change made it impossible for Whitebeard himself to fully adapt to his suddenly relaxed body. Advertisement. I don't even know how hard my fist should be. So now Whitebeard is adapting to a decade throwback, relaxed body. Continue to fight, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Until Whitebeard discovered the limits of his current body. So the protracted battle is not good for Yuichi. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Hearing Yuichi's words suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with pity. He has already recognized Yuichi from the bottom of his heart, but he still wants to use Yuichi to help him try to see the extent of his real power now. This kind of thing can only be discovered by fighting. 000. Playing against his own sons, Whitebeard would worry about accidentally hurting them. But there is no problem with Yuichi's words, and the gas calendar area that was just shown in the future. Even if you accidentally get hit by yourself once or twice, there will be no problem at all. At most, it is only a serious injury, and it will not die. But Yuichi suddenly said that one move will determine the outcome, which made Whitebeard feel a little pity. I just wanted to have fun. But since Yuichi has the confidence to say such a thing, it is naturally impossible for him, Whitebeard, to disagree. Could it be that he, the majestic Whitebeard, is still afraid of a junior? It is good. Whitebeard readily agreed. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto in both hands. The strongest move for Yuichi right now is Bankai's Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Jianjing makes Kimoto incarnate as Zanpakuto, forming a special space. Envelop yourself and your enemies within this space. No one can escape. And because Jianjing turned Senbon into Zanpakuto, it was equivalent to abandoning his own defense. Senbon does not need to consume Ryutsu to make it float. In this case a large number of Ryutsu will gather to Yuichi himself. The Yuichi Ryutsu surge under Bankai, in this case all the Ryutsu concentrated on itself. It is not necessary to spend a lot of Ryutsu to control 1,000 books. Yuichi's slash will get even more terrifying. And now, the witch power can also transform Haki and Chakra into Ryutsu. How strong the power of Jianjing will be, Yuichi himself does not know. Then let's try it out. Yuichi finished in his mind. Raise your hand and raise your Zanpakuto. Advertisement. Point the knife to the ground. When this action appeared, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that guy is going to use his ability? Yuichi's voice who was talking suddenly sounded. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. An incredible scene appeared. The blade fell from Yuichi's hand, and the moment it pierced the ground seemed to turn into a cold dead lake. Swallow Yuichi's Zanpakuto whole. Immediately afterwards. Boom. Yuichi's terrifying Ryutsu crazy outburst. It feels like the power of Conqueror's Haki mixed with the frantic Haki waves. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi, he always felt that Yuichi's power was very strange. Doesn't seem to be Haki? Swish swish swish. Rows of huge blades rose from Yuichi's back, one by one. Immediately after the wind blew, thousands of blade fragments emerged. The entire island is suddenly covered with sakura flowers. Such a beautiful scene stunned everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing such a picture from the light curtain is completely different from seeing such a picture in person. Zephyr's eyes flickered. What kind of ability is this? Yuichi is getting more and more incomprehensible. And it's so beautiful. Bins nodded. It's hard to imagine that these beautiful sakura flowers will turn into terrifying weapons of death. Humph. I always feel that this ability is slightly desolate. Ain said slowly. And the indifference shown on Yuichi's face at this moment is indeed extraordinarily terrifying. Make countless petals on the edge of the knife, boy, your ability is really eye-opening. This ability is not like what can be done with swordsmanship, and it is even less like Devil Fruit's ability. As Whitebeard said, he was about to ask Yuichi what kind of ability this was. Suddenly, a pink light burst out from Yuichi's body. The dazzling light turned into spirit snakes swirling in the air and sweeping away, gathering towards the top of the two heads. In the blink of an eye, a wonderful space appeared. And the blade fragments gathered into handfuls of Zanpakuto, arranged neatly and orderly in the air. Circle and circle continue to overlap. Killer Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Yuichi raised his head slowly. This is my strongest move right now. Turn all the blade fragments into knives again, concentrate all the power on yourself, and give up all defenses in exchange for. Raising his hand behind him, a knife flew towards Yuichi. Appears on Yuichi's hand. The moment Yuichi grabbed Zanpakuto, Ryutsu burst out of madness suddenly emerged in the space. A blinding pink light engulfed Whitebeard almost instantly. Advertisement. Whitebeard felt heavier and heavier under Yuichi's Ryutsu. Yuichi looked at Whitebeard. In exchange for an unparalleled attack. Whitebeard. Are you ready? At the moment, outside this strange space, everyone seemed to see a vague black translucent glass covering the two of them. There are also things that look like long knives exuding pink light floating around. What is this? This thing has Papa and that guy in it all of a sudden. At this time Yuichi's voice came. Listen to Yuichi explaining the scene. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Marco and the others all stopped. This ability is not for catching Dad, so don't worry about it for now. Although you can't see the outside in the Jeijing space, you can see what's going on outside. It's just that I can't intervene in the battle between the two now. Whitebeard glanced around. The breath of Marco and others can still be felt, but they cannot be seen. Extraordinary ability. Saying that, Whitebeard looked at Yuichi, but boy. You gave up all your defenses in exchange for attack power, do you want to bet everything on this one blow? Look at Yuichi's determined gaze. Whitebeard also waved Kong Yunki in his hand. Shock Fruit's ability activates. A translucent ball appeared on the blade. It is constantly compressing and compressing. Yuichi sees all the Ryutsu inside here rushing towards the blade. Although Yuichi has not yet awakened. The final scene of Byakuya Kukaki. The White Emperor sword can pour all the power into the blade, and then release it in one breath. Such 4.3 tricks do not require special awakening. A pink light envelopes the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand. The breath became stronger and stronger. All the energy in the body is transformed into Ryutsu under the transformation of witch power. At this moment, Yuichi's Ryutsu is at its strongest. Confront Whitebeard. Yuichi's concentration was high, almost at the moment when Whitebeard finished gathering strength. All the power in him has been poured into Zanpakuto. Lightly waving Zanpakuto in his hand, Yuichi made a very ordinary cut. At the same time, the power of shock fruit gathered by Kong Yunki in Whitebeard's hand also exploded. The air cracks. Even for a moment, this different space created by Yuichi was shaken by the power of shock fruit as if it was about to be broken. Gorgeous and dazzling pink light sweeps away. The invisible power of shock is raging. The two forces collided in an instant. Chapter 136 Mission completed and the banquet begins. Terrible turmoil erupts. Yuichi's Jeijing Kong cracks. And it's not just the space Yuichi creates that's cracking at the same time. The entire island is directly divided into two. Due to the spread of the shock force on the sea surface, a huge wave was set off. Advertisement. The marine watching from a distance was engulfed by the waves. Dust and smoke billowed where the two forces collided. Although the spreading fluctuations gradually dissipated, it still made people unable to gain a firm foothold. Is this the power that erupts from the Four Emperors level pirate battle? It was the first time for Anne and Bins to see such a terrifying scene. It was terrifying. Looking at the sky, the clouds have long since broken. A seemingly endless crack in the abyss is exposed, which is constantly devouring the clouds and mist. And the huge waves on the sea surface are also churning, and they are about to roll back. Completely submerge the island. But in the next second, a shock wave exploded and broke the waves on both sides instantly. The smoke also dissipated. Father. 29. Marco wanted to rush up, but after the smoke dispersed, Whitebeard half kneeled on the ground, holding Kong Yunqi in one hand, his face pale. There is a chasm in front of it, and sea water is pouring in. Look up. Across the chasm, Yuichi also has a striking gash on his shoulder. The bleeding didn't stop. The white cloak on his body was also torn apart, and a large area was stained red with blood. Whitebeard still seemed to have the upper hand between the two. Shock Fruit's destructive power is indeed terrifying, because it exceeded Yuichi's expectations. Seeing this result, it seems that Yuichi is slightly inferior. But Zephyr and others smiled instead. Even all the Neo-Marines were beaming with uncontrollable joy in their eyes. Joke. The opponent is 4 emperors. The existence who holds the title of the strongest man in the world can fight to such an extent in front of such a man. Yuichi. It can be said that it has a fighting power comparable to the 4 emperors. It's just that compared to the old Whitebeard, Whitebeard's body seems to have recovered a lot. Advertisement. While not quite back to his prime, Whitebeard remains Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard did not suffer any obvious injuries to be able to fight like this, he obviously exhausted his strength. If the blow just now was not because of the strange space enveloped, the terrifying destructive power did not spread too much, otherwise the island would have disappeared long ago. And Yuichi is only injured, not down yet. It's pretty good to be able to do this. But Yuichi himself didn't look very good. Unexpectedly, with the help of witch power, all the power in the body will be transformed into Ryutsu. When the tailed beast's chakra, haki, and all are transformed into Ryutsu, Yuichi's Ryutsu should have surpassed the power Kurosaki Ichigo had when he first fought Byakuya Kukaki. But even that couldn't beat Whitebeard. This is not what Yuichi wants. Although the task can still be completed, the right to speak will not be too heavy. If you can't grasp the heavyweight right to speak, then even if Yuichi joins the 4 emperors, you can't fully control the situation. This is not what Yuichi wants. Lowering his head, Yuichi gritted his teeth lightly. It seems that more things have to be exposed. Whitebeard was sweating profusely on his face, and before he could fully adapt to his youthful body, he unleashed a blow with all his might. The hit made Whitebeard feel hearty, but at the same time it felt like something was missing. But if he waited for rest, he would be able to fully adapt to the restoration of his young body, and what Whitebeard couldn't believe was that my shock fruit power seems to be stronger. The world evolves. All powers will be strengthened. However, although powers like devil fruit have also been strengthened, whether they can be used or not needs to be developed by the ability users themselves. The same is true for the ninja world. The power of chakra will become stronger when the world evolves, but the power of ninjutsu needs to be strengthened by the ninjas themselves. Hey! La 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 la! The kid didn't expect you to be able to catch the old man's full blow. Very nice. Said Whitebeard looked at Yuichi, you should be like the old man, you have no strength. This battle is worse than. Just as Whitebeard said this. Boom. Boom. Yuichi's body burst out with witch power. It is true that the tailed beast's chakra, haki, and Ryutsu Yuichi are basically exhausted. Physical strength is seriously overdrawn, but there is still a power that has not been consumed too much, and that is witch power. Now the witch power erupts from Yuichi's body. It is completely useless to have magic power without possessing spirits. But Yuichi also has front ghosts and back ghosts. Advertisement. Bang bang. The former ghost and the latter ghost appeared in front of Yuichi as if walking out of the void. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard, it's true that my stamina is almost exhausted, but that doesn't mean I can't continue fighting. Watching the front and back ghosts suddenly appear. This not only stunned Whitebeard, everyone stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the former ghost and the latter ghost. What is this ability? Whitebeard's eyes flickered a few times, watching the front and back ghosts suddenly appear. The combat power of these two things should not be too strong, but no matter whether it is strong or not, Whitebeard has no strength to resist now. Even if the combat effectiveness of these two things is not very good, there is nothing Whitebeard can do. Looking at the ghosts before and after, they are ready to do it. Whitebeard sighed helplessly, okay, the old man lost. Yuichi smiled. However, boy, you have to tell the old man what is going on with these two things. Yuichi had already prepared an answer to this question. Of course the truth will not be told. The abilities and powers from the world of the Summoning King will not be told to them. Then the only explanation that can be given is. In the first game of the World War, when those ninjas appeared 417, I felt a strange energy in my body. Maybe that power is chakra. My trick is formed by fusing the power of the two worlds. I don't know exactly what happened. The previous blade turned into fragments and these two things appeared because of the fusion of power. This explanation caught Whitebeard by surprise. Merging the power of two worlds. No wonder. Yuichi's knife turns into flower petals, this ability is not swordsmanship or devil fruit. Although it is not clear what the fusion of the two worlds will look like. But Yuichi's terrifying haki and powerful swordsmanship, in itself shows that this kid's talent is extremely amazing. It is not impossible to integrate the power of Otherworld. I see. Whitebeard stood up slowly. Even if you win this time, I don't have the strength to continue fighting. As he said that, Whitebeard looked back at Marco and the others who rushed up. My little ones, prepare a banquet for me. The old man is in a good mood now, so we will hold a banquet on this island. Turning to look at Yuichi, hold a joint banquet with the Yuichi kid. Is this Whitebeard agreeing to his proposal? Sure enough, in the end, we have to rely on strength to speak. To join forces without Whitebeard's approval would be a dream. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Task reward, template expansion ability void power opens masked form. Chapter 137 The sea shakes before the battle. There are still 2 days left before the start of the Fourth World War. But at this moment in the entire pirate world, all the people are suppressing their worries as much as possible. After all, World War is about the existence and destruction of the world. Although they won 3 times in a row. But those ninjas in the opponent's world are not so easy to deal with. Advertisement. But all the people in One Piece world, although a little worried, are still not too anxious. Because Marine has 3 admirals plus Yuichi, a monster-level existence in World War. With such monsters around, Marine will definitely be able to win continuously. Let the people of this world become physically stronger and have greater strength. Now under the guidance of newspapers, people all over the world call Yuichi the strongest admiral in Marine. Although Yuichi is not admiral, but his strength is fully enough to be admiral. But early this morning, people who follow newspapers. But they saw a piece of news that they didn't expect at all. Marine's strongest admiral Yuichi appeared in New World. After the battle broke out with Whitebeard, the two actually held a banquet on an unnamed island. The first reaction of people seeing this news is, you are joking. Fake news. Yuichi is a marine general, it's okay if he and Whitebeard broke out, and they still have a banquet together? Marine held a banquet with the pirates, and he was a pirate at the 4 Emperors level, so it was embarrassing to release such news. It's impossible to think about it with your A. But then look down. On the night of the end of the World War, the naval headquarters Horselin fan broke out, and the naval headquarters building collapsed. Suspected battle broke out inside Marine. Looking at such text, coupled with the construction pictures of the Marine building being repaired that were secretly photographed from a long distance, it made people dumbfounded for a moment. On the day the World War ended, naval headquarters gathered quite a few Marines. Those Marine Vice Admirals on the Megatron side, plus Marine 3 Admiral and Yuichi. If anyone attacked naval headquarters at this time, it would be death. With the presence of all 3 admirals, even if the 4 emperors arrived, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Major events such as the collapse of the naval headquarters building were reported only after construction and restoration. Even ordinary people feel something is wrong. Marine and world government are deliberately hiding something. Advertisement. Otherwise, how could such a big event be reported so late? And the following newspaper article explained why this happened. After a few days, the newspaper's intelligence network thoroughly investigated. Even if the world government wants to hide it, there is no way to hide everything. The world government wants to take the tailed beast that Yuichi got. He ordered Marine and Admiral to arrest him, and the 3 admirals joined forces to besiege Yuichi, but the naval headquarters building was still unable to be trapped and destroyed by Yuichi. The hero of the World War, Marine General Yuichi, escaped from Malin Fanduo. Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku, together with Marine Hero Garp, went to the Holy Land Marijoice to negotiate with the 5 elders but failed. The current incumbent is being held in the Holy Land. These things are reported. For a while, the whole pirate world was boiling. And then Yuichi went to New World to challenge 4 Emperors Whitebeard, although he didn't know why. But the news that came out is that the battle between Yuichi and Whitebeard failed to defeat Whitebeard. But it's only slightly inferior. A marine general with a fighting strength comparable to that of the 4 Emperors was forced to leave the marine. For a while, even ordinary people couldn't figure it out, why did the world government and marine do this? Are you crazy? Although that tailed beast is very strong, it has not yet been defeated by Yuichi. Are tailed beasts really that important? For this thing, he even did not hesitate to force an important combat force away. Now, the 4 emperors of the New World. Everyone got the new paper and the message from Whitebeard at the same time. Kaido, sure enough, it's exactly as I thought, dispatching 3 admirals to deal with that kid, the world government is really courageous, it's a pity, let the other party escape. Said Kaido looked at the letter sent by one of Whitebeard's crew. Looking at the words on the letter, Kaido sneered, United? Humph. In the past, Kaido would not take a second look at the 4 emperors' joint exchange. But now Whitebeard himself said that Yuichi's strength is not weaker than him. And clearly told Kaido that he has decided to unite with Yuichi, so in other words, the Whitebeard pirates have 2 4 Emperors level combat power. Even he, Kaido, had to think carefully. There are many balances in this world. Between 4 Emperors, Shishibukai and Marine is the balance. Advertisement. But there is also a balance between 4 Emperors. And now that the balance among the 4 Emperors has been broken, it is not something that can be ignored casually. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin, Aunt also got the news. A boy who can be recognized by that old guy, can he reach this stage at this age? Unite. It is a good way to fight for the right to fight in the World War. You can think about it. 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks. After receiving Whitebeard's message, he looked at Beckman next to him. Do you think you want to go? Beckman frowned. This matter has to be carefully considered, but the sea has changed now, and the threat from another world is closely related to everyone. As he spoke, Beckman looked at Shanks. No matter who represents our world, if one loses continuously, our world will become weaker and weaker, and eventually become the nutrient of another world. Give your destiny to others, Shanks, are you willing to accept it? Hearing this, Shanks froze for a moment. Of course not. I don't want my destiny to be controlled by others. Speaking of which, Shanks already knows Beckman's opinion. Combined. It seems that we can agree, but how to combine them remains to be studied. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Yuichi's incident was exposed, and civilians around the world reacted violently, and they questioned the world government. Some places even blatantly asked the world government to give a reasonable explanation. Highly, but none of this is what the 5 elders are concerned about. The 5 elders are now concerned with what the hell is going on with Yuichi and Whitebeard in New World. There is also Black Arm Zephyr and his Neo Marine who are involved in it, this man who hates pirates. Even if he wants to help his most proud disciple, he may be willing to act with the pirates. And this pirate is Whitebeard. This is even more impossible. 5 elders couldn't understand this matter, so they could only continue to send people to investigate. And now there is more than one problem that is giving them headaches, and Marine Marshal Sengoku. At this juncture, he is still tough. He has no intention of compromising Sunday. Seeing that the Fourth World War is about to begin. If Sengoku doesn't compromise at this time, then their 5 elders will have to do one crazier thing. Since Sengoku is unwilling to compromise, let him rest. It's time to change the position of Marshal. Chapter 138 Obtaining Random Rewards. There are less than 24 hours before the start of the Fourth World War. Somewhere in the New World. 3 huge pirate ships stay here. All 3 ships belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Almost all of them have the same shape as Moby DK. Advertisement. And these 3 ships are Whitebeard's stronghold. Whitebeard owns the largest territory in New World, but he did not place his base camp on an island. Unlike Big Mom and Kaido, both have their own core headquarters. Pirates. Ben is the freest person on the sea. How can be bound, this is what Whitebeard advocates. Now besides the people from Whitebeard, there are thousands of people from Neo Marine. Also all on board. The pirates on the ship are still having a grand banquet. Although Zephyr agreed to support Yuichi to join the pirates. But he didn't want to have any intersection with the pirates. Ace and Bins took Neo Marine soldiers from the Whitebeard pirates to a banquet. He was alone on his boat watching Yuichi who was practicing on the sea. Since his fight with Whitebeard, Yuichi started to practice early the next morning after a short one-night banquet. This energy made Zephyr feel a lot, and after so many years, Yuichi is still working hard as always. But he couldn't understand what Yuichi practiced. From time to time, a powerful wave erupted from Yuichi's body. But this fluctuation is not haki, maybe it is the 240 new power produced by the fusion of 2 world powers, he said. This power is Ryutsu. Yuichi was rewarded by the system. The mask state of void power is activated. Now it is constantly adapting to this force. On the endless sea, Yuichi waved the Zanpakuta in his hand. A chopping wave capable of tearing apart the sea and setting off huge waves tens of meters high cut through the sea in an instant. Straight to the horizon. The sound of the sea surface being cut was heard. Behind them, the pirates on the Whitebeard ship raised their wine glasses high. So strong. This time the power is stronger than before. As expected of our ally, Mr. Pirate Yuichi. So cool. Cheers to our Mr. Yuichi. The mask on Yuichi's face slowly dissipated on the sea. Ignore the cheers of these fools. Yuichi counted the time. The time for the mask state to be turned on has been increased by 1 second. Although the system reward is that Yuichi can open the mask state and use the virtual power in the body. But the time is extremely short, the beginning can only be opened in less than a second and it will end. Advertisement. And now. A few days passed, and Yuichi had managed to stretch the time to over a minute. This time is still too short. However, when the mask is turned on, Yuichi's power has increased several times. This allows Yuichi to be stronger than the 4 emperors when Yuichi is in the masked state. But the time is only a short 1 minute. A minute is enough to beat the 4 emperors, but not enough to kill them. Yuichi is slightly weaker than the 4 emperors if the mask is not turned on. But the current strength is enough, at least he and the 4 emperors alliance can give Yuichi the same right to speak. But Yuichi felt that it was time for a battle to prove his strength. In addition to its own hard power that needs to be displayed, soft power cannot be too weak. The so-called soft power is the power behind Yuichi. Now there is Neo Marine standing for Yuichi, but this is not enough. Compared with 4 emperors, their power is not comparable to that of Neo Marine. Fortunately, although Yuichi has been in Marine all these years, Yuichi also has many friends in the past 20 years. After Yuichi convinced Whitebeard, he sent someone to send them a message. If those two join in, then Yuichi will be able to form a force that is not much weaker than the 4 emperors at all. Whitebeard has 3 team captains who are comparable to admiral level. There are 3 plagues under Kaido. Auntie has 3 desert generals under her command. Hungfa also has 3 powerful cadres under him. And if Yuichi has those 2 people joining, then he will also have 3 subordinates who are around admiral in strength. Now there is one, and that is the Black Arm Zephyr. At that time, except that the manpower at the middle and bottom levels is not too strong, the combat power of Yuichi at the top level will no longer be weaker than that of the 4 emperors. Enough to fight for an equal right to speak. Congratulations host. Awakening progress of the first character template reached, 60%. Get a random reward. Whether to open. Practice the masked state, did you, CJBH, unknowingly break through to 60% of the progress. Yuichi didn't even notice, however, cultivating the masked state is also exercising Ryutsu's control. Originally, it was only 0.2 away from breaking through to 60%. It is normal to complete the breakthrough within these 2 days. Turn it on. Yuichi also wants to see, what is the random reward. Immediately before Yuichi appeared was a huge disc. The disc is divided into 16 equally divided grids. And it started spinning extremely fast. Yuichi only had time to see several of the reward options. 500 years of pure Ryutsu. Top chop. Zanpakuto ability strengthening. These rewards. Each one looks so tempting. Advertisement. Now the speed of the turntable is so fast that Yuichi can't see what the rewards written on it are. You can only let the turntable stop by itself. However, the extremely fast rotating turntable does not stop slowly. Instead, it stopped suddenly. Look at the reward marked on the small box pointed by the arrow. Congratulations to host for getting a random reward. Top Kid. Top Kid. Not too bad. The power of Kid is also very useful. Originally, Yuichi's Kid level was only mid-level, but now it has been upgraded to the top level. In other words, the same Kid power released by Ryutsu Yuichi will become stronger now. The 4 of Had. Baile. Bang bang. The thunder that suddenly burst out from between Yuichi swept across the sea in an instant. The sound of thunder echoed constantly on the sea. Looking at the thunder that disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up slightly. Is this the top kid? So strong. Whitebeard's boat. That's awesome. Lightning exploded from Mr. Yuichi's hand. To our Yuichi-san for being able to unleash thunder. Cheers. Are you idiots? What's the point of drinking this kind of thing? Looking at his silly sons, looking for reasons to toast, Whitebeard also smiled and took a few sips of wine. But he slowly looked at Yuichi on the sea. The power of the other world. This kid is trying to master the power of another world. At the moment Yuichi has nothing to do with Whitebeard and the others. Click to open your own character panel. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 60%. Shikai, enabled. Bankai, Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, opened. Kill the scene, opened. Singing scene, not opened, the awakening progress will be automatically opened when it reaches 65%. End scene, unopened, the awakening progress will be automatically opened when the awakening progress reaches 70%. Cut, advanced. Fist, medium. Go, moderate. Ghost, top, freely use all kid below number 55. Special skill, empty cicada. Expandability, void power, mask status has been activated. Chapter 139 Past, Present, Future, Time intertwine. Watch for new prompts that appear. 65% and 70% can open the new scene of Senbonzakura. Practice. This 10% progress, I am afraid it will take about a year to go up. If you want to improve your strength, the fastest way is to do missions. But it's a pity that Yuichi is no longer a navy in the next world war. Advertisement. The best trigger quest, the chance is gone. Now I am also counting on whether the joint 4 emperors can trigger any tasks. Yuichi put away the Zanpakuto and headed towards Whitebeard's boat. Chakra flows under the feet on the sea surface, allowing Yuichi to move freely on the sea surface. Back on Whitebeard's ship, the pirates quickly gathered. One by one was almost completely drunk, and some people had been soaking in wine barrels for a few days and never got up. Woke up and drank and fell asleep again. Yuichi also really admired these people, cheered for various reasons at a banquet, and even delayed the banquet by himself. Go through these drunk guys and Yuichi comes to Whitebeard. How is it? Did anyone else write back? Hearing this, Whitebeard shook his head, no. Seeing Whitebeard's natural look, Yuichi froze for a moment. Since there is no news, this guy is still thinking about having a banquet. Seeing Yuichi's face change, Whitebeard curled his lips, you don't understand the fun of pirates too much. Come. Have a drink with the old man and experience the banquet. You must be serious in your practice but also know how to combine work and rest. Yuichi holds the wine glass that Whitebeard forced. The drink dangling in the cup bang. Whitebeard clinked his glass vigorously with him cheers. To our four emperors alliance. Gurgling. The corner of Yuichi's mouth twitched slightly, maybe this is the characteristic of One Piece world. There will be no troubles at the banquet no matter what time of day it is. Reluctantly, he drank the wine glass which was half the size of Yuichi's body. Boom. Putting down the cask glass, Yuichi looked at Whitebeard, without news from them, the Four Emperors Alliance would not exist. Your Whitebeard name doesn't seem to work either. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked at you indifferently inferior aggressive method. The boy is playing such tricks in front of the old man. Yuichi. Whitebeard, haha. You must have been seen through by the old man. You are still too tender, boy. Yuichi, speaking of business, what can you do if they don't come? Whitebeard, who said they won't come? The old man just said that there was no reply, but he didn't say they wouldn't come. Advertisement. Saying that Whitebeard looked into the distance, I'm Whitebeard. They won't ignore my old man's invitation casually. Besides, it would be nice if those guys were so polite. That means. Although there is no reply, will the other four emperors arrive as promised? That's what it means. Whitebeard seemed confident in his invitation. Thinking about it carefully, the four emperors probably wouldn't be willing to watch Marine gain the power of the other world, but they can only watch from the sidelines. But it's been 2 days, what's the situation if there's no movement? There are less than 24 hours until the start of the Fourth World War. Boy. Your conqueror's haki talent is very strong. Although your strange energy is very strong, don't waste your haki talent. Why not? I will teach you how to use conqueror's haki. Hearing this, Yuichi was a little surprised, he looked at Whitebeard, would you like to teach me conqueror's haki winding? Oh. Boy, you actually know conqueror's haki is entangled? Didn't you just awaken conqueror's haki? Could it be that after awakening conqueror's haki, you can't know conqueror's haki is entangled? Then you don't know devil fruit's ability if you haven't eaten devil fruit. Whitebeard, who was blocked by Yuichi's words, was a little upset. Boy, the old man won't teach you with this attitude. Whatever. Seeing Yuichi's nonchalant expression, Whitebeard became anxious. Yuichi's conqueror's haki talent is really good. Except right now Yuichi is like a rough diamond to Whitebeard. It's a pity to just let it go. And he doesn't have any outstanding disciples in Whitebeard, and the Yuichi in front of him may not be his son. So if you change the way, the relationship between the two will become unbreakable. Whitebeard then had a reliable ally in the Four Emperors Alliance. This is not a pure love of talent, but also Whitebeard's small calculations. Originally, he wanted Yuichi to beg him, and then he reluctantly agreed. In this way, he achieved his goal and satisfied his inner desire to see Yuichi begging for help. However, Yuichi didn't expect that he didn't care. With the system in hand, so what if you don't learn conqueror's haki? For Yuichi, it was just icing on the cake. It's okay if Whitebeard doesn't teach, he can still master it by himself. Looking at Yuichi now, there is no meaning of nostalgia at all. *YNTT. Whitebeard became a little strange instead, boy, really don't plan to learn. It's not that I don't learn, but that I can master it myself. Hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. Is this guy so confident in his talent? Advertisement. But if you think about it, it does. This kid's talent is indeed terrifying. It doesn't seem impossible to master it yourself. On the contrary, it is still very possible. Thinking of it this way, Whitebeard felt that if he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be a disaster for the kid to realize it by himself later. At that time, it will be difficult to ask Yuichi to owe him some favors. Forget it. If your kid has an appetite for this old man, I'll just reluctantly guide you personally. Yuichi scrutinized Whitebeard carefully with sideways eyes. This guy is eager to teach himself haki, but it won't be that simple. Tell me. What am I going to give? Yuichi asked. Whitebeard squinted at Yuichi, sure enough the kid was no fool. I just want a favor from your ex-husband, or how about being my disciple? Okay. I owe you a favor. Yuichi directly rejected the relationship of Whitebeard's disciple. In Whitebeard's opinion, this should be the first choice, but Yuichi didn't choose it. Smart boy. At the same time, he is also a very ambitious boy. After that, the time banquet continued until the beginning of the World War. Noon of the second day. The Fourth World War has officially begun. The huge light curtain in the sky appeared again. Looking at the light, Yuichi felt a pity in his heart. This time Marine will still represent Pirate World in the Hokage world. It is impossible for him to participate in the battle, so he lost the opportunity to trigger the mission. The Fourth World War is about to begin. This World War is a battle for privilege. The winner will get the privilege of crossing time. Time staggered, the world with this privilege can freely choose all candidates who meet the conditions for participating in the battle in the past, present, and future of your own world when choosing candidates for battle. Seeing this, Yuichi's eyes flickered extremely fast. It was exactly as he had thought. If the Hokage world gets this privilege, it will be a disaster. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama. Counting the long history of the ninja world, there are too many powerful ninjas. The world of Hokage is boiling at the moment. 1. Chapter 140. The large team battle begins. The privilege of crisscrossing time, and the person who can think of how terrifying it is not just you one. People in the world of Hokage after watching this time-crossing effect. In an instant, everyone in the whole world, including Wukage who was in the Iron Country. There was indescribable ecstasy in everyone's eyes. Past, present, future. All qualified candidates can be selected to participate in the World War. Advertisement. Fourth Raikage. AI suddenly stood up. Doesn't this mean that even dead ninjas, we can choose them to participate in the World War? Mizukage Terumi Mei couldn't hide her excitement. It seems to be like this. Dead people can also participate in world wars? Then my Konoha's modern Hokages. Sarutobi's heart was the most excited. If he gets this privilege, then Konoha will almost soar into the sky. Konoha has Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, and Senju, who has developed many ninjutsu, Mayday. Even the late 4th Hokage's golden glitter Namikaze Minato, Kiyabaye, and more. And now, outside the meeting place of the 5 cages, Tsunade had a strong light in his eyes. Can I see Nawaki again? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. If you really want to see your brother, I can grant your wish too. Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade turned his head and looked at Orochimaru with some doubts. What can you do? Jiraiya seems to have vaguely guessed something. Orochimaru, have you been researching? But even if you can do something, it is only temporary, and this thing with the power of gods may have a way to resurrect the dead. At the moment in the country of rain. In the base of Xia organization. Nagato looked at the curtain of light in the sky. Time staggered. Able to bring people from the past to the present to join the World War. So, can the dead be brought back to life? Yes. Compared with the mysterious power displayed by this thing, there must be some way to resurrect the dead. Nagato's gaze also became hot. Konan beside him felt Nagato's change, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Nagato, you don't think so? While Konan was talking, Tiendeo Pain suddenly appeared and stood in front of Nagato. Looking at Tiendeo Pain in front of him. Yahiko may be resurrected. Nagato is a little excited now. If his oath friend can really be resurrected, then it doesn't matter how much he pays. Konan lowered his head and had tears of joy in his eyes. Although she doesn't think it is possible to revive Yahiko, if it is possible, she would like to take a look at Yahiko. Advertisement. Even for a brief moment, watching him appear in the World War is enough. In the depths of the Akatsuki organization base. Obito's mood is also fluctuating violently now. Ju beside him felt Obito's emotional change. Not good. Looking at Obito's strange light curtain, he actually has such an ability to bring people from the past to the present, and it is obviously not a big problem to be able to sit through this kind of thing and resurrect the dead. And speaking of resurrecting the dead. So, Obito can't be calm anymore. This guy also has someone more important than his own life in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Obito smiled. World War is really interesting, absolutely, what do you think? Never been asked this question. Black Zetsu looked at Obito calmly. After a while, Ju said slowly, do you want to participate in the World War? Obito didn't answer but just looked at him calmly. Ju smiled, the power of that thing is really weird, maybe the Xia organization can become stronger with the help of its power. Ah! Obito sneered, and turned to look at the huge light curtain in the sky. The Fourth World War. Hokage World. Faction, 5 Shadows Alliance. When the text on the light curtain is displayed here, the people of Pirate World were stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly before, it should be a hidden village. Why did it suddenly become the 5 Cages Alliance? and this 5 cages alliance should not be the alliance formed by the 5 ninja villages of the 5 major ninja countries that I have known before. How could it be like this? Obviously only one faction can fight, but after such an alliance, wouldn't it become the opponent's 5 factions fighting at the same time? Such a cunning group of guys can actually think of such a way. At this moment Whitebeard on the Moby DK took a look at Yuichi. Sure enough, exactly as this kid said, people from the other world have also united, and they united so quickly. A consensus was reached in 7 days. It seems that the 4 Emperors alliance will be reached as soon as possible. It turns out that Yuichi's approach works. The 4 Emperors in New World at this time. Redhead Shanks, pack up little ones and let's go. Crew of Red Hair Pirates, boss, where are we going? Advertisement. Shanks had a twinkle in his eye. Go see Whitebeard. Cake Island, and, the method that old guy said is really useful, damn it. This guy is the first to discover this kind of thing. Kaido of the Beasts, it seems that there is no way to refuse that invitation. At this moment, the 4 emperors have already started to act. Taking advantage of the opening of the World War, the attention of all parts of the world is on the World War. They were dispatched at this time, gathering towards Whitebeard's territory, and Marine had no time to scruple. After all, Marine, the force representing One Piece World, is now busy dealing with enemies from another world. One Piece World. Faction, Marine. The Fourth World War is a battle for privileges. The fighting method is group fighting. Representative forces from both worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power, 10 people with A-level combat power, and 20 people with B-level combat power. Large group battle with a total of 35 people. The battlefield is being randomly confirmed. A series of pictures flashed on the light curtain. Various battlefields such as snow mountains, grasslands, wetlands, volcanoes, Gobi, deserts, archipelagos, etc. Finally, after a few seconds of flashing, the identified venue appearing in the light curtain is battle scene locked. Ancient Forest. Both parties please confirm the candidate. The Fourth World War will officially start in 10 minutes. Conditions for victory: until the last person on one side completely loses the combat ability, it will be declared a failure, and the other side will win. A group of 35 people fights. And the battlefield is in the forest. A 5.2 battle of this size, coupled with such terrain. A cold light flashed in Yuichi's eyes. Marine. I'm afraid there will be no way to win this time no matter what I do. Such conditions and venues are too favorable for ninjas. Especially for Marines who don't know how ninjas fight, it's too difficult to win in a battle of this scale. It's not that Marine is invincible without Yuichi. It's a gap in intelligence. After 3 battles in the Hokage world, the fighting style of the pirate world has been roughly figured out. Perhaps Devil Fruit can bring about some changes, but compared to the ninjas, Marine has not yet figured out the means of the ninjas. Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. Are you so optimistic about the other party's world? If Marine loses, the whole world will be affected. Yuichi smiled. It's not that I'm optimistic about the opponent's world, but that I understand how ninjas fight. Such rules and fighting methods are very beneficial to ninjas. Chapter 141. The lineup of both sides is determined. Is it that sure? You're still angry about what happened in Marine? Saying that, Whitebeard moved closer to Yuichi. Can you tell this old man? What is it that made you such an excellent boy? You were forced to leave the Marine and destroyed the naval headquarters building. This question made Yuichi's face turn a little uncomfortable. Yuichi gave Whitebeard a cold look. Can't you guess? Advertisement. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. He guessed something, even if Yuichi didn't say it. It's probably close to 10. The tailed beast in the kid in front of him is probably the reason why he left Marine. This is what Whitebeard thought of when he first saw Yuichi. But I still want to hear from Yuichi himself, but Yuichi doesn't want to talk about it, and Whitebeard only thinks that Yuichi has a grudge against Marine. Then don't touch Yuichi's bad luck. 10 minutes passed quickly. The Fourth World War begins. But before the start of the World War, a strange figure appeared in the picture. From the world of pirates, in a certain room. A white-haired old man sat with a serious expression on the small light screen that popped up in front of him. This person is probably quite unfamiliar to ordinary people. 29. Few people could even guess why this person suddenly appeared in the picture. But the picture on the other side is the 5 shadows in the ninja world. The 5 cages sitting around the round table are discussing who should be sent to fight. Each of them has a small light screen in front of them. However, it seems that the 5 people cannot directly choose who to send to the battle, after someone chooses the candidate. It needs to be confirmed by other people. In other words, the candidate will not be confirmed until all 5 people agree. Seeing this, Yuichi found it very interesting. This system that integrates all worlds can actually make such changes to adapt to this new force, the 5 Shadows Alliance. Then when the alliance between him and the 4 emperors decides who will play, it will probably be like this. If this is the case, great, at least for the time being, there is no need to compete for the dominant position of the alliance. Alliance with the four emperors is already difficult. I still want to be the leader of this alliance, not to mention that other four emperors will not agree, even Whitebeard is unlikely to agree. The best solution is to share the right to speak equally. Of course, Yuichi is confident of leading the four emperors alliance in the future. But it's too early. The world of Hokage is being negotiated by Gokage. However, the person responsible for selecting the candidates for the battle in One Piece world is this grey-haired old man. However, he seemed to be in good spirits, and there was an inexplicable majesty exuding between his brows. Advertisement. This person. Naturally, Yuichi would not be ignorant. Whitebeard looked at the person who appeared in the screen, Kong Kong. Sengoku is gone, it seems that because of your matter, Marine also has a major change. Even this old monster was called out. Kong empty. The commander-in-chief of the three armies under the command of the world government is richer than Marine era Sengoku. Apart from I'm, the king of five elders and celestial dragons, Kong Kong's status is the highest. However, as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he now replaces the position of Marshal Marine and chooses the candidate for the battle. It can be seen that the current Marine is directly led by Kong Kong. Sengoku has lost the position of Marshal of the Marine. Although the world government has not been announced yet, but this picture appears, and the people in the newspaper office will analyze it soon. These people are not idiots who can't even guess this. Marshal Sengoku is dismissed, naval headquarters is destroyed, and Yuichi defected from the Marine. A series of things will soon be exposed. After being exposed, whether the world government and Marine can silence the public will depend on the outcome of this world war. The fourth world station officially begins. Candidates from both parties are being sent into the arena. Brush, brush, brush. As soon as the picture on the light curtain changed, a dense ancient jungle immediately came into view. And in this forest, the trees are extremely huge. Even small bushes are 3 or 4 meters high. Fighting in such a place requires a lot of observation and perception. The candidates sent by the ninja world. Among them, the 5 people with S-level combat power who deserve attention are not Wukage. 2. Konoha, Hitaki Kakashi. Konoha Tsunade. Mist Shinobi, 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Rock Shinobi Old Purple, 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Cloud Shinobi Killer Bee, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention other people, just these 5 people. Let Yuichi understand the plan of the 5 Kages alliance. Hitaki Kakashi is strong, especially in this terrain. He has a more diverse fighting style. After all, Hitaki Kakashi, a copy ninja who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, is 50-50 against any enemy. However, Kakashi is not the main force, but assumes the role of supporting or holding back an enemy in a certain place. Tsunade. The person in charge of medical treatment. Advertisement. The other 3 are all Jinchuriki, possessing extremely pervert destructive power. The main force of the battle. Yuichi was very surprised to see such a ratio of personnel. Group battle ninja is very good at it. Afterwards, there were 10 A-level combat personnel, which made Yuichi feel that One Piece world was hopeless to win. Konoha, the Inoshika CH trio. Ryuju, Dingzo, and Hai Yi. These 3 are also Jonin of Konoha, and their individual combat ability is not very strong. But even if the 3 of them cooperate with S-level combat personnel, they can't beat them. At the same time, Hai senses the position of the enemy, and can transmit the situation of the entire battlefield to all ninjas at any time. Mist Shinobi Green. Although Mist Shinobi has only one person, Ching's white eyes can also control the enemy's tracks very well. If Hai is responsible for long-distance sensing, then Ching is observing with the naked eye while fighting ahead. Rock Shinobi, Black Earth, Lois, Terracotta. The father and daughter, together with Kitu and Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu, can easily divide the battlefield and further increase their control over the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi, Darui, Samui, ACE 393. Cloud Shinobi Jonin is an extremely powerful trio. The coordination is not weak either. In such a terrain, small-scale battles in groups of 3 and they meet the enemy, and they can quickly solve it. Of the remaining 20 B-level combat personnel, Yuichi doesn't know every one of them. However, according to the ratio of personnel, it seems that the main consideration is to cooperate with the battle, rather than the ninja who simply fights with the Grandmaster. The selection of 5 Kages in the Hokage world is very good. And on the other side of Pirate world. Although Kong Kong is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, he seems to be also the marshal of the Marine now. But the people he chooses do not. It should be said that the people selected according to the will of the 5 elders confused Yuichi very much. The B-level combat forces are all a group of Marine rear admirals, but they seem to be generals with a heart for the world government. The same is true for vice admirals with A-level combat effectiveness. Only one of them is vice admiral, the headquarters that Yuichi is more familiar with. S-level combat power. Akainu and Kizaru actually do not have Aokiji this time. There are also two other admiral candidates, Chafu and Momo, plus the last mysterious marine soldier codenamed X. This person was obviously not marine, and he covered his face as if he didn't want others to see him. Looking at this lineup, Yuichi felt ridiculous. Are the five elders overwhelmed by their previous victories? Sending these people to fight, completely ignore the world of Hokage. It feels as if sending some random people out can win. If you underestimate the ninja, you will die miserably. Chapter 142, The Regressed Marine. The Fourth World War. The battle for privileges officially begins. Participants from both sides have confirmed that they will be transmitted to the battlefield soon. Countdown. Plus. Advertisement. 9. 8. 7. 6. As the countdown began, everyone in the two worlds became inexplicably nervous. Even for the 5 cages of the Hokage world, the candidates for this battle were determined after their careful discussion. But even so, it is still inevitable to worry about it. The countdown is over. White light fell from the sky. The picture on the light curtain also changed accordingly. But this time it's not like before, the huge screen is divided into squares of the same size. After all, there are too many people participating in this battle. If everyone is displayed separately, then the light curtain is obviously not enough. So there is only one picture in the light curtain. That chosen special battle arena. Ancient forest. In the eyes of everyone in the two worlds, the huge trees block out the sun, and the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves the size of a human face. With a white light descending from the sky. First up was a vice admiral from naval headquarters. But there was no one else around him. Whitebeard, random teleportation. If you send it randomly, you will be quite lucky for the postgraduate entrance examination. In case it happens to fall into the camp of enemy personnel. That would be bad. The light curtain seems to respond to Whitebeard's question, and the screen immediately switches to a plain view. Watch the flashing red and blue dots on the map. Respectively symbolize the people of the Hokage world and the people of the pirate world. People on both sides did not appear to be randomly teleported to the local camp. Although it is random teleportation, both sides have a fixed size area to teleport randomly. Then the picture continued for a moment. Switch to the Hokage world side. As soon as Yamanaka landed on the ground, he immediately performed ninjutsu. It seems that because of his ninjutsu, the screen switched to him. He looked at Hai, who stayed where he was performing a certain ninjutsu. People in One Piece world have no idea what happened. Advertisement. But the people of the Hokage world smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, fighting in such a place has an absolute advantage for us. Mizukage Terumi Mei, in the case of random teleportation, our people can quickly determine each other's positions, and even sense the enemy's position. Fourth Reikage AI, as we expected, sending the Konoha Yamanaka clan of ninjas really had a miraculous effect. The three said that the picture changed again, and they came to the pirate world. Appearing on screen is a naval headquarters vice admiral. This guy Yuichi knows. Among the vice admirals, they were only at the bottom. According to common sense, such vice admirals would have been sent out long ago, and they would not be able to stay in naval headquarters at all. But Marine also pays attention to relationships. This guy obviously belongs to the latter. Even Sengoku can only turn a blind eye to this kind of thing, as long as it is not too much, he will not interfere too much. And sending such a person now is only because he wholeheartedly supports the world government. It's not easy to look good in this world war. And this guy also did something that everyone didn't expect. Hello. Mr. Kizaru. Mr. Akainu. Where are you guys? This guy actually shouted in the forest at the top of his voice. At this moment, even ordinary people stared wide-eyed and expressed their disbelief that such a stupid guy really existed. Is he an idiot? At this time, he called Admiral loudly. Even if Admiral heard his voice, did he think Admiral would respond to him? Once you respond, it is equivalent to exposing your position. Is it Moro Vice Admiral? I'm Gothel, I'm here. Someone actually responded. At this time, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong Kong, is watching the situation of the World War through a camera phone bug in an office. His extremely gloomy face was covered with cold killing intent. How did this idiot become a Marine Vice Admiral? Just when he couldn't help complaining. The screen switches to the other side. On the trunk of the giant tree, a figure moved forward rapidly. In such a dense jungle, it is quite difficult to move so fast. It is not clear who this person is in the picture. But in the next second, he jumped down suddenly, like a shell that suddenly fell down. Swish! In midair, he took out kunai from the ninja tool bag on his waist. A flash of cold light. Blood spattered out. Boom! There was a crisp collision sound. The Vice Admiral who was shouting earlier was stabbed in the chest by the kunai that suddenly appeared. The whole person flew upside down and was instantly nailed to the tree. This guy yelled angrily, "Damn, who dares to sneak attack?" Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The sound of several hidden weapons hitting the trees in succession sounded. A row of shurikens hit his vitals precisely. Throat, heart, hands, and legs are all full of shuriken. When the shadow disappeared, this guy was killed instantly. The figure nailed to the tree had lost its breath. A white light in the body rose from the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye, but the body remained on the tree. As soon as the battle started, one of them was instantly killed. Such things make it difficult for people in pirate world to accept. Is this Marine's Vice Admiral? How do you feel that your strength is so great? The previous Marine Rear Admiral, Mr. Smoker, did not just behave like this. A Rear Admiral even killed the quartet in Sunagakur, but a dignified Marine Vice Admiral was killed instantly. The screen changed. Come to the front of the shadow. This time the shadow's face was revealed. Kakashi stopped on the branch, hiding his breath. At the same time with a smile on the corner of the mouth. He was the one who did it earlier. Seeing Kakashi, Fui felt nothing. Hitaki Kakashi Konoha's copy ninja, it is not surprising that he can instantly kill the guy just now. The kind of idiot who won't even release haki after being attacked. This guy seems to be very good at sneak attacks. I remember he also appeared in the First World War. A person from Pirate World said. I also remember that he seems to be able to defeat 10 Marine Vice Admirals in an instant with an S-level combat power in the opponent's world. Acceptable? If Yuichi heard this guy's words, I'm afraid he would laugh out loud. Even Admiral couldn't instantly kill a Vice Admiral, and even if he could kill him instantly, he would need to use powerful moves. It is not normal for Kakashi to throw a few hidden weapons at will and solve the opponent. But if it is normal to say that the first Vice Admiral was defeated in an instant, then the second one can't be justified. When the Marine pirates were carefully looking for their companions. A-level combat strength Naraluyu is just not far from a Marine Vice Admiral. Even though he hadn't reunited with other ninjas yet, under Haiyi's reminder, he decided to deal with the enemy alone. When the shadow imitation technique appears, it subdues the opponent instantly, and with the cooperation of the trap, it easily kills the opponent. Ryuju was very confused. Is it my illusion? I always feel that this time the opponent seems to be weaker by more than one level. He was muttering to himself, but at this moment the light curtain was broadcasting live. People in both worlds can hear his words. The people in the Hokage world are fine, but the people in the pirate world are silent. Marine is still the same Marine, but the people sent this time really make people incomprehensible. Marine Admiral's alternate Yuichi is gone, and those powerful Vice Admirals are gone. They all sent out some people who had never heard of it, and thought it was Marine's secret weapon, who knew it turned out to be such a thing. What is Marine doing? What is the world government doing? Is this intended to deliberately lose the world war? Chapter 143 This is the true power of a ninja. While the people of One Piece world were cursing Marine's performance, the screen changed to a top view. The Marine personnel are marked with blue light spots, and these blue light spots are scattered throughout the forest. Now the distance between each other is not fast approaching. Instead, everyone wandered around in the forest almost without a clue. Advertisement. On the other side, the dots of light representing the world of Hokage seem to have organized into formations and are moving forward in an orderly manner. The contrast is unbelievable. How long has it been? How are these people connected to each other? In such a short period of time, everyone was organized and started to act. Watch the ninjas in action in groups of 3. In the picture, these people are jumping on the branches extremely quickly. Compared with the people in Pirate World, most people are wandering around on the ground. The choice of the way the two sides move makes people feel a little bad. People in One Piece World run on the ground, but ninjas jump on the branches. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine. These people choose to jump from branch to branch, like monkeys. But even though he said so, Whitebeard is also very clear about such different ways of moving. Once the people on both sides meet, the other side will seize the opportunity. People on the ground may not be able to notice the enemy above. But the enemy in the sky can easily see the people on the ground. This is the so-called Air 373 advantage. Yuichi, this is just the beginning. Hearing this, Whitebeard felt a little strange. He had an inexplicable feeling, as if Yuichi knew these ninjas very well. Although he also knew that his feeling should be impossible. But there is a strong premonition telling Whitebeard that the man in front of him does know a lot about ninjas. Learn about their powers, how they fight, and maybe even everything about that world. Boom. Suddenly at this time there was an astonishing explosion sound from the light curtain. When a Marine passed through an area, he entered a trap set up by the ninjas in advance. He wasn't seriously injured when the detonator detonated. The guy wasn't too bad and used haki to protect himself in the first place. But then a ninja appeared and launched a lingering attack on him. Relying on haki and iron body in Marine 6 styles and finger pistol, this guy countered and knocked the opponent back. It can be seen that everyone here thinks that Marine is going to show off. In close combat, ninjas are generally weaker than those in One Piece world in terms of physical skills. Haki power is stronger than chakra in terms of directly increasing attack power or defense power. Advertisement. This may, CJFD, be the reason why ninjas cannot compare with Marines in physical skills. However, the moment the ninja retreated, this Marine wants to give chase, take a step. In the next second, two black shadows flashed behind him. Immediately afterwards, a splash of blood spattered. In an instant, everyone in pirate world felt a chill in their necks. It was as if their necks had been cut by each other. Poof! Another Marine fell to the ground. White light floated out of his body. The cooperation of the three ninjas solved a Marine in just a few seconds. At the same time, the screen rotates again. A party of 5 Marines is attacked by a squad of ninjas. From the light curtain, it is clear that they can see that they are only 3 people. How dare they take the initiative to attack Marine's 5-member team? A ninja made a sneak attack, but left a wound on one of them. Marine's response was not slow either. Immediately counterattacked, but the first guy who rushed out was directly led to the trap. Under the bombardment of 3 detonating talismans, this guy lost his combat power in an instant, and fell to the ground unable to stand up. The other 4 surrounded and prepared to kill the ninja. But the opponent suddenly cast body flicker technique to escape from the siege of 4 people. Immediately afterwards, the 4 of them just locked each other's position. The other 2 suddenly appeared, and the trees behind them suddenly turned into 2 ninjas. In an instant, Kunao pierced the hearts of both of them from the back. The blood flower burst. The 2 were killed again, and the remaining 2 Marines were stunned for an instant. Just raised his hand and swung a punch, the sound of flames bursting came from above. Fire style. A flame fell straight from the sky. While the 2 were shocked, the ninja who attacked them has already dodged. Boom. Under the explosion, the 2 Marines were blown out, but they still had fighting power. But when they gained a firm foothold, what greeted them was the sudden attack of the previous 2 ninjas. This series of attacks did not give them much time to think. Instantly killed directly. 2 streams of blood emerged. Advertisement. Marine, who was the first to lose combat effectiveness, looked at the 3 of them in horror. Turn around and want to escape. A shuriken took him away. 5 people were killed again. This battle also stunned the people of One Piece world. That series of soul-stirring attacks did not have any gaps at all. Every step seems to have been anticipated by these ninjas in advance. Appear, sneak attack, lure, trap, sneak attack again, coordinate attack. This operation makes people somewhat understand what a real ninja is. Although their physical skills cannot be compared with Marine, these people know more than physical skills. Taijutsu is only part of ninja fighting, not all. That weird ninjutsu can turn into a flame attack and turn people into other things. Now on Whitebeard's boat. The team captains all looked heavy. In their words, facing such an unexpected attack. If it was a ninja of the same level, I am afraid that he would only be killed. So strong. Foil Bista said, restraining the previous contempt. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi with a smile. It seems that because of you, we underestimated these ninjas a little too much. This battle really makes people see how terrifying these ninjas are. Hearing this, Yuichi was expressionless and just said softly, what I see now is just an insignificant part. Hearing this, Whitebeard was puzzled, what else do you know? Yuichi smiled mysteriously, I'll let you guys know after we unite. Whitebeard frowned, whether the kid was playing tricks or really knew something. Now he's even more curious about Yuichi. And that's what Yuichi wanted. Show your own differences and increase your voice in the alliance. Sneaky guys. Come out. Although ninjas are good at lurking, hiding, and sneak attacking, they are not as good as the Admiral level. But it's not that easy. Admiral's observation haki, although they can't easily capture their position, but it is still very easy to feel the danger in the presence of people around them. And the first Admiral to appear on the screen is none other than the very irritable Akainu. After roaring, seeing no one appeared, lava erupted from Akainu's body. Since you don't want to come out, I'll see how long you can hide. These unsightly trees, the old man destroyed them all, let's see how you hide. Meteor Volcano. Boom boom boom. Chapter 144 Extreme Justice, attack regardless of friend or foe. Hot and fiery lava churned. The surrounding temperature is constantly rising. A burst of flames rushed to the sky, instantly piercing through the magma in the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. The fire is bright. Advertisement. Under the shining light, the forest was reflected red. The outbreak of Admiral Akainu instantly ignited the emotions of the people in Pirate World, and everyone started to spit out the breath they had held in their breath before. Akainu Admiral can't bear it anymore? I'm finally going to do it. Burn these bastards. Burn all this forest, and see how they attack. At this moment, a barge flashed across. Kaido, Marine Admiral Akainu wants to kill even his own people? As expected of an incomparably righteous marine general. Kaido's barge stunned everyone in One Piece world. Yes. This trick has a wide range of influence, isn't it, that even Marine's own people will be affected? It is true that some ninjas can be killed by doing this, but the way of killing them together with their own companions cannot be easily accepted no matter how you look at it. And Akainu Admiral chose to do so without hesitation. He couldn't have thought of this. Chirp. One after another lava fell in the sky, and the terrifying roar sounded one after another. The area covered by Meteor Volcano covers almost half of the forest. Once the lava falls, a large number of ninjas will be killed, and of course a large number of marines will also be killed. Akainu Admiral. I don't even care about my companions, this kind of behavior. Someone is beginning to waver. However, some people think it's okay to do so. It doesn't matter if you do this, anyway, they won't really die, they will just be eliminated in advance. Furthermore, when killing our own people, the enemy will also be killed. That's my companion, how can I just kill him? Even if I don't really die, I shouldn't do anything. This is a world war, just winning is enough. Just win? In order to win, you can do whatever you can, even Marine's people must be killed together. Is this Marine Admiral Akainu? The pirates now scoffed at Akainu's behavior, and casually killed their companions. Such a person is no different from their pirates, even worse than their pirates. And such a person is still a dignified Marine Admiral. Whitebeard sneered, as expected of Marine Admiral, he was decisive in killing, instead of being timid because he was worried about accidentally hurting his companions, he would kill everyone who got in the way. Glancing at Yuichi beside him. The justice of that Akainu kid really impresses me. Advertisement. Yuichi on the side didn't seem to hear it at all. Seeing that Yuichi didn't talk to him, Whitebeard smiled embarrassingly and stopped talking. According to his idea, Yuichi should have a feud with Marine 3 Admiral, after all, the naval headquarters building was destroyed. 3 admirals could not have fought Yuichi. Since he was kicked out of naval headquarters after making a move, Yuichi should be full of hatred for these 3 people. But now Yuichi didn't show any expression change. As if what Akainu did had nothing to do with him. Regardless of whether Yuichi hated Admiral or not, Whitebeard was very surprised by his performance at the moment. Not holding grudges means Yuichi has a big heart, but holding grudges but not acting means Yuichi can endure. The former is even more majestic than the latter. As expected of a boy with red-haired haki. Let me impress you, Yuichi boy. On screen. The sky full of meteors has fallen. Boom. The flames exploded and the fire soared to the sky, instantly burned a corner of the forest. Followed by the second and third. The falling pop exploded in the forest. The picture came to the forest. The ones fleeing wildly under the flames are not ninjas, but marines. Some guys who had no time to dodge were hit by the lava one after another, seeing the flames covering their bodies in an instant, burning each marine into coke in an instant. No bones remained. Such a picture makes one's hair stand on end. Akainu Admiral, what the hell are you doing? Why use such a large-scale attack? An incomparably thrilling marine general who escaped the attack looked at the surrounding fire. Although he escaped a blow, what awaited him was to be devoured by flames. In the end it was just a dead end. Akainu's meteor volcano didn't seem to kill a few ninjas, but Marine got a lot of damage. And what he killed were just a few ninjas hiding around him. The people of Pirate World are very dull right now. Not sure what to say about this Marine Admiral Akainu. In order to deal with the enemy, in order to win, ignore the lives of the companions. If you can use this to win, there is nothing wrong with it. But right now the effect doesn't seem to be ideal at all. This made many people doubt Akainu, such a cruel guy, is he really Marine Admiral? Ask for flowers, .. Naval Headquarters Malin Fanduo, Aokiji, who did not participate in the World War, his face is gloomy like 1,000 years of ice at the moment. Advertisement. The cold air released involuntarily was very strong. It makes people feel that Aokiji will completely go berserk in the next second. He looked at the Marines who died tragically at the hands of Akainu in the picture. Although he wasn't really dead, but making such a choice, this guy is completely against the justice of Marine. But Akainu's justice is such extreme justice. Do not allow any doubts, and use any means to maintain justice. Just like now, it has evolved into an unscrupulous attack in order to win. Hey! Although extremely angry, in the end all anger can only be turned into a sigh. Aokiji looked at the sea. Yuichi, what are you doing now? Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the light curtain. Everyone suddenly raised their heads. Looking at the weird light curtain again, the picture displayed in the light curtain has changed. Not the burning forest, but somewhere on the other side of the forest that was not affected. A relatively open space. Amazing chakra fluctuations are erupting. The violent chakra storm swept away, rattling the surrounding trees. The wind kept whistling. From far to near, the picture gradually makes people see clearly what is the power that drives these storms. This is an extremely amazing force Uzumaki. Red. Red. The huge dark red spherical energy body is constantly expanding, constantly expanding. 3 red bodies, as if bathed in blood, appeared in everyone's eyes. The swelling red energy body is not just 1, but 3. This scene seems familiar. Soon everyone recalled a certain day. The picture that was once displayed in the light curtain. An attack unleashed by a monster with terrifying powers from the world of Hokage. Tailed Beast Bomb. This time there is not just 1 tailed beast bomb, but 3. Just the power erupted by a tailed beast bomb already makes people feel extremely original. And now, those are 3 tailed beast bombs. Suddenly 3 violent air rings burst open. 3 tailed beast bombs are fired by Jinkriki at the same time. A violent roar followed. 4. Chapter 145 The tailed beast bomb broke out, the outcome is decided. Watch the tailed beast bomb launch instantly. Easily crush the huge trees along the way in an instant. The terrifying roar and dazzling light exploded. The strong energy fluctuations spread, causing violent turmoil in the forest. The civilians in both worlds watched the bright light that suddenly appeared in the light curtain. Advertisement. He stared wide-eyed and didn't dare to blink for a moment. For fear of missing the wonderful picture. Walking through the forest towards the marine direction where there are more crowds, 3 tailed beast bombs bombed towards their own targets. The enemy's attack target is accurate, see this situation. Now even if it seems impossible, the truth is in front of us. The other party seems to have completely grasped the position of the marine personnel. The 3 attacks were all launched towards the place where the most people gathered. Why? They are still far away, how can they know the location of the marine personnel? When people were amazed, the 3-shot tailed beast bomb had exploded 737. Boom buzz. 3 huge flames rushed into the sky. The shock waves formed by the explosion collided with each other, and then changed into endless turbulent currents and spread out. The entire forest began to shake crazily, and countless tree debris and fallen leaves were torn into pieces in the wind. 3 smoke-like mushroom clouds rose slowly. The roar was deafening. The movement of the tailed beast bomb explosion in the light curtain was amazing again. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard was amazed at the power of the tailed beast bomb, but curious at the same time. Those ninjas. Even though no one has seen them, they seem to know the location of marine well. Such ability is really terrifying. Hearing this, Yuichi said, is it scary? It's impossible for everyone to have this kind of ability. The effect is probably similar to the power of observation haki. But the opponent is obviously a ninja who specializes in Grandmaster perception. When Yuichi said this, Whitebeard also felt that it should be the case. The guy in the previous light curtain who started to close his eyes as soon as he appeared on the battlefield. It seems that he is sensing the position of everyone on the entire battlefield. But they seem to not only perceive the location of everyone, but what ability do they use to send messages to each other? Marco folded his hands, his face was extremely heavy, and he was thinking seriously. It's also very simple, it just means that the other party has the ability to communicate with their companions. This ability may be similar to a phone bug. Yuichi smiled and shook his head, it's a pity that we don't have people with this ability, but if you can bring a phone bug, this ability is nothing special. Listen to Yuichi speak his mind. Whitebeard thinks it is very weird, and the ability that he and others feel is very scary, it seems to be nothing special when Yuichi says so. Ability to communicate with companions anytime, anywhere regardless of distance, similar to the communication ability of a phone bug. At the same time, it can also sense the enemy's position in a wide range. Advertisement. 2 kinds of abilities created this team battle, and the marine side suffered a crushing defeat. But Whitebeard squinted at Yuichi. If it were you playing instead, what would you do? Yuichi froze for a moment when he asked this suddenly. It's easy. I will stand up and command the battle. Forward. What kind of solution is this? Marco thought Yuichi would come up with something good. It turned out to be just like that. You can't command it either. Do you also have the ability to communicate with your companions at a distance? I don't have that ability. Yuichi replied flatly. Hearing this, Marco smiled, then how do you want to command the battle? Call. Shout. If you shout loudly, you will expose your position. This time, Yuichi smiled, didn't the enemy already know where we are? Marco's expression changed, and he froze for a moment. Indeed. The other party has strange perception abilities, and Marine's location has long been discovered. Since this is the case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with directing the Marine in the simplest and most direct way. Then why don't they do that? Marco looked at Akainu, Kizaru, T-Dolphin, Momuzagi and a mysterious person from CPO with gloomy faces in the light curtain. Humph. Because they're stupid. The answer left Marco speechless. It seems to be so. None of these guys stood up and directed the battle. Regardless of whether the location is well hidden, these people seem to be willing to come out to command. Akainu doesn't think the generals below Vice Admiral have any role at all. He doesn't even like Vice Admiral, so directing is even more impossible. And Kizaru was too lazy to direct. The T-Dolphin wants to find the enemy wholeheartedly, Momuzagi dare not reveal his position easily. Not to mention the CPO guy. Absolutely no plans to show up. The roar gradually dissipated. And under the bombardment of three-tailed beast bombs, most of this forest was really destroyed. At this time, the flame spread along with the shock wave and spread to the outermost edge of the forest. Advertisement. But the next second the shock wave hit an invisible wall. The wall disintegrated instantly with the shock wave. Seeing this scene made Yuichi even more serious. The seemingly endless battlefield actually has a boundary. At this moment, not only Yuichi noticed, but also the world's top fighters on both sides noticed this. And this picture flashed by, followed by a top view of the battlefield. The red dots represent the combatants of the Hokage world. There are still many. On the other side, there are less than 10 marine personnel representing the blue dots. Under the bombing of three-tailed beast bombs, even if it is not in the center, it is under the circumstances of being affected by the explosion. It will become extremely difficult to survive. Apart from the 4 admirals and the CPO, there are only a few vice admirals left. Moreover, these vice admirals were wounded one by one. The ninjas gathered and moved in the direction of the admirals. The screen flickered continuously. Tsunade, Jinkriki of each village, Kakashi, Inoshika CH Trio, AO of Mist Shinobi. The ninjas of each village. Now there is an absolute advantage in numbers, and the fighting power of the Hokage world is almost not lost. In this situation, Yuichi sneered, it seems that the privilege of crossing time was obtained by the other world. Yuichi had a smile on his face when he said this. Although Whitebeard on the side did not object to Yuichi's statement, he was very concerned about Yuichi's tone. How does it feel like Yuichi is happy to be 1.5? The world war has failed, and the pirate world is about to be weakened. Under such circumstances, why does this kid seem a little happy? Is it because I saw Marine lose? Satisfied for revenge? Do not. Yuichi kid should not be such a man. He was happy for other reasons. Suddenly Yuichi got up and seemed to be going to leave. Whitebeard froze for a moment, stop watching. Hearing this, Yuichi turned his head and squinted at the light curtain in the sky. Kakashi, Tsunade, plus 3 Jinkriki, one of which is Killer Bee. Not to mention there are other elite ninjas. With such a lineup against Kizaru, Akainu, Chabu, Momuzagi, Yuichi doesn't know what to lose. No. I already know the outcome of the battle, I'm not interested in wasting time. Whitebeard's eyes lit up as Yuichi turned away. Are you not even interested in taking a look at the enemy's abilities? Chapter 146 Defeat in the Fourth World War. Although we didn't get along for a long time. But Whitebeard doesn't think Yuichi is the kind of guy who gets carried away. Even if there is a bit of arrogance in his bones, he will still be 100% serious when dealing with the enemy. Opportunities like the present to learn about the enemy's capabilities were given up. This kind of behavior is completely out of Yuichi's character in Whitebeard's eyes. Advertisement. Unless this kid knows the abilities of these ninjas very well. But there are so many ninjas, even if a few of them have appeared before. But the other ninjas have not appeared before, they are all new faces. Even those ninjas with A-level combat power are worthy of attention in Whitebeard's view. These A-level ninjas are the Inoshika CH Trio. They have never appeared in the previous World War, isn't Yuichi curious about their abilities? Whitebeard watched Yuichi return to the cabin. When Yuichi's back disappeared, Whitebeard slowly retracted his gaze. Thinking about something thoughtfully. In the light curtain at this time, the 4 admirals have already met the enemy. 29 and what I encountered was not one, but a group of ninjas. However, Akainu and others obviously did not take these so-called ninjas seriously. After all, they are only A-level combat power, or B-level combat power. In Admiral's eyes, it's not worth paying attention to at all, even Momuzagi doesn't care too much. But then when the ninja attacked, everyone was stunned. These united ninjas use compound ninjutsu to attack Admiral, although they are not S-level combat power. But under the leadership of the J-nins, the power of compound ninjutsu should not be underestimated. Under the successive attacks of ninjutsu, as Admiral, they seem to be somewhat unable to parry. It was temporarily suppressed. Especially the Inoshika CH Trio, against Admiral. Akamichi Dingza opens expansion jutsu, cooperates with Shiju's shadow imitation technique, plus Yamanaka High's perception. Every move of Akainu was locked with ease. Even the strongest Marine Admiral Akainu could not stand against the combination of the 3. Then Kakashi, who rushed to the battlefield, cooperated with the 3 to fight against Akainu. Kakashi has copied thousands of ninjutsu, although not every ninjutsu is grandmaster. Can deal with Akainu. Kakashi uses Earth Style to deal with it, and uses Earth Style to seize the opportunity to control Akainu as soon as he comes out, and then Water Style breaks out. Under the cooperation of Water Style and Lightning Style, a wave of extremely dazzling attacks was launched. Akainu was paralyzed by Lightning Style Chakra. Kakashi cast Reikari. Akainu got rid of Lightning Style's paralyzing effect at the critical moment. Advertisement. Kin dodged. Such a thrilling scene appeared. Countless civilians in Pirate World took a breath of cold air. With the cooperation of these ninjas, even Admiral seemed unable to fight back. There was really no way to fight back. Kakashi uses the Lightning Style clone to lure Akainu to attack. The Lightning Style clone made Akainu hit again, and the moment the clone turned into lightning and hit Akainu. Dingzo's power attack, the butterfly wings gathered by the huge chakra that appeared behind, made Dingzo's attack full of strong chakra. With one punch, Akainu was instantly seriously injured. Then Kakashi drained the last chakra and Reikari pierced Akainu's chest. Under the joint siege of the ninjas, Akainu was defeated. And it only took a few minutes. At the same time, in Kizaru's position, he encountered Eight Tails Killer Bee, and the two fought fiercely. Perfect with Jinchuriki Killer Bee and Eight Tails, if not for Kizaru's speed. Already defeated. Faced with the continuous attack of Chakra's hand, Kizaru had no choice but to dodge. A laser beam hitting Killer Bee can't even break Chakra's coat. Tiankonjianjian was also easily blocked by Killer Bee with a ninja. The battle between the two was very stalemate, and neither could solve the other quickly. Although Kizaru can still hold on. But T-Dolphins and Momuzagi were not so lucky. Facing the crazy attack of two Jinchuriki who ran away. Haki is no match for the terrifying Tail Beast Chakra. In a few minutes, the two suffered a lot of injuries. Defeat seems to be only a matter of time. In the last CPO, although he is an S-level fighter, he met Tsunade who had indeed activated the 100 healings mark and used Baihao technique. Punch. Just a punch. Since Haki's strength cannot match Tsunade's, he was instantly killed by one punch. When the ground roared under Tsunade's fist, the guy turned into a lump of flesh in an instant. Foot. Although I can't see what he looks like, but looking at his movements, it is clear that he did not expect Tsunade's fist power to be so terrifying. Haki didn't explode at full strength either. It seems that he thinks it's no big deal if he gets hit even if he loses to Tsunade's power. And the result was that he was killed directly, and he didn't even have the chance to display his true strength. The people of One Piece World suffered a crushing defeat. Advertisement. See here. Whitebeard looked back in the direction of the cabin. It was really hit by this kid, a unilaterally crushed battle. No wonder Yuichi doesn't even look at it. Watching such a battle is really frustrating. Even Whitebeard wants to rush in instead of these so-called Marine Admiral fights. He took it upon himself. As the admirals were defeated one by one, only Kizaru remained. The ninjas who gathered around didn't do anything but watched from a distance. Kizaru also gradually felt something was wrong. I was a little anxious in my heart, and in this anxious situation, it became even worse. Captured by Killer Bee and killed in one blow. The battle is over. In the Fourth World War, the winner is the Hokage world. When the outcome was announced, the people in One Piece World felt extremely angry now. If the strength is really not as good as the opponent loses, it's fine. DJ. But these Marines who played were not the strongest lineup that Marine could send out at all. If they lost in this situation, they couldn't help but feel angry. Even 243's countless soldiers in Marine also gritted their teeth. If it's Master Yuichi and the elite Vice Admirals from Naval Headquarters, even if it's a defeat, it's impossible to lose so quickly. Why didn't they send Flying Squirrels, Vice Admiral, to fight? These so-called Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral are simply a bunch of trash. Compared to the Flying Squirrels, Vice Admiral, and the others, it's a world of difference. At this time, a barrage flashed in the light curtain. This is what the world government did. In order to get the one tail that Lord Yuichi snatched back, they defected from Marine with a powerful combat force. The elite Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters must also be upset because of this incident. That's why they didn't fight. Looking at the barrage that floated by one after another, those civilians who still had doubts in their hearts suddenly realized. It turned out to be such a thing. No wonder Yuichi is missing, no wonder the elite Naval Headquarters are missing. No wonder the person who appeared in the picture earlier was not Marshal Sengoku. It turned out that something like this happened to Marine. A Marine Admiral candidate with incredible potential, forced to defect from the Marine. At this moment, the five shadows in the Hokage world also saw this barrage. Has the power of the tail beast caused internal strife among the people in the opposite world? Hehe. It seems that no matter what world it is in, a powerful force will always attract prying eyes. The five cages smiled lightly. If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a good thing for one tail to be acquired by the opponent's world. Chapter 147. As the storm rises, the four emperors gather. Is this how the world government treats an amazing marine general? No wonder the building at naval headquarters is collapsing. When the highest combat power of the marines was gathered in the headquarters, I said, except for the four emperors dispatching, how could anyone destroy the naval headquarters under their noses? So the civil war broke out in marine. The world government blocked the news. I have never heard of this matter. Advertisement. People all over the world are talking about it. I did not expect such a thing to happen between Yuichi, world government, and marine. So, isn't Yuichi now a pirate? After someone reacted, some pirates in the crowd suddenly became excited. Pirates? Yuichi, who has a combat power comparable to Marine Admiral, has become a pirate? Will he form a pirate group by himself? Or is he going to join some pirate group? Being targeted by the world government, there is no way for one person's strength to fight against it. At this moment, all the major pirate groups on the sea want to recruit Yuichi. Even some weaker pirates want to join Yuichi. A strong man who has surpassed Marine Admiral serves as the captain. Then they can go to New World to make a living. Instead of being stuck in the first half of the Grand Line, being chased up and down by Marine all day long. While people are talking. The Fourth World War is completely over. The Fourth World War. Winner, Hokage World. Congratulations to Hokage World for obtaining the time-staggered use privilege of the next 3 world wars. Hokage World increased by 1%. One Piece World weakened by 1%. At this moment, the two worlds present completely different changes. All creatures in the Hokage World are bathed in white light. Feel the increase in strength. And the other side is in the world of pirates. It was as if some kind of power emerged from somewhere, making everything weak. Among them, the most profound feelings are people like Whitebeard. They can clearly perceive the loss of vitality in their bodies, and their bodies become weak and their spirits become tired. How good it felt when the world evolved before is how bad it feels now. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Whitebeard sighed. Not only all the pirates in his entire white group, their faces are not very good looking. Although I was a little happy watching Marine being beaten up and down, but now I am not happy at all. They now seem more hopeful that Marine will not be defeated than that Marine will be defeated. In this case. Advertisement. Their strength can also be enhanced. And Yuichi, who was in the cabin at this time, deliberately returned to the cabin early. Just want to see, when the world war is lost. Will one's own strength become weaker? And the result is. Yuichi's haki power is indeed weakened. He can clearly perceive this change. It is simply that the destructive power of haki has become weaker, not that Yuichi's haki has become less. It's as if someone directly modified haki to reduce the destructive power of each unit output by a single digit. However. Ryutsu. Which power? But it has no effect at all. To be precise, it has an impact, but the system raised Yuichi's weakened value again. Detection of an unknown power weakening system. Clearing. Clear complete. The system returns to normal. See system prompts. Yuichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although haki's power is weakened, the power given to Yuichi by the system will definitely not be affected. So it seems that in the future, we should focus on strengths other than haki as much as possible. In case one day the world war is lost, Yuichi's strength will not be weakened too much. Experienced a feeling of being weakened. Now what Yuichi doesn't know is. People all over the world of One Piece started yelling at Marine and world government. They have completely forgotten that One Piece World won 3 times because of Marine's efforts. But after losing just one time, people can't bear the feeling. The obtained strength is weakened. Even ordinary people can't accept it, let alone people with stronger power. Now their hunger for victory is overwhelming. Commander-in-Chief Kong Kong. Watching the disappearing light curtain in the sky. The next world war will still start in 7 days. Shaking his head helplessly, sure enough, no way. According to the meaning of 5 elders, the people arranged by the world government in the marine were sent. In order to make these people stronger. Get rewarded after winning. But in the end, he lost this crucial world war. Although Kong objected at first, he could not disobey the will of the 5 elders. 5 elders thought that with Akainu and Marine Admiral with Kizaru, T-Fish and Momuzagi, it was enough to win. Advertisement. But the ninjas slapped them in the face severely. As it turns out, ninjas seem to be easy to deal with. Especially now that they feel that they understand the abilities of ninjas, people all over the world look down on ninjas. But this battle made people feel like they knew these ninjas again. It turns out that this is the real fighting power of ninjas. Those unexpected attack methods, the tacit cooperation with each other, and the extremely weird collocation of ninjutsu abilities. Marine's attack method in front of such an enemy appears to be single and there is nothing he can do about it. Shadow clone, transformation technique, body flicker technique, traps, hidden weapons. These things were really displayed by the ninjas this time. If you don't have overwhelming power, in a battle of the same level, the ninja is extremely difficult to deal with. It can even be said that they are generally stronger than marine generals of the same level. Kong sighed. Hey! The failure of this world war, coupled with Marine Marshal Sengoku's stubborn refusal to give in, even the Marine hero Garp rarely stood up to support Sengoku. The story of Marine's debacle will soon be known. Coupled with the loss of the world war, it will be an extremely heavy blow to the world government. There will even be some turmoil within Marine. He has to find a way to deal with these things. Just when Kong was getting annoyed, suddenly the phone on the desk rang. Hey! What's the matter? Kong said in a low tone. There was a second of silence on the other end of the phone. Master Commander-in-Chief, Wang Zhao, big matter, it's not good. What's wrong? Kong heard that the other party's tone was wrong and realized that something serious had happened again. The world war has just ended, did something happen in Marine? 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors, report from the team monitoring the 4 Emperors. Say. During the World War, the 4 Emperors Red-Haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom organized a large fleet at the same time and set sail in the same direction. 4 Emperors sailing in the same direction. This is... Where are they going? The marine soldier on the other end of the phone looked at the intersection of the analyzed routes in his hand. The destination of the 4 Emperors. If nothing else, it will be, Team 4 Emperors. The sea area where the Whitebeard pirates Moby DK is staying. What? Kong suddenly stood up, his eyes widened in shock. 4 Emperors, assemble. Chapter 148 The Real New World is coming. Each of the 4 Emperors who rule the sea is the most terrifying big pirate of this era. Standing at the apex among countless pirates is the 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors, 7 warlords of the sea, marine. These are 3 forces that check and balance each other. And the premise of all this is that the 4 Emperors will not have any possibility of cooperation with each other. Advertisement. Otherwise, let alone 4 Emperors gathered, even if only 2 Sea Emperors gathered together, it is very likely to cause turmoil in the world. And now, these 4 Emperors of the sea are ready to gather in the waters of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Such astonishing news, even the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong was shocked by it. Why? Kong couldn't understand why the 4 Emperors made such a move all of a sudden. Kong couldn't be more clear about the grievances between those 4. Even Kaido and Big Mom cannot easily form an alliance. Say goodbye to Whitebeard and Shanks. The former is proud of everything, and is the man closest to the throne of One Piece among the current pirates. Not even Redhead Shanks can match Whitebeard's stature. Let's talk about the red-haired Shanks, who got off Roger's ship. He will definitely not easily join forces with others. Among the 4 Emperors, it is impossible for him to unite with the Whitebeard 103, let alone Kaido and Big Mom. What the hell, what happened? Kong's eyes looked into the distance, as if he saw Whitebeard at this moment across thousands of miles. My lord, there is news from the surveillance force ahead. It seems that Mr. Yuichi, who escaped from naval headquarters, boarded Whitebeard's ship. 16. What did he go to Whitebeard for? Kong doesn't think Yuichi will choose to join Whitebeard's pirates. First of all, it is not that Kong has never met Yuichi, and he has seen it several times. Kong sees in Yuichi's eyes a will that will not be inferior to anyone. Such people are also less likely to accept other people's asylum because they want to avoid marine or something. Yuichi boarded Whitebeard's boat, definitely for another purpose. Now, he seems to have achieved this goal, otherwise 4 Emperors would not have changed suddenly. Advertisement. Every 4 Emperors should also know that Marine is watching them all the time. They are the only ones who can make waves in this sea. Although the monitoring could not figure out exactly what they did, the general trend was still very clear. So in other words, the 4 Emperors still chose to act despite the risk of being discovered by Marine. Which means they're completely unafraid of Marine's reaction to it. But this time there is really no need to worry, the 4 Emperors gather. No matter what Marine wants to do, he is powerless. He can only pray that conflicts will break out when the 4 Emperors meet, which will lead to the 4 Emperors' war. Quick! Send this news to 5 elders at the same time, and send more people to continue to closely monitor every move of 4 Emperors. Now Kong has only to make these arrangements. As for anything else, still waiting for the 5 elders to make a decision. 4 Emperors, meet. Kong looked into the distance. New world, will not be peaceful. New world. When the whole pirate world is still talking about the world that just lost. Discussing the feeling of being less powerful. Sudden. In a certain sea area of New World, several pirate ships gather here and stop here temporarily around an unnamed small island. The pirates on the island are discussing how ugly Marine lost in the World War. What Marine? What Admiral? It's simply too weak, and it can be solved by the enemy's 3 times, 5 divisions, and 2 Doesn't Marine only have strength when they arrest us? Yet. The Marine lineup this time is really incomprehensible, the famous Vice Admiral is not sent. All of them are unfamiliar faces. I really don't understand what the world government is thinking. What is Marine doing? Another pirate sneered and said in a very sarcastic tone, the world government forced that Yuichi away. Now even Marine's elite Vice Admiral has been hidden. This is probably because too many Marine generals will gain power and leave the world government. Take control. While talking. CJFJ, a sharp cold wind suddenly blows from the sea. All the pirates shrank their heads involuntarily. He looked in the direction the wind was blowing. A pirate who wore less clothes hugged his shoulders and rubbed up and down. Why does it seem so cold all of a sudden? The weather in New World is still as capricious as ever. The moment the voice fell, there was a sound of breaking waves on the sea. It was as if the majestic sound of a trumpet sounded. An inexplicable sense of oppression spread from my heart. Advertisement. The pirates looked at the sea. A gigantic red ship sailed past them in the wind and waves. The pirates stared at the giant ship in front of them with wide eyes. The people on the boat glanced at them sideways, and continued to look ahead without paying too much attention. The boat passed quickly, leaving a long white spray on the sea. These pirates stood up one after another, and their eyes seemed a little dull. I read it right just now. That ship, seems to be the ship of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Hearing this, the companion on the side nodded, you read that right, the person at the bow is indeed the red-haired Shanks, you can't be wrong. Redhead. Another pirate felt a little unbelievable, his territory shouldn't be here. Why does Redhead appear near Whitebeard's territory? Is there a war between the four emperors? The pirates looked a little flustered. New World, Marine is nothing. There is no need to worry at all. However, the four emperors who rule the New World, their every move will be related to what the whole New World will become. The whereabouts of the red hair of the four emperors was exposed, and soon another shocking news came. An even more terrifying piece of information came out of the intelligence network among the New World pirates. Not long after Hungfa's whereabouts were exposed, he was on various islands in New World. Wherever there are pirates stationed, there was a series of exclamations. It's not just redheads showing up, four emperors Kaido, four emperors Big Mom are moving towards Whitebeard's territory. What's going on here? Are the four emperors planning to attack Whitebeard's territory? Are you finally going to attack the strongest man in the world? Speaking of which, a pirate in the crowd suddenly laughed, challenge the world's strongest? Four emperors together? Impossible. This guy pulls out a chart of the New World. Whitebeard was last heard of here. He pointed to a blank space on the chart. There aren't any islands here, meanwhile. This is the location in the heart of Whitebeard land. Which of the four emperors looks like a fool to attack Whitebeard in this position? This is. As the guy said, the excitement flickering in his eyes became more and more intense, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. This is an unprecedented meeting of four emperors. Four emperors may well form an alliance, and the purpose? Perhaps a world war. Chapter 149 Preparations for the White Group, Yuichi's amazing talent. New World, somewhere in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. A total of 4 super large ships of the Whitebeard pirates stayed here. Relying on 4 ships, a temporary huge platform was built. It seems that a sea Shanghai town has been established here. The pirates of the White Group are busy, making this temporary sea town more perfect. Advertisement. Why they built such a place, the answer is obvious. Naturally, to welcome the coming guests. Kaido, Hungfa, and Big Mom are not light. Whitebeard also wanted to make an alliance, for himself, even more for his sons. Destiny is better in your own hands. Like the Marine defeat this time, their power was also weakened, which made Whitebeard more determined to build the Four Emperors alliance. As the Emperor who reigns over the sea, he entrusts his own destiny to the hands of others. This is not Whitebeard's style. Whitebeard sat on the throne watching the kids go about their business, smiling while sipping a glass of wine. Father. The redheads are already on their way. Suddenly Marco appears behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded. I see. But Dad. The bad thing is that their whereabouts have been leaked, and the whole New World is in chaos, and countless pirates are gathering towards our territory. Although the Four Emperors have the final say on New World, other pirates cannot be ignored casually. Which one of the pirates who can survive in New World is easy to mess with? These pirates gather, and Marco fears that they will be bad for the White Group. But Whitebeard didn't care at all, this is something that can't be helped. The Four Emperors gathered, do you think that such a thing is not enough to cause chaos in New World? Hearing this, Marco was stunned for a moment, and what his father said was indeed reasonable. The New World will not be peaceful with every move of the Four Emperors, let alone the unprecedented gathering of 4 Emperors. It is impossible for such a thing to be held quietly. It is absolutely impossible not to be discovered. Whitebeard smiled, don't worry. Marco, I'm still staying here. No matter what happens in New World, will the Whitebeard pirates be afraid? Seeing his father's confident eyes, at this moment Marco seemed to see the Whitebeard who fought Roger back then. By the way, Dad. Do you want to call that guy Ace back? Hearing this, Whitebeard thought for a while, don't do it for now. Call Ace back at this time, in case something unexpected happens, it will be bad. Advertisement. After all, the enemies we face this time are Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair. Even though Whitebeard's body has recovered a lot now, but facing those three guys at the same time, Whitebeard doesn't have much confidence. 4 emperors gathered, any accident can happen. Marco looks at Whitebeard strangely. Usually it is not difficult to see that Dad cares about Ace very much, why this time it seems that he doesn't want Ace to come. While he was thinking. Beep. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded. Black thunder spread wildly on the deck of the Moby DK. At the same time, there were exclamations from the members of the White Group. Even the team captains under Whitebeard looked at the figure in front of them in shock at this moment. Wearing a white robe, holding a zanpakut in one hand. The cold eyes are extremely sharp. People dare not look at him. And the haki fluctuations that pervade zanpakut are completely different from ordinary armament haki. There was an extremely terrifying sense of oppression coming out 3 times. Is this, the entanglement of Conqueror's haki that Dad said? Did just try a few times, to master it? 10 minutes before, Yuichi asked Whitebeard to demonstrate Conqueror's haki winding. Whitebeard wanted to find a more secluded place to demonstrate to Yuichi and learn this technique is not that simple. But Yuichi stubbornly asked him to demonstrate now. Whitebeard reluctantly complied. Then Yuichi, in full view, began trying to free the Conqueror's haki and attempting to wrap it around the weapon. But he failed several times in a row, as if he couldn't even find the direction. However, I didn't expect to succeed in a blink of an eye. The crew of the Beichuan looked at each other in blank dismay. Conqueror's haki twines, according to their daddy. This skill does not mean that someone who has Conqueror's haki can master it. It needs to practice, it needs to fight, and it needs to reach a certain level and have a deep enough understanding of Conqueror's haki. To start trying. And Yuichi. Advertisement. I have no experience at all, and Conqueror's haki has just awakened. All he needs to do right now is use Conqueror's haki proficiently. Rather than want to learn what Conqueror's haki winding. But just such a kid who just awakened Conqueror's, unexpectedly, after watching a detailed demonstration, it took less than 10 minutes to master it. Whitebeard is also looking at Yuichi in shock now. How could he learn it so easily? Whitebeard knows all too well how difficult it is to master this skill. Maybe this is genius. Marco looked at Whitebeard, Dad. Can this guy really not use Conqueror's haki before? I learned it in less than 10 minutes, which is too scary. Whitebeard nodded. I'm afraid so. From the way he started using haki, he looked like a total novice. After getting Whitebeard's confirmation, the entire White Group was a little restless. Silence. Everyone was silent for tens of seconds. Until U's sword slashed out, haki's fluctuations broke out. A high wave suddenly rose on the sea. The knife light piercing the sky has not yet touched the sea surface, but an invisible force has already pierced the sea surface. The huge waves that were set off in an instant formed a straight line on the sea. Yuichi felt the difference in the attack after Conqueror's haki was entwined. Different from armament's color, Conqueror's is invisible. The burst attack not only enhances the attack power, but also seems to have an invisible force wrapped around armament haki, expanding the attack range by more than several times. Nice technique. Putting the knife back and turning around, Yuichi looked at Whitebeard, thank you, I will remember what we agreed on before. After saying that, Yuichi turned and went back into the cabin. Everyone in the White Group left with a confused look on their faces, watching Yuichi leave. After Yuichi disappeared, Marco sighed, compared to this guy, I'm like a completely untalented guy. Marco. That kid is a monster, you are normal people, there is no need to compare with a monster. Although it was comforting words, Marco didn't feel much better when he heard these words. Good thing Marine let go of such a monster-level guy. Otherwise, there might really be no living space for pirates in the future world. Chapter 155 Elders' Worries, Sea Town completed. Holy Place. Marie Joyce. When the World War was lost, the highest power in the world government, the 5 elders were already very depressed. The fighting power of ninjas teamed up far exceeds that of fighting alone. Advertisement. That ninjutsu, once performed by multiple people at the same time, its power is indeed amazing. Chakra energy that can be transformed into 5 different attributes, there are too many variables. 5 elders is summing up the reasons for the defeat of this world war. Originally they thought that relying on Marine Admiral would be enough to defeat their opponents. The gap between low-level combat power and top-level combat power is completely heaven and earth. What large groups are fighting, the number of people should have lost any meaning in front of the top powerhouses. But this time the ninjas slapped 5 of them in the face. The evaluation of the combat power level given by the light curtain does not seem to be a simple division of combat power. The bald 5 elders in the room spoke slowly. -3. At this point, the squinting 5 elders, with their curly hair, nodded in agreement. Indeed. We were all misled by that thing. The difference between S-level combat power and A-level combat power seems to lie in the division of status or power, not just by looking at it. Calendar. The two of them think so because in this world war, the strength shown by the A-level combat power in the other world is not inferior to the S-level combat power personnel. In the previous evaluation of combat effectiveness, no one would have thought that this did not represent strength. Even Yuichi believes that the division of combat power ranks represents strength, but it does not only represent combat power. In view of the difference between the two worlds, status and prestige are also considered. So now the 5 elders understand that power ratings aren't everything. But now it is too late to understand. The victory of the Fourth World War was won by the opponent. In the next 3 world wars, the other party will be able to obtain the privilege of interlacing time. Let the strong in the past and future be sent out to fight. Hey! 5 elders sighed. But now there is more than one problem facing them. There is another one. We lost the World War, and the whole world began to complain about the actions we made in Marine, and even many countries came out against the world government. But at this time, Whitebeard and the others seem to have plans to join forces. Advertisement. Talking about this topic is even more serious than talking about world wars. Because if the world war is lost, there will be no immediate problems in the world. But the actions of the 4 emperors can set off turmoil in the whole world. The world is good or bad, 5 elders will not care too much, but the status of the world government cannot be shaken. 4 emperors unite. Those guys are not the type to form alliances with others. What the hell are they planning? For the 4 emperors and the 5 elders, I don't quite understand what this is for. But in doing so, they undoubtedly broke the balance. Marine and world government must respond, otherwise. Conscript. The suddenly benevolent, grey-haired 5 elders looked like they were the oldest. But it is such a person, but the words spoken at this moment are full of killing intent. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped a lot, and a chill visible to the naked eye emerged and spread in the room. No matter what the purpose of the 4 emperors is, the current military strength is completely insufficient to deal with the 4 emperors, conscription is inevitable. That kid named Yuichi seems to have escaped to Whitebeard's hands. Is this trying to make Whitebeard protect him? Speaking of another 5 elders, he laughed, seeking protection. Hey! Even Whitebeard can't keep him, the thing on him must be controlled by the world government. The tailed beast on Yuichi is still remembered by the 5 elders. The meeting of the 4 emperors who ruled the sea, how could this kind of thing happen without Marine? It is said that other people are looking at the 5 elders. You plan to do it when the 4 emperors gather. Provoke those 4 people. This is not a good plan. The remaining 4-5 elders have different views on this proposal. He looked at the person who said this with a strange expression. Hope he gives an explanation why he does it. It's probably impossible to disturb the gathering of the 4 emperors, but that kid can't let it go, the power in him cannot fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Power from another world, tailed beast chakra. They have already done research on this power on Tyrant Bear, and this power is indeed astonishing. And Shishibukai only got a small part of the power, and the combat power was completely doubled. Yuichi who got a whole tailed beast, his power makes 5 elders Hwahan master. Thinking that this kind of power might be obtained by the 4 emperors, they also had to be cautious. Indeed. Daijia will do whatever it takes to capture that brat. His power cannot fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. 5 people agree. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp were temporarily confined in the Holy Land and were not allowed to leave. Sipping tea in a garden somewhere. Garp looked leisurely, while Sengoku looked sad. Seeing the old man so sad, Garp said helplessly, "No matter how much you worry, it's useless, you can't do anything now." Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head, "No. I'm not trying to do something, I'm thinking of Yuichi looking for Whitebeard, and then the 4 emperors are about to unite together. If there is no connection between these, I absolutely don't believe it." After saying this, Garp's face also became serious. "You mean, the gathering of the 4 emperors was caused by Yuichi? There is an 80% chance that this is the case. That brat is not someone who would seek refuge under someone else's command." Sengoku stood up and looked down at the sea from the red line. "Yuichi, what the hell are you trying to do?" New World. Whitebeard's territory. The temporary sea town built on the back of 4 huge ships has already taken shape in 2 days. With the efforts of the many crew members of the pirates under the White Group, this sea town looks pretty good. and a huge platform has been built. This will be the place where the 4 sea emperors meet. The unprecedented gathering of 4 emperors is about to begin. And the New World pirates who came here after hearing the news don't know where they got the news from. He even touched the place where the 4 emperors gathered. There are already quite a few pirate groups wandering around the town. Of course they will keep a safe distance from 2.1 and will not approach easily. After all, there is a sea fossil, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Who dares to approach easily? But no one is approaching at sea. It doesn't mean that no one is approaching in the sky. On the Moby DK, Yuichi finished his sword training, put away Zanpakuto and looked up at the sky. Now, Whitebeard felt something too. Open your eyes suddenly. This feeling, a familiar old guy came. As he spoke, Whitebeard's eyes burst into murderous intent. Suddenly Yuichi looked back at him. Take it easy. This is my man. Hearing this, Whitebeard stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Your people. Yuichi smiled, that's right. After all, it's just me alone. I'm afraid I can't win any right to speak in front of the 4 emperors. I also need to have my own power. Chapter 151 Thunder and Lightning Sudden Landing, Flying Pirates. Power. Looking at Yuichi with a faint smile in front of him. Whitebeard didn't think Yuichi was bluffing. But he said that power, wanting to have a say in the league, which Whitebeard can understand. Advertisement. At the same time, I also agree with Yuichi's idea. If you are alone, then even if he has a good influence, don't even think about gaining too much voice in the alliance. Even Whitebeard originally wanted to use this to get Yuichi to join the Whitebeard. At least temporarily attached to the White group. But this kid Yuichi can actually see this, not just a powerful brat. More a smart guy. However, it didn't bother Whitebeard that this guy was going to form his own faction, but he didn't believe Yuichi would be able to bring that man under him. Sky. That familiar breath. It's all too familiar to Whitebeard. They were all crew members on a ship once, back in the days of the rocks. A huge ship in the sky is slowly approaching. And accompanied by several huge islands floating slowly. Although the height of these islands is not low. But Baituan's vigilance was quite high, and soon someone noticed the small black spots that suddenly appeared in the sky. Dujz. A larger and larger black spot is approaching at an extremely fast speed. After a few seconds, the black dot reveals its real appearance. It is a ship. A ship that floats in the air. Seeing this scene, the members of the Beichuan who were responsible for observing the surrounding situation were stunned. What is that? A ship floated in the sky. A ship is coming from the sky, cheer up everyone. Although a little surprised, as the crew of the 4 emperors, what the wind and waves have not seen. He didn't have too much time to be in a daze, and immediately notified the companions below who didn't notice the situation. Whitebeard didn't look up, but stared at Yuichi. Boy, how did you subdue that guy? Hearing this, Yuichi also lowered his head slowly. It seems that Whitebeard has already felt it. Presumably, with Whitebeard's knowledge, it is not possible that he can't feel the breath of the other party at this distance, so Yuichi didn't pay too much attention to this issue. Advertisement. Instead, he said directly, strictly speaking, it's not a conquest, but a transaction. A transaction of interest. This explanation made Whitebeard somewhat more receptive. If it is an exchange of interests, then it is not too surprising that the other party will agree. What did you use to make a deal with that guy? As soon as this question was asked, Whitebeard curled his lips. How could I ask such a stupid question? For that guy, there are only 2 things that can attract him. The first thing is to dominate the ocean, the second thing is power. Both of those things seemed like Yuichi could help that guy out, so it's no surprise that he would agree to collaborate or something. Thinking of Whitebeard, he laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that guy and I would have the chance to fight in the same camp again. The crew of the White Regiment stared nervously at the sky, and Whitebeard's laughter made them all a little curious. Why did Dad suddenly burst out laughing? What happened? Suddenly, a person jumped out of the falling boat in the sky. The opponent fell to the deck of the Moby DK extremely quickly. Base. The sound of the blade piercing the deck floor was heard. All the people in the white group put on a fighting posture, and they didn't see each other's appearance clearly. Whitebeard raised his hand. Don't be nervous, kids, this is my old friend. Said the other party slowly stood up. The first time I saw this person, sharp swords were tied to the broken legs. That's what pierced the deck of the Moby DK. The opponent slowly raised his head. With long blonde hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a strong wave of haki emanating from his brows. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, long time no see. Whitebeard smiled. Shiki, you guys didn't expect to run out one day. Don't you stay in your heaven. Shiki? Everyone in Beichuan blinked their eyes, the name seemed familiar. It seems to have heard it somewhere. Diamond Kiaz was stunned for a moment. Shiki, Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates, it turned out to be him. The young pirates were a little confused. Is this guy famous? Hearing that some crew members who joined the White Regiment in their early years turned their heads to look at the young brat. This guy used to be, but the people on the same ship as Daddy are all members of the Rocks Pirates. And he is the only guy in history who was imprisoned in Impel Down and was able to escape. When the young pirates around heard this, they looked at Shiki in shock. Advertisement. Just when they were thinking about why such pirates suddenly appeared. Whitebeard smiled. The old man is curious why you teamed up with that kid. That kid used to be Marine. How did you meet? Hearing this, Shiki looked back at Yuichi. I've known this kid for a long time. At that time, he was not the Marine of the headquarters. He was chased by this kid to my Sky Island. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, I finally collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, I wanted to recruit him, but he didn't agree. I don't know each other. The boy is not a Marine now. Are you interested in joining my pirate group? Yuichi shook his head. I've rejected it a long time ago, don't you give up. Saying that, Yuichi looked a little impatient. Shiki also had no choice but to smile helplessly. The 3 days and 3 nights of the war at the beginning were actually just because Yuichi wanted to seek pressure and break through the awakening progress of the template. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end, so Yuichi left. But I got to know the Golden Lion. It's fine if you don't join, I'll make you change your mind. Saying that, Shiki laughed. Whitebeard on the side looked up at the stopped ship in the sky. Asterisk 727 Yuichi boy, although I am surprised that you can get the support of this guy, but the weight of Shiki is not enough now. This made Shiki's eyes darken, and he looked at Whitebeard with a murderous look. Although what Whitebeard said is true. I know that. Jian Yu, he didn't look flustered at all. Whitebeard guessed that this kid should have a second hand. Do you have any other reinforcements? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. It's almost time, he should be coming soon. Shiki, Flying Pirates, and Zephyr's Neo Marine, the strength of the two organizations is not weak. In addition, although Shiki is originally weak, not as good as the 4 Emperors level, but barely considered an Admiral level of combat effectiveness. With the addition of Zephyr, Yuichi has 2 Admiral level combat power behind him. This is about the same as 4 Emperors, but still a little bit worse. Cracking sizzling. Suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky. The moment the lightning appeared, the expressions of Shiki and Whitebeard changed at the same time. But in the next second, the thunder and lightning fell in the direction of Yuichi. Boom! The moment the roar sounded, the lightning instantly smashed through the deck of the Moby DK, leaving a huge hole in the deck. After the lightning flashed, Yuichi, who was standing on the edge of the hole, straightened his clothes and looked at somewhere in the sky with cold eyes. Just talking. People are here. Chapter 152 Golden Ship, Enel of God. Watching the thunder that exploded from the gap, Whitebeard glanced slightly overhead. Thunder. A person with abilities. The corners of Shiki's mouth raised slightly. A person who can use lightning, a person with Logia ability. Advertisement. That's right. The Logia Thunder Fruit ability user is another guy I teamed up with. Hearing this, everyone in the Baituan was a little surprised. Among Logia's abilities, many people have thought about the ability of lightning. Although it is not invincible in New World Logia. But among the 3 fruit abilities, Logia's advantages are still undeniable. Immune to general physical attacks, not everyone in New World can use Haki. Dealing with Logia's ability users is still very tricky. In Logia, the ability of lightning is quite terrifying in its destructive power. Perhaps comparable to Akainu's magma ability. Crack! Suddenly a thunderbolt descended. On the fence of the Moby DK, a barefoot guy suddenly appeared. He also carried a beating thunder snake on his body, holding a golden trident in both hands, and hung it on his shoulders, hooking the gun body with both hands. The long earlobe is shaped like a Buddha. There is a strange ring behind it with 4 small drums. Ha ha ha. Beautiful dodge, your heart is as calm as water. Enel, the god, appears. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised to see this guy. Yuichi was actually able to find someone with this powerful Logia fruit ability. But, although the fruit ability of Xinglei made him very concerned, the opponent's own strength didn't seem to be very good. It seems that he is another guy who relies too much on fruit abilities. This is also a common problem of those with fruit abilities. Even Whitebeard needs to admit that even he himself has some problems with relying on fruit abilities. But a person with the ability of Thunder Fruit, even if Haki is not so strong, is comparable to Admiral. Even if it's a little bit worse, it's not too bad. That's it. Air Pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Plus the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Yuichi's subordinate has also become a member with 3 members who can rival Admiral's level of combat power. 3 top fighters, this is already considered the configuration of 4 emperors. Advertisement. And the middle-level combat effectiveness seems to be somewhat lacking. But there are quite a few fighters at the bottom, and there are quite a few people under the command of the flying pirate group Golden Lion. Plus the soldiers of the Neo-Marine organization. Yuichi, this guy. It was only a few days since they left the Marine, and it was obvious that they could pull up a force comparable to the 4 emperors in a few days. Although there are still some gaps, if Yuichi targets one piece, he only needs to recruit some strong guys to step into the new world, and he will soon be able to compete with other 4 emperors. Perhaps the 5th emperor of New World will be born soon. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked at the calm Yuichi. Now he is a little confused. Didn't Yuichi really want to leave Marine on purpose? With so many people, isn't it prepared in advance? How could it be such a coincidence? This is not a coincidence. In order to break through the awakening of the character template, Yuichi found many powerful people to fight. 2 people, Enel and Shiki. It's just a guy who gets along better with Yuichi. Enel. Your haki is still as weak as ever. Suddenly Yuichi said, raised his hand and punched Enel in the face. The sudden move made everyone in Beichuan stunned. Whether the two are enemies or friends. Sitsaizi. In an instant, Enel turned into lightning and moved to the opposite guardrail almost instantly. Dodge Yuichi's punch. This speed surprised even Whitebeard. Shiki also stared at Enel with wide eyes. What a speed, thunder, lightning speed. This is completely faster than Marine Admiral Kizaru's glitter fruit. Of course, if you really want to talk about speed, it is naturally faster to flash the fruit. But Enel's teleportation does not need to be charged, and it can be activated at any time when you want. And Kizaru needs a little time to determine the target and location before he can move. Although the speed is slightly weaker, the practicability is far higher than Kizaru. You're still so irritable, you want to start a fight with a friend you haven't contacted as soon as you meet. Hearing this, Yuichi glanced at the hole in the deck. You guys still have the nerve to talk about me. Enel shrugged sorry. Jumping off the railing, Enel hit the rest of the boat. These people seem to be very strong. Advertisement. The people he was looking at were Diamond Jotzi, Foil Vesta, Phoenix Marco and other team captains on the Whitebeard ship. Yuichi walks towards Whitebeard. Of course, this is no ordinary place. This man in front of you, nicknamed Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. One of the 4 emperors who rule the sea. You have been on Sky Island and don't know what the 4 emperors are like. But it doesn't matter, there is time for you to understand slowly. Enel of the 4 emperors doesn't care at all. He just looked at Yuichi. You said let me come this time, there is a way for us to go to another world, is it true? Hearing this, Yuichi nodded, it's true. Enel's dignified face calmed down, it's fine if you don't lie to me. As long as you can let me go to another world, I can temporarily obey your orders. As he spoke, Enel snapped his fingers. Swipe swipe. In the sky, a huge ship, the Ark Proverbs, slowly appeared. The hull is all made of gold, and countless propellers are rotating rapidly, providing the Proverbs with the power to float in the air. The appearance of this thing made everyone dumbfounded. The golden boat. What kind of technology is this? That thing can actually fly. The ship of the flying pirates can fly because of the ability of the Golden Lion, but the ability of this kind of ship to fly does not depend on the ability. On Enel's motto, there are priests under his command, and there are also a large number of priests from Sky Island guarding them. Yuichi looked at the motto. Didn't think you'd already made it. How is it? Not bad. Enel smiled and seemed a little smug. He and Yuichi are more like friends, that's why he's showing this expression now. Whitebeard looked at Enel's ship. Although the strength of the people on board was not very good, the technology used by this ship was amazing. How on earth did this guy build such a boat? When everyone looked at the proverb and couldn't speak, to be Li Hao, Zephyr suddenly jumped on the Moby DK fruit. Yuichi, what's that? Zephyr rushed directly to Yuichi's side. Looking at Zephyr, who looked a little excited, Yuichi forgot that Zephyr was also very interested in technology. Neo Marine has a war machine modeled after a pacifist. Yuichi, teacher, if you are interested, you can go up and have a look for yourself. Said Yuichi glanced at Enel. Enel nodded, the proverbs had already been made, and he didn't care if others understood the structure of the proverbs or something. No matter the fire. Although the proverbs is currently suspended at a height of several tens of meters, Zephyr jumped up and rushed up directly on the moonwalk. Shiki smiled, it seems that the flying pirates are not just God. As he spoke, he looked at you. It seems that all the people you are looking for are here, so our temporary captain, isn't he going to give our alliance a name? Name? Yuichi froze for a moment, he hadn't thought about this kind of thing at all. Chapter 153 The Floating Pirates, Meeting with the 4 Emperors. Names and such are not Yuichi's forte. The most annoying thing is the name. Troublesome. Yuichi glanced at Shiki, expectancy was written all over his face. I don't understand what to look forward to in this kind of thing, just call it by a name. Advertisement. If you really want a name, it's Flying Skyship Tuan. Saying that, Yuichi shrugged nonchalantly. When Shiki heard this, his complexion was a bit uncomfortable. No way. How can the name of the flying pirates become a new name? Shiki is serious about naming things. Yuichi is resolutely not allowed to settle down with this perfunctory attitude. Yuichi frowned, seemingly unable to think of a good name at all. Whitebeard watched from the side. Why don't we just call it the Floating Pirates? Shiki has the ability of Lion Fruit, and another Thunderboy's ship can fly in the sky. You yourself have the ability to float in the air. What about the name? Hearing this, Shiki was the first to object. No, how can you, an outsider, decide the name of our big fleet? Whitebeard, shut up. That's it. Yuichi nodded directly. Shiki choked up suddenly. It's not a bad name either, it's just that Yuichi didn't come up with it himself. But U-917 agreed, and Enel at the side also had no objections. As for Zephyr of Neo Marine, he is currently studying the Arc Proverbs. Whatever the name is, he doesn't care at all. Floating Pirates. The name is not bad, but it's just a name. After confirming the name, Shiki and his pirates all started cheering. Even the priests under Enel's command were a little excited. Even the soldiers of the Neo Marine organization had smiles on their faces. Is the charm of a name really that great? At this moment, not far from the sea area where the Moby DK is parked, a red pirate ship is advancing rapidly. The temperament hanging on the ship is indeed 4 emperors. The Red Hair Pirates logo. Bow. The red hair looked at the raised black dots on the sea in the distance. Even in this position, it can be vaguely seen that there are 4 huge ships relying on the sea. Advertisement. It turned out to be a sea town. In just a few days, a sea town was directly built. Such a powerful mobilization ability, as expected of the most powerful 4 emperors. Shanks smiled and lowered his binoculars. CJFB, the red-haired crew members behind are also full of energy, and then they, the red-hair pirates, will be in contact with another 4 emperors pirate group. In the past, such contact only occurred when the 2 sides were fighting. But now the 2 parties are preparing to form an alliance. Finally arrived 1 step ahead of the others. Shanks smiled, Yasop and Lackey Lu looked at each other. Is there any difference between first come and last come? Yasop asked. Oh. Beckman came up from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Of course it's different. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. This is a gathering of the 4 emperors. If you arrive first, you will have the opportunity to communicate with Whitebeard. If you can reach a tacit agreement with Whitebeard first, then we can occupy more when Kaido and Big Mom arrive. Initiative. It turned out to be the case, and both of them nodded in a half-understanding manner. But at this point Beckman sighed. He glanced back at Shanks. However, I didn't expect us to come here so fast, it seems that we are still slow. Hearing this, Shanks froze for a moment and looked back at Beckman. What's wrong? Beckman relighted a cigarette and turned to look to the right. Kaido and Big Mom's ships have appeared. He pouted angrily to the right. Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, 2 small black spots appeared on the sea surface at some point. They were also rushing towards Whitebeard's position at a fast pace. It seems that the speed is not slower than them at all, and even much faster. Shanks was a little surprised. I didn't expect these 2 people to be so active this time. The gathering of the 4 emperors this time is not just to hold their own destiny in their own hands. At the same time, one of Kaido and Big Mom is for stronger power, and the other is for restoring youth. As long as the enemy of another world is defeated, the world's evolutionary power will increase, and at the same time, the physical condition of the person will return to his youthful appearance. Each has a different purpose. The red hair's eyes are also different. For him, exploring another world is more important than strength in a young body. At this time on Kaido's boat, Kaido looked at the sea town in the distance. Whitebeard is so fast. As he spoke, he glanced at the Big Mom pirates not far away on both sides, and the ships of the red hair pirates who could not see clearly on the opposite side. Although he couldn't see clearly, Kaido was very clear that the red-haired ship was definitely on the opposite side. Because at this time, people who dare to approach here directly, besides the 4 emperors, who else has such guts? Even Marine dare not approach easily. Advertisement. That man is still the strongest in the world. The appearance of Kaido and others will naturally not be ignored by the white group. The people who were busy building the last parts of the sea town suddenly heard the shouts from the watchtower above. Everyone. 4 emperors. Redhead Shanks. Kaido of the Beasts. Charlotte. Lin. All of them have appeared. They are approaching here quickly. Quick, notify Dad. Despair. The moment the sound fell, Whitebeard slowly walked up on the huge platform of the small sea town, hugging Kong Yunch. Don't tell me, I already know. Gu la la la. It's been a long time since I saw so many old friends. There was a faint smile on Whitebeard's face, although he didn't express too much joy, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are former companions, although now they have parted ways because of their different goals. But this time, their purpose is one, at least temporarily. The scene of being able to fight side by side again is something Whitebeard never imagined. While Whitebeard was reminiscing about the old days, the first ships of the four emperors to arrive stopped. A haki wave erupted like a beast. Whitebeard looked up abruptly at the man coming off the boat. Kaido boy, now is more of a beast. Then another haki wave broke out. Turning his head and looking in another direction, a huge and bloated body twisted and walked down from the boat. Linlin. You are old too. And it was the red-haired Shanks who finally arrived. Although he didn't release haki to greet Whitebeard, but that powerful momentum has full majesty of the king. Let the people in Beichuan become much more nervous than when they saw Kaido and Big Mom. Inexplicably nervous. Looking at the three figures slowly walking onto the platform. The four emperors have assembled. Chapter 154 Pirate Alliance, who is the fifth person? Along with Big Mom, Kaido, and Hungfa one after another boarded the huge platform of the sea town. The expressions of the pirates in Beichuan also became more dignified. It's not just their aunt, Kaido, and others members of the pirate group basically have the same feeling. Everyone kept as absolutely silent as possible. In this sea, 4 sea emperors appeared in one place at the same time for an unprecedented time. Advertisement. No one could have imagined such a picture before, and now every pirate feels extremely depressed at the same time. But there is an uncontrollable excitement in my heart that is coming out quickly. Time passed by every minute and every second. The three who boarded the platform looked at Whitebeard at the same time. Feeling Whitebeard's powerful breath, and the powerful, unmatched haki wave around him at the same time. Although the other party did not release haki on purpose. But even the involuntary haki feels breathless. This is the strongest man in the world, and the most powerful pirate in the ocean today. Whitebeard. Edward. Newgate. Holding Kong Yunqi's Whitebeard in his hand, he put the big knife aside with a smile on his face. The seat that had been prepared long ago Whitebeard sat down directly. Look at the three people in front of you. Come on. Sit down. It's not good to keep you standing still. None of the three spoke first, and looked at the prepared position beside Whitebeard. Kaido was the first to step forward and sit to Whitebeard's right. Big Mom sits next to Kaido, separated from Whitebeard by Kaido. On the other side is Red Hair, but there are 2 positions on the other side. Hongan glanced at Whitebeard suspiciously. 4 emperors gathered, but 5 seats appeared. This was not arranged casually. It seems that apart from the 4 emperors, a 5th person appeared today. But it's not hard to guess who the 5th person is. That guy should be the former admiral of headquarters candidate who just escaped from the marine, that Yuichi with terrifying sword skills and strange abilities. The red-haired man had many questions in his mind, but at this time he would not ask anything first. He spoke first, but he was a little weaker in momentum. After sitting down, no one spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Whitebeard didn't speak, just silently looked at Kaido and Big Mom, 2 old acquaintances. I haven't seen you for many years, and this time I saw a big change again. Kaido has become stronger than before, and his aura is even more astonishing, compared with the little devil he used to be. Advertisement. There have been earth-shaking changes. But Big Mom's influence didn't make Whitebeard care much. What made Yuhuza feel a little bit that Linlin was as old as him. No matter how strong it is, it can't resist the erosion of time. After all, it will become a pile of Lois. But that was before, and now maybe there is a way to restore the appearance of youth. Everyone kept quiet, and the 4 pirates around the platform were all looking at it. But no one said anything but made people even more worried. Is there no wine? Is this how you treat your guests? Kaido spoke. The irascible Kaido was indeed the first guy who couldn't sit still. Whitebeard smiled and raised his hand to beckon, and soon someone came up with a huge wine jar. Arrange them one by one in front of the 4 people. Immediately afterward disappears on the platform. Facing 4 emperors at the same time, the terrifying imposing oppression is no joke. Ordinary people really have no way to stay awake in front of these 4 at the same time. Kaido was not polite at all, and directly picked up the wine jar that 3 people could lift with one hand, and gulped it down. Gurgling. In one gulp, he drank the wine jug enough to hold 3 people. Boom. Kaido put down the huge wine jug and squinted at Whitebeard. Okay. Just tell me. Whitebeard, what do you plan to do? Hearing that Whitebeard was about to drink, he also stopped for a moment. You should have some guesses about this question. The red-haired man looked at the wine that reflected his own shadow in front of him. I analyzed it a bit, but it doesn't seem to have any direct connection with your invitation to us. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. World War, you also want to participate. Not to mention that other old men think that you probably don't like to entrust your own destiny to Marine's control. Hearing this, the expressions of the three of them changed at the same time. If they are such people who are willing to let others control their own destiny, it is impossible to ascend to the position of 4 emperors. Seeing their dignified expressions, Whitebeard smiled very satisfied. This is the effect he wants. The 4 of us form an alliance. It will be the biggest pirate alliance, in other words, the force formed by our 4 emperors in this world will surpass the world government and the marine. Become the most powerful force in the entire world. Advertisement. The 3 of them did not speak but listened quietly, and the people around them were also listening to Whitebeard quietly. Seeking Flowers 0. The reason why Marine was chosen for that world war is because Marine is the strongest force in our world. The strongest power represents this world to fight against another world, this is the rule of world war. Speaking of this, many people have already understood. What is the purpose of forming the 4 Emperors Alliance? Become the most powerful force and take back the power to represent one piece world from Marine. Kaido, Ant, Red Hair. The expressions of the 3 of them didn't change much, as if they had already guessed something before they came. How did you come to this judgment? The Ant asked. Whitebeard turned his head to look at her. The last world war, Linlin, didn't you notice the 5 Shadows alliance in the opposing world? Kaido frowned, only relying on this, do you dare to draw conclusions? Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be your captain. Kaido. It's true that it doesn't matter if it doesn't, the alliance just doesn't make them Whitebeard's men. To form the pirate alliance, the 5 of us will not interfere with each other, and the only rule is that when the world war starts, the choice of who to fight is up to the 5 of us to decide together. In other words, when the world war is not started, the 4 emperors are still the 4 emperors. The pirate alliance is just an empty name, but even the combined forces of the empty name 4 emperors are definitely the strongest force in the entire pirate world. After realizing this, Linlin thought for a while, and realized that this plan is totally possible. The redhead didn't see a problem either. However, Kaido suddenly asked a word. You just said, 5 people. There are only 4 of us here. Who's the other guy? Can it also be compared with the 4 emperors? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled and looked ahead, when a footstep sounded from the stairs in the middle of the platform. Whether the other party is qualified or not, you can judge for yourself. Ryuza glanced at Duo lightly. Kaido of the beasts. The strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air, not everyone can be regarded by him. Even the former Shiki probably won't be looked down upon by Kaido now, let alone other people. With the sound of footsteps approaching little by little, Yuichi's figure rose little by little from the stairs. Yuichi stepped onto the platform wearing a large white cloak and looked at the man who was facing him. Beasts, Kaido. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. 2. Chapter 155 Task Trigger, Reward Fire Spirit. If Whitebeard is like an old king. Although Haki is still there, it reveals a decadent smell. Because Whitebeard is old now. Even though his aura is still strong and his strength is still terrifying, he is not as oppressive as the Kaido in front of him. This sense of oppression is not imposing. Advertisement. It is the fear that the body instinctively produces when a sheep meets a wolf. This is completely out of control. Whitebeard was old, and even with some recovery, the pain had all dissipated. But the body has not yet returned to its peak period. However, Kaido is different. The sublimation of the world makes Kaido not only change his body from aging back to a young state. Moreover, Kaido, which was supposed to go downhill during this period, seems to have returned to the rising stage now. He was a beast in the prime of his life. Facing such a strong gaze from Kaido, even Yuichi 763 felt the pressure of terror. But there was pressure but not enough to make Yuichi overwhelmed by mere momentum. Whitebeard sat there without moving, as if he was going to be a spectator. What happens next is entirely up to Yuichi himself. Whether he can join this alliance and occupy a place depends on Yuichi's own ability. A brat, and he just escaped from the marine, this kind of person, Whitebeard, aren't you afraid that he is a spy of the marine? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled without any explanation. Because it needs no explanation at all. Spy? So what if they are marine spies, if the 4 emperors teamed up with marine, if they don't want to seek death, then it's best not to come and seek trouble with the 4 emperors. Otherwise, the cooperation of the 4 emperors can not only easily destroy the marine, even the world government may not be able to block the attack of the 4 emperors. Kaido was just looking for an excuse to keep Yuichi out of the league. Secondly, as far as Kaido's temper is concerned, an ally who is not qualified for strength will not be recognized by him. Go back to marine. If you don't want to die. Kaido propped his head on one hand and looked at Yuichi coldly, the expression on his face was not too fierce. But the eyes exude a terrible cold light. Under such gazes, most people's legs have already trembled, and the whole person can no longer stand still. But Yuichi completely ignored his threat. On the contrary, the pirates around felt a little scared. Kaido of the beasts. The strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air. It is said to be the strongest duel. Yuichi said with a faint smile, looking at him with no waves on his face. I don't want to talk about unnecessary nonsense. A battle seems inevitable. Advertisement. Let's fight. If you lose, you want to kill me, you can do whatever you want. I won, and the 4 Emperors Alliance will become the 5 Emperors Alliance. Yuichi's challenge. The surrounding pirates were stunned. This is Kaido of the beasts, he dared to challenge? 4 Emperors is not comparable to Marine Admiral, at least Admiral can't defeat 4 Emperors in a one-on-one situation. Hey! Kaido laughed suddenly, when everyone was extremely nervous. He listened to Yuichi's words and suddenly laughed. The laugh made Shanks frown. Is this what Kaido is planning? I don't want this kid to join the alliance, I want to recruit this kid to my subordinates. If he really wanted to kill Yuichi or expel Yuichi, Kaido would have done it long ago. Giving Yuichi the opportunity to speak clearly has other purposes, and even if Yuichi didn't take the initiative to say so, Kaido should have put forward similar conditions. People who want to convince Yuichi to the extent that they want to be part of their own crew. Fighting is of course unavoidable. For the power of that one tail. Thinking of this, Shanks shook his head, the power of that tailed beast is probably impossible for Kaido to obtain. Winning or losing is impossible. The ant at the side now looks rather gloomy, and she is also calling for Yuichi's attention. Big Mom likes Yuichi's strength and potential. The bloodline born from the union with such a man with outstanding talent is what the ant wants. But Yuichi is too young, although it is impossible to become his own husband, Give birth to an excellent bloodline for the Big Mom pirates. But with Kaido taking the lead, Auntie is naturally not in a good mood now. But it is not without chance that if Yuichi can hold 100 moves in Kaido's hands, then she will save Yuichi. Recruiting Yuichi to the Big Mom pirates is also a good choice. Shanks glanced at Whitebeard who didn't intend to say anything at all, so comment that Whitebeard was very optimistic about Yuichi. If it is not optimistic, then it is impossible to add Yuichi to this alliance. Whitebeard would take the initiative to recruit outstanding young boys, but Kaido would never be able to. Boom. Boom. The huge platform began to shake. Kaido stood up slowly, the sense of oppression formed by his tall body was extremely strong. Looking down at Yuichi in front of him. Okay. I accept your challenge. Advertisement. If you lose, become a member of my beasts pirates. Anyway, you are also an admiral candidate, so it should be useful. Kaido smiled and the hostility on his face was much less. He seemed to have decided that he would win this battle. The look of a winning ticket. And Yuichi nodded to show that there is no problem. Number 2 Character Template Task Trigger. Mortals dare to dream of becoming the Master of God. Task Requirement, defeat 4 Emperors Kaido in a one-on-one duel. Task Reward, Fire Spirit, one of the 5 Great Spirits. A mission appears. The reward made Yuichi's blood boil instantly. Spirit. The reward, is actually the Fire Spirit. Looking up at the arrogant Kaido in front of him, it seems that Kaido made King Ma Kangyi very upset. The triggering task reward will actually be Fire Spirit. It seems that Kaido must be taken away no matter what this time. Fire Spirit must be obtained. It goes without saying how important a person with a spirit is to a summoning person. But fighting is naturally impossible here. A person floated up slowly behind Yuichi. Golden Lion Shiki. The sudden appearance of the Golden Lion stunned Big Mom and Kaido. Shiki. Big Mom called out his name directly. And Kaido whispered Golden Lion. 1.2. How will you be here? The two asked in unison. Shiki crossed his arms and said calmly, I am now a pirate under the command of the floating pirates. This is our captain. As he spoke, he pointed to Yuichi. Now Kaido is a little surprised, although Shiki's strength is not very good, especially after fighting Roger. It's not like adding it. But this person has never been willing to be subordinated to others easily, but was recruited by this kid? Even Kaido wondered why. But Shiki didn't want to reveal more. This is not a place for fighting. If you two fight here, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed soon. Let's fight somewhere. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky, and there was a huge floating sky island floating at a height of 1000 meters. Chapter 156 Air Showdown, Kaido vs. Yuichi. Sky Island. On the Sky Island of the Golden Lion. The island also doesn't know how the Golden Lion got it to the sky. Although it relies on Lion Fruit's ability, if not Golden Lion can develop it to a certain extent. Absolutely not. Advertisement. Although this man may not be as powerful as Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard and others who came out of the same boat. But it's not bad either. Those who can join the Rocks pirates don't have any skills. After the bet between Kaido and Yuichi was established, it is impossible for the two to fight in a sea town. This place is not enough for two people to destroy it. On Sky Island, two people can play to their heart's content. During the landing on Golden Lion Sky Island, Zephyr and Enel appeared. It made Kaido, Ant, and Red Hair stunned for a moment. They are very clear about what kind of existence Zephyr is, and with the addition of a Golden Lion Shiki, it seems that Yuichi's forces can be regarded as the scale that a big pirate should have. And the appearance of this Enel made the three of them feel even more that the opposing faction 29 was already at the same level as the four emperors. A guy with the ability of Thunder Fruit is also Yuichi's subordinate. He just left Marine, how did he gather such a force? Or it was premeditated. All three had the same idea as Whitebeard. Not to mention that the four emperors had such an idea, Marine and the world government, who had obtained some information, were wondering if Yuichi wanted to escape from Marine long ago. Otherwise, how could such a terrifying force be assembled in a blink of an eye? When he came to the Sky Island of Golden Lion, he used Lion Fruit's ability to float everyone's pirate ship to the Mid-Air King. So that the pirates under the four emperors can watch the battle at close range. There are many large and small pirate ships floating around a Sky Island, and the ships are full of pirates. Four Emperors Kaido versus former Marine Admiral alternate. And this Admiral candidate actually possesses far more power than Admiral. In other words, a battle between four Emperors and Marine Admiral, not many opportunities to watch such a battle. Both Yuichi and Kaido jumped onto Sky Island, and the two hadn't started fighting yet. The surrounding atmosphere is already very warm. The heated scene made Yuichi feel as if he was being watched as a monkey. But Kaido seems to be enjoying it. The terrain of this Sky Island is relatively open, with only a slightly raised hill on which a basic watchtower is built. The size of the island is not too big, but it is spacious enough for two people to fight freely. After stepping on Sky Island, Yuichi looked at the floating islands around. This place is like a fairyland on Earth. Advertisement. Although it is a bit cold at the height, the scenery here is very charming. While Yuichi enjoys the scenery. Boom. The huge black mace hit the ground directly, creating a huge pothole in an instant. Kaido crossed his arms into fists. Boy, what are you looking around for? If you want to fight me, draw your sword quickly. Kaido is full of aura, so that other pirates can clearly feel Kaido's powerful momentum. As expected of the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Today's Kaido of the Beasts is probably not much worse than Whitebeard in terms of combat effectiveness alone. The strongest creature and the strongest man. These two four emperors are monster-level existences. Shiki was also a little nervous. Kaido seems to have grown up a lot in these years. I'm sorry that he was recruited by the Rocks because of his amazing talent. After so many years, the guy who only had some potential at the beginning has completely released his potential. Zephyr on the side glanced at Shiki with disgust. He still couldn't let go of his anger towards the pirates. But for Yuichi, Zephyr is full of trust. Humph. It's just four emperors, it doesn't matter how much you grow up. Hearing this, Shiki felt a little strange. Why does this guy seem to have a big opinion of him? Looking for trouble? Former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. The eyes of the two collided with sparks. The Master and the Master have not yet started fighting, but the two seem to be the first to break out into a battle. But suddenly Yuichi's voice came from I will use it when it's time to use it. As soon as these words came out, Kaido's face became extremely gloomy. Are you saying that I, four emperors Kaido of the Beasts, am not worthy of your sword? Yuichi didn't answer, but his still calm eyes seemed to say it all. And looking at Yuichi's appearance, the anger in Kaido's heart burned even more intensely. A bereaved dog driven out by Marine dare to underestimate me, Kaido. Humph. With a cold snort, the wave of Conqueror's haki erupting from Kaido's body spread instantly. The entire island was enveloped almost instantly. The moment the Berserk Conqueror's haki erupted, even the people on the pirate ships floating around felt a strong sense of oppression. Advertisement. The feeling of drowning and suffocation suddenly appeared. Some people who are not strong even feel unable to stand firm. He staggered and nearly fell. After recovering, feel the Conqueror's haki unleashed from the four emperors. The pirates were a little scared. What a scary Conqueror's haki, as expected of the four emperors Kaido. Haki's suppression is so strong. Just when the pirates were amazed by Kaido's haki, an invisible wave suddenly spread from Yuichi's feet. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki, which surged out suddenly like a storm, erupted wildly from Yuichi's body. For a moment Kaido froze. He seemed to be in disbelief. You actually have Conqueror's haki. This surprised Kaido. Whitebeard, who was watching at the moment, smiled, and looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was also a little surprised beside him. What? Don't you think this kid has Conqueror's haki? Hearing this, Linlin was silent for a while. What should I say? This question should have been thought of long ago. How could Yuichi not have Conqueror's haki? If he doesn't have such qualifications, it is impossible for Whitebeard to take a high look. But it surprised everyone from the very beginning. Whitebeard is this on purpose? Humph. But so what if you have Conqueror's Haki? Even with the qualifications and potential, what really depends on is the actual combat effectiveness. At this point, Big Mom doesn't think Yuichi is Kaido's opponent, and at most he can fight Kaido a few times. Kaido's strength cannot be blocked by a small marine admiral. Very good. It seems that I underestimated you before. Kaido sneered. Suddenly he raised his hand and grabbed the mace stuck in the ground in front of him. However, owning Conqueror's Haki is not such a big deal, come on. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. With the mace on his shoulder, Kaido is ready to strike. But Yuichi has no intention of drawing his sword. This made Kaido's slightly extinguished anger rekindle. Chapter 157 Playing with Kaido, Enraged Four Emperors. Kaido's voice was like thunder, when that terrifying roar broke out. His huge body rushed towards Yuichi. It was as if a mountain was crushed at a high speed in an instant. Not to mention the terrifying aura, even the figure crushed like a mountain makes people feel scalp numb. The pirate ship floating in midair in the direction behind Yuichi. Advertisement. Those Yuichi who stood on the deck saw the oncoming impact, and all of them turned pale instantly. The heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Kaido, wielding a mace, smashes it to Yuichi. The moment a huge black shadow enveloped Yuichi's figure. Boom buzz. The entire island began to shake crazily. The ground under the mace was torn apart, and countless cracks instantly covered a range of tens of meters around. The ground was divided into pieces of gravel, which splashed all around. Master Kaido is so fast. As expected of Master Kaido, although he has a huge body, his speed is not slow at all. That what marine must have been smashed into a pulp in an instant. The beast's pirates were laughing. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Suddenly Yuichi's voice came from behind Kaido. Yuichi, who was standing at the back, stood there quietly, and moved behind Kaido at some point. Kaido, who slowly raised the mace, was a little surprised by Yuichi's speed. But when Yuichi spoke, Kaido suddenly became a little angry. Boy, you are crazy. As he spoke, he turned his head and glared at Yuichi. That terrifying gaze made the pirates feel very dangerous. But it didn't matter to Yuichi. Kaido walked towards Yuichi with a mace in his hand. You don't think the speed just now was fast enough? You seem to be very confident in your speed. Hehe. Then let me see how long your proud speed can last under my attack. Don't worry, I didn't use my full strength just now, I just used 6 points of my strength. Hearing this, Yuichi also smiled faintly. Use all your strength. Let me see how far the power of the four emperors has reached. As you wish. After uttering 4 words one by one, the haki fluctuations on Kaido's body instantly became more violent. Haki alone has created an amazing storm. The storm spread suddenly, and in a split second Kaido swung his mace again. Advertisement. Armament haki winding. The moment he saw Kaido swinging the bat, the mace appeared in front of Yuichi the next second. The speed this time surprised Whitebeard a little. This kid Kaido also became stronger under the influence of the sublimation of the world. Boom. Under one blow, the vibration of the air was instantly compressed, and then exploded to produce a powerful air explosion. It exploded above the sky like thunder. The pirates in the sea town below heard the roar from the sky. This terrifying sound seemed to be the end of the world. Has it started yet? Yuichi who betrayed the marine, the battle against the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. This movement is a little too intense. Damn it, I really want to see this battle with my own eyes. The pirates below sighed, while the pirates in the sky were qualified to watch the battle. They all stared forward dumbfounded. The air current fluctuated under that stick, instantly traversed most of the sky. Leave a long trail in the air. The ground along the way was only slightly affected, and it was easily cracked open. This sky island, which was used as a battlefield for the two, seemed to be crumbling as if it was about to collapse at any time when the battle between the two had just begun. And to everyone's surprise, Yuichi dodged. Still easily avoiding Kaido's full-speed attack. Standing 10 meters to Kaido's right, Yuichi raised his hands from under his wide white cloak. They clapped their hands lightly. He looked at Kaido with a calm face, as expected of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, he can deliver such a terrifying blow just by relying on strength. Hearing Yuichi's praise, Kaido couldn't be happy at all. He exploded at full speed just now, but still couldn't hit Yuichi. The speed of this stinky boy is really terrifying. This situation surprised Kaido. It's no big deal that Yuichi is fast though, it's just a little tough for Kaido. It's still not too much of a threat. Boom. Attacking again, Kaido swung his mace and slammed hard at Yuichi's seat. The ground continued to shake wildly. Yuichi dodged again, but Kaido didn't stop, swinging the mace and smashing wildly. Advertisement. With that incomparable strength and the blessing of the peak armament haki, every attack can set off a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. Yuichi kept dodging, and Kaido seemed to have overwhelmed Yuichi. The sudden fierce battle made the pirates stare at the two with their eyes wide open, as if afraid of missing any second of the picture. Such a battle is indeed very rare in this sea. In their hearts, although Yuichi is not as good as Kaido, he is definitely at the Admiral level. Admiral vs. 4 Emperors, such a battle is naturally rare. I'm afraid it won't be easy in the future. Under Kaido's continuous attacks, the open space is already full of potholes. The earth is devastated. And Kaido was also a little speechless. Yuichi relied on faster speed to avoid his attacks continuously. He deliberately exposed a few flaws to lure Yuichi to take the initiative to attack, so that he would have a chance to kill Yuichi with one move. But Yuichi never made a move, just dodged blindly. It gave Kaido a headache, and after a long time like this, Kaido couldn't even take down a kid, which was too embarrassing. And what Yuichi wants is to embarrass Kaido. Not only to defeat Kaido, but also to follow Kaido to gain power. Because in this way in the subsequent leagues, he will be able to gain more voice. Boy, don't you just hide. Kaido has no choice, Yuichi can't catch it if he is slippery, and the attack can't hit the target, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. When everyone heard Kaido's words, there were some differences. Even the Kaido of the 4, Qianwangs, emperors can't do anything with this speed? Yuichi's Shunpo is not as fast as it used to be now. Yuichi's Ryutsu is enhanced with the addition of shamanic transformations chakra and haki. Shunpo's speed is amazing. But now although he knows that Kaido is irritating himself, but Yuichi also intends to have his way. Yuichi, who stopped, seemed to have no intention of hiding anymore. Turning to look at Kaido, then don't play, it's fun to dodge like this, since you want to feel my power, then do as you wish. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes instantly burst into bloodshot eyes. Boy, thing. How dare you be so arrogant, just as I am Kaido of the beasts, is there nothing I can do about you? Originally wanted to defeat Yuichi without hurting him, but now Kaido has changed his mind. It seems that I have to impress you so that you will know what kind of existence the 4 emperors are. Sitsaizi. Purple lightning suddenly burst out from the mace. Chapter 158 Collision in Space, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. The purple thunder flashed crazily on the mace. The terrifying haki wave erupted, and Kaido's armament haki caused a terrifying movement. Everyone else is still shaking with the terror of the 4 emperors' haki's power. Whitebeard, Auntie, and Shanks froze for a moment. Others couldn't see it, but they could clearly feel it. Kaido is preparing to shoot, and the haki fluctuations that erupted are not just armament haki. Advertisement. And haki from Conquerors. Shanks' Conqueror's haki is entangled, are you planning to trick Yuichi? Although Yuichi also has Conqueror's haki, Shanks doesn't think Yuichi will use Conqueror's haki. Can't use the power of Conquerors, so even haki who has Conquerors can't be regarded as a real powerhouse. A skill that only the truly strong can master. Winding of Conqueror's haki. The ant showed joy, is Kaido planning to use that move? Even with that move and the Conqueror's haki entanglement, this kid will definitely be defeated. At that time, I will come forward to protect him. Thinking of this, the ant's mood is even more joyful. By then Yuichi will be a member of her Big Mom Pirates. The excellent bloodline will definitely be absorbed by her Charlotte family. Boom. The strong fluctuations spread, and the fluctuations under Kaido's feet set off terrifying ripples. The ground continuously cracked 890 degrees. A series of eye-catching cracks spread towards the surroundings. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to erupt. Kaido held a huge mace in his hand, and his eyes fixed on Yuichi's figure. Watching Kaido's side roaring continuously, but Yuichi did nothing. The beast's pirates were a little worried. Is this guy not going to fight Kaido-sama head-on? He's going to hide again. It would be such a disappointment if he did. The shy guy, he only knows how to dodge like a monkey, jumping up and down like a monkey, and if he has the guts to take the attack of Master Kaido. These guys seem to think that Yuichi is not going to fight Kaido head-on. Even Kaido is a little worried. Although his next move was very powerful, but with Yuichi's speed, he was determined to dodge it. It's not impossible to dodge, and even because of the great power of this move, Kaido will reveal many flaws after the attack is performed. It is normal for the body to experience short-term stiffness. After all, the body will burst out with a lot of strength in an instant, and the body will naturally enter a short-term state of fatigue. It is also very normal. But if at Yuichi's speed, after dodging his attack, he will attack directly. Although Kaido didn't think Yuichi could hurt himself, he was hit by this guy first. Even without an injury, it was unacceptable for Kaido. He is a majestic 4 emperors, how could he be beaten by a boy who defected from the marine? Absolutely not. Advertisement. Didn't you say that you want to fight me head-on? Is this a plan to give up? Kaido intends to anger Yuichi with words first. However, Yuichi didn't reply as he wished, just smiled coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Raising his hand, Yuichi hooked his hand at Kaido. Hurry up. Kaido was irritated by being urged by Yuichi. Want to court death? Then I will fulfill you. Suddenly the air vibrated suddenly, after a strong fluctuation. The airflow exploded suddenly like a sea wave. It swept wildly towards the surroundings, in an instant. The mace in Kaido's hand also swung suddenly, and swept towards Yuichi crazily. Thunder 8 trigrams. A mighty blow from the four emperors Kaido, Thunder 8 trigrams burst into a staggering thunderstorm. The purple lightning spread instantly. The sky seemed to suddenly turn black, and only the dazzling purple light could be seen shining in all directions. It was a long time after the explosion of light that the roaring sound suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Seeing Kaido launch the attack, Shanks felt a little bit emotional. Sure enough, he deserves to be hailed as a monster-like man, with overbearing strength, and Haki is equally violent. The ant nodded. The power of this move is still as terrifying as ever. Both of the attackers admired it, but they were also a little apprehensive. The power of this blow is not small. It's okay if Yuichi dodges, and it doesn't matter how strong the attack is, Kiev, if it can't hit the enemy. But he said before that this time he will not hide and fight Kaido head-on. It's not easy to catch Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. With Yuichi's strength, it seemed difficult for both of them to catch the blow. Whitebeard, on the other hand, just laughed and said nothing. The strength is indeed the strongest, Kaido and these boys have also become a lot stronger. And also added the power of Conqueror's Haki. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they couldn't stop it no matter what. It's a pity to meet Yuichi. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Haki fluctuations that swept over with a devastating momentum spread wildly. The lightning approached at an extreme speed and was about to engulf Yuichi at the moment. The long and narrow 5 fingers suddenly lifted up, and instantly grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Seeing Yuichi's actions at this moment, everyone froze for a moment. But immediately felt a pity. At this time, he remembered to draw his weapon to meet Kaido's attack. It's too late. What can be done in the blink of an eye? Advertisement. Especially against Kaido, 4 emperors. This guy dares to be so arrogant in the face of 4 emperors, waiting to be smashed into meat. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuichi is too arrogant, and his next end will be miserable. But for Yuichi himself, it's not out of hubris. Instead, I want to try the limit of the speed of which power conversion power. Under the oppression of life and death, more power can be aroused. Even if you have a system, you can become stronger by yourself. Why not do it? At this moment, all the power in Yuichi's body was mobilized. Which power? Spirit power, chakra, haki. The 4 forces erupted at the same time. And this time Wulai is responsible for the conversion, and the converted target is haki. Armament haki. In an instant, the spiritual power and chakra in Yuichi were quickly transformed into armament haki. Zanpakuto unsheathed. The silver blade was instantly dyed black. The black is bright, and the strong armament haki wave spreads. Suddenly a strong whirlwind swept out. But just armament haki wasn't enough. Yuichi's eyes glowed golden. Conqueror's haki is also instantly entwined on Zanpakuto. Moment. In an instant, the strong armament haki wave and the Conqueror's haki wave erupted at the same time. The moment the 2 forces surged. At this moment, the expressions of Big Mom and Shanks suddenly changed. The blade tore open the void and instantly slashed towards Kaido's huge mace. Next second, 2 strong haki waves collide. The blade and mace suddenly stopped in mid-air. They didn't touch, but haki was already fiercely entwined, pounding crazily. A black energy ball appeared. And the pirates who were still smiling a second ago are all stunned now. All the pirates were stunned. They couldn't believe the picture that appeared in front of them. The 2 fight. The weapons didn't even touch each other. Just. There was a terrifying roar. Collision in the distance. What kind of calendar area is this? Chapter 159 Reversal of battle situation, rapid conversion of power. The terrifying fluctuation spread and swept across, spreading to the entire Sky Island in an instant. The ground was like debris, and a thick layer was cut off in an instant by this terrifying wave. Shake more than ever on Sky Island. The haki fluctuations of the 2 still haven't weakened. On the contrary, it intensified. Advertisement. The airwaves became more violent, and even the ships floating in midair seemed to be blown away. If Shiki hadn't activated the fruit ability to control it immediately, he would have been blown away by a strong wind, 100 meters away. As for the 2 people on the island, the violent fluctuations caused the light to seem to be distorted. More and more terrifying roars continued to erupt. People can't help but want to cover their ears. After lasting for more than 10 seconds, the fluctuation finally gradually weakened. When the raging wind dissipated, The picture that came into view made countless pirates open their mouths wide. He stared dumbfounded at the island in front of him. That is not too small Sky Island, the ground is completely different from before. All the large and small potholes were swept away. The whole island has been peeled alive like an onion. It even looks a little slippery on the flat ground. Where Yuichi and Kaido were, a huge pothole appeared under their feet. The two stood at opposite ends of the pothole, staring at each other. Their gazes collided in the air, as if bursting out sparks. A strong aura lingered on the two of them, colliding with each other faintly in the air. Set off a wave of turmoil. Kaido. And all the beasts pirates under Kaido's command. Among the crowd, Kaido didn't pay much attention to the three disasters under Kaido's command. A little Marine Admiral level guy. It is simply impossible to be their boss opponent. But now. Jack the Drow, Plague Quinn, Flame Ember, they're flat. The expression was extremely exaggerated, and there was a strong shock in the eyes, staring at Yuichi firmly. Jack, that's Quinn, Conqueror's Haki Twines. Yin, how could this guy master such a skill? They fought head-on with their master Kaido, but they were not at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, it became an evenly matched situation with Kaido. This. How can that be? Advertisement. Although Shanks and Ant were surprised, they immediately began to think about more questions after the surprise. Is this why Whitebeard allowed this guy to be the fifth side of the league? Even if the current Yuichi is really inferior to the four emperors in terms of strength, it will be a matter of time before he catches up. Haki with Conquerors, an armament Haki trained to this point. Also master the winding of Conqueror's Haki. Such people will sooner or later become like them. So. Yuichi qualifies as a fifth party force. However, the two were wrong, although Whitebeard knew that Yuichi had learned Conqueror's Haki. But I don't think that Yuichi, who has just learned this skill, can compete with Kaido on equal terms. Now he was surprised too. Only he and the members of the white group under his command knew that the man in front of him had learned this skill. How much time has it taken so far? In such a short period of time, he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaido. Whitebeard's cheek twitches. Marine, you let go of a most horrible monster. Now he is a little thankful for Marine and world government, because they peeped at the tailed beast on this kid and forced him out of Marine. Otherwise, this guy will definitely be a nightmare for pirates in the future. At this moment Kaido looked at Yuichi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Did not expect. You actually mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki, which surprised me. Kaido's eyes looked a little gloomy. Yuichi did give him a big surprise this time. But, looking at Yuichi's still calm appearance, it seemed that he thought that if he mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki, he would be able to defeat Kaido. Fine. Now I'm going to get serious. Kaido sneered. The veins on the arm suddenly bulged, covered by armament Haki. A stick fell directly on the head in Yuichi's direction. The ground shook suddenly. Then he raised the mace, and there was nothing at all except for an extra pothole below. Yuichi's figure has long since disappeared. At this time, behind Kaido, Zanpakuto and Yuichi's hand is releasing black light. The moment the blade flashed, a chopping wave with a strong Haki wave erupted instantly. Shua! The slashing wave struck from behind. Kaido quickly turned around and swung the mace to resist. Boom boom boom. The fight continued, and this time it wasn't Kaido pinning Yuichi. The situation on the scene has evolved into another appearance. Yuichi's weird speed completely overwhelmed Kaido, constantly changing positions and bursting out amazing attacks at the same time. Advertisement. Rot. A more surprising picture appeared. 4 emperors. The emperor who reigns over the sea. One of the supreme rulers of the New World. Captain of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts. The man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air was actually suppressed. Overwhelmed by a marine. It took Kaido a lot of effort to block every slash. And Yuichi's speed of disappearing from nowhere left Kaido with nothing to do. Want to fight back? Without any gaps, he couldn't catch up with Yuichi's speed. But Yuichi didn't get close, and always kept a certain distance. Let Kaido want to chase but has no choice but to passively defend. This kind of battle is really shocking. Master Kaido was suppressed. The people of the Beasts Pirates couldn't believe it, their boss actually fell into a disadvantage. The crew members of Red Hair Pirates were also very confused. Why did the situation suddenly reverse in a blink of an eye? Is this guy who defected from Marine really so strong? The members of the Big Mom Pirates also lamented, this is 4 emperors. 4 emperors Kaido. He was able to suppress Kaido of the Beasts. What kind of monster is this marine traitor? Among the 4 emperors pirates, only the white group can accept Yuichi's amazing performance. After all, their father admired this guy very much. It shows that his talent and potential are already very strong, but it is amazing that he can not only fight against 4 emperors Kaido, but also be able to suppress him. Just when everyone was shouting in disbelief at the sudden change of form, the smile on Yuichi's face grew stronger. The way to use which power to convert other powers is getting more and more proficient. Chakra, Haki Conversion Ryutsu. Shunpo launches. Ryutsu, Haki Convert Haki. The chopping wave erupted instantly. The conversion of various powers is under the condition that Yuichi is becoming more and more proficient in using witchcraft. Time is getting shorter and shorter. And Yuichi's figure flickered faster and faster, and the attack like a storm fell on Kaido's head crazily. Boom boom boom. Kaido kept waving the mace, resisting Yuichi's attacks again and again. Still getting very impatient now. Damn it, kid, do you dare to fight me head to head again? Base. The sword flashed. In the wind, the moving direction of Yuichi's figure suddenly changed. Zanpakuto, half unsheathed, looks up as you wish, the door. Chapter 160 Instant Eruption, Overwhelming Momentum. The taunting words that were already prepared to be spoken, were suddenly agreed by Yuichi. Let Kaido not know what to say. This kid, actually has the guts to confront him again. Very good. Very courageous, Kaido is hoping for such a kid who is not afraid of death. Advertisement. In terms of age, although Yuichi is not too young, but for the Four Emperors level, he is completely a kid. And at Yuichi's age, having mastered such a powerful force, he does have the capital to be proud of. But this arrogance will kill him after all. Kaido sneered, boy, you are very good, you dare to agree, very good in return, I want to remind you, I haven't used my full strength for the previous blow. And this time I will do my best, don't you die. Hearing this, there was no change on Yuichi's face. Now Yuichi is only paying attention to the changes in the power in his body on 713. The operation of witchcraft became more and more free and smooth. Now the speed of power conversion is getting faster and faster. And Kaido in front of him was the best test stone, seeing that Yuichi didn't plan to say anything, he was ready to do it. Kaido's brows also frowned, and his expression gradually became dignified. His eyes fixed on Yuichi's figure firmly. The haki on his body surged rapidly. Converging towards the mace in their hands, strong haki fluctuations spread and erupted. Kaido does his best, and Ultimate's armament haki explodes. A stick was swung at Yuichi, and the mace tore through the void with a terrifying sound of breaking wind. In an instant, the wind and clouds were shattered, and the strong wind raged in the direction of Yuichi. The moment the air pressure dropped suddenly, followed by an explosion of violent power. The air roared and spread like sea waves, sweeping towards the surroundings continuously. At this moment, Yuichi's figure disappeared at the same time. See this scene. Kaido frowned slightly. This stinky brat, dares to lie to me. But just when he was about to go into a rage, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow appeared as if condensed from the void. Immediately after turning into Yuichi's figure, Kaido's expression changed again when Yuichi suddenly appeared. This guy. He actually accelerated and rushed towards the attack range of his mace. Clang. Advertisement. A loud gold iron collision sounded. Zanpakuto pulled out instantly and slashed at the mace in Kaido's hand. The strong haki fluctuations that suddenly erupted from the blade came as instantaneously as a volcanic eruption. The explosive power directly collapsed Kaido's offensive. Then a bright knife light pointed directly at Kaido's throat. There was a melodious sound of the knife, and the tip of the knife stopped 1 centimeter in front of Kaido's neck. The blade trembled faintly and kept shaking. Boom. The surrounding turbulent airflow suddenly stopped. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The Yuichi who pointed the sword at the throat of Four Emperors Kaido. He had just defeated Kaido's attack in just a split second. In a head-on collision, Master Kaido loses. The pirates of the Beast's pirates couldn't believe the scene before them. Even the three disasters seem a little excited now, and they are so angry that they want to jump out. But Kaido suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Do not move. Just wait for me. Kaido looked at Yuichi coldly and spoke slowly. Mikazu didn't understand why Master Kaido let them stay here. That kid. He pointed his sword at Lord Kaido's throat, just a little forward, although they didn't believe that he could kill Lord Kaido. But it was enough to leave a scar on Lord Kaido's body. Now everyone is trying to keep quiet, even if they open their mouths, they dare not make a sound. Kaido slowly lowered his hands and looked at Yuichi in front of him. Erupt all the haki in the body in an instant and use it to attack. The speed at which your haki is released, boy, is astonishing. In that blow just now, it wasn't that Yuichi's haki was stronger than him, but that Yuichi's burst of power was too strong in an instant. As a result, Haki, who is obviously at the same level, found a one-sided situation. This is like the difference between a sudden burst of a dam and the slow pumping of the water in the dam with a water pipe. One has the potential to overwhelm mountains and seas, while the other has the same amount of water, but its power is very different. However, not everyone can release all the haki in the body in an instant. Not even Kaido can do it, at least not at all right now. This is not only a technical problem, but also involves many problems. Advertisement. And Yuichi has used his perfect talent to overcome his lack of experience. If Yuichi hadn't stopped the attack just now, I'm afraid Kaido would be seriously injured now at least. Although Kaido didn't use his fruit ability, Yuichi didn't use his weird petal ability. The two sides in this duel don't have to fight to the death, so naturally they can't use stronger power. Kaido thought that with his current strength, it would be enough to easily defeat Yu Yi. But suddenly he found that if he didn't use the fruit ability, he would not be Yuichi's opponent at all. This result made it difficult for Kaido to accept. Yuichi shook the Zanpakuto lightly in his hand. Do you want to continue? Hearing this, Kaido's face became ugly. This kid. Crazy. If I am a majestic 4 emperors, if I really use my full strength and display the fruit ability, an attack of this level will not be enough to hurt myself at all. And he still looked so rampant. It was almost impossible to suppress the anger in my heart. Kaido moved his mouth to say continue. And at this time Whitebeard said, Kaido. Sometimes I have to admit that the strength of the newcomer is really worthy of admiration. Being able to push you to this point without using your fruit ability, the old man thinks he has proved his strength. It's just a discussion, so it's not going to be serious. Both of you can restrain yourself, so that things don't get worse. Hearing this, Kaido was stunned. Whitebeard was beating him, and he couldn't really beat Yuichi if this continued. And the prestige of the 4 emperors will also be affected. The most important thing is 0.7. If he continues, he will not be sure to beat Yuichi. It's better to accept it when you see it. He hesitated for a moment. Kaido suddenly smiled. Very good. I recognize your strength. You can push me to this point without me using the fruit ability, you are qualified to form an alliance with us and occupy 10 seats. The way Kaido looks now, is completely different from his rude appearance. Who said that 4 emperors? Kaido is a big guy who only knows how to drink, how can he become 4 emperors only by relying on his muscles? Yuichi slowly scabbard Zanpakuto. Now that the result has already appeared, there is no need to continue fighting. The system interface also flashes. Notify Yuichi that the mission is complete. Kaido himself admitted that he had lost, and the system's task was judged to be completed. Congratulations to host for obtaining, Fire Spirit, one of the 5 great spirits. Chapter 161 King of the Sea, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Because the host obtained the exclusive possession spirit of the character template Ma King Yuang. Spirit of Fire. Enable the special ability of the character template. Super Spirit Body. Soul Fire. Advertisement. Current second character template Ma King Yuang's Awakening Progress, 15.6%, 10.3%. Individual ability, Vision, enabled. Seal, enabled. Attribute Change, enabled. Possessing Spirit, Fire Spirit. Super Spirit Body. Soul Flame. With the Fire Spirit, you can open the Super Spirit Body state, and the witch power will no longer be used only to convert other energies. Sudden. A burning flame appeared in front of Yuichi. The flames revealed a pair of eyes, staring at Yuzo with piercing eyes. The moment Yuichi looked at it, Yuichi immediately felt a wonderful connection with the Fire Spirit. You can pass your thoughts to Huling anytime and anywhere. While Yuichi was enjoying this feeling, suddenly Yuichi came to his senses. Look around. Nothing has changed for all, and none of them seem to be able to see recovery at all. This is somewhat the same as the Summoning King world. Ordinary people cannot see the existence of spirits. And even Whitebeard and others, although it seems a little strange, still can't see the Fire Spirit 29. Seeing this, Yuichi felt relieved. It would be best if no one could see Huling. Taking Huoling into the body, Miling went directly into Yuichi's body. Sleeping in Yuichi's body, when you want to use it anytime and anywhere, it will appear with a thought. But when it comes to using the power of the Fire Spirit, just like Yuang, directly let the Fire Spirit materialize into a giant Super Spirit body. It's hard to do that with Yuichi's current strength. The witch power consumed in that way is not a small amount. At the same time, after the Fire Spirit is materialized, its original will probably be seen by people. After materialization, the speed will slow down. If encountering an opponent with extremely fast speed, Huoling has no strength at all, even if he cannot touch the enemy, it will not help. If it is a Super Spirit body, it seems that the Fire Spirit is still chosen to be attached to a certain weapon. While enhancing the attack power, it can also make the power of the Fire Spirit burst out and be superimposed on top of other powers. Advertisement. Now the only weapon Yuichi has is Zanpakuto. If attach the Fire Spirit to Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, then the flying Sakura flowers will burn with flames, and the power, maybe there will be an unexpected increase. Thinking of this, Yuichi has the urge to experiment immediately. But Whitebeard's voice interrupted his thoughts. Now I suppose there is no objection to this man joining us. Whitebeard smiled, and after a fight Yuichi proved his strength, and Kaido himself admitted that Yuichi's strength is very strong. Chakra, the tail beast who wants to covet Yuichi, seems to be in no hurry now. However, in the crowd, Yin, the three disasters under Kaido's command, stepped out. Humph. If you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four emperors, you can't do it on your own. Although his strength is very good, he is slightly inferior to Lord Kaido, and he is indeed qualified to be compared with the four emperors, but the four emperors can never be formed by just one person. Yin stared at you, a guy who defected from Marine, although his strength is good, but it's a pity that you don't have anyone under your command yet. If there is no crew, there is no way to rely on personal strength. Who said Yuichi doesn't have anyone under his command? Suddenly Shiki's voice interrupted Yin's words. He floated in midair and looked at Yin, the smile in his eyes was self-evident. Flying Pirate's Golden Lion Shiki, he is telling everyone that he has now joined under Yuichi. Yin froze for a moment. He naturally knew who the Golden Lion was. In the past, their master Kaido had to bow his head when he saw this guy. Although the power of the Golden Lion is no longer to be feared. But it is also a proper admiral-level combat power. A pirate who dares to break in alone is not weak. My boy of the beast's pirates, you speak too soon. Who said Yuichi has no influence under his command? Neo Marine Zephyr also folded his arms and said indifferently. Golden Lion Shiki plus former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Although they are two old men who are about to be eliminated by the sea, their strength is undeniably at the admiral level. Yin felt strange before, how could these guys who made troubles in New World appear here? Only now did he realize that they were the forces under Yuichi's command. Ha ha ha. You seem to be very strong, do you want to continue fighting? Sitsaizi. Enel suddenly turned into lightning and appeared on the fence of the floating ship, staring at Yin with his bare feet. Seeing the moment when the thunder and lightning erupted, Yin frowned slightly. Although he is a little unclear about who Enel is. But the opponent turned into lightning and suddenly teleported. He didn't know how strong the opponent was, but Enel's ability was seen by everyone. Advertisement. Logia ability user, Raiden. This Logia ability is not weaker than Marine 3 Admiral's Logia ability at all. Raiden is a very strong Logia. Enel looked at these guys who were discussing their abilities. The fruit I ate is called Thunder Fruit. It's not Thunder and Lightning, although the ability is Thunder and Lightning is good, but Thunder is still $30F. Everyone was speechless. Why did this guy explain this? One name is just wrong, do I need to explain it? Behind Yuichi. The existence of 3 admiral levels of combat power. Shiki, Zephyr, and Enel are now crushing Yin fiercely with their gazes bursting out with a strong sense of oppression. Quinn and Jack at the side hurriedly took a step forward, stood side by side with Yin, and also released their aura to resist them. On the calm Sky Island for a while, the atmosphere became tense again. Float on 3 airships behind the island. Air Pirates. Neo Marine. A group of priests. They all acted like they were ready to fight. This surprised Shanks. 657. In just a few days, from Yuichi's escape from Marine to the sudden appearance of such a force behind him. It only took him a few days. Did this guy plan to leave Marine a long time ago? If there is no real premeditation, it is impossible to summon such a force in just a few days. And among them, Black Arm Zephyr and Golden Lion Shiki are not the ones who can be subdued so easily. How did this kid do it? Big Mom was also a little surprised, looking at the group of people behind Yuichi. Compared with the power of the 4 emperors, it is still a lot worse, but as I said before, Yuichi's own strength and the power under his command are only slightly worse than the real 4 emperors. Qualified to be compared. Just missing a floor. No, there seems to be no shortage of territory. Yuichi, looking around at the islands floating in mid-air. With so many islands, Yuichi's territory seems to be quite large. This guy, really became the Emperor of the Sea in a few days? 5 emperors. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the pirate crowd. Others wondered what 5 emperors. The 5th, Sea Emperor, appears. These words clearly echoed in the surroundings at this moment, and floated into everyone's ears. Suddenly Whitebeard laughed out loud. That's right, the 5th Emperor who ruled the sea appeared. Then our alliance, is called the 5 Emperors Alliance. Gulala. Chapter 162 The Alliance of 5 Emperors, the Huge Wave of the New World. Along with Whitebeard's laugh. Everyone on the pirate ship floating in the air smiled. Excitement is surging in their faces and hearts. 5 Emperors. Today not only witnessed the birth of the 5th Sea Emperor, but also witnessed the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Advertisement. This will be a force more terrifying than the world government and the Marine. A force formed by the joint efforts of 5 great pirates who ascended to the throne. In the face of this force, no matter what the world government is, they are completely fearless. There simply isn't enough to watch. And those pirates who have joined this alliance will really not be afraid of Marine at all in the future. Because provoking them is equivalent to provoking 5 sea emperors at the same time. With the joint efforts of these 5 people, no force in the sea can compete with it. 5 emperors. 5 emperors. The pirates began to raise their arms and shout the name of the 5 emperors. Even the people of the beasts pirates are getting excited right now. Everyone was infected by this warm atmosphere. Even the people in Neo Marine began to seem to adapt to their marine in name, but in fact they were defined as pirates. One by one, they hugged each other shoulder to shoulder with the pirates, cheering crazily. The appearance of the 5th Sea Emperor will definitely shake the entire New World. No. It's not just New World that rocks. All over the Grand Line, everyone on this sea will be intimidated. Especially the 5th Sea Emperor, the genius Marine who was just kicked out by Marine. When such news spreads out, it will definitely make people dumbfounded. A person who was forced out of Marine due to some dirty things, turned magnificently in just a few days and became the 5th Emperor of the Sea who ruled New World. This will not only shake the sea, but also make the world government and Marine lose face. People they despise become the biggest threat in a blink of an eye. If they knew this earlier, why wouldn't they think of a way to retain such a talent? Just want to let the other party go. This will forever be the subject of world government and Marine being ridiculed for being blind. On Sky Island, although this is the party of the 5 emperors. But the eyeliner of world government also got mixed in. There was a rough-looking guy in the crowd, who looked like a pirate, with his head lowered. Everyone around him was cheering, only his gloomy expression was extremely ugly. Silently swallowed his saliva. There was cold sweat on his forehead. Advertisement. 5 emperors. This time, too bad. And Marine is going to confront Min when the 4 emperors gather. The people who were dispatched had no chance of getting their hands dirty at all. Because this is completely different from what they thought at first, that Yuichi should be ignored at the 4 emperors gathering. The focus of the 4 emperors' attention is naturally on the 4 emperors, so Yuichi, who is under Whitebeard's command, will not receive too much attention. That's the perfect time for them to grab Yuichi. But the actual situation was completely different from what they thought, and Yuichi was also the focus of this party. Wanting to do it under the watchful eyes of the 4 emperors is simply courting death. And more importantly, the people sent by 5 elders couldn't even go to Sky Island, they could only watch everything in the sky in the sea town below. When the 5 emperors alliance was established and the 5th Sea Emperor appeared, the people sent by the 5 elders were dumbfounded. Yuichi. He turned out to be the 5th Sea Emperor. A few days ago, he was a marine trader, but now he has directly become the leader of the floating pirates. There are 3 forces under his command. The Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. Neo Marine Black Arm Zephyr. God's Pirates, Thor Enel. From a trader to a big pirate with tens of thousands of forces. And also got the recognition of 4 emperors, became the 5th Emperor of King's Landing New World. Such news is too shocking. It is impossible to implement the original plan, and more importantly, pass this news back, so that Marine and world government can keep up. So when the 5 Emperors Alliance was established, a small boat quickly left the sea town. And with the departure of this boat, a storm is raging in New World, and the whole New World pirates are paying close attention to the 4 Emperors gathering. It is impossible to hide any trouble from them. Within half an hour after the 5 Emperors Alliance was formally established, the news has already spread in the New World. And the reporters who came after hearing the news also got wind of it. On Sky Island, Whitebeard and others were discussing specific matters related to the 5 Emperors Alliance, and at the same time discussing plans to deal with the World War. The sea, just a few hours. From the New World to the great shipping lanes, to the 4 seas and even the whole world. Advertisement. The news of the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance has spread among well-informed people or forces. Newspapers are rushing to report the incident. This moment. Naval Headquarters, Acting Marine Marshal, Kong has arrived from the Holy Land Marie Joyce. While Kong was processing the unprocessed files that Marine had piled up these days, the Marine intelligence personnel who broke in from outside the door spoke quickly. Now he can't care less about knocking or being polite. Report to Marshal Kong, urgent information from New World. 4 Emperors. Meet in the sea area of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Yuichi, who defected from the Marine, is also among them, and he and Kaido broke out in a fierce battle. It ended in a tie. Kong couldn't sit still after hearing this. What are you kidding, can you have a 50-50ths with Kaido? The guy with this terrifying fighting power was the general of their Marine just a few days ago. Now he has become a pirate in the blink of an eye. Became an enemy. A genius, a 4 Emperors level fighter who originally belonged to Marine, was kicked out just like that. This made Kong even start to ignite a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment towards the orders given by the 5 elders before. Master Marshal, that Yuichi. After he tied with Kaido, he was recognized by the 4 emperors and became the 5th Sea Emperor of King's Landing New World. Boom! For a split second Kong felt like a horrible bomb had exploded in his head. Good, 5th Sea Emperor. Kong spoke in pauses, his expression slightly dull. Under Yuichi, there is a pirate group called the Floating Pirates, and there are 3 big pirate groups under its jurisdiction. Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Neo Marine, Black Arm Zephyr, God Pirates Thor Enel. Now the number of pirates under the command of the Floating Pirates has exceeded 20,000, and most of them are from the Flying Pirates and Neo Marine. Kong raised his hand to signal the other party to stop. He had heard too much news about the explosion during this time, and it was hard for him to digest it. The 4 emperors gathered, but in the end they made the alliance of 5 emperors. Dragon. Wait. Whether it is the appearance of the 5th Sea Emperor or the change of Yuichi, it is not the point. The point is, what do they want to do with the 5 emperors alliance? How could the 4 emperors be united? What is their purpose? Suddenly Kong thought of one thing: World War. Chapter 163. The news spread all over the world, the next World War. There is one last day until the next World War begins. Now such a thing happened. The Marine and world government simply don't have time to deal with these issues. Because of the defeat in the last World War, the 5 elders delegated power to Kong this time, making him have to be fully prepared. To face the next World War, Marine must win. Advertisement. Kong has indeed devoted himself to preparing for this matter these days. The elite among the Marines has been selected by him, although he did not gather all of them to naval headquarters. But after knowing that those people are stronger, he knows in his mind that the next World War will start, and he should send those talents to ensure nothing goes wrong. There are a lot of Marines, so we need to know not only the powerful Marines, but also those Marine soldiers with special abilities. Last time, among the ninjas sent by the Hokage world, some had special abilities. As a result, they were passive at the beginning of the battle. This time, the same situation as last time is absolutely not allowed to happen. But this time 5 elders issued a death order, so they cannot interfere with the selection of candidates, but the winning party must be Pirate World. Kong sighed, hey. The alliance of 5 emperors appeared at this time. Are the pirates trying to replace the world government or Marine, and represent 833 in our world? Kong didn't find it strange that the other party would have such an idea. After all, once the World War is won, not only the sublimation of the whole world. Those who participate in the battle will also receive special rewards. Probably this is what attracted the attention of the 4 emperors. And it is related to the survival of the whole world, but no one wants to control their own destiny in the hands of others. Even Kong resents the idea of the 5 emperors taking Marine's place in the world. Maybe everyone feels the same way. Even ordinary people. If they have a way, I am afraid they will not be willing to hand over their destiny to others. Kong glanced at Marine who was delivering the information, raised his hand and waved, I see, you go down. The Marine soldier nodded. He didn't have the time to worry about it now, it was the 5 elders who should be worrying about it. Holy place. Marie Joyce. 5 elders got the news a few minutes faster than Kong. After they learned about the 5 emperors alliance, all 5 of them felt incredible. A kid who just defected from the Marine actually became the 5th Sea Emperor, Kyeb. Advertisement. Humph. Ridiculous. 5 elders, who was on the sofa with his hands open on the edge of the back of the sofa and his hands on the sofa, said with a look of disdain. In his opinion, titles like 4 emperors and 5 emperors are simply too ridiculous. A mere pirate with only a few thousand people dares to call himself the Emperor of the Sea? The previous 4 emperors were all right, but they were all members of the former Dread Pirates, the Lux Pirates. Shanks was also on Roger's boat. They all have a lot to offer. And Yuichi, a Marine Admiral candidate, although the strength is good, but it is only Admiral level combat power. Let such a person become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, this is the 4 emperors deliberately taking the opportunity to embarrass the world government and Marine. The bald 5 elders sips tea calmly. However, he just defected from Marine, and he became the Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. This guy named Yuichi, maybe he's ready to leave Marine already. Otherwise, he would be able to create a force just after he left Marine. If it wasn't premeditated, the old man would never believe it. Everyone else has the same idea. But in a blink of an eye, Yuichi has been in the Marine for 20 years. Hasn't the 20 years made this kid completely loyal to the Marine? What kind of person can endure 20 years and then rise up? It is too terrifying for such a person to surrender. Thinking of this, the faces of the other 4-5 elders became gloomy. For them, the probability of this incident being accidental is too small. Yuichi must have been prepared long ago, or what's more, he may be an undercover agent sent by a certain force to Marine. The suspect is Whitebeard. If so, what is Whitebeard up to? How much secret information did he know from Marine's hands? It's also worth thinking about. The room was silent for a long time, and then the oldest 5 elders coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what, the world has been in chaos since that day. It doesn't matter if it's a little messy. Whether it's the 5 emperors or the 4 emperors, the pirates want to challenge us this time. The alliance was formed to defy the world government. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Unfortunately, the world war is about to start, and I don't have time to deal with them for the time being." At this moment, curly-haired 5 elders took a look at everyone. Advertisement. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "There is another problem worth noting, that is, the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance will make the pirates crazy." He was right. 7 hours after the appearance of the new Emperor of the Sea. There are less than 20 hours before the start of the next World War. Thanks to the overtime efforts of many newspaper offices, the newspaper delivery bird has already flown all over the world. Start from the Red Line, the dividing line between New World and the first half of the Grand Line. The news is spreading around the world at an extremely fast speed. In the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight illuminates the sea, breaking through the endless darkness, the dawn of dawn blooms. What followed was an overwhelming number of newspaper delivery birds, bringing the news of the alliance of 5 emperors and the new Emperor of the Sea to the whole world. People who were waiting for the start of the next World War were completely shocked by the sudden news. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, all the pirates in the 4 seas rioted in an instant. The 5th Sea Emperor appears in New World. Floating Pirates Formation, Captain former Marine Admiral Yuichi. That monster with amazing strength and terrifying talent in the World War actually became the 5th Emperor of the Sea. 5 Emperors Alliance, what is this going to do? Do you want to challenge Marine? Challenge world government? The pirates are boiling. But at this time someone discovered another problem. No matter what the alliance of 5 emperors wants to do, 5 emperors of the sea unite. This is a force capable of destroying Marine and even the world government. The truly turbulent era of pirates has come completely. If we join the 5 Emperors Alliance and become pirates under our command, even Marine will not dare to touch us. Just kidding, if Marine provokes the alliance of 5 Emperors, isn't that equivalent to facing 5 Emperors of the sea at the same time? 4 Emperors Marine is too much, let alone 5. The current Marine does not yet have the ability to fight 1 to 5. The pirates seem to see a very solid backing. All over the world, including Grand Line, whether it is New World or the first half. All pirates, start to act immediately. Their goal is 1. Join the 5 Emperors Alliance and become a pirate group under the command of a certain emperor. In this way, Marine didn't dare to provoke them easily, and it was equivalent to getting an absolutely safe asylum. Chapter 164 The purpose of the 5 Emperors, the World War is about to start. Pirates all over the world are having fun. This may be a sign that the prosperous age of pirates is about to begin. At the same time, for many ordinary people, the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance is not only shocking by the new Emperor of the Sea. It is also incredible that 5 Sea Emperors can form an alliance. If it comes to everyone who is known as the Emperor of the Sea, they are all dominating one side. Advertisement. They should be quite at odds with each other, but in the blink of an eye they were able to fight against each other and form an unprecedented pirate alliance. 4 Emperors, Marine, World Government, it's a balance. Now that the 4 Emperors have become the 5 Emperors, this balance has been broken, and what is even more frightening is that the 5 Emperors have actually formed an alliance. This is undoubtedly a blockbuster news. When this news spreads throughout the world, everyone felt that the sky has collapsed. These pirate emperors, how could they be united all of a sudden? What exactly are they trying to do? Could it be to destroy the world government? Or want to challenge Marine? Ordinary people feel that there are too many things to worry about right now. The world war is about to begin. The last time their world was defeated, the power of the whole world was weakened. Seeing this world war, everyone is looking forward to Marine's recovery of face. Let this world be strengthened again, but the pirates are restless at this juncture. What kind of alliance of 5 emperors is created, how should Marine deal with it, and what will the world government do about it? These are all unknowns. The 5th World War begins. Left. Less than 7 hours. The news of the 5 Emperors Alliance has spread throughout the world. Everyone is discussing the purpose of the 5 Emperors Alliance. And right now in the New World. On the Sky Island of the Golden Lion. As a place where the 5 Sea Emperors temporarily held talks, it was perfect. Even more suitable than Whitebeard's purpose-built sea town. Advertisement. There will be no Marine or world government eyeliner here. There is absolutely no way for them to listen to the content of the 5 people's conversation. Somewhere on Sky Island the size of a football field. 5 sea emperors sat around a huge round table. There are 5 cups of coffee placed on the simple wooden stand, and Whitebeard sits in the main seat, occupying the absolute core. Next is Kaido on the left, Big Mom on the right, and Shanks next to Kaido. And the Yuichi cup is arranged next to Big Mom. 5 people gathered together to form a semicircle. This kind of seat allocation can also show Yuichi's current status in the 5 Emperors League. In terms of strength, although Yuichi was recognized by the other 4, neither party in the battle with Kaido did their best. So there is no definite conclusion yet. In terms of the power under his command, Yuichi is the weakest existence among the 5. There is no doubt about this. But because of Yuichi's age, being able to make it this far at this age is like another red-haired Shanks-like pirate. Therefore, the 4 of them quite recognized Yuichi. And the current talks will show the second reason why Yu Yi can join the 5 Emperors Alliance. Whitebeard raised his hand and motioned to Yuichi. Now tell them your analysis of World War. Listening to Whitebeard's casual tone, he used the tone of talking to someone close to him. Auntie, Kaido, and even Shanks have this subtle change in complexion. During the meeting of the 5 Emperors, every word was not casually spoken. Whitebeard wanted to express how good his relationship with Yuichi was, and maybe he wanted to let Kaido and Ant talk about Yuichi's thoughts. The 2 of them just changed their expressions, and then returned to normal again. The people they are targeting will not give up so easily. 5 Emperors. 5 people happen to be an odd number, so it is not difficult to guess that when the alliance makes a major decision in the future, the rule of using the majority to defeat the minority will be adopted. So allies are important. Whether it's to get something out of Yuichi, or to snag an ally, Yuichi has become somewhat sought after. Under the eyes of the 4 people, Yuichi stood up slowly. He coughed lightly, adjusting his voice. After that, no matter what the few people were thinking, they slowly opened their mouths to speak. About World Wars, after 4 World Wars I probably found some patterns. Advertisement. First things first. The World War represents the forces that fight in the world. It is not fixed but rotated. The first one to be picked is the strongest force in the world. In the ninja world, the strongest force is Konoha village, but in our world the strongest force is Marine. The rule of rotation is that when the selected faction is defeated twice, the representative faction participating in the battle will be replaced. Yuichi spoke at a moderate pace, while Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks were also thinking. Asterisk number 1. Thinking about it according to Yuichi's words, it seems that it is indeed what he said. Shanks raised his eyebrows, so if Marine loses again, then next time they will rotate other forces to replace our world. Is this why we formed the 5 Emperors Alliance? That's right. Yuichi nodded. But Kaido is a little confused now. How can you be sure that you will definitely choose our newly formed alliance? Regarding this question, Yuichi has no way to give an accurate answer, because he knows the ninja world and the strength ranking among the 5 shadow villages. But they don't know, and Yuichi won't tell them about the ninja world. So only an ambiguous answer can be given. The second representative force in the ninja world, if my guess is correct, is the second most powerful force besides Konoha village. 0, 0. The subsequent 5 Shadows Alliance also concentrated the power of all the villages because they also saw this rule. Let the 5 villages become one force at the same time, so that apart from the original forces, the 5 Shadows Alliance will become the biggest force. After hearing such an explanation, although Kaido still remained skeptical, he also believed half of it, because what Yuichi said was not unreasonable. According to this rule, the second person to fight on behalf of one's own world must be the second most powerful force. And the 5 Emperors Alliance is not only the second strongest, it can be said to be even stronger than Marine. It should be the most powerful force in the pirate world. So if Marine is rotated, the next one can be sure to be their 5 Emperors Alliance playing Ninja World. Big Mom also thought about it for a moment, although she didn't think Yuichi really knew the rules completely, but such an analysis seemed pretty good. Now let Big Mom focus. In addition to Yuichi's outstanding talent, there is also a shrewd mind. It would be great to have someone like that join her Charlotte family. A way must be found to absorb Yuichi's blood into the Charlotte family. Whitebeard looked at everyone, so you now understand that the significance of establishing the 5 Emperors Alliances for the next World War. As long as Marine loses this time, then we will fight in that world next time. Before that, I would like to explain that when the time comes, we will send out whoever will fight, and the 5 of us will discuss the stars together. A show of hands votes, if each chooses the person they support, then randomly choose. Chapter 165 One-on-One Duel, The Rules of World War. What Whitebeard said about the rules was nothing to Yuichi. This is also what he thought at first. The 5 Emperors Alliance has just been established. Although in terms of strength, reputation, and influence, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the strongest. But Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks are not easy to deal with. Regardless of whether they have any thoughts in their hearts, those who can become 4 emperors are willing to suffer easily. Advertisement. Therefore, it is necessary to formulate an absolutely fair and just rule. There are only loopholes in the rules, and there are. Whitebeard and Yuichi have basically reached an agreement. Therefore, in the subsequent votes, at worst, a situation of 2 votes against 3 votes can be formed. And Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. First of all, Kaido of the Beasts and Linlin may join forces temporarily. But Shanks didn't deal with them very well. In other words, Shanks was about to face a choice. Choose your side, or the side of Kaido and Linlin. 497 Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard felt that Shanks would definitely choose himself. This brat under Roger has some connections with himself. Therefore, in the future, things that need to be decided by 5 people's votes will evolve into a situation of 3 votes to 2 votes due to the probability. My side gets 3 votes, while Kaido and Big Mom can only have 2 votes. This will form an overwhelming advantage. Everything is still under control. And Kaido and Big Mom don't know yet that there is some tacit understanding between Yuichi and Whitebeard. But the first thing the 2 of them did after knowing it was to win over Yuichi. Thus forming countermeasures. This is naturally the best thing for Yuichi. So Yuichi didn't open his mouth to object. The form of the 5 Emperors alliance is basically like this. Then there are some irrelevant notes. For example, the 5 Emperors alliance is only an alliance in name, and they are still in charge of each other. There are also many trivial matters that are almost clear to each other, but let's talk about it first to avoid being used to make trouble. Although it can't be called trouble, and it can't cause any disturbance at all, it is very disturbing after all. When the 5 people were discussing, time passed bit by bit. There is still one last hour before the start of the 5th World War. And at this time, although the 5 emperors have already discussed the specific details clearly. Advertisement. But the World War is about to begin, and Whitebeard and others don't plan to leave. Watch this World War right here. They also hope that Marine will still be defeated this time. Although the world will be weakened in this way, the chance to return to them has come. At the same time, people all over the world are quietly looking forward to the start of the World War. There was some excitement in my heart, but it was also accompanied by worry. It is related to the survival of the 2 worlds. Even if the world is lost once, it will not be destroyed, but the feeling of weakening power makes everyone dislike it. They don't want to experience this feeling a second time. I hope Marine won't lose to those ninjas again this time. A lot of things have happened in Marine recently. I really don't understand what the world government and Marine are doing. If Mr. Yuichi, who is obviously strong, won't lose so badly. But these people actually forced such a powerful person gone. Speaking of this, many people from all over the world gathered to discuss this matter. They all beat their chests angrily, looking helpless towards the world government and Marine. But although it is a bit regretful, the person who left Marine has now become the 5th Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. He became the most hated pirate in the eyes of ordinary people. Some people seem to see through the struggle between Marine and world government. But another part of the people has already begun to hate Yuichi. A person who is willing to degenerate into a pirate, should not be much better. Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office sits Commander-in-Chief Kong, listening to the phone bug. On the other end seems to be the 5 elders of Marie Joyce, who are telling Kong to win the World War this time. And Kong is also full of confidence. He didn't understand the situation last time, but this time he has gained the absolute right to speak and can dispatch truly powerful Marine generals. A world war would be no problem either. The 5 elders, who had made a mistake once, had clearly figured out the problem, so Kong was delighted this time around. After hanging up the bug, a smile finally appeared on Kong's face. As long as we continue to win world wars, not only will the world not be destroyed, but Marine will also become stronger. At that time, there will be no alliance of 5 emperors, no pirates, and even this era of great pirates will be completely ended. Thinking that there will be no troubles at sea coming, Kong looks very excited. He still has justice in his heart. World government has done a lot of stupid things, but as long as it can be corrected, Kong can still be saved. However, Kong at the moment ignored a problem. If one day there are no pirates, no threat from the sea. So what's the point of Marine's existence? Guard the world? Ridiculous. No matter how sharp the sword is, if it is useless, the best end is to be left in the warehouse to eat ashes. Advertisement. Even directly thrown away by the owner. Or smelt into something else useful. Kong didn't seem to have thought of the truth of a dead dog. Just when he was imagining that the sea in the future will be peaceful and peaceful soon. The 5th World War has begun. The light curtain in the sky that everyone is extremely familiar with appeared on time again. There was a sound like the TV turning on. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky at the same time. The 5th World War begins. The 5th World War. The battle method is one-on-one duel. Representative forces of the 2 worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power. A total of 10 people, one-on-one battles between 2 pairs, a total of 5 decisive battles. The side with the most victories in the end wins the World War. Regardless of the final result, the combatants who win the battle will receive a special reward. Hokage World. Faction, 5 Shadows Alliance. Whitebeard and others, who are now located on Sky Island, saw the word Five Shadows Alliance. Suddenly they looked down at each other. It seems that the people in the other world have also done the same 5.0 things as them. And he was one step ahead. Those ninjas on the opposite side were not very strong, but Yiping was very smart. They also discovered the rules of World War. One Piece World. Faction, Five Emperors Alliance. While Whitebeard and others were sighing, when the Five Emperors Alliance was selected, Whitebeard and others were stunned. What's the situation? Doesn't it mean that Marine will be defeated once before it will be their turn? Why are they selected by the Light Curtain to participate in the World War now? Even Yuichi felt incredible. At this moment, the people who are more puzzled are the world government, the Five Elders, and the Marine. Especially the Marines, who are all ready to save face after recovering from the previous failure. They are even more confused. Why did Ji suddenly represent the forces that fought in this world, into the Five Emperors Alliance? Chapter 166 The list of participants in the battle, 5 Shadows and 5 Emperors. For this World War, Marine has made a lot of preparations. In particular, Kong has put a lot of thought into investigating the strength and weakness of Marine personnel. Even this World War has been analyzed many times. In the end, Kong is confident that no matter what form this World War will take, he will be sure to win this World War. Unless the opponent sends out more powerful personnel to fight. Advertisement. Otherwise Kong didn't think he would lose. Now it is not a question of whether he will lose or not. The question is how this World War will become a world where the newly established Five Emperors Alliance fights against each other? What the hell does this happen? Why did it suddenly change the power of the representative? This problem is not only plaguing Kong now, but also plaguing Five Elders. The Five Emperors Alliance, Whitebeard and others who were selected on Sky Island also turned their heads to look at Yuichi. Why is that? Boy Yuichi, didn't you say that you have to lose 2 battles before you can change the side of the battle? Why did the Light Curtain choose us now? Now Yuichi is also in a daze. There is indeed nothing wrong with his analysis 29. But why did it suddenly change to the Five Emperors Alliance playing in the Hokage world? Yuichi thinks carefully about the several world wars he has experienced before. Tossing and turning, I kept recalling the outcome of the World War in my mind. First World War, location, Naval Headquarters, Victory Marine. World War II, location, in mysterious space, Victory Marine. The Third World Battle, the location, Tsunagakuer, and the mysterious space, the victor should be the people of the 2 worlds, so it is considered to be the winner. In the ancient forest created by the Fourth World War, location, and mysterious space, the Five Shadows Alliance will win. Looking at the 4 world wars, Konoha lost World Wars 1 and 2 first, resulting in them being replaced by Uegakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village. Then his analysis is correct. Only after losing 2 world wars will he be replaced by other forces. But why was Marine replaced after only 1 loss? Why was it suddenly replaced by the newly established Five Emperors Alliance? Is it because of your own system? Impossible. Yuichi doesn't believe that such a factor caused his judgment to go wrong. Just when Yu was at a loss, suddenly Yuichi seemed to understand. It's not that he made a mistake in his judgment, but that he missed one thing. That is, in the First World War, that battle was more like a simple test of the 2 worlds. So, the failed Hokage world was not punished at the time. If you look at it according to this line of thinking, then the First World War should not be included in the number of defeats because it was a test in nature. Advertisement. Therefore, the rules for the Light Curtain to select new forces to replace the defeated forces to continue fighting should be: as long as it is defeated once, it will be rotated to the next force, representing its own world to fight against the enemy's world. This is the real rule of the Light Curtain for selecting the fighting party. Figured this out, Yuichi was ready to answer Whitebeard's question. But at this time, the countdown on the Light Curtain had already begun. Please choose the candidate for the battle. Countdown 30 seconds. Start now. 12:30. 12:29. The Light Curtain began to count down, and at the same time the picture on the Light Curtain was divided into 2 parts. One half was the picture of the 5 shadows in the world of Hokage, and the other half was the picture of the 5 emperors on Sky Island. The pictures of himself and others appear on the Light Curtain, and now Yuichi has no chance to tell Whitebeard, Kaido, and others the rules that the Light Curtain really replaces the fighting side. Otherwise, the whole world will know about it. At that time, these people will also form forces in case they want to wait for the defeat of the Five Emperors Alliance, and then represent the pirate world in the Hokage world. Although they are unlikely to form forces beyond the Five Emperors Alliance, it is best not to have this happen. Whitebeard and others don't look very good now, because there is no preparation at all. The Five Emperors Alliance has just been established, and under such circumstances, let them choose candidates for the battle, which still needs to be decided by a vote of 5 people. Who should I choose? How should I choose? They have only 30 seconds to think. By the way, there should only be Shiwamio left. And at this very moment, people from all over the world looked at the 5 emperors sitting together in the light curtain. Some people may not believe the rumors and news. But now you can see it with your own eyes. Although it is seen through the light curtain, the picture of the light curtain is never fake. No matter where you are, the light curtain can clearly display your picture at this moment. This is the 5 emperors. That Yuichi is really with the 4 emperors. Now I have really become the 5th emperor of the sea. People couldn't help exclaiming, looking at the 5 people in the picture. For the sea, the 5 people in front of them are all capable of calling the wind and the rain. They are well-deserved overlords in New World, even if it is marine, they have nothing to do. And now, these people are united together, and even marine may not dare to collide with them head-on. There are 10 seconds left in the countdown. With less and less time on the light curtain. At this time, the 5 people on the light curtain, the 5 emperors of the sea, seem to have not started the discussion yet. Hey, hey! What are they doing? Time is running out? Don't they plan to choose who will fight? Advertisement. It's time to go on like this, and no one has been selected to participate in the war, so don't just lose the world war so inexplicably. Although I was surprised, it doesn't matter whether it is a pirate or a marine at this time. As long as they can win the world war, anyone can play. 1203. 1202. And the last second. It's not that the 5 are not thinking, but they are considering who to send up. The time is almost up. Yuichi stood up suddenly. 5 people. Exactly. Let the 5 of us play. In the last 807 seconds, Yuichi said this sentence and Whitebeard and others were stunned for a moment. But the responses were all quick, and they raised their hands at the same time. All 5 votes passed Yuichi's proposal. And the time just cleared. The light curtain also recognized the decision of the 5 Emperors Alliance. One Piece World. Faction, 5 Emperors Alliance. List of combatants. 5 Emperors Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. 5 Emperors 100 Beasts. Kaido. 5 Emperors Charlotte. Lin Lin. 5 Emperors Red Hair Shanks. 5 Emperors Former Marine U. When the names of the 5 people appeared on the light curtain, the people who were worried a second ago were stunned. They looked at the list on the light curtain. The names that appeared one after another made everyone gasp. 5 Emperors, personally, take action. These people can be regarded as the top powerhouses in our world. The Emperor of the Sea will personally fight this world war, we will never lose. Don't get too excited, just look at the list on the opposite side. Hokage World. Faction, 5 Shadows Alliance. List of combatants. Konoha 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Sand Shinobi 5th Kazekage Sandstorm Gaara. Rock Shinobi 3rd Tsuchikage, Peak Period, 2-Day Scale Onoji. Mist Shinobi 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Cloud Shinobi 4th Reikage. AI. 5 Shadows occupy 5 Emperors. Chapter 167 5 on 5 Game 1, Kaido of the Beasts vs. Reikage. People in Pirate World are already very clear. Film. What does this name mean in the other party's world? The most powerful ninja among ninjas will be given the title of Shadow. And the other side's world also has many countries and many ninja villages just like Pirate World. Advertisement. Every ninja village has its own shadow. However, the 5 strongest among them, Hokage, Movie, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, are collectively called the 5 Kages. Pirate World is fully aware of these things. In the Third World War, the power displayed by those shadows in the opposing world is impressive. What Tsuchikage has the ability to fly and also has weird abilities. The strong light that burst out from the hand is very powerful. That ability seems to be called Dust Escape. It is an extremely special ability in the opponent's world. Although the previous Hokage didn't seem like a big deal, the power of Tsuchikage is amazing. Especially after losing a world war. People in One Piece world didn't dare to underestimate each other anymore. If you underestimate these ninjas, you will suffer big losses. A ninja who can bear the title of Shadow, no matter how weak, where can he be so weak? Fortunately, the people who replaced their world this time were the Sea Emperors who dominated the new world. The 5 Emperors are confident against the 5 Shadows. This time it's not Admiral from Marine who made the move, but the Pirate Emperor who is more terrifying than Admiral. Ninjas in the opposite world, just wait to be suppressed. Fortunately, the alliance formed by the 5 Sea Emperors was selected. Otherwise, if Marine continues to fight, I'm afraid there will be no hope of winning this battle. In a 5-on-5 battle, if Marine is facing such a situation. In the eyes of many people, Marine only has 3 admirals available, and the others are slightly less powerful, and they are simply not enough to deal with such a battle. However, the Pirate Alliance is different. The 5 Sea Emperors, plus the pirates under their command who offer terrifying bounties. Not to mention Yuichi, the new Emperor of the Sea. Among the other 4 emperors, all of them have 3 big pirates with a reward of over 1 billion. Under Whitebeard's command, the first team is Phoenix Marco, the second team is Fire Fist Ace, and the third team is Diamond Josie. Under Kaido's command, there are 3 big boards, Fire Jin, Plague Quinn, Drought Jack. Under Enti's command, there are 3 stars of desserts, Kata Curry, Minister of Flour, Cracker, Minister of Biscuits, and Smoothie, Minister of Juice. Redhead, Beckman, Yasop, Lackey Road. Advertisement. Who among the 4 emperors is not strong enough to match Admiral's combat power? The powerful combat power available to the 5 emperors alliance is much, much more than Marine. And this is not counting the many other powerful pirates. Even if Yuichi is not counted, it's just that the 4 emperors unite, and their men deal with this kind of battle that only needs to send 5 strong men to deal with it. It's not easy at all. Coupled with such a strong guy like Yuichi, the people of One Piece world seem to see the hope of winning this world war. Although it is a pirate, it is related to everyone's life. Even those who resent the pirates can only have a gloomy face, secretly praying in their hearts that the 5 sea emperors can win. Compared to the excitement of the people in One Piece world, people in the Hokage world seem a little depressed. See, Emperor. Is that the 5 people? The commoners of the Hokage world all remember what Yuichi said earlier when he was in the duel ring. Compared with Marine's Admiral, the strongest existence in their world is these guys known as the 4 emperors. Although I don't understand how 4 emperors became 5 emperors. But Yuichi said at the time that these sea emperors are more terrifying than Marine Admiral. Each one is quite a scary character. Although there is no information about these people, but this time they are about to make a move, which makes people feel inexplicably depressed. The expressions of Sarutobi and others who are in the meeting at the moment also become uncomfortable. Alliance of the 5 emperors. It seems that these people also understand the selection rules of that strange light curtain. Their worlds are already beginning to unite against our world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is pale, and the opponent's world is powerful. Once they unite, it will be difficult for their world. However, Raikage on the side looked extremely unhappy. He slapped the table hard. The voice full of majesty said, "Hey. Then try it. They will unite and we will also unite. But before that, we have to see how capable these so-called sea emperors are." Fourth Raikage doesn't seem to think how strong the opponent will be. It just so happened that he also chose to play in this world war, the reason why he didn't use the time-staggered privilege they won. The main reason is that Raikage wants to get that special reward. If you use the time-staggered privilege, even if you win, you will miss the reward. Although the overall power of the entire world will increase. But he cared more about that special reward, the thunder fruit that Darui got after his victory. Advertisement. Back at Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage had Darui demonstrate his new powers. And this power directly made Darui extremely terrifying. Powerful lightning style ninjutsu is at your fingertips. At the same time, the power of the black lightning style inherited from Third Raikage has also been enhanced a lot. At the same time, the chakra consumed by lightning style ninjutsu has been greatly reduced. This is equivalent to increasing the amount of chakra in disguise. Darui's strength has soared, and he can almost be compared with his contemporary Raikage. Even better than his Raikage in some aspects. As the fourth Raikage, he doesn't want to miss out on this special reward. At the same time, his desire for power is also very strong. It's better to be careful. Fourth Raikage, these people can become emperors of the sea, so their natural strength is extraordinary. The previous Marines were not considered weak, but even so, there is nothing they can do about these so-called emperors. From this point, it can be seen that none of these people are easy to mess with. Third Tsuchikage Onoji said slowly. His analysis is not, to Zhao Hao, unreasonable. But now Raikage was all about that special reward. He didn't care what Oniki said at all. And he also decided to fight in the first battle. Humph. What about these so-called emperors? Let this old man come and verify for himself. A beam of light fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Raikage's body. Immediately afterwards Raikage's figure disappeared. Then, a new field appeared on the light curtain. On the endless Gobi, the sky is full of wind and sand, and the dust and smoke are billowing. The personnel of both parties in the first battle have been confirmed. Hokage World, 4th Raikage. AI. One Piece World, 100 Beasts Kaido. Kaido, who was teleported by the beam of light on Sky Island and disappeared, appeared on the screen on the light curtain. At the same time, directly above them, a huge oval-shaped floating stand appeared. There are many spectators above, and people randomly selected from the two worlds are staring down. Chapter 168 The Blue Lightning in the Ninja World, Kaido is this? Kaido of the Beasts vs. 4th Raikage. AI. The battle officially begins. The text on the light curtain shows that the battle has begun. In the picture, Kaido, who just appeared in the Gobi Desert, leisurely took off the flagon from his waist. He gulped down the wine. Advertisement. It looked like he didn't take this battle to heart at all. Looking at the opponent, fourth Raikage's gaze is full of contempt. This made the arrogant fourth Raikage very unhappy. What kind of bullshit is the Emperor of the Sea? They are just a group of pirates, and the little pirates dare to despise themselves so much. Fourth Raikage swore secretly in his heart, he must let this guy know how strong he is later. Kaido didn't underestimate Raikage, to be precise, he completely ignored him. Because the other party can't give him any sense of danger. As the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido trusts his intuition. No danger can be felt from the opponent, which means that this person has no way to cause any harm to himself. What Raikage is not Raikage, Kaido didn't see it at all. It's just a group of guys looking for death. Have you drunk enough? Let's start. I don't want to waste time. I want to end this battle. 160 Hearing that Kaido was drinking, he smiled disdainfully, humph. This guy seems very arrogant. The battle is about to end as soon as you open your mouth. Does the opponent feel that you can easily defeat yourself? Very good. Kaido really wants to see what kind of abilities this guy has, and what powerful methods these so-called shadows have. Boom. Throwing the jug casually, the jug shot out straight and hit the ground far away. Accompanied by a violent roar, the wine gourd smashed most of its body into the soil. Kaido's move made many people stunned. People in the Hokage world, looking at the wine gourd in the picture that can make such a big noise just by throwing it casually. He swallowed involuntarily, this tall monster, with well-developed muscles, and a terrifying face. It makes people feel uncomfortable at first glance. What kind of species are the people in the other world? Can normal people have such a body shape? What a powerful force, this guy's well-developed muscles, compared to the extremely terrifying Power Star. I don't know if fourth Raikage can beat it. Someone questioned fourth Raikage. Advertisement. Someone immediately said not to worry. Master fourth Raikage, but a legendary ninja known as Blue Lightning, he can even compete with Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Master Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode can not only make the speed extremely fast, but also enhance the Power Star and defense. What you should worry about is the people on the other side of the world. A lot of time has passed since the last ninja war. The story of the fourth Raikage has been forgotten by some. But now being mentioned again, it makes people feel a lot more at ease. But at this moment, in the flashing barrage on the light curtain, people in both worlds are cheering for people in their own world. They even started to mock each other. They seem to be more excited than Kaido and fourth Raikage. One Piece world, Master Kaido of the Beasts, but the Emperor of the Sea, we will not lose to you this time. Hokage world, it's just a pirate, and I want to be compared with Master Raikage, this victory must be ours. One Piece world, Master Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Winning Master Kaido? Absolutely impossible. In Wukage size, such a barrage made people start to worry. Fourth Raikage. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? Being able to be given such a title shows that the person sent by the opposite side is definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hiruzen was a little worried, you can tell from this person's appearance that his calendar and defense are absolutely top-notch. Terumi May nodded, people in the other world don't know what's going on, why can someone's body size be so huge? Oniki didn't pay attention to Kaido's body shape, he just thought about Kaido's title. It seems that the opponent seems to have the same fighting style as fourth Raikage. Should defeat the enemy with powerful strength or speed, and have extremely pervert defense against the CJCB enemy's attack. Hearing his analysis, Luo Sha frowned, have you met an enemy with a similar fighting style? Then this is quite a lot for opening fourth Raikage. Everyone's mood is also a little dignified. After so many battles, they also summed up the characteristics of the power of One Piece world. The attack power is powerful, the defense power is amazing, and even the power completely surpasses the ninjas in their world. But what the people in the other world lack is variability. Ninjutsu is changeable, while people in the opponent's world have single abilities and relatively fixed fighting methods, so they cannot cope with too many different fighting methods. And ninja is much better in this regard. Therefore, people who face the opponent's world cannot easily collide head-on with the opponent. The best way is to find the flaw. Then use the flaw to defeat it again. But fourth Raikage's fighting style is a little uncomfortable. This time, I happen to meet an enemy with a similar fighting style. This is a very difficult problem. Advertisement. Don't know what the fourth Raikage will do either. Ah. Kaido let out a soft breath. As if he was full from drinking, he lowered his head and stared at fourth Raikage. Raikage, isn't it? Since you can't wait to court death, let's start. Kaido raised his hand to signal the opponent to attack. Seeing Kaido make such a provocative gesture, fourth Raikage's gaze sank. Sitsaizi. The chakra erupting from his body instantly put him into lightning-style chakra mode. Zhou Shang is haunted by a powerful thunder. In an instant, fourth Raikage's momentum changed. At this time, Kaido just shrank his eyes slightly, and the current fourth Raikage made him barely feel a little pressure. But it was just a little pressure, and there was still no sense of danger. Humph. Is it just this level? When Kaido was feeling speechless, fourth Raikage suddenly said, "Don't say I didn't warn you, my speed is very fast, if you are not careful, you will lose in an instant." Oh! High speed? Kaido squinted his eyes and thought of Yuichi who fought against him not long ago. The speed really gave him a headache. Could it be that the other party is also perverting like you? If that's the case, then it's worth paying attention to. However, the next second, when the sound of thunder and lightning erupted, fourth Raikage charged Kaido in a bolt of blue lightning. At this moment Kaido's expression froze. The fear in his eyes suddenly turned into anger. Boom! Fourth Raikage, in the form of lightning, approaches Kaido very quickly. Amidst the exclamations of countless people in the two worlds, Kaido was kicked fiercely in the neck. It's so fast! Is this the blue lightning of the ninja world? As expected of Master Raikage. The preemptive strike hits, and it thrills the people of the Hokage world. However, the next second, the face of fourth Raikage, whose body was vacated, jumped away instantly. Standing on the spot and slowly twisting his neck unharmed, Kaido stared at him coldly with lowered eyes. "This is what you said, fast." Chapter 169 Thunder 8 Trigrams, the strongest armor in the ninja world. Stepping back, fourth Raikage looked at Kaido who showed no signs of injury. How is this possible? My attack couldn't hurt him. The surprise of fourth Raikage is also the surprise of everyone in the Hokage world. Facing Raikage's attack, the opponent didn't dodge or dodge, and after resisting a blow, he looked completely fine. Advertisement. That's fourth Raikage. It's not some weak ninja, it's a shadow of a village. And also Raikage of the martial cloud shinobi village. Lightning style chakra mode in one hand, while extremely fast, both attack and defense are very strong. While this ninjutsu was developed by third Raikage, it was fourth Raikage who honed lightning style chakra mode to its limits. His strength is not lost to his father third Raikage. But even such a ninja can't even hurt the enemy with one blow. How is this possible? Hey! Your speed just now, is it full speed? Suddenly Kaido asked, hearing this question. The dignified fourth Raikage suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up at Kaido viciously. There was a strong anger on that cloudy and uncertain face. The other party actually asked himself such a question, it was simply too arrogant. A deep and angry voice came out of fourth Raikage's throat, "Don't worry. I only used 7% of my strength just now." Next. Sitsaizi. The thunder and lightning burst became more intense. And the momentum of the movie is even more violent. That's my true full speed. With fourth Raikage's hair blown up like a hedgehog, lightning style chakra mode is on fire. He is at his best right now. Feeling the changes in the fluctuations of Raikage chakra, although Kaido will not use this power, the perception of hearing and color is not wrong. The other parties seem to be really serious. So since this is the case, he has to be more serious. Armament haki covered. Boom. Kaido, holding a mace in his hand, pulled out the mace that was obliquely inserted in his waist. Haki covered it with an instantly invisible airflow soul that began to spin around the mace. The airflow that draws the surroundings converges towards the mace. Those who watched the battle, people from both worlds, could feel the surging power fluctuations on Kaido. Under this force, it was as if two boulders were pressing on the chest, and some people couldn't breathe normally. Compared with the aura exuded by fourth Raikage, Kaido suppressed it steadily. Advertisement. Now, looking at Kaido, looking at his expression, the gaze bursting out of those eyes, it seems like a real beast. A very terrifying beast. In a trance, many people remembered the words from the other world before. Sea, land, and air, the strongest creatures. Sure enough, it is a terrifying monster. This kind of momentum is as terrifying as a star beast. The hearts of people in the ninja world began to speed up. The two auras collided and rubbed fiercely in the air. It was as if some kind of spark had erupted faintly. Fourth Raikage also felt the strong sense of oppression from Kaido. I can't wait any longer, I will act first. Moment. The arc jumped violently around him, and then he suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Kaido. The sound of thunder and lightning burst. The sound of breaking wind at extremely high speed followed closely, and the flash of lightning flashed for a moment. The fourth Raikage had already appeared behind Kaido, and everyone was stunned by that fast speed. Raikage's movements are completely invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Raikage punched directly at the back of Kaido's head, which is an extremely fragile part of the human body. If he was hit, even Kaido might not be safe and sound. And his speed is extremely fast, Kaido has not moved yet, as if unable to react. As the fist got closer, a smile gradually appeared on Raikage's face. Go to hell. BD. Thunder and lightning surrounded his fist, rubbing against the air and emitting extremely dazzling thunder snakes. The thunder light flowing from the body under the punch is like a giant python swallowing the sky, and it moves towards Kaido's body quickly. And at this moment, Kaido's head flicked slightly. Movie eyes widened as the punch slid right down Kaido's cheek. Avoided. Dodged at the nick of time? Can this guy keep up with his speed? How can that be? How could his huge body keep up with his own speed? I am in the state of full firepower in lightning-style chakra mode. Few people in the entire ninja world can keep up with his speed. Why is this guy? When Raikage was dazed, he passed Kaido shoulder to shoulder. But at the moment of passing by, Kaido sneered and spoke in a very low voice. You know what? Your speed is nothing at all. I just fought a guy with really pervert speed, and your speed is too slow compared to him. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Sitsaizi. Suddenly, the roar of thunder and lightning rang in Raikage's ears. It's just that this roar is somewhat different from the real roar of thunder and lightning. At the same time, the moment the thunder sounded, an extremely ear-piercing sound also erupted. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. Kaido's mace gathers extremely terrifying haki waves. In an instant, it slammed into fourth Raikage who passed him by. Hit him firmly with a spiked mace. Boom. One blow set off an astonishing ripple. Ripples erupted one after another in the air. The fourth Raikage was smashed into the ground suddenly, and a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the purple thunder on the mace. 0. Kaido lifted the mace on his shoulders and looked coldly at fourth Raikage lying in the pit. Is this what you call speed? At this moment, people in both worlds kept absolute silence. He stared dumbfounded at the picture on the light curtain. That man who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, he actually, gave the fourth Raikage to the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. It feels so unreal now. How is this possible? That's their movie master. How could he be so easily? Ahem. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, fourth Raikage stood up from the pit, his body already wounded in many places. The injury was serious. After being hit like this with one blow, fourth Raikage's complexion was very bad, and at the same time, the expression in his eyes was extremely dignified. Emperor of the Sea. It seems that he underestimated these so-called pirates. To become the overlord of the sea, the power of that blow should not be underestimated. Cut. Isn't it dead yet? Then do it again. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace high, the haki on his body was poured into the mace crazily as if he didn't want money, and a purple thunder burst out suddenly. Falling down with Huang Tianwei. Standing at fourth Raikage at this moment, he didn't care about his injuries. All the chakra broke out, and the lightning-style chakra mode was overloaded, and the thunder on his body instantly burst out with extremely dazzling light. Lightning straight. Inch. Chapter 170 The Power of the Five Emperors, Analysis and Decision. Pure lightning-style chakra slams Kaido of the beast's mighty armament haki. The terrifying movement that erupted at the moment when the two forces collided caused the entire battlefield to vibrate crazily. The gusts of wind whizzed out one after another. Everyone can't believe it with their mouths open. In the next second, the corner of Kaido's mouth rose slightly, daring to collide head-on with him, and the opponent gave up his advantage in speed. Advertisement. It is simply stupid to choose this kind of head-on collision method to fight. But it's also good. Kaido can just take advantage of this opportunity to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. The Conqueror's haki erupted instantly, and the mace wrapped around it swept towards fourth Raikage along with armament haki. The two forces that could barely maintain the balance originally. The proper balance was quickly broken. Bloodshot eyes appeared in fourth Raikage's eyes, and he felt the fluctuation of terrifying power from his hands. The instant 660 was not just a physical shock of unimaginable force. At the same time, there is also a very terrifying mental shock. Fourth Raikage wondered where the power against his mind was coming from. His consciousness began to gradually blur, and the moment he lost consciousness, Kaido's mace landed him on the head with perfect precision. With one blow, fourth Raikage's body flew out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it flew 100 meters away. It fell heavily on the ground, making a huge hole in the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, and the figure of fourth Raikage disappeared in front of everyone. Kaido stood still, holding a mace in one hand. Feeling the faint breathing of fourth Raikage in the distance, he sneered, "Stupid guy. Only the image of Kaido is left in the frame." At this moment, people in both worlds have different moods. People in the Hokage world looked at Kaido in front of them, their eyes were full of fear. This huge guy not only has a pervert level of defense, but also has terrifying strength. It's simply not as strong as a normal human being. Compared with the preoccupied people in the Hokage world, the people in the One Piece world are very excited. Advertisement. This battle was so hardy that anyone could easily see that Kaido of the Beasts was even stronger. The opponent's ninjas are simply not enough to see. In front of such a monster, all ninjas would be sent to death. All raised their arms and shouted Kaido's name. On Sky Island, Whitebeard, Yuichi, and others were not too surprised. Because the enemy chose the most stupid way to fight Kaido. Facing the invincible Kaido, he dared to confront him head-on. Just when I am you. Whitebeard and others took a look at Yuichi's position, able to face monsters like Kaido head-on one-on-one without losing the wind. Yuichi's strength is what truly feels incredible. At the same time, the 5 cages of the Hokage world also looked solemn. Raikage looks hopeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and at the same time secretly let out a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Because now he is not the only one who lost to the enemy world, and he also needs to add a 4th Raikage. So, this is not to say that his 3rd Hokage has no strength, but that the enemy in the opposite world is too strong. Look, 4th Raikage lost to them like me. From this point of view, the power of these so-called emperors of the sea is not trivial. Just from this person named Kaido of the Beasts, we can roughly see the level of strength of these emperors of the sea. Both seem to far surpass the previous Marine Admiral. As Terumi Mei said, she suddenly heard what Yuichi said in a certain world war before. Compared to them admirals, the strongest people in the opponent's world are these sea emperors. At that time, they thought that the opponent was just bluffing. Now it seems that what the other party said is true. Having gone through so many world wars, they have analyzed the strength of the Marine Admirals of Marine. At most, it is equivalent to the shadow of a certain type of escapism of the Grand Master. It is very powerful, but it is not impossible to defeat it. As long as you can restrain the opponent's strength, the chance of winning is not small. But in the face of Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, such a perverted power, strong defense and attack power, an incomparably pure battle monster. In front of people, the amount of their ninjas is really hard to defeat them. It's a pity that there is no information about this person before, otherwise we will be able to analyze and find the weakness of the other party to counter it. Advertisement. Onoki sighed, it would be great if the old man appeared in the first battle. Everyone also sighed secretly, it was indeed as Onoki said. Onoji's dust escape power is 2 scales, and he is not afraid of this monster with amazing defense. Coupled with the ability to fly, if Onoji plays against Kaido, the scene will become another situation. It can only be said that they made a mistake in the selection of candidates, which led to the failure of this battle. As for 4th Raikage's loss to Kaido, it was because they happened to be restrained by the opponent. 4th Kazekage Luosha was silent for a while and suddenly said, facing an enemy of this level, the order of battle is very important, but we don't know who the opponent will send next. There's no way to make a plan, everything can depend on luck. Luosha, who almost died because of the battle before, was healed instantly by the beam of light that descended after that world war, and even those who died in Tsunagakuer during the battle were all resurrected. So Tsunagakuer didn't lose a single ninja. Luck. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to resign himself to fate. This world war is also very important for the ninja world. If the ninja world who has obtained privileges cannot defeat the opponent in this way, then it will be really embarrassing. Because they didn't know the enemy's intelligence before, they didn't send out such a terrifying combat force as first Hokage. But just conservatively chose to send second Hokage. If you lose, then you will be ashamed and ashamed. Next. Let's play Tsunagakuer. Saying that Luosha raised his head, compared to other ninjas, Gaara can entangle with each other no matter what kind of enemy he faces. Whether you can win or not depends on whether you can find the enemy's weakness. Even if you can't win, you can get more information about the enemy's world. Among the remaining people, Gaara's 4.1 strength is slightly weaker than other shadows, so it is most suitable for us Tsunagakuer to take the shot. Terumi Mei originally wanted to make a move in the next round, but Luosha told her that she could only continue to wait for the time being. And Sarutobi and Onoki also agree with him. Sand Shinobi's 5th Kazekage Gaara, the power he has is really good. That sand is very versatile. Also great for spying on intelligence. The remaining players include Onoji, Terumi Mei, and Konoha's 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama at their peak. The strength of the 3 is also very good. After watching 2 battles, as long as they understand how to deal with these sea emperors, it is not difficult to win. In the picture, Kaido is preparing to give 4th Raikage the final blow. On One Piece World Sky Island, Whitebeard also stood up slowly, looking at Kaido sending Kamui away. I want to stretch my muscles. Chapter 171 Whitebeard enters the scene, the second battle begins. Whitebeard about to make a move. Everyone looked at the standing figure in the picture. People in One Piece world are very excited, you must know that in the previous 4 emperors. Whitebeard. This name represents the legend of the sea and represents an era. Advertisement. He was a legend comparable to Roger in that era, although his final achievements were not as good as Roger's. But when it comes to strength, Whitebeard is on par with Roger. Even insisting that there is a gap is a very small gap. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, is about to make a move. How can one not be excited about such a thing? Even those who hate pirates in pirate world are excited. On the other hand, people in the Hokage world are also somewhat happy. This guy looks very old, and he still has to shoot at his age. Even if he was very strong when he was young, there is nothing to be afraid of at this age. This is the view of many ordinary people. However, many ninjas feel a little bad. Does getting older necessarily make you weaker? Not necessarily. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Rock Shinobi's third Tsuchikage and Onoji are 2 days old, but few people in the whole ninja world dare to pat their chests and say that they can win against them. On the contrary, it is because of their age, 29, that they have extremely rich combat experience, and even become stronger. Boom. Suddenly, people were watching Whitebeard. The screen changed, and what appeared in the screen was Kaido's final punch to fourth Raikage. Covered with exaggerated Haki's fist, it precisely hits fourth Raikage's forehead. Punch. Kill it straight away. The first battle. Winner, One Piece World. Current score. Pirate, Hokage. 1:0. Winning the first game made everyone in Pirate World very excited. The depression caused by the previous failure seems to have been swept away in everyone's heart. There is no way that Kaido's battle this time will be devastating, there will not be too many ups and downs at all. It is completely pressing the opponent from beginning to end. It's also because fourth Raikage underestimated the pirates, and it's not without reason that he underestimated the Emperor at sea. Furthermore, his fighting style is just restrained by Kaido. It is normal to be defeated by Kaido in melee, but unable to gain enough advantage in speed. Advertisement. Kaido still wants to continue the attack, although fourth Raikage is out of breath, and his anger has not been fully vented. But at this time, the light from the sky enveloped him, and Kaido was enveloped in the beam of light. Disappearing from the screen in an instant, the body of the same fourth Raikage was also shrouded in light. Both of them disappeared on this inexplicable Gobi battlefield. The disappearance of the two of them means that the next battle will begin. A countdown is displayed on the light curtain. The second battle is about to begin. Please confirm who will be present. Countdown 10 seconds. Plus 9. 8. Yuichi ETAL and Sarutobi ETAL all selected candidates for the second game at the same time. Then the countdown ends. The text on the light curtain changes again. Second battle. One Piece, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Hokage World, 5th Kazekage Sandstorm Gaara. Swish. On the light curtain that everyone in the world on both sides could see, the venue suddenly changed again. It seems that the random battle location for each battle will be different. But this time, the location of the battle changed from the Gobi to a huge rocky jungle. With 2 rays of light falling from the sky, it fell on 2 opposite stone pillars. The figure of Gaara and Whitebeard appear at the same time. And as soon as he came out, Whitebeard's icy eyes turned to Gaara. In the next second, Whitebeard's expression became a little unhappy. Little devil, let a young kid fight this old man. Are you giving the old man the victory? Whitebeard seemed to forget for a moment that the opponent had no idea who they were going to send, so his matchup with Gaara was purely accidental. It wasn't at all that the other party deliberately arranged for a brat to fight him. But Whitebeard is not happy right now anyway. 5th Kazekage Gaara, dispatched using the time-crossing privilege, is currently at his peak. When he was in Tsunagakure before, the performance of 5th Kazekage Gaara made the ninjas of Tsunagakure very satisfied. Although he still lost to his opponent in the end, Gaara's strength is beyond doubt. It's just that I met Yuichi, a guy who is extremely fast, and the sand can't catch him at all. And still can't let go of hands and feet to fight, so Gaara can't play to his heart's content. Advertisement. But this time is different, the battle venue is not in Tsunagakure. Gaara can use her strength to her heart's content. Facing Whitebeard's words, Gaara just glanced at him lightly, and then fell into the huge gourd on his back. The sand floated out instantly and surrounded Gaara's body. It looked like he was ready to fight. The cold kid makes Whitebeard feel very boring, but this calmness is very admirable. Young people should be more impulsive, but this kid is very calm, facing his own contempt, he can't see any fluctuations in his eyes. Holding a weapon like a knife in one hand, Kong Yunki. Whitebeard smiled lightly, don't you like to talk too much? Then let's stop talking nonsense, old man. Let you attack first. Come on, boy from Otherworld. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. He only has one feeling now, the old man in front of him is unfathomable. It is absolute that it has strong power itself, and at the same time its mind is very flexible and the city is deep. What to say to let yourself do it first is nothing more than wanting to see your own ability. Gaara secretly felt the sand flying out. Here is a rocky forest, although the terrain is not very favorable for him 150, but fortunately, the sand can still grind the rocks to increase the amount of sand. But time. Naturally, it will take a little longer than the time required to turn ordinary soil into sand. So now Gaara's number one problem is stalling. Thinking of this, Gaara squatted slightly, and a large ball of sand suddenly appeared under her feet, forming a platform made of sand. Float towards the sky with Gaara. Seeing this, Whitebeard also put a new label on Gaara in his mind. Very cautious boy. Before starting the attack, think of ways to ensure your own safety. Occupying air superiority, this is really difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the sound of sand came from both sides. Whitebeard curled his lips and took a slight step back. Swipe in an instant, two strands of sand wound around him, one from the left and the other from the right. And he took a step back just to avoid it. He could avoid the attack of the sand, and in the next second the sand turned around in the air, wrapping around Whitebeard's wrist and shoulder in an instant. Is it possible to control the sand freely in the air like controlling the hands and feet? Whitebeard said inwardly. At the same time, he let out a cold snort, and the shock force in his body erupted slightly. The high-frequency vibration instantly disperses the sand. Break free from the shackles of sand with ease. The two tentatively confronted each other, and each of them frowned. Chapter 172 The power that shatters even the air stunned the ninja world. Field. Gaara wondered how Whitebeard had managed to free himself from the sand. Whitebeard, on the other hand, marveled at the power contained in the sand. It's not just as simple as sand. It is impossible for ordinary sand to entangle him tightly. Advertisement. There is a special force in those sands, which should be the force zone called chakra in the other world. Inject power into the sand to control the sand to attack. Whitebeard sighed in his heart, luckily he found out early. Otherwise, if you just treat these sands as ordinary sand, you will definitely suffer. Sand-bound coffin. Swipe. Although the sand had just been shaken away, Gaara immediately continued to attack after a short loss of consciousness in the next second. The scattered sand around it wound up again. The legs towards Whitebeard are like nimble snakes, quickly grazing straight. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Whitebeard couldn't have been caught twice for the same attack. Along with the outbreak of Whitebeard's cold snort, the invisible haki wave spread suddenly. The sand that has not had time to touch Whitebeard is all scattered. The attack was interrupted, but Gaara didn't care, and the amount of sand surging behind him became more and more. At the same time, Whitebeard also noticed the change. It's only a small increase, but Whitebeard's powers of observation aren't waning with his age. On the contrary, because of his age, Whitebeard's observation of the enemy became more and more keen. A slight change will attract his attention, and he will not neglect any small place because of this. And now Gaara is at such an altitude that he doesn't seem to have considered the problem of being attacked at all. Perhaps in Gaara's eyes, at Whitebeard's age, if he moves slowly and wants to attack him suddenly from the air, it is impossible to hit him. Not to mention suddenly accelerating and moving close to your position to launch an attack. As if floating in the air, he was already invincible. This problem was also discovered by Whitebeard. Stinky boy. In the air, do you think that the old man can't do anything about you? Such a reckless attack on the old man does not even consider the issue of defense. Then let the old man teach you a lesson. Don't underestimate the old man. Brat. The sand swept like a tidal wave, enveloping Whitebeard. The sand obscured Gaara's vision, and at this moment Whitebeard was about to be caught by him. Advertisement. Gaara is mobilizing chakra in the body to prepare for a sandstorm funeral. But at this time other people can see the picture of Whitebeard. The raised Kong Yunki was tightly held by Whitebeard with both hands, and eye-catching blue veins erupted from his shoulders. There was a big smile on Whitebeard's face. The Shenyun burst out of the eyes is extraordinarily energetic. It seems to be full of energy, not at all what an old man should look like. Everyone knows what move Whitebeard is supposed to unleash. But no one knows what his tricks look like. People in the world of pirates are very curious, let alone people in the world of Hokage. There are countless people in the two worlds staring at Whitebeard with wide-eyed eyes. But it wasn't Whitebeard himself that attracted everyone's attention in the next second, but Kong Yunki in his hand. Suddenly, a strange wave emanated from the blade. Transparent fluctuations erupted, forming a white air mass of light. Converging on the blade, it was formed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Sarutobi and others in the Hokage world had a bad premonition in their hearts. What will he do? Is this attack powerful? However, it is useless to attack Gaara even if it is very powerful. Gaara should be able to dodge it. They thought so, but then Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki. Cut it out. The blade didn't even touch the sand, instead it was the air mass brewing on the blade. Or it could be said to be a light mass. Suddenly rushed forward. The speed is not very fast, but it breaks Gaara's sand waves in an instant. The exploding sand wave was broken by the light ball. Gaara frowned, he didn't even intend to dodge the moment he saw the attack coming. Because this blow was completely skewed, it was impossible to hurt him. Just when Gaara was about to control the sand and continue to attack the motionless Beard, the air mass suddenly seemed to hit something. Boom! It looks like it hit an invisible wall of air. Then eye-catching cracks appeared in the air. Gaara was stunned by the rapidly spreading air cracks like a spider web. This is, what power? That thing shattered the air? What kind of force can shatter the air? Advertisement. Even ninjutsu is not such a weird ninjutsu. Clack clack. The cracks are still spreading. It may seem like a long time, but it's actually less than half a second. The air rips. When everyone is shocked, a strong air shock wave erupted from the other side of the air crack. It raged in the direction of Gaara in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, a strong air shock wave instantly hit Gaara. Puff. Gaara, completely defenseless, spat out a mouthful of blood. A scene that made everyone unexpected appeared. In the air, the sand platform under Gaara's feet exploded instantly, and even the sand armor on Gaara's body also exploded. The blood spurted from the mouth exploded in the air, and scarlet blood flowers bloomed. Gaara himself was plummeting into the distance at breakneck speed. Boom! Suddenly shaking, Whitebeard took a step, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. In the direction where Gaara landed, he rushed straight. Almost as soon as Gaara landed, he grabbed Gaara's neck with one hand. This speed made everyone shout inconceivable. Under such a huge body, it can still explode at such a speed. Who would have thought? People in the world of Hokage are not only amazed by Whitebeard's speed, but also the power that can split the air. This old man is the real monster. This side of One Piece, Nanyozhou, world. Both Sengoku and Garp in the Holy Land of Marijoy sighed silently when they saw this scene. Sengoku Whitebeard, it seems that the state seems to have recovered a lot. The hidden diseases of the body seem to be cured. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded lightly, yes. My body is almost in good shape, let alone Whitebeard. Although I can't talk about returning to the peak, Whitebeard's strength has become terrifying again after his body has no hidden injuries. And the strength of the pirates increases. And now Sengoku is worried about not only the world war, but also the pattern of One Piece world. Pirates and Marine, world government. The balance of these three parties was finally broken. And now the emergence of the Five Emperors Alliance has made Marine even more precarious. Sighing helplessly, Sengoku withdrew his gaze. The enemy underestimated Whitebeard too much, and if he caught a flaw, he would be seriously injured in an instant. Now Whitebeard, who is physically strong, with that kid who uses sand, it is impossible to defeat him at all, the outcome is set. Chapter 173 Sandstorm Burial, Gaara who wants to die together. Keek. Gaara, with blood gushing from his mouth, opened his eyes to see Whitebeard who grabbed her. Looking at Fang Ping quietly, he grabbed his neck with one hand, making it impossible for him to breathe. Boy, your ability is still too weak. Remember, being able to fly doesn't mean you're invincible. Advertisement. I never thought that the old man would directly attack you in the air. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Gaara did admit that he was too careless. He never thought that the opponent could directly attack himself in the air. Floating in the air, he thought that he would not be easily attacked, so he didn't pay much attention to defense at all. And the other party just caught a wave of his own flaws, and he was able to seriously injure him in an instant. Gaara did not expect such a situation at all. If this battle is lost again, then the Hokage world will lose 2 games in a row. No. Absolutely can't just stop here. Gaara's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his gaze suddenly became extremely cold. Whitebeard, who had the chance to win, also felt the sudden change in Gaara. It's about this time, do you still want to work hard? This old man won't give 393 you this chance. Boom. The big hand that pinched Gaara's neck instantly, and the terrifying wave of shock fruit erupted in an instant. At the same time, this scene was also displayed on the light curtain. Seeing the strange fluctuations that appeared again, people in the Hokage world were stunned. Recalling the scene I saw just now, the power of the eruption before was enough to seriously injure Gaara in an instant. At this distance, if this power erupts, it is definitely enough to easily kill Gaara in an instant. The power erupted by that strange wave can easily crack even the air. Not to mention Gaara's flesh and blood, in the face of such power, it will definitely be easily torn apart. Seeing the moment when this terrifying light erupted, everyone's hearts shrank suddenly. Is this the end? The second battle? This is just the beginning, and it is about to be defeated so soon. The people in the other world, are they really that strong? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind Whitebeard, enveloping the two of them in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Whitebeard hadn't detonated the fluctuation of shock fruit yet, just felt something strange behind him, raised his head to look at the sky. JCB. That spread out, the huge sand wave that covered the sky swept across the sky, accompanied by an extremely loud roar. Seeing this scene made Whitebeard himself a little confused. What is this kid up to? The rolling sand would bury himself in the sand together. Want to die together? I won't just admit defeat so easily. Boom. The sand surged up, engulfing both of them completely in an instant. And at this moment Whitebeard still didn't let go of Gaara. But the chakra flowing in Gaara's body erupted, and Whitebeard who caught Gaara could vaguely feel a majestic force, and it erupted instantly. Sandstorm Burial. The moment Gaara's whisper came, the surrounding sand began to squeeze and shrink crazily. The terrible pressure coming from all directions is incredible even for Whitebeard. In the midst of Uzumaki in the sand, it is impossible to push hard at all. You can't even control your body. But the terrifying pressure came from all directions, and Whitebeard had to activate armament haki to cover his whole body. Strengthen the defense and use it to resist the terrifying oppressive force. Otherwise, he couldn't resist the terrifying pressure. At the same time, the power of vibration gathered in Whitebeard's right hand exploded. A low-frequency roar sounded, and Gaara, who was held by him, was directly attacked by the force of terrifying shock. The internal organs, all the bones of the body suffered unimaginable damage at this moment. All the bones in the whole body were broken and shattered quickly, and the internal organs were also torn apart. Gaara's breath, and with it, the frantically squeezed sand also lost its strength at this moment and dispersed. Without the external pressure, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. Struggling to get out of the sand. After jumping out, Whitebeard took a few breaths. Looking at an arm exposed in the sand, the arm is already full of blood, not just the damage caused by the fruit. There is also the deformation of the bones caused by the crazy squeezing of the sand. Seeing this arm, Whitebeard felt a little emotional. What a crazy kid, actually wants to die with this old man. Advertisement. That sand turns out to be able to exert a squeezing force. Think back to the situation in the sand just now, if you are really trapped accidentally. Although Whitebeard believes that he can also escape. But it is definitely not easy. Looking at the sand around, fortunately, the amount of sand is not too much. If I met this kid in the desert, I'm afraid the fighting situation would not be as simple as before. Ninja. Although in terms of pure combat power, these ninjas seem to have poor defense and weak attack power in Whitebeard's eyes. But their ability should not be underestimated. Right now, he still doesn't have any hidden diseases in his body. It would have been difficult for him to escape from being trapped in the sand before. You can be regarded as a lesson for the old man. Boy. Ninjas, really can't underestimate you. Whitebeard now looks the same as before, and his body is not completely unharmed. It seems to others that he may win easily, but in fact, he consumes a lot of haki to resist the squeeze of the sand. End of the second battle. One Piece, World of Hokage. 2:0. The result appeared. Two beams of light descended from the sky, and the bodies of Whitebeard and Gaara disappeared at the same time. He easily won 2 out of 5 battles, which made the people in One Piece world very excited. And there are 3 more battles to come. As long as they win one more, this world war will be the victory of One Piece world. Even if they go all out and win the 3rd battle directly, then this world war will not only be won, but also the shadow of the disastrous defeat in the last world war can be washed away. The people of Pirate World are full of confidence. Because the person who will fight this time is the Sea Emperor who rules the sea. Both Kaido and Whitebeard easily defeated their opponents, so whether it is the Big Mom or the red-haired Shanks, they will definitely not be too strong. Not even Yuichi, the latest to ascend the 5th Sea Emperor. The performance of the previous world wars also convinced everyone. No matter who is sent, the chance of winning the 3rd battle is not low at all. Everyone is optimistic, but the Hokage world on the other side is not the same. People in the whole world couldn't believe it, and lost again. And it was defeated so thoroughly, it's unbelievable. The next 3rd battle, if you lose again, then this world war will be over. The next round, let Tobirama-sama take action. We can't lose any more. Chapter 174 Crucial Battle, Yuichi vs Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came out. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji, who was also a little restless, silently swallowed back what he just wanted to say. Originally he wanted to play. Already lost 2 games, the next game must not be lost. Oniki didn't want to lose the game by letting other shadows appear. Advertisement. Even if you want to lose, you have to lose from him. But Sarutobi's proposal made Oniki have nothing to say, and sent 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. This is the most powerful existence among the remaining shadows. Although Onoki doesn't think he is inferior to 2nd Hokage, but there is no way Senju Tobirama's reputation is much greater. Terumi Mei didn't speak either, and silently glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feng Yingluosha on the other side also nodded, sending Master 2nd Hokage is indeed the best choice, we can no longer lose. At this time, there is no need to hide the whole cards. If we hide them, we will not even be able to carry out subsequent battles. Raikage lost the battle and is now very depressed and angry at the same time. The guys in the opposite world are too arrogant, you have to suppress their arrogance severely. Let second Hokage show these guys, ninjas are not weak. After being crushed by the enemy for 2 consecutive games, they really need a hearty victory, otherwise it will affect morale too much. Then the next battle is decided, let me, Konoha's second Hokage, take the fight. If Nidaime does it, there shouldn't be any problem in winning. And the next thing is the point, after Nidaime's victory, how do we win the next 2 battles? Sarutobi has full confidence in Tobirama, and the battle has not even started, and he has already decided that he will win. And at this time, in Pirate World, the issue of candidates for the third battle did not make the 5 emperors too entangled. Shanks wants to play. Although he has watched a lot of ninja battles, he feels that he still needs to experience the power from the other world himself, so that he can better judge the threat the other world brings to them. But when Shanks wanted to make his own shot, Yuichi stood up before him. The next game is very important. For them, if they lose again, then we will be the winner in this world war. So we will definitely send the strongest candidate to fight. When Yuichi said this, the eyes of both Big Mom and Shanks brightened. The opponent will send the strongest person to fight, and both of them have a strong interest. But then Yuichi opened his mouth and snatched the opportunity away. Leave the next battle to me. Advertisement. After saying this, Auntie and Shanks both seemed to disagree. But Yuichi then said, when it comes to understanding ninjas, I don't think anyone knows better than me. No matter what the enemy's ability is, I am 100% sure to defeat him. These words seem to be full of haki. Even Big Mom and Shanks didn't dare to promise to beat each other easily. Yuichi is so crazy. And, 100%. Although the opponent will send the strongest of the remaining 3 to fight in the next match, if Yuichi promises to win 100%. It's not that you have to compete with the opponent for the place to play this time. Give it to Yuichi too. But, after squinting her eyes and moaning for a while, Big Mom looked at Yuichi, I can give up the third chance to play, but you guarantee 100% victory, if you can't win. You will have to pay Daiga. Hearing this, Kaido also opened his eyes suddenly, he already guessed what condition Big Mom wanted to propose. If you lose, how about you marry the Charlotte family? Sure enough. Kaido scolded Aunt secretly, this old woman is so wicked, and she still wants to get the idea of the right one. Seeing the aunt who is known as the sea bus make such a request, Yuichi narrowed his eyes, yes. Seeing Yuichi agreeing, the aunt clapped her hands, very good. Don't worry, boy, it doesn't matter even if you lose, and I will let my most beautiful daughter marry you when the time comes. Ha 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 ha. Yuichi smiled and said nothing. Lose? It is impossible to lose. The template of Byakuya plus the template of Asakura Yuang, who now holds the fire spirit, plus the 2 powers of Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. The person sent by Hokage World, if nothing else, should be second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Against Konoha's Senju Tobirama, no matter whether it is Big Mom or Shanks, they may not be able to defeat him. And if it is really lucky to win, will the next battle continue? If not, then Yuichi will have no chance to fight. But there is one special reward missing. This is not acceptable. So in the third battle, Yuichi had to play by himself. Ask for flowers. Please confirm the candidates for the third battle. On the interface that popped up in front of the 5 people, Whitebeard and the others glanced at Yuichi and chose the name from the one on the right one after another. 5 people voted unanimously, and Yuichi played. Advertisement. The players in both worlds have been determined. In the next second, a beam of light fell, covering Yuichi's body. Disappeared in the pirate world in an instant. At the same time, the names of 2 people were displayed on the huge light curtain in the sky. One is Yuichi. And the other one is Senju Tobirama. Pirate, Yuichi. Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The candidates for the third battle are confirmed. But Pirate World has some different opinions. Such a crucial battle, send Yuichi. Although he is also very strong, but, compared to other 4 emperors, he is still a bit worse. 0. Someone raised a question. But soon someone gave an explanation. Don't think about it. In the third battle, the opponent's world can no longer lose, so we will definitely send the strongest person to lead the battle, and we will send the weakest Yuichi. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. Want. There are Big Mom and the red-haired Shanks behind, and any one of the 4 emperors can easily win a victory. The victory in this world war is none other than ours, so don't worry at all. Hearing this, people seem to be suddenly enlightened. This is the so-called upper SI than the middle SI, and the lower SI from the SI. As for the Hokage world, seeing Yuichi's name appeared, everyone felt equally dignified. There was only one time in the previous world war, and this guy didn't participate, but this time, their world won. This is a monster that can face Sunin at the same time and still be able to defeat it. It is very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the person who played him this time is second Hokage Senju Tobirama. There is still a good chance of winning. While everyone was staring at the light curtain, the field of battle has changed again. Numerous streams of water emerged from under the rock forest, submerging large swathes of rock. In an instant, this rocky forest was turned into a group of reefs on the sea. The battlefield became an endless sea. See here. Sarutobi here isn't excited. This is great, fighting at sea, this is a very favorable venue for Tobirama-sama, my lord. Chapter 175 Ninja Master, the battle at sea begins. Senju Tobirama. Konoha's second Hokage, the younger brother of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Known as the master of the ninja world, he has developed countless powerful ninjutsu, many of which are listed as forbidden technique. As we all know, apart from his extraordinary talent, this ninja master is best at water style in ninjutsu. On such a field full of water, it is naturally an extremely favorable fighting field for Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. 2 beams of light descended from the sky on the light curtain. Looking at the figure gradually emerging from the light curtain, the moment when I saw the man in armor standing on the rocks in the sea began. The eyes of everyone in the ninja world began to become hot. Master second Hokage. When I saw the names on the list before, I thought it was my eyes. It's actually possible to let the dead Nidame enter the battle. Is this the function of the time-staggered privilege we won before? 380 said that some people raised doubts here. If it's possible to get dead ninjas to fight, then why not send Shodai? If it's the god of ninjas, those 4 emperors from the other world. Absolutely not an opponent. This question is also not understood by many people. But even ordinary people are not all idiots, and some people immediately figured out the problem. Are you all idiots? Is there anyone who uses the whole cards as soon as they come up? Although Hashirama-sama who once pacified the troubled times is very powerful, if the enemy has someone who can restrain Hashirama-sama's power, wouldn't it be a disaster? A powerful person like Senju Hashirama is naturally left behind. What if in the subsequent World War, some attractive rewards are given, or a privilege is rewarded again? That's the right time to send Master Hashirama on the scene. Now send Hashirama on the field, just in case. In case the opponent really has some ability to restrain Hashirama-sama's wood style, then when the time comes to compete for the more important victory in the World War, they will fall into a passive situation. Besides, second Hokage is not weak either. It is enough to deal with such a scene. Some people disagree with this explanation, but it has also successfully convinced some districts. In fact, part of the reason is that those who participate in the World War will receive a special reward after victory. It is precisely because of the existence of this reward mechanism that 5 cages have a different idea. If you use all the privileges of interlaced time and send out powerful ancestors, you will certainly be able to win the final victory. But lost that special reward. Even if the reward is obtained, it may be rewarded to the deceased generations. It is of no benefit to the 5 cages who are alive now. Advertisement. So if it is possible not to send the ancestors to fight, naturally try not to use this so-called privilege. In the final analysis, it is the fault of greed. In the light curtain, second Hokage Senju Tobirama appeared, and Yuichi on the other side followed. The figures of the two appeared in the light curtain, each occupying half of the screen. Tobirama's silver hair is striking. People in One Piece world looked at Tobirama's attire, as well as the confidence exuding from his brows and his sharp eyes like an eagle of prey. This person. It feels completely different from the previous ninjas. Even if you don't feel the aura of second generation in the auditorium, you can see through the light screen that this man is very strong. Around this boundless sea, there is an invisible wall, and beyond the wall is the auditorium. This time, the 5 shadows and 5 emperors were not drawn and they couldn't watch the battle with their own eyes, but it was another group of people who were drawn. Dawn. Almost half of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the auditorium. As for One Piece world, more than half of the future supernovas were selected. They stared at the sea battlefield on the other side of the invisible wall. There were voices of discussion from the auditorium of the 2 worlds. For example, the people in One Piece world are listening to each other. In the auditorium, those people are talking. Nidame, the number 1 fast ninja in the ninja world, and a member of the Senju clan, has a huge amount of chakra. This victory must belong to us. I didn't expect the late Nidame to reappear, and we were able to witness Nidame's battle with our own eyes. It's simply unbelievable. Hearing this, Luo, who was closing his eyes in the auditorium, slowly opened them. The late. Can the dead also fight? Doesn't that mean that Roger, the king of the pirates, may also have a chance to appear on the world battlefield? Can the man in his heart reappear? Although it is only the battlefield of the World War, if he can see the man in his heart again. It doesn't matter if it's just on the battlefield of the World War. Luo narrowed his eyes, alliance of the 5 emperors. I have to work together in the era of pirates. Thinking in his heart, he locked his eyes on the field, the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi, who was about to start the battle. Now Yuichi is no longer wearing Marine's cape, nor is he wearing a white suit. There was only a loose white robe. Wrap your whole body completely in it. Advertisement. Looking at Yuichi dressed up like this, many people in the pirate world are not used to it, among which the marine soldiers are even more disrespectful. Before, this man is a member of their marine. But now, he became a pirate, and became the Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. The overlord of pirates. Such earth-shaking changes made it difficult for marine soldiers to accept, and it must be known that many marine soldiers regard Yuichi as an idol. My enemy. Is that you? Report your name, people from Otherworld. Suddenly Tobirama spoke indifferently, and the aura of a superior released in his words made ordinary people feel a lot of pressure. But this kind of momentum has no effect on Yuichi. Yuichi also looked at the other person blankly. Shouldn't you say your own name before asking someone else's name? Tobirama smiled. Senju Tobirama, Konoha second generation. A short self-introduction. Seeing this, Yuichi also opened his mouth and answered more simply, Pirate, Yuichi. Seeing Yuichi's appearance, Tobirama has also realized that it is impossible to make Yuichi relax his vigilance from the dialogue, or try to get any useful information. The other party is also a person who is not moved by foreign objects. Calm. 4.3. In this battle, he had to be full of energy. Then stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Pirate boy from Otherworld. Yuichi snorted coldly. In the next second, the blade pierced through the void, and the melodious sound of the knife sounded suddenly. Ripples set off in the air, and a series of water splashes suddenly set off on the sea surface, converging into a straight line. From Yuichi's position, it flew straight in the direction of Tobirama in an instant. The sound of water splashes tumbling sounded. An afterimage appeared in front of Tobirama. This moment, Tobirama's brows trembled slightly. What a speed! The light of the knife flickered and pointed directly at the center of his brow. Flying Thunder God. Swish! Immediately afterwards Zanpakuto penetrated the afterimage left by Tobirama. Suddenly stopped. Holding a sword in one hand, Yuichi, who was standing in Tobirama's position, with the robe flying around his body, smiled. Instant move. Chapter 176 Shock from Flying Thunder God Technique, Yuichi drowned by raging waves. Teleport. This sentence Yuichi said on purpose to the people in his own world. What ability Tobirama used was naturally clear to Yuichi. Flying Thunder God Technique. Extremely powerful space-type ninjutsu. Advertisement. This technique is exactly the technique developed by the second generation project in front of you. Although the fourth generation project uses the Flying Thunder God technique better, but as a creator, the second generation is not much worse than Minato. After Yuichi said teleportation, Whitebeard and the others, who were still staring at the slightly different light curtain, immediately became extremely serious. Teleportation? Isn't it just relying on speed? No wonder even the old man didn't see his movement trajectory just now. Saying that Whitebeard was a little worried. Can Yuichi handle this kind of opponent? That's as simple as being fast, it's the ability to space. The speed advantage of Yuichi, who has incredible speed, is now completely gone. Kaido, Auntie, and Shanks were also a little worried, but also very surprised. I didn't expect such a pervert ability to exist in the other world. Directly travel through space and jump in space. Now, the situation is not so good. What teleportation? 29. Yuichi, what is he talking about? Ordinary people are somewhat unable to understand the meaning of teleportation. In the light curtain, Yuichi turned around slowly and looked at Tobirama, who had jumped onto another rock. Before Yuichi could speak, Tobirama said, Amazing, you are really an amazing opponent. I didn't expect the speed of human beings to be so fast. If it weren't for relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, I'm afraid I would have been solved by you just now. Flying Thunder God technique? What is that? In the auditorium, the people of One Piece world were very curious. But on the other side of the audience in the Hokage world, the ninjas who heard the name were even more excited. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Okay, quick, Konoha's fourth Hokage relies on this technique to become the golden flash of the ninja world. Does even Nidame use this technique? Hearing this, an uncle ninja in the auditorium couldn't help curling his lips. What an idiot. Nidame can also use it, and the Flying Thunder God technique is a technique created by Nidame. Advertisement. After speaking, the young ninjas all around were amazed again and again. And this uncle ninja looked towards the auditorium on the opposite side. Flying Thunder God technique is not just as simple as being fast. This is a technique that involves spatial ability. Regardless of the speed of anyone, it is impossible to be faster than Flying Thunder God. Because as long as there are coordinates, Nidame can jump directly from another place to the position of coordinates. After the guy finished speaking, he glanced at the pirates quite proudly. It seems that he will have the same ability. After listening to this explanation, the pirates now understand a little bit. Space, this ability involves the scope of space ability, is it cheating at all? With this ability, in the face of any attack, you can instantly move to another point to avoid it. So how can Yuichi beat the opponent? There is no way to even touch each other. Damn, to have such a shameless ability. The people of One Piece world feel bad for Yuichi. However, Yuichi himself, as the person involved, did not look too anxious. Suddenly Tobirama threw a dozen handfuls of specially made kunao towards the surrounding reefs. These kunao with Flying Thunder God coordinates can provide second generation with multiple footholds, dodge attacks at any time, or adjust their positions at any time to launch a surprise attack. Yuichi glanced lightly at the positions of these specially made kunao. And at this time Tobirama started to lead. The speed is extremely fast, and the fast flying hands, fingers crossed to make different movements, dance like butterflies. It was done almost instantly. Tobirama looked at Yuichi who didn't act rashly, and there was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. While it's nice to be cautious, Tobirama doesn't think Yuichi is capable of dealing with his Flying Thunder God. You are fast and powerful, but it's a pity you met me. You seem to be very confident in your speed, but you have nothing to do against my Flying Thunder God technique. Saying that, Tobirama glanced around. Even if he wasn't the kind of character who would underestimate his opponent, he was really happy now from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that this battlefield is very beneficial to me. I can't break through my Flying Thunder God. In addition, the terrain is favorable to me. This battle, you can't win. The voice fell. Chakra's burst wave suddenly set off. Water-style water dragon bomb. Boom. Advertisement. Suddenly, on the calm sea behind Tobirama, a terrifying current suddenly surged up into the sky. A huge water column appeared, and countless water vapor rose up with it. When this scene appeared on the light curtain, people hadn't recovered from the huge water column that suddenly erupted. In the next second, the water flow turned into a dragon shape, opened its huge mouth and changed direction instantly from the top of Tobirama's head, heading straight for Yuichi in the distance. Suddenly, under the water vapor all over the sky, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared, with an astonishing momentum. Such a picture is for Pirate World. It was even more jaw-dropping than any previous battle. That's the sea. There is someone who can control the power of the sea. Sea water. But the bane of all demon fruit power. Yuichi swung Zanpakuto at the first moment, and slashed at the water dragon bomb that was rushing straight. There was no fear in his eyes. But the figure of Tobirama disappeared in the next second. Appeared directly behind Yuichi via the Flying Thunder God technique. And there is more than one Tobirama 237 at this time. 4 Tobirama appeared at the same time, standing in different directions from Yuichi. And they seal at the same time. Water style, water rushing waves. Water style. Water severing wave. Water style, God cry. Continuous water style attacks, attacking Yuichi from all directions simultaneously. The moment Yuichi swung Senbonzakura and slashed at the water dragon bomb, he sensed the sudden ninjutsu attacks coming from all directions behind him. At this moment, the sudden increase of Tobirama's attacks at the same time not only stunned the people of One Piece world. Even the ninjas of the Hokage world are extremely shocked. Is this the power of second Hokage? An offensive of this scale can be launched in an instant. So strong. As expected of the ancestors. The chakra volume of the Senju family is really pervert. Ordinary ninjas, even with such strength, would not dare to squander their chakras so recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the water almost completely engulfed Yuichi's figure. The people of Pirate World, all raised their hearts to their throats. Witnessing the disappearance of Yuichi's figure and being completely submerged in the sea water, the roar of the terrifying sea water colliding with each other continued to erupt. In the turbulent waves, Tobirama's shadow clones disappeared, leaving the main body standing on the violently tumbling waves, staring indifferently ahead. Chapter 177 Pink Flame, The Power of the Fire Spirit. The crazily surging water waves almost completely submerged the surrounding reefs. Boom boom boom. The water dragon bomb is still constantly impacting on the position where Yuichi was before. The huge waves formed by the astonishing impact force are still raging crazily. There was no sign of stopping in a short time. Advertisement. Looking at the tumbling waves, Tobirama stepped on the surface of the sea and heaved up and down, no matter how violent the waves were. He was always able to keep himself standing above the sea. Like a weightless feather, it constantly rises and falls on the sea. As time passed by second, the mood of the people in Pirate World gradually began to become heavy. Because Yuichi was not seen yet, it seemed that the terrible wave crashed just now, and the one on the right was sunk into the bottom of the sea. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Yuichi has been defeated? Yuichi would have been there long ago if he could have blocked it. The sea gradually returned to calm, and some reefs were exposed. But there is still no trace of Yuichi. And Tobirama sneered, is this the level of Otherworld? Humph. At this level, they are able to defeat the shadows of the hidden villages in succession. It seems that the shadows of the descendants have become weaker. 5 cages, who were in a state of excitement, immediately showed extremely ugly faces when they heard Tobirama's words. Sarutobi is okay, he is Konoha's Hokage after all, and Go is Tobirama's disciple. It doesn't matter what the teacher said to him. But the shadows in other villages don't have this kind of mentality. Being reprimanded by Konoha Hokage of the previous generation, although they were very unconvinced, there seemed to be no way to refute the facts before them. Especially 4th Raikage, whose eyes were about to burst into flames, but could only sit in his seat and sulk. In the picture, Tobirama looks like he hates iron but not steel. Let Sarutobi's old blush from this moment. Fortunately, there was no picture of him on the light curtain, otherwise his appearance would be seen by people from both worlds. However, just when Tobirama lamented that the current movie stars are not as good as them, the screen in the light curtain turns. A flame suddenly erupted in the waves. A pink flame is burning. It erupted suddenly in the sea water, like a lotus flower blooming, and instantly shook the surrounding sea water back. The flames were raging, and the ripples formed by the heat spread across the sea. In an instant, part of the surrounding sea water was evaporated, forming a thick white mist that enveloped the place. Because of the fog, the visibility gradually decreased from 10 meters to 5 meters, and finally 1 meter. The sudden explosion of flames and surging white mist made people in both worlds stunned. Advertisement. What happened? Why do flames appear in the sea water? And the color of the flames is so weird. Everyone stared at the huge light curtain in the sky. At this time, in the thick fog, a black shadow emerged. Standing in midair, he held the blade in one hand, raised his 5 fingers slightly with the other, and a flame was burning in his palm. There is no doubt that this figure belongs to Yuichi. But what people don't understand is, why is there a flame on his hand? What's with this flame? When will Yuichi be able to use flames? Fire Fist Ace looks at Yuichi's shadow on the light curtain. How can he use the ability of fire? The Marimara fruit ability user is his Fire Fist Ace. Could it be that there is a second Marimara fruit in this world? What are you kidding? Didn't you get killed? Well. Very good, if you get killed so easily, then you are too weak. Tobirama's voice came from the light curtain. In the next second, the astonishing chakra eruption on his body triggered a terrifying airflow to explode. The surrounding white mist was blown away in an instant. After Shiro dispersed, Yuichi's figure really emerged. Yuichi, standing about 1 meter above the sea, stood in the air. Holds a Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in one hand and an eerie flame in the other. The white robe was gently lifted by the breeze. When seeing Yuichi holding a flame with one hand, everyone in Pirate World was stunned. He can really use the ability of flames. Could it be that it was relying on this force to block the terrifying seawater impact just now? Tobirama stared at the flame held in Yuichi's left hand. What a strange flame, a pink flame, this is the first time I've seen it. What is this? Yuichi, who looked calm as always, looked at Tobirama quietly. There was no anger in his eyes, but an imperceptible look of joy. Because when I was bombed by Tobirama with water-style ninjutsu just now, Yuichi's templating system posted a mission. Mission, the disdain of King Mocking Yet. With the power of fire spirit, defeat second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Reward, the awakening progress of the Mocking Leaf King template increases randomly by 5-10%. Advertisement. Open new form of fire spirit, attribute conversion, water. This mission not only gives an increase in the progress of template awakening, but also comes with a new form of companion. Yuichi is quite happy now. But the only trouble is that you have to use the power of the fire spirit. But that doesn't mean you can't use Zanpakuto. Yuichi closed his eyes slightly, and fixed his eyes on Tobirama's figure. While Yuichi was thinking about how to beat Tobirama, the other party spoke suddenly. Number trying to use the power of fire against my water style. Have to say it was a stupid decision. Although flames and water restrain each other, this is the sea. Do you think you can win if you use flames against me in this kind of place? Saying that, Tobirama crossed his arms over his chest, shaking his head very disappointed. Let me tell you another secret. In a place full of water, I use water-style ninjutsu, and I hardly consume any power. And you? I'm afraid you can't do this. Even if it's a simple competition of energy consumption, you are definitely not my opponent. The people of One Piece World, who were surprised by Yuichi's sudden fire, are still surprised that Yuichi still has the ability to drive fire. But suddenly I heard Tobirama say this. They also feel that there is some truth. In this case, the other party controls the seawater and will not consume too much energy, but it is impossible for Yuichi to be without consumption. So even if all the strength is exhausted in the end, it seems impossible to defeat the opponent. Some pirates have begun to feel pity. Damn it, if it's not Zhao's, because the field is not good for Yuichi. There should be a lot of hope for this fight. But it's okay even if we lose. There are still 2 battles to come. The red-haired Shanks and Big Mom haven't played yet. The victory in this world war belongs to us. People comfort themselves, although it is a pity, it is not completely unacceptable. However, Yuichi suddenly laughed. Consumption. I never thought that winning by exhausting your strength would be the end result. Do you think relying on the advantages of the field and adding the Flying Thunder God technique is conducive to invincibility? Humph. Yuichi raised his left hand. The fire spirit turned into flames danced in Yuichi's palm. Let me show you a different flame. All of a sudden, Yuichi grasped the fire spirit with 5 fingers of his left hand, and the flame burst out from between Yuichi's fingers, forming a long line of fire around Yuichi. The hand holding fire spirit slapped Zanpakuto Senbonzakura on the right. Chapter 178 Combination of Powers, Super Spirit Body Senbonzakura of Fire. The blade is infused with flames. In the eyes of everyone, the fire spirit turned into flames and Yuichi's hands seemed to be absorbed by the blade. The line of fire surrounding Yuichi kept coming from everywhere. Infused directly into Zanpakuto. The 2 powers of Wulai and Ryutsu merged in Yuichi's body. Advertisement. When they collided with each other, there was no one who repelled each other. On the contrary, they merged together quickly. Feel the fusion of power. Yuichi's closed eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, Yuichi's eyes seemed to burst into incomparably bright fire. Pink flames danced in Yuichi's eyes. At the same time, above the Zanpakuto, flames flowed forming a pink energy shield, enveloping the entire Zanpakuto within it. On the hilt, where Yuichi holds Zanpakuto, a red armor condenses on the back of the hand. The black and red armor floated out of nowhere on the back of Yuichi's hand. A pink flame burns on it. Buzz. Invisible wave spread. The surface of the sea began to roll, and the rolling waves became more and more violent. Staring at Yuichi's Tobirama with wide eyes. Silently looking at Yuichi, while carefully observing the blade in Yuichi's hand. Combine fire and blade. Such a picture is quite shocking to ordinary people. Yay! For Tobirama it made him laugh. Ha ha ha. I thought you would use some amazing tricks. 397. It's just injecting flames into the blade, is this your trick? It's not just Tobirama who's laughing now. Even the 5 cages of the Hokage world laughed out loud. At that moment just now, they all thought that Yuichi would use some earth-shattering moves. But who would have thought that it was nothing more than that? There are many such moves in the world of Hokage, even Tobirama who is facing right now. He himself had a Thor sword, isn't that the same flame sword that Yuichi is using now? No surprises at all. Tobirama didn't care too much, and Yuichi didn't explain anything. Whitebeard and the others had some expectations, this trick seems to be not as simple as it seems. Simply blending flames into the blade? I'm afraid it's not just that. The peach-colored flame is a little weird, and it must not be treated as an ordinary flame. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer. Gently wave the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura with the spirit of fire attached. Yuichi felt the power. Now Yuichi couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart, because this power is not as simple as it seems. Advertisement. Suddenly, Yuichi's eyes shrank slightly. Both hands gripped the handle of the Senbonzakura. With a flick. Although in Yuichi's sense he doesn't take it too seriously. But in the next second, the blade cut through the air. The ultra-fast speed left an afterimage of swinging the knife in the air. Immediately afterwards, an arc-shaped knife light burst out, and the pink light knife light slashed straight at Tobirama. Tobirama, who was laughing, stopped abruptly. Suddenly his expression became serious, and the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. The figure disappears. However, although the knife light didn't hit him, it instantly tore open the sea surface and swept straight into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a long trace was left on the surface of the sea. The rising waves have yet to fall. The knife light has disappeared in front of everyone. It hit the transparent and invisible wall in front of the auditorium. Boom! The impact sound erupted. Those who are facing this slash are the audience of the Hokage world. They watched the ripples on the invisible walls. In less than a breath, this terrifying slash spanned a distance of hundreds of meters. Instantly hit the invisible wall in front of the auditorium. How can that be? The expressions of the people in the Hokage World Auditorium were not as relaxed as before. All of them looked dignified, staring at Yuichi with incredulous eyes shining in their eyes. Yuichi himself was surprised too. A random knife, does it have this kind of power? Is this the power of the super spiritual body? I was shocked by this power in my heart. Even more shocking was Tobirama, who just appeared behind Yuichi with the Flying Thunder God technique. He stared at Yuichi's back and looked at the person in front of him. Tobirama's eyes looked extremely heavy. He doesn't understand. Why just inject flames into the blade? Yuichi's movements became as fast as lightning, and he launched a slash, not only with amazing speed, but also with terrifying power. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, JB, I'm afraid he'd be battered by now. Judging by Yuichi's appearance, it was just a tentative wave of his hand just now. It can burst out such a pervert slashing wave. How did this guy do it? Can't give Yuichi a chance to make a shot. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he can still avoid the opponent's attack. If the opponent waved away the Flying Thunder God marks scattered everywhere, then it would be difficult for him to deal with. Time to attack. Tobirama made a decision and immediately started to act. Advertisement. Flying Thunder God technique activated again. The figure flickered again. At the same time, he threw a kunao in his hand towards Yuichi. The detonating talisman is entwined with Ku Wu Shang. Yuichi looked up and turned sharply. Kunao shot from behind and hit Yuichi straight. Humph. Yuichi sneered in his heart, attacking himself with things like kunao, is he underestimating himself? Even, what's the use of adding a detonator? Senbonzakura glows red, swish. In the next second, a slender slash like a red line passed through the center of kunao. Instantly split the suffering into two. Just moved to another location, ready to launch Tobirama of Flying Thunder God slash for a bit. He really never thought that Yuichi could cut open his own special kunao at will. And the movement of swinging the knife is almost completely invisible. Choke. Just as he was in a daze for a short time, he turned around and slashed backhand. Yuichi didn't make any extra movements, just slashed out a gorgeous peach red light like a talisman, and shot towards Tobirama's current position like a talisman. His eyes were dazzled by the light, and Tobirama, who came back to his senses suddenly, wanted to activate Flying Thunder God to escape. But the next second he changed his mind. Look at how strong your slashing power is. Print. Water-style water barrier. The water rushing up in front of him forms a wall. It exploded suddenly the next second after it was formed. The defense was broken, and a light flashed in front of Tobirama. Water barrier was broken in an instant. Tobirama didn't care about being surprised, and immediately launched Flying Thunder God to avoid it. After avoiding the attack again, Tobirama had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. It's dangerous. If it weren't for Flying Thunder God, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to continue fighting this battle. However, although this guy's movements suddenly became faster, his attack power was even more astonishing. But as long as I rely on the Flying Thunder God, I can still defeat him if I get the chance. Thinking about the next battle plan in mind. At this time, Yuichi raised his left hand to make a sword finger, and gently stroked the burning Senbonzakura. I guess, you are not thinking, relying on this ability of dodging, delaying time with me so as to find my weakness and launch an attack. Tobirama suddenly raised his head and stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. How did he get my thoughts? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. This expression seems to be correct. Swish. Wielding Senbonzakura, Yuichi's Ryutsu and witch power boiled again. But I'm not going to tangle with you anymore. If you can dodge one slash, I don't know if you can dodge thousands of slashes at the same time. Chapter 179 Sakura flowers flying in the flame, raining fire all over the sky. Zanpakuto no Zarashi in the hand is pointing diagonally at Tobirama. A faint smile appeared on Yuichi's indifferent face. The sea breeze blows Yuichi's robes and makes a sound in the wind. Seeing Yuichi like this, suddenly it seemed someone thought of something. Zephyr, who is familiar with Yuichi, is now on the ship of Neo Marine, looking at Yuichi in the light curtain. Advertisement. This kid, could it be that he wants to? Without waiting for Zephyr to finish, Yuichi's voice came from the screen, let's scatter. Senbonzakura. Zanpakuto, which was burning with flames, turned into fragments little by little, and drifted away with the sea breeze. The broken blade burned violently in the sea wind. The wind helped the fire, and the flames burned very violently all of a sudden. The color of the sakura flower is pink, and the flame has completely transformed into a pink flame. Floating continuously in the air. Falling down like a meteor. The rain of fire suddenly appeared in front of the eyes, and the flames of the shattered blade fragments burned and exploded. It was as if the petals fell into the sea of fire and were ignited by the flames. For a moment, the entire surface of the sea was illuminated by pink flames. People from the two worlds watched such a picture appear. The first thing that comes to their mind is, beautiful. Not only have I never seen such a beautiful scenery, I even dare not even think about it. The petals dance in the flames, the rage of the flames, and the romance of sakura flowers, when the two are combined together, they will draw such a beautiful scene. Yuichi surrounded by flames and sakura flowers. Holding Senbonzakura's hilt in his hand, black and red armor floats on the back of his hand. Now this knife handle is the medium between Zanpakuto Senbonzakura and the fire spirit, and it is in Yuichi's hand that he can maintain the super spirit state. Yuichi stared at Tobirama with those dark eyes. With a light flick of the fingertips, the sakura flowers scattered around randomly, suddenly seemed to be rioting. Accelerated suddenly and instantly spread to cover the sea area. The shards of Senbonzakura that were burning with flames were spinning crazily, wandering around at an irregular speed. They cut, burned, everything on the surface of the sea except for the innocuous circle that wasn't near Yuichi. Reefs are instantly shattered by Senbonzakura shards, waves are scorched by flames. Even the sea water couldn't extinguish this flame. Such a strange flame made Tobirama froze in place. The reef is absent. The specially made kunao he threw everywhere were instantly destroyed by Senbonzakura's cutting. The few remaining coordinates are also shrouded in the attack range of Yuichi's Senbonzakura. At this moment, people in both worlds were stunned. They now understand what Yuichi wants to do. This is intended to directly make Senju Tobirama unavoidable with a super wide range attack. Advertisement. No matter how fast the Flying Thunder God is, it is impossible to completely dodge the attack of so many Senbonzakura fragments. Unless he escapes the area. However, this is the battlefield of a world war. Although it looks like an endless sea, it actually has boundaries. There is an invisible and colorless wall hundreds of meters away, enclosing this area. Tobirama. There is simply no way to escape. If it is outside, Tobirama can escape at any time, or switch battlefields. To avoid Yuichi's attack, but now. Yuichi raised his index finger and slowly straightened it, pointing at Tobirama's position. Go. It was just a light word, as if it was an imperial decree. In an instant, the surrounding Senbonzakura fragments, because of the Emperor's gathering, converged into a torrent in the blink of an eye. Still burning with flames or torrents bursting in the direction of Tobirama. In this fleeting moment, Tobirama wanted to shift positions. But the rest of the Senbonzakura fragments around them still kept floating around irregularly. The dense blade fragments are still burning with the soul flame of the fire spirit. Even if he dodges the blow through Flying Thunder God, he will still be hit by sporadic knife fragments if he moves to another position. In the end, it's just a little delay in being defeated. Thinking of this, Tobirama didn't plan to escape. Now that the Flying Thunder God technique has been restrained, let's go head to head. Procrastinating. It's just delaying the defeat. Instant seal. Tobirama's eyes are wide open, water-style big explosion of water and waves. Boom. The surrounding sea suddenly seemed to boil. The giant star sea water rolled and formed a terrifying water shock towards Yuichi's Senbonzakura. Another collision of flames and sea water. A piercing roar erupted at the moment of impact. But it was only a stalemate for a moment, and the water flow was broken by Senbonzakura, and the bursting water splashed everywhere, like a sudden downpour. Senbonzakura, rushing through the current, crashed straight into the reef where Tobirama was standing. The reef is torn apart. But Tobirama's figure was gone. Yuichi squinted and looked down at the water in front of him. Boom. The next moment the water splashed. Tobirama suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the water, jumped up in front of Yuichi, holding kunao in his hand and circling in his palm. He stabbed Yuichi hard in the neck. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. This sudden counterattack surprised people in both worlds. Tobirama can even move quickly from underwater to launch a surprise attack. The sharp kunao was only less than 1 centimeter away from Yuichi's neck. Suddenly stopped. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. In front of him, Yuichi grabbed his wrist tightly. Fight us in close combat? Have you forgotten that we are stronger than you in close combat? Click. Yuichi's palm suddenly exerted force, and the sound of Tobirama's wrist bones being crushed suddenly sounded. At the same time, Tobirama's face looked a little ugly. The wrist was crushed, kunao fell naturally, and fell towards the reef below. At this time, Tobirama didn't seem to give up. Even if he only had one hand left, he still planned to attack Yuichi. 0. The other hand was clenched into a fist and hadn't swung out yet. The next second Tobirama felt a blow to the stomach. The internal organs in the body are churning crazily, as if they are entangled together. A knee thud hit him hard. A smear of blood spewed out of Tobirama's mouth, and the figure flew backwards at a very fast speed. Air. Feeling the terrifying power, Tobirama sighed in his heart. This kind of power is more terrifying than the strange power of the Senju family. Just at this time, Tobirama, who was still flying backwards at high speed on the sea surface, hit a lot of Senbonzakura fragments, and there were many wounds on his body. The burning of the soul flame made Tobirama feel the sharp pain oozing from the soul, making him mentally unable to hit it at all. The pain caused by the tiny blade fragments was far beyond Tobirama's imagination. Clang. While Tobirama marveled at the pain caused by these flames and strange debris, the sound of blades piercing through the air rang beside his ears. Tobirama catches Yuichi's figure from the corner of his eye. He. Behind me. When did you run behind yourself? Yuichi standing not far behind Tobirama. From the handle of the knife in his hand, a stream of flames burst out and the blade was slowly disappearing. Boom! Boom boom! When Tobirama saw this scene, an amazing fire erupted from his chest, and the flame spread instantly and completely swallowed Tobirama's whole body. The flames blazed. Tobirama's figure was burned by the flames before it landed. At this moment, Yuichi holds the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura and slowly sheaths the knife. When the blade was fully retracted into the scabbard, the flame behind him disappeared along with the falling flowers. Chapter 180 The witch power surges, and the world war continues. End of the third battle. Pirate, Hokage. 3:0. When the picture on the light curtain disappears and the score appears. 2 beams of light fell on the sea, respectively covering Yuichi and Tobirama who were being burned by flames. Advertisement. The 2 disappeared at the same time and returned to their respective worlds. Returned to Yuichi from One Piece World, directly above Sky Island. Around when Whitebeard et.al. As for Yuichi's victory, Big Mom was very upset. It is obviously a happy thing, but it seems that because of the previous bet, even Yuichi really won now. She couldn't be happier either. He could only sit in his seat and sigh silently. Shanks, on the other hand, looked Yuichi up and down carefully. Yuichi's abilities are getting weirder and weirder now. That knife, and that sudden flame, are worthy of attention. If this is a fruit ability, then what kind of 040 fruit must have such an ability? If it's not the fruit ability, then what is the ability of this kid? Not only Shanks is curious about this matter, Whitebeard and Kaido are also curious. But now is not the time to figure this out. The current Yuichi didn't care about their eyes looking at him. Yuichi was staring at the system interface that popped up in front of him. Mission completed. Successfully defeated Senju Tobirama. Reward, Template Ability Enhancement, 510, 8%. Enable the transformation of the Fire Spirit attribute, the Water attribute form has been activated. The ability of the template is enhanced, and at the same time, the Fire Spirit can be transformed into Water attributes. The 2 rewards make the right one very excited. The victory or defeat of the world war is not what Yuichi cares about the most. System tasks can be triggered, and rewards can be continuously obtained so that the ability of the template can be awakened more and more. That's what Yuichi cares about most. And now feeling the second character template, Ma King Wang's awakening progress directly increases by 8%. Yuichi could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was increasing rapidly. If the total of the previous magic power is regarded as 1. So now it directly becomes 20. Don't look at it's just an 8% increase, there's a lot of power in it. The witch power has been doubled by 20 times. With the enhancement of witchcraft, first of all, Yuichi's super spirit form will naturally become stronger, not to mention the longer maintenance time. When the super spirit mode is not turned on, the speed of stress transformation Haki, Chakra, and Ryutsu will also become faster. Advertisement. Wulai is like a machine that converts energy. Before, it was only converted by one machine, but now it has been multiplied to 20 machines. The speed of converting various energies is naturally different. Now Yuichi only needs one thought, and the various energies in his body can be transformed in an instant, and all of them become the energy Yuichi wants to use. For example, if Yuichi wants to strengthen his own Haki power, then Ryutsu and the tail beast chakra in his body can be transformed into Haki power and blessed into Yuichi's body in an instant. With this point, if we really want to compare now, whether it's Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, or Shanks, neither Haki is stronger than Yuichi in terms of strength. With the ability of witch power to transform various energies into Haki, Yuichi can be well-deservedly called the strongest Haki master in One Piece world. Simply competing with Haki's strength, 4 Emperors is no match for Yuichi. Click to open your character interface. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 60.01%. Originally it should be 60%, but Yuichi used the super spirit body and Zanpakuto to combine. It seems that the awakening progress has increased by 0.01% again. Shikai, enabled. Bankai, Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, opened. Annihilating Scene, opened. Hang King, not open. Final Scene, unopened. Cut, advanced. Fist, medium. Go, moderate. Ghost, top, freely use all kid below number 55. Special skill, Empty Cicada. Expandability, Void Power, Masquerade State is enabled. Second character template, King Ma King Yat. Current awakening progress, 23.6%. The original awakening progress was 15.3% plus 8% of the task reward, which should be 23.3%, but the super spirit body mode was used in the last battle. Therefore, the awakening progress is automatically increased by 0.3%. Individual ability, Vision, enabled. Seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled. Holding spirit, fire spirit, attribute change, water attribute form. Super spirit body. Soul flame. Looking at his current character panel. The awakening progress of the second character template has increased crazily by a large margin. Advertisement. Also gained a new ability, the attribute conversion of the fire spirit, and the opening of the water attribute form. I don't know what new changes will happen after the attribute of the fire spirit is transformed into the attribute of water. In the original work of Summoning King, King Ma Kingya didn't use the ability of the fire spirit after changing attributes. Because there is no need for him at all. But for Yuichi, the ability of fire spirit after attribute conversion should also change. For example, the original soul flame of the fire spirit, after being transformed into a water attribute, the fire spirit's release of the soul flame should have a different power from the original soul flame. Thinking of this, Yuichi couldn't help but want to find a place to try. There must be unexpected surprises. But when Yuichi was immersed in his imagination, there was a roar from the light curtain. Yuichi came back to look up at the light curtain in the sky. A battle is erupting in that light curtain. The person who appears in the light curtain is the red-haired Shanks. It seems that the battle will continue, even if One Piece World has achieved 3 victories, it can be considered that the victory has been locked in advance, but the battle will still continue. And this battle is between Redhead Shanks and 3rd Tsuchikage 2 Scales Onaki. However, Onoji, the 2-day scale in the picture, is not the white-haired one. Although he looks very old, he has black hair. Onaki, the 2-day scale at his peak. Whitebeard sees Yuichi watching the fight. What were you thinking just now? Naturally, Yuichi's mind wandering can't be hidden from other people, being caught by Whitebeard. Yuichi just answered casually and perfunctorily. Then he looked at the 4th battle that had already started in the light curtain. Red-haired Shanks vs. Onaki, a 2-dimensional scale. The battle between the two was also very fierce. But what Yuichi cares about now is not the battle between the two, but the battle that has already been sealed, but the fight still has to continue. This seems to say that 3.7 has explained a lot of problems. The World War seems to decide not only who will exist and who will perish in the 2 worlds. At the same time, it also means to choose the best in the world. Because according to the rules given before the light curtain, those who participate in the battle and win will get a special reward. The picture of people from both worlds receiving special rewards is still vivid in my mind. And what this special reward will be now is also making people daydream. Whatever the special reward is, the point is now. It seems that even if the world is destroyed, the best of them will be selected. Now that the Hokage world, which is clearly doomed to lose, can continue to fight, Yuichi feels that it is not like picking the strongest world out of the 2 worlds to stay. But what it means to pick the best of both worlds. Yuichi looked up at the huge light curtain in the sky. If it is to select the strongest group of people in both worlds, then what is the purpose? Chapter 181 Onaki's Explosion, Boundary Stripping Technique. Continuous explosions erupted from the light curtain. Yuichi also put away his thoughts and looked at the 2 people in the picture. Red-haired Shanks vs. 3rd Tsuchikage and Onoji, the current battle is fierce. The strength as 4 Emperors Shanks is naturally not bad. Whether it is speed, strength, or swordsmanship, it is very strong. Advertisement. After all, he was once a trainee on Roger's pirate ship. While he may not have grown much at the time, Shanks was no less informed. After broadening his horizons, he will naturally work towards the Roger he has seen before. However, as 4 Emperors, Shanks is not a fruit-capable person, and he only has 1 arm left to fight. The reputation of the 4 Emperors' red-hair pirates, in addition to relying on Shanks himself, the deputy captain Ben Beckman also contributed. His presence is what Rayleigh and Roger are. Boom boom boom. Onaki, floating in the air in the picture, relies on the superiority of the air to continuously launch attacks. The bombardment of the dust escape beams made Shanks dodge constantly on the ground. Even if he wanted to fight back, it was very difficult for him to hit Onaki in the air with 29 waves of slashing. In desperation, Shanks rushed into the sky on moonwalk, and headed straight for Onaki. Although the speed is not very fast, it is not too slow. Marine 6 styles moonwalk, although people in the world of Hokage have not seen it before. But Shanks' moonwalk level is obviously even more astonishing, and he can move forward at high speed in the air. This surprised people in the Hokage world, and they all looked at Shanks in the picture in amazement. Dragging the knife with one hand and dodging one after another in the air, not only avoided Onaki's attack, but also shortened the distance with Onaki. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Onaki. This one-armed man is so strong. Is it possible to fight back under such circumstances? The ninjas of Uegakure are watching the picture on the light curtain nervously. The Jainin of Uegakure, however, are not worried at all. Instead he smiled. This guy got tricked. While a rock shinobi Jainin was saying this. On screen. Onaki, who seemed to be approached by the red-haired Shanks, was a little too late to react, and the expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Returned to a calm appearance. Noticing the change in the other's expression, Shanks felt bad. But at this distance, the knife in his hand has already been swung out. Advertisement. A slash with amazing haki towards Onaki. The piercing wind sounded, and haki burst into black lightning flashing. At the same time, Onaki showed a sneer. You seem to have no other means of attack. You can still counterattack under the attack of the old man, your strength is very strong. But if you think that you can launch a counterattack if you get close to the old man, you are very wrong. Putting his hands together, a dazzling light burst out from the gap between Yin Yemu's palms. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. Sitsaizi. Suddenly, a white light burst out from Onoki's palm. Appearing in front of the eyes with the light is a huge white cube. Instantly enveloped the red-haired Shanks. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others were taken aback. This trick might be uncomfortable. The shrouded red hair should not be defeated. In the next second, the veins on Onoki's face popped, and the powerful chakra wave spread. Boom! Inside the huge white cube, a terrifying explosion occurred. White light illuminates the entire battlefield. The red-haired figure was naturally easily engulfed by the light. People in both worlds stared at the light curtain in the sky, waiting for the dazzling white light to dissipate. Soon when the white light disappears, only third Suchikage was left in the sky. This little old man is floating in mid-air, smiling. Looking ahead, although he couldn't see the people in One Piece world, he knew that everyone in the other party's world could hear what he said. Then he opened his mouth and said very seriously, "People of other world, don't be too complacent, we will win the lost battle sooner or later." When the voice fell, the screen also disappeared. End of the fourth battle. Pirate, Hokage. 3:1. This time it actually gave Hokage world a victory. Seeing this result, Whitebeard and others have not recovered yet. How could that last move kill Shanks instantly? Even if that move is strong, it won't make Shanks lose directly. Although Kaido and Auntie have always had opinions on Shanks, a brat, and they don't like it. Advertisement. But the two still agree with Shanks' strength. Otherwise, he would not be firmly seated on the throne of the fourth Emperor of the Sea. If Shanks is easily killed by that move, then if they go up, if they are hit, they will end up no better than Shanks. A beam of light descended from the sky. Shanks reappears. Although he was killed in the battle, it seemed that he would not really die when fighting in the special world provided by the light curtain. Returning to Shanks in the pirate world, his face is not very good looking, but he is not too depressed. He didn't particularly care about winning or losing. What a terrifying power! Shanks couldn't help recalling what happened to him just now. Whitebeard on the side smiled, "I didn't expect you to be defeated. What is the strength of the enemy?" Venian Shanks explained, "At that moment, my body seemed to be broken down, from the inside to the outside muscles, bones, internal organs, cells. Everything seemed to be broken down by some kind of force." Hearing this statement, Kaido's expression became more dignified. Breakdown? No wonder Shanks was instantly killed, if it was some kind of ability to directly decompose people. Then this 047 has nothing to do with the issue of strength. No matter how strong a person is, they will be killed once they are tricked. It is a very good thing for them to know such a powerful ability in advance. Just be careful if you meet again in the future. As long as you guard against the opponent's move, it is not too difficult to defeat the opponent. Mom stood up slowly. Then it's my turn. A beam of light fell from the sky, and this time there was no choice. There is only one last person left on both sides. One Piece world is Big Mom who hasn't fought yet, and Hokage world is Mizukage Terumi Mei. A fight between two women. But the battle hasn't started yet. Yuichi guesses that Big Mom should win in the end. Compared with Terumi Mei's ability, Big Mom is naturally better. And although Terumi Mei is Mizukage is true, but the fighting power is still a bit weak. Although she has the limit of the double blood inheritance, but compared to the ability of the Big Mother's soul fruit, it is far behind. Furthermore, it has won many world wars before, and the overall strength of One Piece world has been strengthened. Not only has Big Mom become younger, but Haki's power has also become stronger. The situation has now appeared to suppress Chakra's power. So there will be no surprises in the outcome of this battle. With the beam of light falling, the fifth battle begins. Chapter 182. The progress bar is increasing rapidly, the invasion war is about to begin. Big Mom vs. Mizukage Terumi Mei. The battle venue for the two was randomly placed in a grassland scene. The beam of light fell, and the two appeared on the stage at the same time. But for this battle, people in both worlds have no expectations. Because the victory and defeat have been divided, people in the Hokage world don't care whether Terumi Mei can win or not. Advertisement. Even if she wins, it doesn't matter, the final score is still 3:2. Their Hokage world was completely defeated in the World War this time. However, the fierce battle made many ninjas see the demeanor of female ninja. Among the famous female ninjas in the entire ninja world, only Princess Tsunade is recognized by everyone. Now that Terumi Mei is on the stage, Lava Style and Boil Style are two bloodlines, and their combat effectiveness is also good. But these two forces face Big Mom's thunder and flames. The two homais created by her using her soul power alone were already too much for Terumi Mei to handle. The fire attack of Prometheus the sun and the thunder attack of Zeus. Under the thunder and fire, the ant didn't even have to do it herself, and Terumi Mei was forced to be very embarrassed. With fire in one hand and lightning in the other hand, Big Mom's abilities are extremely weird in the eyes of people in pirate world. Why is she fighting with a sun and a thundercloud? What is Big Mom's ability? Now it seems that Yuichi's ability is not too strange when compared with Big Mom. Big Mom's ability seems even more strange. Can the sun be made? Can it also create thunderclouds? And the power of both things is very powerful. She herself just stood there and watched quietly, leaving Mizukage Terumi Mei helpless. Although the battle is also very fierce. But it was also over soon. Because Terumi Mei launched a counterattack, she saw that Big Mom didn't take the initiative to attack, but relied on the strange sun and thunderclouds to attack, so she thought that Big Mom should not have much combat power. Try to get close to Big Mom and try to defeat Big Mom in melee combat. But the result surprised her. Big Mom took off the double-horned pirate hat Napoleon, and it turned into a gigantic blade. Seeing the moment this weapon appeared, Sarutobi and others in the ninja world immediately felt that something was wrong. The other party has a weapon. Then it also shows one thing, this scary woman who looks like an old witch. It also has the ability to fight in close quarters. Destruction blade. Big Mom's roar sounded, and a knife covered with strong haki hit Terumi Mei hard. And under this blow, Terumi Mei had no time to defend, and was instantly severely injured. The battle ended even faster than the previous confrontations. End of the fifth battle. Pirate, Hokage. Advertisement. 4:1. In the 5 battles, the pirates won 4, and the only loss was when Shanks faced Onaki. The reason for the defeat was that Onoji's ability was too strong. Without any information about Dust Dun's move, Shanks was completely defenseless. The final result appeared. And it did not appear that the Hokage world was looking forward to, allowing the winning Onoji to play against others. Text is displayed directly on the light curtain. The Fifth World War. Winner, One Piece World. Participating in combatants, the winner will receive a special reward. Special reward, overall strength increased by 5%. Overall strength boost. This is an invisible reward that cannot be seen or touched. For ordinary people, no one knows whether this reward is good or bad. But as the 5 people involved, Kaido, Whitebeard, Yuichi, Onaki, Big Mom, instantly feel the power surging in the body. Whether it's Haki's strength, or his own strength and speed, even the cells in his body seem to be more energetic. Whitebeard was even more excited now. Because he felt as if he suddenly fell back to the state he was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he just felt as if his body was beginning to decline, in other words, one of Whitebeard, was approaching his strongest peak. It's just that at that time, his physical function was declining, and of course there was no illness or anything. Although the overall strength was only strengthened by 5%, Whitebeard felt that his strength was at least several times stronger than before. Because while the body is recovering, Haki's power and Shock Fruit's power have also been strengthened. Whitebeard was excited and Kaido couldn't keep calm either. As the ability user of Yuya Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon form, his fruit ability has been strengthened, his body strength has been strengthened, and Haki has been strengthened. Now Kaido feels even more invulnerable to attacks. He even felt like he might be able to challenge Whitebeard. But when he felt the stronger aura coming from Whitebeard beside him, Kaido felt helpless. He is not the only one who has been enhanced. The old Whitebeard got stronger too. It should be a little bit far from him. Auntie is also in a good mood, and Shanks is the depressed one among the crowd. How could he meet that enemy Onaki? Chen Dun caught him off guard, and now he felt the aura of everyone around him increasing. Shanks seems to have suddenly become the weakest existence of the 5 emperors. Advertisement. The most surprising one was Yuichi. Although everyone's aura has become stronger, Yuichi's aura has been strengthened to a degree that is far superior to others. It seems that the degree of enhancement of Yuichi is not the same as that of Whitebeard. The reason Shanks feels this way is simply because Yuichi has strengthened more than just his own power zone. Character template Byakuya Kukaki. Awakening progress, 65.01%. Character template Mocking Yewang. Awakening progress, 28.6%. The power of the 2 character templates has also been increased by 5%. In addition to this, Yuichi himself has also been enhanced in power. From the superposition, Yuichi's enhancement is far more than 5%. So the momentum that erupted is far stronger than that of Whitebeard and others. However, This situation also attracted the attention of Whitebeard et.al. After all, Yuichi seems to have strengthened a lot, and they can't ignore this situation. Now, however, something else is grabbing everyone's attention. One Piece World won the Fifth World War. World Sublimation, 3%. This time it's all people around the world feeling their strength grow. And Yuichi's character template data changes again. Character template Byakuya Kukaki. Awakening progress, 68.01%. Reminder, Bankai Senbonzakura will be unlocked when the Awakening Jin, Wang Hao, reaches 70%. Character template Mokeng Ye Wang. Awakening progress, 31.6%. Seeing the prompt given by his own system, Yuichi was in a very happy mood. The depression of defecting from the marine was also swept away. Hanjing, Senbonzakura Bankai's move is too lethal, even a terrifying move that can destroy half of the Sui Palace with one blow. I'm finally about to be turned on by myself. There is only 2% of the awakening progress, and if you practice hard, you may not need to trigger any missions or win the World War, and you will be able to liberate the general before the next World War begins. Congratulations to both worlds for successfully going through 5 World Wars. World War protection period has expired. Reminder, in the subsequent World Wars, no protection will be provided. Once you die, you are really dead. Simultaneous World War 6. The invasion battle officially begins. The order of the 2 world invasions is randomly determined by the system. First move, Hokage World. Chapter 183 Invasion, That Man is Here. Initiative, Hokage World. Time 30 days. A total of 5 invasion opportunities. The next invasion starts every 5 days. Number of intruders. Advertisement. The first invasion, Japan. The second invasion, 2 people. The third invasion, 4 people. The fourth invasion, 8 people. The fifth invasion, 16 people. Rule, the number of intruders is not fixed. The interval between each invasion is 5 days, within 5 days, the invader needs to complete the invasion task, or survive to the specified time. Otherwise, the number of intruders will change when the next invasion is enabled. Complete the invasion mission, the invaders and the world will be rewarded. Survive to the specified time, the number of intruders will not decrease when the next invasion starts. Complete the invasion task and survive to the specified time, the number of next invasion personnel will be increased. Defender, One Piece World. Block the intruder to complete the task, and hunt down the intruder. Every time the invading party completes the invasion mission, it will weaken the power of the world. Killing the invaders can regain the weakened power. A lot of rules are displayed on the light curtain, making people dazzled for a while. Many people's brains are running at full speed, analyzing the rules given by the light curtain. The invasion war has begun. But this time there are too many rules, which made many people confused for a while. So that no one seems to notice what is being displayed beneath the light curtain. The invading world, S477 level combat personnel, can snatch the opportunity to invade. 3. 2. First intruder, Uchiha. At this moment, the 5 shadows looked at a large list of rules, and they already understood a little bit. Hiruzen spoke first. This world war looks like it's serious. It is no longer the person who chooses the 2 sides and fights in a special space, but directly puts the place of the battle in the opponent's world. Speaking of this, he was very excited. Is there finally a chance to go to another world? Although he has fought so many times with people from the opponent's world, only Konoha had the opportunity to send a team to the opponent's world during the First World War. People in other villages have only seen some pictures of the other side's world through the light curtain. Advertisement. But even those fleeting images are enough to shock people. For example, this time, the opposing world is the power that fought in the World War, the 5 Emperors Alliance. Their location seems to be an island floating in mid-air. Such a spectacle is simply too shocking for people in the Hokage world. There is no such weird place in the ninja world. Air. How can such a big island, float in mid-air? Strangeness. Onoki looked at the excited Raikage and couldn't help but said, the important issue now is the rules of this war. Do you understand these rules? Luo Sha, who had been silent all this time, nodded lightly, I probably understand. Luo Sha raised his head and began to express his understanding. This world war. The first party responsible for the invasion was their Hokage world. The opponent is responsible for defense. The invasion time is 30 days, in other words, people in the Hokage world have 30 days to complete the invasion task in the opponent's world. And try to complete the task as much as possible while surviving for 30 days alone. The first invasion can only be done by one person, and if this person does not complete the task, he will not be able to survive for 5 days until the arrival of the second intruder. Then the number of personnel for the second invasion will be reduced. It may even be the same as the number of people in the first invasion, so only one person can be sent there. So the crux of the problem is that the person who invaded for the first time must be strong, even if he cannot complete the task of the first invasion. You must also find a way to survive until the second invasion opens. That would increase the number of intruders to 3. And the more intruders there are, the more help it will be to complete the intrusion task. So, therefore, it is necessary to make every intrusion personnel survive as much as possible. Even the personnel of the first 2 invasions were no more obsessed with completing tasks. Just need to survive. When the third invasion started, the number of intruders increased by 4. Adding the previous 3 people is 3 people, and the total has increased to 7 people. 7 people, this is already the number of 2 ninja squads. 2 ninja squads, then you can try to complete the invasion mission. And what exactly is the invasion mission? Obviously, it will not be announced until it enters the other party's world. In other words, after the start of the third invasion, it is time to start completing the invasion mission. The 4th time was 8 people, and the 5th time was 16 people. The number of people grows exponentially, and the ninjas who can count the invasion have more space to operate. After Luo Sha finished speaking, Hiruzen and Onoki thought for a moment and nodded. Luo Sha's analysis is very good. Advertisement. In this invasion battle, the ninjas dispatched will start from the third invasion, and how many tasks can be completed and how many rewards can be won for the Hokage world. That's all for later, just follow this line of thinking. In the end, there will be rewards in the Hokage world, it's just a matter of how much rewards. Just as the 5 of them were discussing countermeasures. The rules on the light curtain are sorted out and displayed on the side screen, and on the center screen. A row of text that stunned all the ninjas was displayed. First invasion chance. Snatched by Uchiha Madara. First intruder confirmed, Uchiha Madara. When the name Uchiha Madara appeared, everyone in the ninja world was stunned. Including Wukage who was discussing countermeasures, they all stared at the words flashing in the light curtain in dumbfounded. Next second. A face that caught everyone's attention appeared on the screen. The face of Uchiha Madara appears on the screen. With his eyes closed, he seemed to feel his own image appearing on the light curtain. Madara opened her eyes suddenly. A pair of eyes seemed to see through the light curtain, staring directly at everyone in the ninja world. 5 cages, you are really embarrassing us. Madara's tone was very bad. It's like a parent scolding their child. 5 cages' complexion became even uglier. Even a group of guys who only know how to use brute force can't be defeated. Has the current ninja world fallen to this point? Is this the ninja world that Hashirama dreamed of? Humph. Boom. White light enveloped Madara. Feeling the invisible force pulling her body, Madara's eyes flashed. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in front of him. Next, let me, Madara, show you what a real ninja is. Let me see how these people from the other world are doing. Madara's body rises into the sky in the light curtain. But at the moment in Pirate World, everyone's expressions are a little weird. I always feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Madara, everyone in the Pirate World has seen it before. Didn't they just broadcast the battle between Madara and Hashirama when obtaining information? It's just that many people seem to have a vague impression of Madara now. But there are also people who remember. Among them, Yuichi will naturally not forget. Watch as Madara disappears through the light curtain. Yuichi's heart was beating extremely fast now. That man is coming to Pirate World. Chapter 184 Uchiha Madara came to the pirates. Ping A is a big move. Invading. The gate of the dimension opens. Put intruders. Successful delivery. The gate of the dimension is closed. Advertisement. The light curtain in the sky disappeared instantly. At the same time, in front of everyone, a shrunken version of the screen suddenly appeared. But only everyone can see themselves on this screen. When you look at others, you will find that there is nothing in front of them. The auditorium is officially open. All personnel who have not entered the lowest level of combat power evaluation can choose whether to enter the auditorium to view the intruder screen. Those who do not enter the auditorium will not be able to watch the screen of the intruder. Yuichi looked at the text displayed on the interface that popped up in front of him, but did not provide Yuichi with a choice. Obviously, an S-level fighter like Yuichi cannot enter the audience seats. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky means that it is no longer possible to see the picture of Uchiha Madara's location as before. In this way, it is not easy to find Madara. But it is also understandable that if Madara is in this world, all of them can easily watch Madara's picture. Then, where and what the other party is doing, don't people in Pirate World know everything about it? This is of course impossible. And the people who can enter the auditorium are probably some ordinary people. When they enter the auditorium, they will naturally not be able to participate in the battle, so they can see the picture of Madara. And this time the auditorium is officially open, it seems that there is no fixed candidate. In other words, ordinary people can probably go to the auditorium as long as they want to. As Yuichi thought. Ordinary people who chose to enter the auditorium were indeed transported into a strange space in an instant. Here you can't feel your own body, or even feel anything. There is just a huge light curtain glowing in the dark. And the picture in the light curtain is the man from before, Uchiha Madara. The number of audiences in One Piece world is constantly increasing. For ordinary people, if they do not enter the auditorium, it means that they will be in danger. Wouldn't it be bad if that invader was dropped on their village? On screen. Madara. Standing on top of a steeple. He folded his arms across his chest and stared ahead. He closed his eyes and felt the breeze blowing beside him. Advertisement. Feel the sunshine on your body. Gently smell the taste in the air. That's the feeling can't be wrong. I Uchiha Madara, live again. Opening his eyes, Madara seems to be in a small town, but there are no people in this small town. Probably ordinary people in these small towns have entered the auditorium to watch. Let's not mention how people in One Piece world react. In the ninja world, the 5 cages and even all the ninjas in the entire ninja world felt inexplicable panic in their hearts. But under the panic, it seemed a little excited. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. A man who can be compared with the ninja god, this person has invaded the opponent's world. This means that the next life in the other world will definitely not be easy. This seems like a pretty good look. But at the same time, a worrying problem also emerged. Look at Uchiha Madara's crazy eyes and crazy smile in the picture. This man was already dead, but now he was resurrected in the other party's world. It seems to be because of the staggered time of the privileges obtained from the previous victories, but the question is if Madara gets the reward. In case there is a reward for resurrecting the dead among these rewards. Then Madara returns to the ninja world after resurrection, it is not good. That man is synonymous with destruction, and only first Hokage Senju Hashirama could defeat him back then. If the monster returns to the ninja world with rewards, then no matter what rewards the Hokage world gets, it doesn't seem to be a victory. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is that what it looks like? Although fourth Raikage looked serious, there was a look of disdain hidden in his eyes. He doesn't care too much about Uchiha Madara nor is he afraid of Uchiha's power. Feeling the contempt in fourth Raikage's words, Onoji felt that he had to remind Raikage this man, don't underestimate him. Fortunately, he is resurrected in the opponent's world now. If he is resurrected in the ninja world, if not, it will be a terrible disaster for the entire ninja world. Regarding Onaki's alarmist talk, fourth Raikage just nodded perfunctorily. Sarutobi swallowed softly, although Madara is worth watching out for, it's not us who are having a headache now, it should be those people from Otherworld. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is resurrected in Otherworld. Then let's make a big fuss. Let everyone take a good look at your power, and feel how terrifying the power of a genin is. At this moment, ordinary people in Pirate World entered the auditorium, looking at the guy in the picture who laughed like a madman. This guy, he must have a brain problem. By the way, you don't think he looks very familiar? I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. Ask for flowers. 0. Idiot, this guy is from Otherworld, how could you have seen it? But I also feel as if I've seen him somewhere. Advertisement. People in the auditorium were arguing. However, in the next second, the rattling sound of Madara's neck bones can be heard. Twisting his body, he glanced at the town below. Some people who did not choose to enter the auditorium also found Madara standing on the minaret. All looking up at Madara. They seemed to be curious, what is this guy doing up there? The condescending Madara looked down on the men. The dress of people in this world is indeed somewhat different from that in the Hokage world. At the same time, Madara also felt different energy fluctuations from them, although it was very weak or even so weak that it was almost non-existent. 0. But there is no doubt that this is really another world. Myriad worlds. The world is really not just a ninja world, ha 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 ha. Great, Madara, seem to have found a new purpose. A small ninja world seems to no longer satisfy Madara. His vision should be more long-term. The stars, the sea, the heavens, and the myriad worlds, to conquer all these worlds should be his goal of Uchiha Madara. What infinite Tsukuyomi, the sacred tree, should be only a small part of it. Madara found a bigger and more distant goal, and suddenly his gaze and aura began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Jump up and jump into the air. The eyelids of the people in the small town twitched wildly. This man, jumped down, is he going to commit suicide? Falling from that height, I am afraid that the success rate will be torn apart. However, in the next second a flame appeared. Fire style, the mighty fire is extinguished. Boom. The overwhelming flames erupted, completely enveloping the entire town in an instant. The flames roared, forming a wave of flames that rolled and spread continuously, and in a blink of an eye an entire town was destroyed under the flames. Seeing this scene, the ninjas were dumbfounded. Some of them couldn't believe what they saw. A whole town, such a huge town. got wiped out by a fire-style ninjutsu. The scale of fire-style ninjutsu is comparable to the power of S-rank ninjutsu. This is the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Ordinary ninjutsu can also use the power of S-level ninjutsu. Chapter 185 The location of the intruder, the task is released. Ordinary ninjas look at the raging fire in the picture. In an instant, the entire town was swallowed up. Such ninjutsu attainments cannot be matched by flattery. Even Master Wukage, he can't use ordinary ninjutsu with such power. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's mastery of fire style is too terrifying, and his chakra amount is also amazing, otherwise it would be impossible to explode this kind of power. Advertisement. After all, it is still the amount of chakra. For a ninja, the amount of chakra largely determines the strength of a ninja. And Uchiha Madara, the one who can arm wrestle with the first Hokage ninja god with the chakra ocean. Obviously the amount of chakra is equally unmatched. Looking at the flames engulfing the entire island in that picture, the eyes of the ninjas are full of envy. It would be great when their ninjutsu has such power. 820. Ninjas envy Madara. But the people in the auditorium of Pirate World were all stunned. A person spit out a flame casually, destroying a huge town. There are also many civilians among them, and this guy shoots directly regardless of ordinary people. What makes people feel terrible is not only Madara's power, but also his pair of eyes that people dare not look directly at. This person, compared with those shadows before, it seems to be even more terrifying. There are not a few people who feel this way. However, the people in the audience of One Piece World, they have no way to tell the people in their own world, what this guy Madara did. Unable to pass on any information, they can only watch Madara destroy a small town. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The flames lit up most of the ocean. In the red water, Madara walked towards the sea. He glanced at the interface that popped up from the corner of his eye. Destroy. Very good and to my taste. Boom. Advertisement. In the next second, chakra exploded under his feet, blasting a cloud of water on the sea in an instant, and Madara's figure was ejected like a cannonball. It fell heavily towards the distant sea. After touching the sea surface, there was another astonishing splash of water, and Madara's figure did not stop at all, and continued to accelerate towards the distance. Moving in this way on the sea surface shocked many people in One Piece World. These ninjas seem to be able to walk freely on the sea. This ability is great for pirates. If they have this ability, it would be great. The picture of Madara becomes constantly advancing on the sea, constantly moving, and his destination is unknown. At the same time, the screen on the other side appeared. Among them, there are pictures of Naval Headquarters Kong and pictures of New World 5 Emperor's Alliance. In Naval Headquarters, Kong is giving orders to Marine to search for traces of the invader Uchiha Madara. And a high price is offered for all information about Madara's whereabouts. The response is not to say that it is not fast. However, Whitebeard and others from the 5 Emperor's Alliance on the other side have not made any moves yet. Whitebeard also suggested that the pirates under his command start looking for Madara in New World. But Yuichi raised his hand and interrupted Whitebeard's proposal. Need not. Hearing Yuichi said no, Whitebeard was a little puzzled. Are we just doing nothing here? Leave the intruder alone. Kaido also frowned. That intruder looks very strong, I really want to fight him. Without answering the two of them immediately, Yuichi stared at the small light curtain in front of him carefully. In the upper right corner there is a three-dimensional map of One Piece World. And a red dot appeared on it. If you didn't observe carefully, you would think it was just a special picture hanging at the edge of the light curtain. But Yuichi's observation is very careful. At the same time, as Yuichi with a template system, he is also very clear that the things displayed by the system are never useless. So after taking a closer look, I found out that this is equivalent to a globe, and the flashing red dot should be the location of Madara if nothing unexpected happens. It can be understood after a little thought. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky is obviously to prevent people from easily knowing Madara's location. And the pirate world is so big, is it too difficult to find an intruder in the huge world? Besides, ninjas know the transformation technique. If Madara changes into someone else's appearance, don't try to find him easily. So there must be some other way to lock Madara's location. Advertisement. And the three-dimensional map Yuichi in the upper right corner of the light curtain will open it up. Looking carefully at the position of the red dot, it is in the first half of the Grand Line, on an unnamed island. Now the red dot is blinking on the island. You'd better look at the thing in the upper right corner of your own light curtain. Isn't the enemy's position already marked? Hear Yuichi's words. The four of them were all taken aback, and immediately checked their light curtains. Whether they saw what Yuichi said, Yuichi himself didn't know. But the expressions of the four of them changed instantly in the next second, obviously they saw it. Is the position of the red dot the place of the intruder? Kaido is gearing up. Great! Now that I know where the other party is, I'll go and heal him. said that Kaido wanted to leave from Sky Island, and was about to call the floating ship in the distance to come and pick him up. And Yuichi stopped him. Don't worry. Kaido. Calling him by his first name made Kaido stunned for a moment, but recalling Yuichi's strength, the other party is also considered to be of the same level as himself. It's okay to call yourself by your first name. Kaido frowned. Any more questions? Yuichi pointed to the red dot on his light curtain. It will take a lot of time to drive over this distance, so you don't have to worry at all. Not in a hurry? It will take a few days to go to the first half of the Grand Line. If you are not in a hurry, when will you have to wait? Looking at Kaido, he was impatient and didn't want to wait for a second. Yuichi turned his head and waved to Enel, who was standing on the Arcmato in the distance. Sensing Yuichi's movement, Enel instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Yuichi. Yuichi turned his head and looked at the four of them. It does take a few days to sail from the sea, but if it is 3.1 from the air, this distance only takes 1 day and is enough. Air? Whitebeard and the others glanced at each other. Not bad. Your floating pirate group seems to have an advantage that none of us can match. Yuichi smiled lightly, relying on Enel's Arcmato, although the speed is already very good, but because this guy's boat made of gold is not light. However, if you cooperate with Shiki's lion fruit ability and let Shiki also contribute, then the flying speed can be doubled. In this way, it may take only half a day to travel from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. But what Yuichi is more concerned about is that Madara should not stay on this unnamed island for too long. Where will he go next? Task announcement. Mission: prevent Uchiha Madara from completing the invasion mission. Task reward: temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. Chapter 186. Target location: Nice lobby, attractive reward. A temporary conversion of the character template's awakening progress. What is this? Yuichi didn't quite understand. The rewards given by the system this time were a little too weird. It's not an ability, nor is it increasing the awakening progress of the character template, but what does it mean to give a temporary conversion? The system interface changes again and an explanation is given. Temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. You can temporarily clear the awakening progress bar of a certain character template, and superimpose the cleared awakening progress on other character templates. Advertisement. Seeing this explanation, Yuichi understood. That is to say, he can adjust the awakening progress of his two character templates at any time. For example, the awakening progress of Byakuya Kukaki's character template has reached 68%. And Ma King Yewang's template awakening progress is only 31%. Then Yuichi can temporarily clear the awakening progress of Asakura Yewang's character template. Superimpose it on the template of Byakuya Kukaki. Of course, how much can be increased? It should not be as simple as 68 plus 31 directly. There may be loss, or it may be reduced by weakness. But anyway, Byakuya Kukaki's template awakening progress is imbued with 31% of the Asakura Leaf King template. How can it reach 75%? At 29, at least it can guarantee that Yuichi can easily open the second scene of Senbonzakura Bankai, the scene of Han. This reward not only directly enhanced Yuichi's strength, but also gave Mo a new way to break through the limit. To know the power of the character template increases by 1%. Giving Yuichi an immediate power boost isn't all that simple. The more the progress of awakening increases later, the more powerful the power will become. So, this reward is great for Yuichi. Must complete the task. Be aware that sometimes when one of Yuichi's character templates gets stuck at a certain node. Using this function, you can temporarily break through this bottleneck. Might be able to handle emergencies. Naturally, the more cards the better. Then let's set off. How many people can the ship of your cotter hold? Whitebeard's voice rang in Yuichi's ear. Yuichi was thinking about new missions and new rewards. Waking up to Whitebeard's voice, Yuichi turned to look at Enel. The guy squinted his eyes and thought for a while. Proverbs can hold a lot of people, but it will slow down a lot. Yuichi turned his head to look at Shiki in the distance, and waved to Shiki. Shiki, who was watching, saw Yuichi's actions, and curled his lips in displeasure. Stinky boy, do you really think that this old man is a cotter under his command? Although he said so, Shiki's body was very honest and flew straight towards Yuichi. Advertisement. Coming to Yuichi, Shiki asked slightly dissatisfied, what's wrong? Using your abilities on Proverbs should be able to speed up the boat a lot. Shiki had noticed Enel's ship a long time ago, and he nodded, with my help, the speed of that ship will naturally be several times faster. Okay. Yuichi turned to look at Whitebeard. The speed increases and we need less time. So each person only brings no more than 20 people on board, and 5 pirate groups make up a team of 100 people, which is enough to deal with an intruder. Saying that, Yuichi suddenly remembered Big Mom. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Big Mom. When it comes to bringing people here, isn't there a better way? Isn't that mirror fruit ability user just a mobile portable pocket? There is no problem with how many people can fit in. Only a mirror is needed to release the people in the space at any time. But now it is only dealing with Madara alone, and the quota of 20 people for each pirate group is already very good. Whitebeard and others have already begun to select pirates to follow them on board. The 4 of them each brought their own 3 major backbones, and selected several powerful cotters. It can be said that the 100 people who boarded the Proverbs are the core fighting force of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Even if such 100 people were to destroy Ma Lin Fan, there would be no problem. Looking at the actions of the pirates at this moment, the people in the auditorium couldn't help feeling that their reaction was too fast. As for Marine, Kong didn't seem to have carefully looked at the small light curtain that could be summoned at any time. Didn't even notice the location of Madara marked out earlier. However, Marine has a large number of people, and the whole world is within the range of Marine. The first half of the Grand Line also has a lot of manpower. Even if they don't find this problem, they will find Madara's trace. It's just that compared with the situation of the pirates, the civilians in the audience felt how silly Marine is. He didn't notice such an obvious thing on the light curtain on his face. At this moment, Madara, who was advancing rapidly on the sea, had jumped onto a merchant ship. A fire style. Most of the merchant ship was directly destroyed, and on the gradually silent merchant ship, Madara grabbed the captain. I'm going somewhere. That place is called An Ice Lobby, tell me you know this place. The terrified captain talked endlessly, and even handed Madara the pointer in his hand. Madara, holding the recording pointer and the permanent pointer, smiled indifferently. There is no need for such a thing. Advertisement. You just have to tell me An Ice Lobby is in that direction. The captain opened the nautical chart he carried with him, found the direction of An Ice Lobby and told Madara. After confirming the direction, Madara threw the captain into the sea casually. Jumping to the distant sea, Madara stood on the sea and slowly turned around. Watching the sinking merchant ship, Madara raised her hand and sealed the seal instantly. Fire style great fireball technique. Boom. The huge fireball instantly destroyed the sinking merchant ship. After doing all this, Madara turned her head and flew straight in the direction of An Ice Lobby. However, what he did now makes people feel what kind of person this man is. Cruel, and indifferent to life. An extremely terrifying existence, and his current destination seems to be An Ice Lobby, one of Marine's 3 important institutions. 750 Why go to An Ice Lobby? People in One Piece world don't know what Madara is going to do at An Ice Lobby. But in the Hokage world, they have already seen Madara's invasion mission. Go to An Ice Lobby to destroy, and defeat at least one S-level combat personnel who came to support. Complete the invasion mission to plunder a portion of the power of the pirate world. At the same time, intruders will be rewarded, increase power by 5%. Reminder, on this basis, every time you defeat an additional S-level fighter who comes to support you, the task reward will be doubled. At the same time, if An Ice Lobby is completely destroyed, an additional copy of One Piece world will be looted. Watch Madara's invasion mission. Hiruzen and others were a little envious. The reward is to increase the strength by 5%, if they had grabbed the invasion qualification before. Now this reward belongs to them. Destroy fixed target locations and defeat supporting enemies. Such tasks are familiar to ninjas. And in the opponent's world, apart from the 5 emperors, other S-level combat personnel, marine admirals and the like, don't need to care too much. This task is not too difficult to complete. Seeing this, they thought of their second chance to invade 5 days later. This time, there are 2 places, and if Madara completes the invasion task, the number of invaders will increase. Then who will be sent to invade next time will have to be discussed carefully. Even the old Oniki and Sarutobi don't want to miss this opportunity to become stronger. Chapter 187 Dreamland, the An Ice Lobby of the Shocked Ninja. 5 Cages discussed who to send to invade the opponent's world next time. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. Is Madara this time the candidate they negotiated? The opportunity to invade the other world is not something they can decide. The sun is setting. Advertisement. Slowly disappear from the sea. Night falls. And Madara, who knew the location of An Ice Lobby before, is constantly speeding on the sea. On the dark sea, if it were someone else, they would have already lost their way. Although the ninja can stand on the sea and run fast. But this is equivalent to a normal person walking in the desert in the dark. With no needles and no stars in the sky, no one could tell the direction. And Madara. It seems that there is no such problem, and it is going straight in the direction of An Ice Lobby. With a sense of direction beyond ordinary people, people in both worlds are dumbfounded. No one could believe it until he arrived at the An Ice Lobby. Always thought it was incredible. How could someone find an island in the vast sea with just a casually pointed direction? If it hadn't been for them to witness Madara galloping step by step from the vast sea after several hours. I'm afraid no one would believe that there is such a perverted sense of direction in this world. In fact, however, it's not because of Madara's sense of direction pervert. It's because of Madara's pupil technique and insight that he can still see clearly in the dark sea. Come to the ice lobby. When the island appeared in the picture, the whole Hokage world was stunned. In the endless sea, there is a hole. Sea water poured into it continuously, but it still seemed unable to fill it up. And there is an island floating in this huge hole. Although it is not completely floating in the air, the passage linking with the main island of ice lobby cannot support the weight of ice lobby at all. So it is undoubtedly an island floating in mid-air. It's just that its location is in a huge hole in the sea. It is equivalent to a smaller plug, which cannot completely fill the hole. It's still not very clear under the night sky. However, with the help of the lights on the ice lobby, it is still possible to see the situation of the island clearly. Such a spectacular scene appeared on the light curtain and was watched by everyone in the ninja world. Advertisement. At this moment, people couldn't help but sigh. Is this, the island of the other world? What a fantastic venue, there is no place like this in ninja world. Amazing. There is still such a place. Aren't the places where the 5 emperors and the others were located just above the islands floating in mid-air? Now ninjas seem to be looking forward to One Piece world more and more. Such an incredible place actually exists. They really want to know what power makes such a large island float above the hole in the sea. Madara. Jump above the ice lobby in one leap. His movements were so fast that no one noticed him at all. But Madara is also surprised now. Really, this place is nice. Speaking of which, Madara stood on the roof of a certain house, scanning the entire ice lobby. But such a beautiful place will soon be destroyed. Looking at the sky, Madara smiled. At sunrise, let's do it again. Before that, Madara had to do another extremely important thing. That is, intelligence gathering. A strange world, a strange place. Just from the previous few world wars, although a lot of information can be obtained from the battles. But the place in front of me is called ice lobby, which is an extremely important institution of world government. There must be a lot of important information here. Before destroying it, it is natural to investigate it carefully. Madara glanced down at a patrol team slowly passing by below. A patrolman at the end of the figure flashed and disappeared instantly. 0108125229 Fila 122551521. Immediately afterwards, this person appeared again, but this time this person has become Madara disguised using transformation technique. He followed the patrol towards the inside of the ice lobby. Madara has infiltrated the ice lobby here. At the same time, the audience of One Piece world looked at Marine in the picture. Madara has already successfully sneaked into ice lobby, and is planning something, but the current Marine hasn't noticed Madara's location yet. A huge marine organization is looking for it like a headless chicken. Although it looks very busy, what they do is useless. And the other side. On a huge ship, the 5 Emperors Alliance of the Arc Proverbs has quickly turned over the red line from New World, and has reached the first half of the Grand Line. Advertisement. But at this moment, Yuichi found another problem. The position of the red dot on the map seems to be refreshed every half an hour. On the way here, Yuichi has been looking at the map on the small light curtain. When he accidentally noticed that the red dot suddenly jumped from one position to another, Yin Yi understood. This map does not show the real-time Madara location. Instead, it has a fixed refresh time. But also understandable. If you can see the location of Madara anytime and anywhere, then it is too easy to find Madara. In that way, for the intruders, it might be a dream to survive for 5 days. Therefore, there is a fixed refresh time, which also prevents the invaders from being chased by the enemy all the time. But for half an hour, if it is an ordinary person, the radius of activity is also limited. And the half-hour voyage on the sea is even easier to determine. However, Madara was different. Yuichi noticed, Madara moved much faster than the ship in half an hour. His radius of action for half an hour is simply terrifying. So though for now it looks like Madara is staying near the ice lobby for now. Still, it's not easy to confirm that Madara is in the ice lobby. So Yuichi and others who had just crossed the red line and arrived at the first half of the Grand Line chose to take a short break. After waiting for half an hour, Madara's location is refreshed again before acting. On the other side, when Yuichi and others were resting, Kong was like an ant on a hot pan. But very melancholy. Find an intruder all over the world, how can you find it? Those ninjas can transform. If they pretend to be ordinary people, even Marines won't be able to find them easily. Kong has been busy all afternoon, and the more he thinks about it, the more weird he feels. This, is simply impossible. How do they find it? After calming down, Kong finally opened his own light curtain in anticipation of countless people in the auditorium of One Piece world. As Kong was carefully reviewing the rules for this invasion, he suddenly noticed the map in the upper right corner. Seeing Kong found the problem. Everyone in the auditorium sighed, did you finally find out? This is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, this reaction is too slow. In fact, if it weren't for the experienced traveler Yuichi, not to mention that Kong wouldn't be able to discover it, there might not be many people in One Piece world who would study the things on the small light screen. Kong clicked to look at the map in front of him, and looked at the location of the flashing red dot after zooming in. He stood up abruptly, the original location. I told us a long time ago. Damn. I didn't notice it at all before. Kong was very helpless as he said that, he didn't notice this kind of thing, it was his problem. But he quickly noticed another problem. Wait, this location is Nice Lobby. Chapter 188 Target Nice Lobby, Restless Night. Look at the position where the red dot flashes on the light curtain. Nice Lobby. There are 3 vital institutions under the world government. Nice Lobby, Impel Down, Naval Headquarters Malin Fan and more. These 3 places are extremely important to the world government, and even the safety of these 3 islands represents the face of the world government. Advertisement. At the moment, where that intruder is located is one of the Nice Lobby. Is this okay? Kong stood up immediately, bursting through the door of the office with incredible speed. Bang! Buzz! The marine soldiers guarding the door were stunned. My lord, you are... Facing Kong, who suddenly broke through the door, the 2 soldiers were a little inexplicably afraid. Kong didn't care what the 2 soldiers were thinking, and directly raised his hand to grab each other. Hurry up and notify all the marines in the headquarters to set off immediately. Go to the Nice Lobby. Go to the Nice Lobby as quickly as possible. Nice Lobby. The 2 soldiers were a little confused, but Kong didn't have the time to explain, so he kicked them away. Turning around, he threw the broken wooden door aside and entered the office. Kong immediately picked up the phone and contacted the 3rd Admiral. Nice Lobby. Absolutely no accidents can be allowed. That is not only the face of the world 627 government, but also the face of Marine. If he couldn't keep Nice Lobby, then wouldn't he be ashamed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? The peaceful night was broken just like that. In addition to contacting the 3 admirals, Kong also directly contacted Spondam, the commander of CP9 who is currently on the Nice Lobby. Spondam, who was ready to sleep in the room, picked up the phone bundle sent by his subordinates with a puzzled expression. It's about time. Naval Headquarters urgently contact me. Spondam, who picked up the phone bug, heard Kong telling him that there was an intruder at the Nice Lobby before he could open his mouth. Let him find a way to find the intruder. Kong gave a series of instructions, until he hung up the phone. Spondam still didn't respond. Intruder. At the Nice Lobby. Are you kidding me? This is the Nice Lobby, where countless world government intelligence personnel gather. How could someone sneak in here without being discovered? Spondam couldn't believe it. But the other party is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and the other party is only temporarily acting as the Marshal of Marine. The Marine Marshal can't control his Nice Lobby, but the armed forces are always different. Advertisement. Although it seems that you can't control yourself, you still have to respect it more or less. Or maybe the intruder was actually at the Nice Lobby. Wouldn't it be better if that was the case? Catch an intruder, wouldn't it make the 5 elders take their Nice Lobby more seriously? Maybe let him become the chief of the CPO in one fell swoop. This is a great opportunity. Kong, the majestic commander-in-chief of the armed forces, wouldn't be able to play tricks on him. Spondam didn't feel sleepy anymore, and immediately jumped out of bed, recall Liu Qi and the others overnight, and let's put aside the mission over there. World War is what 5 elders cares most about these days. Compared with things like ancient weapon design drawings, they can be put aside temporarily. Let everyone act for me and block Nice Lobby immediately. Invaders from the other world seem to be on this island. The 2 men who followed Spondam were a little surprised to hear what he said. Intruder? The invaders from other world actually came to Tongfu. They also know what this means, which means an excellent opportunity to do meritorious deeds. World War, other world, invaders. An opportunity to understand the other world is in front of them, intelligence personnel, and this cannot be missed. One time, all the staff at Nice Lobby went into action. The entire island was instantly lit up. Quick, don't miss any place, and search for all traces of the intruder. Everyone hurry up, if Nice Lobby is really sneaked into without anyone noticing, it would be a great shame to us. A certain window, Madara leaning against the window. With one hand propped on his chin, he looked at the people on the roof below and on the road rushing out like a colony of ants. Madara was a little surprised. Did you find me? Not bad. To be able to find my traces, people in this world, Jack, don't seem to be useless. But discoveries belong to discoveries, because these people also want to find themselves? Madara shook her head disdainfully, got up, and left from the window. Looking back, there is a desk in the center of this huge office. Although it is not clear who this office is. But seeing this arrangement and layout, this should be the office of the highest officer of the island, and there are several huge bookshelves with a height of 3 or 4 floors in the back, filled with various documents and materials. Madara smiled, I should be able to understand the world here. As he spoke, he plunged into various materials and documents. Advertisement. And on such a huge island, countless NICE lobby personnel are carefully searching for Madara's traces in every place. But in the audience seats, I looked at these group of people who were busy like headless chickens. They are very helpless. These guys have searched everywhere, why didn't they enter that office? The other party is sitting on the sofa swaggering through documents. What the hell are these idiots doing? Boom. Just when Madara was standing in front of the bookshelf, looking at the intelligence document in her hand, a man walked into the office. And this person is Spondum. He walked in and went straight to the desk, and picked up a knife placed on it. Turn around and leave. He didn't look at Madara in front of the bookshelf at all. Madara didn't pay much attention to the other party's operation, and continued to look at the information in his hand. And this left people in both worlds speechless. What's that guy doing? So hitting a guy is right in front of his eyes so he can't see it. Isn't this his office? He's the chief executive of NICE Lobby? What a joke, the chief executive of NICE Lobby is such a useless piece of trash. Spondum can't hear the curses from countless people in One Piece world. He did not see Madara, though. Because now his mind is full of talking about how after the intruder catches him, he makes meritorious deeds and then becomes the chief of the CPO. That's why he went back to his office on purpose, and took away his weapon, an elephant sword that ate the elephant fruit. He also wants to fight the invaders, and when the time comes to write the report, it can be said that he has defeated the invaders. However, what he didn't expect was that the first meeting between himself and the intruder ended without knowing it. In the sky at this moment, Yuichi and others who have passed the red line have officially arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. After observing several times, the position of the red dot has not changed throughout. Yuichi also turned his attention to the direction of NICE Lobby. NICE Lobby, is that his goal? Calculating the time, it won't be long before we rush over now to arrive. Uchiha Madara. The big boss of the Hokage world. Fighting against such an enemy, Yuichi is also looking forward to it. Location confirmed, NICE Lobby. Yuichi turned to Whitebeard and the others. They are also checking the position of the red dot on the map. Refresh twice in a row, both at the same position, indicating that he has indeed stopped, and it just happened to stop on the NICE Lobby. Let us go there too. Yuichi turned his head and glanced at Enel. Let's go. Thunder and lightning erupted from Enel's body and passed into the Ark's motto. Chapter 189 The Speeding Train at Sea, returning CP9. Early morning. NICE Lobby, who had been tossing all night, ushered in a moment of peace. However, in the early morning, when the first ray of light crossed the dark sea and illuminated the sky, a voice also sounded outside the NICE Lobby. Advertisement. At this moment, the people in the Hokage world who were still looking at the light curtain suddenly opened their eyes. It's just morning in the opponent's world, but it's already noon in the Hokage world. Many people are still paying attention to the progress of the invasion. Will the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara be able to complete the invasion mission? However, Madara has yet to be seen starting a fight. Instead, I saw the scene of the speeding sea train ahead of time. Many people in the Hokage world were stunned. Just like when I saw NICE Lobby for the first time before, this sea train has also made countless people in the Hokage world envious. How on earth did they do it? A train can run on the sea, how is this possible? It's amazing, their trains can run on the sea. The sea train, this scene made Wukage seem to understand why they lost the previous world wars. The opponent's world not only has the powerful power called Haki and mysterious things like devil fruit. Things like sea trains can be realized in the opponent's world. That is simply an incomparably wonderful world. At the same time, ordinary people in that world must not be underestimated. This imagination and creativity are things that their world does not have. Click click click. The sea train approached slowly and stopped at the platform of NICE Lobby. No one saw what came out of the car. The screen shifted to Madara's side. People in the Hokage world looked at Madara, who was still reading the documents in the office. A smile appeared on his face. What a nice world. Devil fruit, curse of the sea, devil fruit tree. One Piece, great pirate era, great secret treasure, historical text, world noble celestial dragons. When talking about the nobles of the world, Madara suddenly laughed wildly. Bloodline? There is such a group of pretentious guys. How interesting. Watching Madara laughing wildly. And the documents scattered all over the floor, how many documents and materials this guy has read all night. Advertisement. Been seeing it all the time. And it seems that Madara doesn't intend to end yet, she still looks eager to try, and wants to continue to check other documents and materials. But there was a voice at the door. Among them, the voice of Spondam was the first to sound. After searching all night, these people have not found even a ghost. They are simply a bunch of trash. But that is the information provided by the Commander-in-Chief, and now the Commander-in-Chief is on his way with Marine. I believe the Commander-in-Chief will not lie to me. So I transferred you back to find the intruder and catch it, so that our nice lobby will become the hero of the whole world, and you will also get a generous reward at that time. With that said, Spondam pushed the door open. And the moment he opened the door, Madara looked up at him. And Spondam also blinked and stared at the person in front of him. All CP9 members behind him stopped. Everyone's eyes turned towards the office, and at the same time, they locked on Madara's figure. Liu Qi originally wanted to ask why the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Kong, knew that the invaders were on the NICE lobby. But when the door was opened and he saw Madara, he felt that this issue seemed to be unimportant now. Time seemed to pause. Everyone did nothing. Instead, Madara glanced at them, then lowered her head and continued to read the documents in her hand. Seeing that Madara didn't panic at all and continued to check the top-secret information of their NICE lobby, Liu Qi's gaze became extremely gloomy. He stepped forward and walked in front of Spondam, and opened his mouth. Kr. Wait, it's over soon. Madara raised her hand and cut off his words, looking down at the information in her hand. This article records the information of One Piece Gold Roger. His place of birth, companions, children, etc. It seemed that some didn't expect the other party to tell me to wait. With Madara's attitude of not paying attention to the other party at all, even Gokage is a little worried now. These guys don't look weak. Madara hasn't fought against people in this world yet, and the power called Haki and the ability of Devil Fruit are not so easy to deal with. They were worried that it would be bad if Madara was directly killed by some weird ability. Seeing Liu Qi and the others, CP9's complexion became extremely gloomy, visible to the naked eye. One by one slowly approaching the office, Spondam was also very angry when he came back to his senses. Are you the intruder? Damn it for hiding in my office, no wonder those idiots haven't found you all night. You guy is so cunning, but now that you have been found, you can't escape. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Spondam seems to have thought of the scene where he catches the intruder and is praised by the 5 elders and promoted to CPO chief. But Madara didn't even bother to look at him. Facing the howling of ants, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, it was Liu Qi and the others who vaguely surrounded him, as if they were planning to do something, which made Madara a little angry. Snapped. The document in his hand was closed by him. It's a pity. I haven't finished watching the exciting part yet. Throwing the documents aside casually, Madara raised her head and looked around at the people who surrounded herself. It seems that you have some strength, but, not enough. Give you a chance, if you get out now, you can still live. Arrogant. Arrogance. 0. Everyone in One Piece world in the auditorium was enraged by Madara's words. Although they don't know how strong these people are, why is this guy so arrogant? Obviously he was surrounded, he was just one person, and the fact that these people were personally received by that idiot chief showed that their strength would definitely not be weak. The way this guy doesn't pay them any attention is simply too insane. Liu Qi has never encountered such an arrogant enemy. The person who needs to think about how to live now should be you. The other party didn't believe his good words of persuasion, so he could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that you don't think you are my opponent. Then do it. Shave. The first person to shoot was not Liu Qi, but Keiku. His was on the right side of Madara, and when he saw that Madara's attention was focused on Liu Qi, he thought it was a flaw. Regardless of the strength of the opponent, as long as he grasps the flaws, he can get away with the worst result of attacking. Tempest kick. After approaching Madara extremely quickly, Keiku raised his right leg and kicked with a piercing kick. The compressed air instantly formed a chopping wave and cut towards Madara. The cyan light flickered. Next second, one hand directly grabbed the cyan slashing wave, and under the surprised eyes of everyone in CP9, the slashing wave dissipated instantly. At the same time, that hand easily grabbed Keiku's leg. Strange steps, did you use some kind of special technique? Is this the power called 6 forms? In the office, Madara, who easily blocked Keiku's attack with one hand and grabbed him instead, asked calmly. Chapter 190 Proud Lord Madara, Marine arrives. At this moment, there was no way for Liu Qi to keep calm on his calm face. Catch Keiku's tempest kick with nothing, just. How can that be? Keiku's strength is basically the strongest among CP9 except him. However, the opponent blocked it so easily without any effort. Advertisement. This is something he can't do by himself. Now it's not just Liu Qi who is shocked, but Khalifa, Jabra and others are also staring at Madara in astonishment. But Madara was still very calm, What? Seeing you look surprised. He. Suddenly there was only Madara's laughter in the room. Jabra on the side doesn't believe how strong this guy is, even if he is not tall, where can he go? Shave. The moment Jabra shot, he even directly activated his fruit ability. Transformed into a werewolf, Jabra directly used the Iron Body 470 claws to grab Madara fiercely. However, Madara easily avoided Jabra's surprise attack with a small movement. While grabbing Keiku with one hand, he kicked Jabra's abdomen. A dull impact sounded, and the next second Jabra flew upside down. It directly hit the wall, smashing a big hole in the bookshelf, and at the same time, the body crashed through the wall and flew outside. ACP-9 was sent flying in the blink of an eye. People in the audience seats were dumbfounded. The moment this person attacked just now, the speed was astonishingly fast, which was not at all the speed that ordinary people could catch with the naked eye. But even at this speed, the other party can easily dodge. It even seems that the other party is not serious yet. Liu Qi swallowed silently. The enemy in front of him is more terrifying than he imagined. It seems that they are not the hunters this time, instead, all these CP9s are prey. Suddenly Liu Qi opened his eyes, fixed on Madara's figure firmly, and shouted violently at the same time, "Everyone, do it!" The enemy in front of him is definitely not an opponent if he fights alone. Liu Qi couldn't see through the opponent's strength, so he continued to let the opponent attack one by one to break the morale, so he might as well take advantage of the present. Maybe they can successfully defeat the opponent, and at worst, they can severely injure the opponent. There are other people on Nice lobby. Although his strength is not very good, he can't let him leave this island so easily anyway, he must be trapped on this island. At the same time, everyone broke out with their fastest speed and jointly attacked Madara. Even Keiku, who was caught by Madara, turned his body suddenly, regardless of his right leg that was caught. Kick the left leg towards Madara's face for another tempest kick. Advertisement. For a moment, the light in the room flickered continuously. The storm created by the dazzling figure, the papers on the bookshelf on the floor in the chest room quickly scrolled up to the sky. OT. After several dull impact sounds sounded. The people lying on the ground are all CP9. Madara himself stood in the center, pinching Liu Qi's neck with one hand. Lift him up high. Madara looked at him and shook her head disdainfully. Too weak, why don't you guys use haki? Speaking of which, Madara smiled, could it be that you guys don't even know how to use haki? Humph. Waste. Boom. Throwing Liu Qi aside, for an enemy of Liu Qi level, Madara doesn't even seem to have the idea of killing him. What he cares about are those so-called S-level combat power. And Liu Qi is now at best a B-level combat power. Although the level gap is not big, the strength gap is too big. Madara walked straight to Spondum. Spondum, with a runny nose, looked at his superhuman CP9s, all of whom were defeated. Even the strongest Liu Qi was easily dealt with one hand. He was about to pee in fright, when had he seen such a terrifying person. Seeing Madara coming, he didn't want to treat him at all. If Liu Qi and others are still small ants, then Spondum is simply a piece of shit to Madara. Hitting him is dirtying your hands. But Spondum didn't know that Madara wouldn't touch him, and Spondum, who was scared to death, hurriedly took out a golden phone bug from his pocket. Don't come here, I'm the commander of CP9, if you do something to me, the world government will not spare you. If you dare to attack me, I will launch Buster Call now and let Marine completely kill you. Madara stopped suddenly. He wasn't frightened by Spondum, but looked at the golden phone bug in the other's hand with some interest. A tool that looks like a living thing but can communicate over a distance is very interesting. Madara watched the other party raise his hand to take the phone bug from the other party's hand. But his action made Spondum think that he was going to do something to himself, so he used the golden phone bug without hesitation. The golden phone bug connected almost instantly. And the person who answered the phone, even Spondum didn't think of it. Advertisement. Kong, how's the situation at Nice lobby? Has the intruder been found? I don't know how Bajan's naughty phone bug directly hit Commander Kong, and Spondum was about to say something. Suddenly Madara turned on Manjaki Sharingan, and said with eyes. Let Spondum stand in place directly, unable to move, and at the same time it seems to have lost its soul. Like a wooden man, he stood there motionless with his eyes blank. And Madara took the microphone directly from his hand. Watch the golden phone bug. If you were looking for me, congratulations, I'm on this island. At this moment, a huge fleet of more than a dozen marine warships can be seen far away on the sea, heading towards Nice lobby. On the leading warship, Kong stood at the bow. Listen to the voice on the other end of the phone bug. This guy stole Spondum's golden phone bug? Kong's expression became very dignified. Sure enough, you're still at Nice lobby and haven't left yet. Madara, I've been here for a long time. Kong, it looks like you're not afraid that we'll find you. Hee. Madara chuckled. Of course. On the contrary, I am looking forward to your coming, and I hope you can send someone with better wrists. Don't let a group of trash bother me, or if I'm not happy, this island won't exist. Unexpectedly, at this time, the other party would actually threaten him with an ice lobby's safety. Although he hasn't seen the other party with his own eyes, Kong can already feel the arrogance of the other party in his bones. It seems that he doesn't pay attention to any enemy 2.3 at all. Kong's temper is not very good either. Since the other party is so arrogant, then he doesn't need to be so polite. Kong, then you just wait. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the strong man you were expecting will arrive, but I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. The slightly provocative statement made Madara find it interesting. Don't worry, I won't leave, I will wait for you on the top of the tallest building in an ice lobby. If the strong man you sent doesn't satisfy me, then I will let him disappear with this island. Heck. The phone bug hung up. Kong turned and looked back at the three people behind him. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu all heard what they just said clearly. They stared at the ice lobby in the distance. Arrogant invaders from Otherworld. Then let's see if you can continue to be so arrogant later. Chapter 191 The Collapsed Judicial Building, the war begins. The power of ninja, for San Admiral, has experienced so many world wars. They also have a clear understanding. Ninjas and melee abilities are inferior to them, but the most difficult thing about them is that weird ninjutsu. The real headache of ninjutsu is not its power. Advertisement. Rather, different ninjutsu have many strange effects. This is often an important factor for ninjas to turn the tide of battle. But that was before, and now I have fought ninjas so many times. Marine also felt that enough information had been collected, and the analysis of the ninja's fighting ability was relatively in-depth. The power called chakra in the other world is not to be feared at all. What's more, the three admirals shot together this time. It's not a big problem to take down a ninja from the opponent. The fleet slowly approached in the direction of Ice Lobby. After landing at Ice Lobby, marine soldiers quickly headed towards the island. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu strode towards the rear of Ice Lobby. The eyes of the three have been locked on the roof of the tallest building since they landed on the island. With the eyes of three people, even if 29 stands at the port, you can also vaguely see a figure standing on top of the tall building. There was also a pressured look from that position. Akainu walked through the gates with a cold face, and hurried towards the back of the island. The faces of Kizaru and Aokiji who followed him were also not very good looking. All three of them were burning with anger. This moment is in the eyes of the audience. Three Admiral's aura is like a rainbow, even through the screen, you can feel the powerful aura that makes it difficult to calm down. Like billowing wolf flowers crushed from the air. Marine 3 Admiral's combat effectiveness is completely trustworthy, and the next thing to do is to see how long this invader can last in front of 3 Admiral. The people in Pirate World are full of confidence. And the people of Hokage World are worried. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara is strong though. But he was facing Marine 3 Admiral. They also know about these three people, and the three people who can drive lava, frost, and laser are extremely difficult to deliver. Even Master Sun and Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have said that Marine and Admiral should not be underestimated. Uchiha Madara has a great reputation, but there is no guarantee that he can easily deal with these three guys. When the three admirals passed through the gates and came across the Ice Lobby Judicial Building, Madara, who was sitting on the top of the building, slowly opened her eyes. Advertisement. He looked towards the three people standing on the bridge below. At this moment, an invisible sense of terror and oppression erupted. He crushed the three of them fiercely. People who also felt this amazing sense of oppression were those who saw this picture through the screen. This made the expressions of the 5 cages in the Hokage world dignified. At this moment, only the wind echoed in my ears. Neither side made any sound immediately. A few seconds passed. Only then did Madara stand up slowly, and said with a smile on her face, "The time is just right, you are very punctual." Akainu snorted coldly, "You are also very courageous, you actually dare to sit here and wait for us." Madara shrugged, "That's right. But when I see you with my own eyes, I'm a little disappointed. The so-called Marine Admiral, who has been judged to be an S-level fighter, doesn't look very good. Marine Admiral's combat effectiveness is not good? Maybe only Madara would say that. In Wukage's mind, the three admirals are not easy to deal with. They didn't dare to underestimate these three people, but Madara didn't look down on them. Onoki smiled, "It's still the same as before, as arrogant as ever. Mr. Madara." Fourth Raikage sighed, "I hope this guy doesn't screw up." While talking, suddenly Madara jumped down from above and landed straight in the direction of three admirals. It fell directly to within 2 meters of Akainu. Madara, who jumped from a high altitude, landed steadily, raised her head and looked at Akainu. This move made many people in the world on both sides feel shocked. Guy. Not taking the initiative to keep a distance also shortened the distance with these guys. Doesn't he know that the people in the other world use the power called Haki, which allows them to easily suppress them in terms of melee combatability? However, what made the ninjas feel even more helpless was that Madara took a step forward. He looked at the three with extremely disdainful eyes. You are really pitifully weak. With your strength, I'm afraid it's impossible to even touch me. Facing Madara's repeated provocations, Akainu is not a good-tempered person, he couldn't bear it long ago. The hot lava erupted directly. In an instant, the magma that sprang out from his right arm emitted thick black smoke. The drops fell on the bridge, and the ground was burned and melted instantly. Akainu locked his eyes on Madara, raised his hand and punched it without hesitation. Then let me see how much strength you have to make you so arrogant. Great eruption. Boom. Advertisement. In an instant, terrifying magma erupted. At the moment when Akainu burst into action suddenly, Madara just sneered softly. Turning over and backing away, the distance between him and Akainu was instantly opened. Lava swept almost against Madara's face. The terrible lava that directly hit the judicial building behind Madara directly blasted a huge hole. And the hissing sound of lava burning cement is still ringing around the cave. Madara, who dodged the shocking blow, remained calm on her face. What a pity. It almost hit me. The veins on Akainu's forehead popped up, and he raised his hand to attack again. Even now he didn't even think about whether his attack would destroy the judicial building in the rear. However, Aokiji rushed out suddenly, and the cold air froze the lava on the bridge. At the same time, Aokiji reminded Akainu, don't destroy an ice lobby. As the words fell, a blue shadow flashed past and hit Madara. Frozen. Atatolt. The ice was spreading rapidly on the ground, and Madara watched the ice 107 spread. Raise your hands and make a seal fire style. The mighty fire is extinguished. Boom. The flame erupted against the invasion of frost in an instant, and even swept towards Aokiji with a crushing momentum. Suppress his own frozen fruit ability with flames. This was somewhat beyond Aokiji's expectations. Seeing that the flame was about to rush in front of him, Aokiji was about to retreat, and Akainu jumped out directly. It's just a flame. Dark Hound. The lava erupted through the flames, and the lava, which could burn out even the flames, broke through Madara's sea of flames in an instant. Spread rapidly in the direction of Madara. Madara smiled coldly, jumped up, and landed directly in the middle of the ice lobby building. Stepping on the vertical building wall with both feet, the body is parallel to the ground and looking up at Akainu below. Magma is indeed stronger than flame. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Mr. Otherworld. Golden flashes gathered above Madara's head. Madara's expression suddenly changed. Slowly turned his head. In midair behind him, Kizaru's lightspeed kick exploded in an instant. Flashes of golden light burst out. Boom. The roar broke out suddenly, and the ice lobby building was kicked down in half. A lightspeed kick from Marine Admiral Kizaru directly caused the building to collapse rapidly from the middle. The intelligence officers on the Marine and ice lobby in the distance looked at the judicial building destroyed by Kizaru, and they felt a little helpless. Chapter 192 Scarlet Eyes, Huge Black Shadow in the Sky. The collapsed building fell towards the abyss below. At this moment, a black shadow jumped from the bottom of the collapsed building towards the roof of the opposite building at high speed. Everyone's eyes followed the shadow. It wasn't until he stood still that he was Madara. Marines are very shocked. Advertisement. Able to dodge Mr. Kizaru's lightspeed kick. It didn't get hit. Can you even dodge a lightspeed kick? What is this pervert speed? Akainu's face also sank slightly. Kizaru's attack is not so easy to dodge. How did this guy do it? Looking at the collapsed building, the ninjas in the Hokage world felt relieved. As expected, the legendary ninja was able to dodge this blow. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Wukage is more concerned about the three admirals of Marine. Compared with before, the power of the three seems to have increased. They have been significantly enhanced. Not only their speed, but also the power of their attacks has also increased. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. They have won many World War victories, and their strength has become much stronger without knowing it. After he finished speaking, Terumi May also added, at least 1/3 of the power is increased than before. Now that the three of them are performing the same move, the power is not comparable to before. Is this the sublimation of the world? Chirp. In the light curtain, Kizaru, who was dodged from the attack, did not give up the attack, and continued to shoot laser beams towards Madara who was moving. But Madara just moved her body slightly, dodging his beam just right. This attack is really fast. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the roar sounded again, and the lava from Akainu struck. The lava turned into a vicious dog, jumped up from below and opened its huge mouth to bite the Madara wolf. Yet again Madara dodges easily. Jump onto the platform behind you. Immediately afterwards, the three of them also jumped directly to the roof, standing on the three pillars and locking onto Madara at the same time. Madara curled her lips. I said it all, you can't even touch me. There was a cold light in Aokiji's eyes, even he couldn't help being angry this time. This guy in front of me is crazy. The cold air gathered in Aokiji's palm. He slammed his palm to the ground. Ice Age. Ice crystals rapidly spread in the direction of Madara. At the same time, there was a terrifying heat wave in the air, and this hot wind blew on people's faces, causing skin burns in an instant. And after the heat wave is that terrible lava is hitting. The ground is covered with frost, and lava spreads in the sky. And it's not over yet, the laser beam pierces the lava and shoots wildly in Madara's direction. 3 admiral shots at the same time, this overwhelming attack. Advertisement. Let everyone who saw this scene be stunned for an instant. There's no way Madara can dodge such an attack. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted, and 3 admirals' attacks erupted simultaneously. The resulting explosion is astonishingly powerful. The terrifying storm spread from the roof in an instant. The marine soldiers in the rear couldn't help but swallowed. Because they were still several hundred meters away from the explosion, they could still feel the vibration from the ground. 3 admirals' attack power is a bit too amazing. People in the Hokage world are very worried now, and the attack power of the 3 together is not small. Even the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, can he escape? In the smoke of the explosion. Suddenly Madara's voice sounded. Nice attack. Blocked all my hiding spaces. You still have some skills. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the billowing smoke on the light curtain. Is this blocked? Boom. The instantly spreading storm blew away the smoke. Madara opened her eyes, a pair of scarlet pupils. One after another floated around Madara's body, like ribs. There is a blue flame burning on it. And this thing? It's like a cage that keeps Madara in it. But it seems that because of this thing, Madara easily blocked the attack just now. Looking at the weird blue flames that made Madara easily block the joint attack of the 3 admirals, and the strange skeleton. Everyone in One Piece world, including the 3 admirals, was full of doubts. This. What is it? At this moment, the people in the Hokage world are not as surprised as the people in the pirate world. But for ninjas who have never seen this ability, this scene is equally impressive. What is that? Asked the young ninja. Faced with this kind of problem, only some senior ninjas who Uchiha is partially secretive know. If my guess is correct, it should be Uchiha Sharingan's ability, Susanoo. The young ninjas looked yearning. Susanoo. What a cool name. And this power is amazing. Such an attack can be easily defended. If these ninjas knew that the Susanoo currently cast by Madara is only a small part, not even a half-complete body, I don't know how surprised it will be. Now it's more about Madara's eyes. There were strange patterns in those eyes that were as red as blood. Advertisement. Just looking at such eyes feels like being attracted by some kind of force. The trio of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu are now being attracted by the Mangekyou Sharingan. And at this moment Madara moved. It's not Madara's style to be beaten all the time and not fight back. The moment the body flicker technique starts, Madara's speed is unimaginable. The first target is Akainu. The moment she appeared in front of Akainu, Madara grabbed Akainu's neck directly. The palm containing chakra directly grasped the entity of Akainu. After Akainu reacted, he wanted to break free, but the next second Madara kicked him in the chest. An extremely cool blow that directly knocked Akainu, one of the 3 admirals, into the air. Aokiji followed closely behind. Taking a slight step, Aokiji, who was intimidated by Mangekyou Sharingan, waited until Madara shot him before recovering. He raised his hand to block Madara's attack, but the power of Madara's punch completely exceeded his imagination. Boom. Explosion of strange power. The pouring chakra made Aokiji spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. The body also shot straight and violently towards the rear. It directly smashed the pillar on the roof, falling towards the bottom. Faced with this situation, Kizaru did not retreat at all, but instead stepped forward and kicked Madara. And Madara, who also raised his right leg, counterattacked without showing any weakness. The moment he blocked Kizaru's kick, Madara grabbed his leg with a backhand. Step forward and get close to Kizaru's body, and a clean elbow knocks him out of the way, by Nyojao. A blink of an eye. All 3 marine admirals were easily knocked into the air. Leaving Madara standing where she was, she stared at the 3 falling people with an arrogant and indifferent expression on her face. The people of the 2 worlds were stunned. Hokage world Tsunade looked at Madara, who had just punched Aokiji away. Tsunade felt that punch seemed a little weird. It seems to be somewhat similar to the strange power of the Senju clan. But how could Madara have the strange power of the Senju clan? Impossible. Just when all the audiences in the two worlds were stunned with their mouths wide open and speechless, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. Bang bang! The thunder that fell straight down from above exploded directly in front of Madara. Then one after another looked towards the sky. In the thick clouds, the thunder light kept flickering. And the illuminated thunder light illuminated a huge black shadow, and the black shadow quickly shuttled through the clouds. What is that? That shadow looks like a ship. Impossible? How could the ship be in the sky? Chapter 193 The Proverbs of the Ark comes, excited Madara. Boom boom boom. Crackling. Thunder and roar intertwined. It seems that there is a giant whale shuttling in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and a golden light emerged from the clouds. Advertisement. Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, this extremely dazzling golden light increased little by little. The black giant shadow in the clouds disappeared little by little. What appeared in the sky instead was an incomparably huge golden ship. Proverbs of the Ark. The god's ship from Sky Island, a ship made of gold, is displayed in front of everyone in the world at this moment. The resplendent giant ship in the sky has many rotors to provide power, bringing this extremely huge golden ship into the sky. Watch the behemoth in the sky. Madara also has some differences. There is such a thing. This world is so interesting. In the world of Hokage, there is no such mobile tool that can fly in the air. However, in this world, there are not only vast and mysterious seas, but also many unprecedented fantasy places. Now there is such a magical flying tool again. Ship in the sky. It makes Madara feel like she has stepped into the world of fairy tales. The three admirals who fell from the top of the building to the bottom all changed their falling trajectories in midair and landed smoothly. But now they have no time to care about why Madara's power is so terrifying. They were also staring at the huge ship in the sky in shock. Even the 160 governments of the world don't have this thing. What is this? The people below couldn't see who was on the boat. But the audience of Hokage World and Pirate World have already seen the picture on the ship through the light curtain. On the golden ship. On the golden seat made of gold, Enel, the god of thunder fruit, appeared in everyone's field of vision. The unique shape and the thunder and lightning constantly erupting from his body made people slightly surprised. Is this guy physically discharging? Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? What kind of fruit did he eat? His body can emit lightning. But it wasn't just Enel who was surprised. The second face that appeared was also surprising. Flying Pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. This guy is also using the ability of lion fruit to speed up the movement of proverbs. He and Enel were one at the stern and the other at the bow, and with the joint efforts of the two, the transfer speed of this behemoth was amazing. In the auditorium of Pirate World, there are also many reporters. Advertisement. Although they can't feed back what they saw in time, they are now frantically planning how to write a report that shocks the world after they go back. Golden Lion Shiki. This pirate who was once able to compete with Roger the Pirate King was actually on a golden, CJFG, ship. It wasn't just Shiki who was surprising, however. The appearance of the Black Arm Zephyr appeared below, and the appearance of the Black Arm Zephyr once again made the reporters crazy. Marine's former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr actually acted together with the pirates. This is an impossible scene. And beside Zephyr, a familiar figure slowly appeared in the light curtain. Yuichi. The new emperor of the sea, Yu. He seems to be with Black Arm Zephyr? Waiting for the appearance of Yuichi from the Five Emperors Alliance here means that. No need for them to guess. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Redhead Shanks. One after another appeared. It seems that there is not enough space on the light curtain. However, this is not over yet, and the people who are shown on the screen one by the light curtain will follow. They are all big pirates under the command of the four emperors. Under Whitebeard, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jotzi. Kaido's subordinates are Flame Ember, Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow. Big Mom's three dessert generals. Flour Minister Katakuri. Cookie Minister Cracker. Juice Minister Smoothie. Redhead Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lackey Road. These pirates are all big pirates with a reward of over 1 billion. And then the pirates who flashed by one were all pirates with the same powerful combat power under the four emperors. However, compare the three major powers under the four emperors. They don't appear to be that interesting anymore. But this also depends on the situation. In other cases, although the cotters under the four emperors are not as powerful as the three major forces, but they are also able to stand on their own. There are 100 people on board, and everyone seems to be a rookie who can handle it casually. This group of people gathered together, and the aura they exuded made people feel a violent tremor in their hearts, accompanied by the slow drop in height of the ship. That terrifying momentum was like a mountain being slowly crushed down. Makes me feel a little out of breath. Below, Madara's face was filled with excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4. He kept muttering, because the light curtain he summoned showed that there were no fewer than 18 people on that ship who were judged to have S-class combat effectiveness. Advertisement. The more S-level combat power that is supported by defeating, the more rewards he will receive from the integration of the world. This is a great gift for Madara. How could he not be excited? Just don't get too excited. He even wants to activate his ability to make that damned golden ship land a little bit. He can't wait to get started. He will not let go of anyone on this boat and will kill them all. Madara's eyes released pure killing intent. The strong men of this world, come and deal with me, Uchiha Madara. Humph. No matter how many of you there are, I, Uchiha Madara, will kill all of you. Whitebeard and others have already felt the strong killing intent emanating from Madara. This killing intent made Whitebeard couldn't help feeling, what a terrible killing intent. The guy below doesn't look simple. Of course it's not easy, Yuichi smiled lightly. This is the big boss Uchiha Madara from the world of Hokage. Even if Whitebeard and others face Madara, Yuichi doesn't think they can stabilize Madara. And more importantly, what stage is Madara in now? If Madara activates Rinnegan, even if the four emperors join forces, it will be extremely difficult to deal with Madara. The power of the Rinnegan alone is already extremely difficult to deal with. Madara's Rinnegan also has special abilities, matching the tombside prison. Even Yuichi doesn't know if he can deal with this trick now. But Yuichi isn't worried, because even if there's no way to defeat Madara, just stop him from completing the invasion mission. And what is Madara's invasion mission now? Yuichi already knows. The moment he came to an ice lobby, Yuichi felt a change on the small light screen. What exactly is the invasion mission of the intruder Uchiha Madara is revealed lightly everywhere. And Yuichi seems to understand the task introduction. The core of the mission is to keep the ice lobby from being destroyed. If defeating the supporters is the way to increase rewards, then whether the task is completed or not is determined by whether the ice lobby is destroyed. As long as the safety of ice lobby is guaranteed, no matter how many people Madara defeats, the mission will not be considered complete. Proverbs descend slowly. Yuichi also moved his neck slightly. Facing the big boos of the Hokage world, you can't be careless. However, at this time Kaido couldn't wait anymore. Let me see how strong this guy is. Invaders from other world. Humph. It's good to be able to block Marine 3 Admiral. Said Kaido has jumped directly. Now the Proverbs is at least a few thousand meters above the ground, but Kaido jumped down without hesitation. As expected of a man who jumped off Sky Island to die. Chapter 194 Uchiha's Power, Weak over Strong. Boom buzz. Falling from a height of thousands of meters. The acceleration generated by Kaido's huge body falling is extremely amazing. When the people on the ice lobby below saw someone jumping off the boat, I was a little confused at first. Advertisement. Who is this? Fell off the boat. At such a high height, it will be smashed into meat. However, before he finished speaking, Kaido, who had already landed, slammed heavily in front of the two people who were talking about him. The sound of the impact exploded. The two were knocked down by the ground shaking. However, Kaido, who fell in front of them, sank into the ground even though a large part of his body fell into the ground. But he was not injured, and he looked at the two Marines who had fallen to the ground with his big eyes. Seeing Marine Kaido was not very pleasant, he raised his hand buried in the soil with a cold snort. Supporting the ground on both sides, he lifted his body up. Hopping to the ground and moving his body, Kaido's bones rattled. The mouth corners of the ninjas in Hokage world twitched. Is this still human? Falling from such a high place, there is nothing wrong with it. Obviously a big hole has been smashed, but I am not injured at all. This guy's body structure is probably different from ordinary people. Whether Kaido's body structure is different from ordinary people is unknown. But this guy's body is indeed stronger than steel. Ban, who stood on the roof and watched Kaido fall to the ground unscathed, also looked at Kaido with great interest. Oh, not bad, it's okay to fall from such a high place. It seems that this time there is a guy who can make me a little more serious. When Madara was speaking, Kaido below also looked up at Madara above. He grinned and stared at Madara like a beast stalking its prey. It is extremely unpleasant to be looked at by someone like this. It's really a terrifying gaze like a beast. Saying that, Madara's voice changed, but you have found the wrong prey. Shua. Madara's figure instantly disappeared from the roof. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, and Madara jumped down from the roof and landed directly 10 meters away from Kaido. With her arms crossed, Madara looked at Kaido with a look of aloofness. This PD Kaido off, pretentious ninja shit. I hope I don't cry for a while. Hold the mace at your waist with your backhand. Kaido has no intention of talking nonsense with the other party. This is to do it directly, seeing that he is ready to make a move. Madara wasn't nervous at all, but at this moment, the audience in both worlds couldn't help but get nervous. Advertisement. People in the Hokage world worry that Madara is no match for Kaido. After all, the opponent has the title of the strongest creature in the world, and he just fell from a height of several thousand meters without any injuries. This also proves that this guy is a humanoid monster, so the enemy is not easy to deal with. And people in One Piece world are also worried about whether Kaido of the Beasts can defeat this mysterious powerhouse. Just now, the opponent easily repelled 3 Marine Admirals. Moreover, the posture he showed was relaxed and comfortable, and he was able to handle the joint attack of Marine and Admiral with ease. It doesn't look like it's trying its best. People in both worlds are worried about people in their own world. But the battle has begun. First up is Kaido. Madara didn't move for a long time, and Kaido didn't want to wait any longer. Since the opponent doesn't want to take the initiative to attack, Kaido is not polite. Haki twine. The mace swung violently. Boom. A stick hit Madara's position. The ground was cracked and dust and smoke were everywhere, and the shattered stones were splashed out towards the surroundings. Looking up, Kaido looked at the empty ground in front of him. Turning around instantly, Madara appeared behind Kaido. You ninjas, do you only know how to crawl around like a loach? Madara, who was going to say something, changed slightly when she heard this sentence. There was a cold light in his eyes. Okay. Then I will show you the power of Uchiha. Hearing this, Kaido snorted coldly, a smile flashed in his eyes. Don't hide anymore? Want to head with yourself? Number T. Lifting the heavy mace with one hand, Kaido's extraordinary haki instantly diffuses and wraps around the mace. Haki's burst of black thunder flickered wildly. In an instant, the surrounding airflow began to change drastically. The fluctuations spreading from the mace became more and more violent. While the movement caused by haki was shocking, Kaido moved. Kaido, wielding a mace, fixed his eyes firmly on Madara's figure. Thunder 8 trigrams. Cracking, sizzling. The roaring sound and the sound of black thunder and lightning bursting together, swept towards Madara in an instant. Intense haki fluctuations swept like raging waves. Facing Kaido's attack, Madara didn't retreat at all, and he really didn't plan to dodge. Chakra exploded around his legs, and Madara's Manjiki Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Advertisement. His eyes saw through Kaido's blow for a split second. Haki's power is layered on top of each other and it is indeed extremely violent. Ask for flowers. Oh. If you don't use any skill to collide with this force head-on, Madara will not have good fruit. But he saw the opening of haki in Kaido's attack. Kicked directly to this place. Everyone watched as Madara used her own flesh and blood to try to forcefully challenge Kaido of the Beast's thundering 8 trigrams. Even the ninjas in the world of Hokage couldn't help but spit it out. Is this sending you to death? Chakra is no match for haki in melee combat. Doesn't Madara even know this? Just when the ninjas couldn't figure out what Madara was thinking and why he did this, Madara hit the mace with one kick, and the moment he touched Kaido, haki's power. The strong impact made Madara also clearly feel how strong the so-called haki's power is. But he didn't panic in the slightest, and at the moment of lightning, he used the power of chakra to pull the surging power of haki on the mace. 0. Changed direction. Boom. The mace hit the ground heavily, and the ground exploded instantly. And Madara raised her head while stepping on the mace and looked at Kaido, who was holding the mace tightly in front of her with a shocked face. At this moment, when I saw Madara defuse the attack of Kaido of the Beasts in this posture, Whitebeard etl on Proverbs also frowned. Shanks couldn't help sighing, what a subtle blow. Compared to Kaido, his strength is like an egg hitting a rock. Obviously he should be smashed to pieces, but he used terrifying skills to let the power that was not enough to shake Kaido haki instantly change the direction of Kaido's impact. What a terrible enemy. Now Shanks is very afraid of Madara. This move alone is enough to prove that the person in front of him is an out-and-out strongman. Top powerhouse. Yuichi listened to Shanks' words and smiled lightly. That's Lord Madara, although Chakra's increase in strength is not as terrifying as haki. But the pupil technique possessed by this man happens to be the nemesis of physical technique. With the insight of Madara's pupil technique, it is not too surprising to see through the flaws of Kaido's tricks. However, Shanks and others obviously don't know how terrifying the power of the pupil technique is. The marine soldiers who witnessed this scene with their own eyes. His eyes were so wide that they almost fell out of their sockets. That was the attack of Kaido of the Beasts. He stepped on it casually. Did I have an illusion? Such a terrifying attack was blocked so easily. At this moment, even the 3 admirals who came over were stunned when they saw this scene. 7. Chapter 195 Return to Marine's Invitation, Susanoo opens. Now, the entire nice lobby except for the slowly descending voice of the arc Proverbs. All other sounds seemed to disappear. Countless eyes looked at the 2 people in the fight. Madara steps on Kaido's mace. With an extremely contemptuous smile on his face, what? Is this the power of the strongest creature in the world? Is the pirate emperor only at this level? Advertisement. Still amazed that the opponent actually broke his Thunder 8 trigrams. Madara's sarcasm can be heard. The veins on Kaido's face popped instantly. The powerful haki undulates, and at the same time as he lifts up the mace, he also throws Madara, who is stepping on the mace, flying. Madara, who rotated quickly in the air and landed steadily, still performed with ease. But when he landed, Kaido took a step, and the figure rushed over like a thunderbolt. Boom buzz. With one blow, the ground shook continuously. But Madara dodged quickly, and at the same time, Mangeki S163 eyes once again saw Kaido's next attack. One step forward. Madara is extremely fast. He jumped up and kicked Kaido in the chest. There was a dull impact sound. Kaido's movements only paused for a moment, and he was completely unharmed in the face of Madara's attack. Ha ha ha. It's like scratching an itch, you ninjas are too weak. I don't care about such an attack at all. As he spoke, he waved his mace and began to attack continuously. But Madara keeps dodging. Kaido's attack is very strong, and every stick after haki is entangled has a shocking power. Can't hit the target, no matter how strong the attack power is, it's useless. Just like the current Kaido, he drove Madara to attack wildly, with roaring waves one after another. The ground is constantly being destroyed, and the surrounding buildings are also affected. But Madara avoided all attacks perfectly, and at the same time selectively counterattacked, constantly testing Kaido's defense. Both of them moved extremely quickly. The battle scene is very intense, but in the eyes of those who really understand, this kind of battle is meaningless. Above proverbs in the sky. Yuichi also didn't want to wait any longer. He glanced back at Enel and Shiki who were controlling the slow descent of the proverb. I'll go down and have a look too. I really want to fight against such a powerful enemy. Yuichi raised his legs and jumped out without waiting for a reply from the two of them. But it's different from Kaido's way of falling directly from a high altitude. Advertisement. Yuichi stepped on the path formed by the invisible spirit particles out of thin air, and swept down at a very fast speed. It even looks like a dive, but Yuichi's speed is still accelerating. It took almost one breath for Yuichi to land smoothly. The footsteps landed lightly on the roof beside him. The appearance of Yuichi made Madara, who was fighting Kaido fiercely, even more excited. Here comes another not easy guy. Then don't get entangled with this big man who only knows how to use brute force. Thinking in her heart, Madara suddenly stopped, and the falling mace was about to hit the middle class. Suddenly a huge bone-shaped palm grabbed Kaido's mace. Susanoo on! The blue chakra is burning, and from the upper right corner of the skeleton formed around Madara's body, a skeleton of a right arm emerges, holding Kaido's weapon tightly. Kaido's eyes widened when he saw this weird bone. This force completely suppressed his haki. 3 Admiral looked a little dignified at the moment. That ability, isn't it just defense? Aokiji said in surprise. The phantom like a skeleton is slowly emerging, overwhelming Madara. It seems that this ability is not just a simple defensive ability at all, but a powerful ability that integrates offense and defense. Not only can it ensure the safety of the other party, but it can also be used for attacks. Sure enough, this guy hadn't used his full strength before. But even without using all their strength, they were able to repel the 3 of them at the same time. This man's strength is very strong. It's terrifyingly strong. Even compared to a sea emperor like Kaido, it seems to be better. The first form of Susanoo is on, and the power of Susanoo in the skeleton form is not yet the strongest. But Madara's use of this ability has already amazed countless people. Yuichi's eyes fixed on Madara's figure. The right hand slowly grabbed Zanpakuto Senbonzakura at his waist. Uchiha Madara, the big boss from the Hokage world, can use him to confirm what level Yuichi himself is in the Hokage world. It can also make Yuichi prepare for the future world war. But the moment Yuichi holds the handle of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, the 2 breaths locked on him. Inaccurately speaking, it should be 3 breaths. Yuichi suddenly bent in the other direction. The 2 suddenly jumped up from the ground and landed on the roof opposite Yuichi. The 2 houses are only 10 meters apart. Advertisement. And these 2 people are naturally not ordinary soldiers, but Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku. Yuichi softly called their names. Garp and Sengoku standing opposite looked at Yuichi with complicated expressions. Garp sighed, squinting at his old buddy Sengoku. Sengoku beside him is watching Yuichi now, thinking of the plan in his heart. He is assessing whether it can be realized. After a few seconds of silence, Sengoku said slowly, Yuichi, you can come back. I've already talked to the 5 elders, they promise they won't make a fuss about the tail beast chakra on you. That power can belong to you, come back. Marine needs you. Say this out loud. At this moment, the eyes of people from both worlds shifted from Madara and Kaido who were fighting to Yuichi. Marine wants to recruit Yuichi back. This doesn't matter to people in Hokage world, but it does to people in One Piece world. Especially ordinary people, this makes them very concerned. Marine Yuichi, Pirate Yuichi. Ordinary people naturally prefer Marine Yuichi. After all, Marine is a defender of justice. But when many people looked at Yuichi expectantly, Yuichi showed an unruly smile, the moment this expression appeared. Sengoku seemed a bit disappointed. He managed to convince 5 elders, and took over the task of convincing Yuichi to return to Marine. Originally, he thought it should not be too difficult, but now it seems that the difficulty of this matter is higher than he imagined. Yuichi. Could it be that he really has been thinking hard about leaving Marine? Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded 1.9, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. For me, the purpose of fighting is to become stronger. It doesn't matter if I'm in Marine or not. Sengoku's eyes lit up again. Then Yuichi, go back to the Marine. The previous situation will never happen again, and after you go back to the Marine, you will also be the core candidate for the next Marine Marshal. What is this? Give yourself a blank check and try to get yourself back into Marine? Yuichi is no 3-year-old kid. So easy to cheat? Yuichi shook his head. No need. Being a pirate is quite free. Seeing Yuichi's decisive decision, another person jumped up at this time. He stands behind both Sengoku and Garp. It can be seen that this person is older than the two, and at the same time, his momentum is much stronger. Although Yuichi has never met the other party, he has already guessed who the other party is. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong.